This story is about me, Xiao Wushuang. I was standing there, barely able to process what I'd just heard. Just moments ago, I'd rushed from the Global Alliance Technology Outstanding Contribution Award ceremony to the hotel after hearing that my sister was hurt. I was worried, ready to burst through the door and make sure she was okay. But as I approached, I froze. I heard voices, familiar voices. One was my boyfriend, Chui Tianhao, who I'd loved and trusted for 10 years. The other belonged to my best friend, Xiao Cece. The sounds, the laughter, and the words that followed made my blood run cold. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Cece's voice, playful and full of jealousy, revealed a betrayal that cut deeper than any blade. She was with my boyfriend, my best friend and my boyfriend, together, plotting against me. Their scheme went beyond infidelity. They wanted me dead, and not just dead, they wanted everything I had. My wealth, my achievements, everything I'd worked for. Chui Tianhao talked about drugging me, and the details of their plan were horrifying. They'd use a medicine that I wouldn't be able to detect, even with all my expertise. The idea that the people I loved and trusted most could turn against me so completely made my chest feel tight. As I stood there, listening to their excitement over my planned demise, I couldn't help but feel a bitter, mocking smile spread across my face. My best friend, the one I'd always tried to protect and support, saw me as her enemy. She was twisted with jealousy, believing she could only find happiness if I disappeared. A bang echoed through my head, the sound of my own heart breaking into pieces. But somehow, instead of breaking down, I felt a calmness settle over me. I knew I had to be strong. They thought they had me fooled, but I wasn't defeated yet. I kicked the door open, and the loud clang echoed through the room. Xiao Cece and Chui Tianhao, tangled together and completely caught off guard, turned to see me standing there. Their faces went pale with shock and disbelief. I couldn't help but sneer. Surprised to see me? I asked coldly. I'm sorry, but it seems you won't be getting my inheritance after all. Even if I have to give it to the dogs, I won't let a pair of ungrateful wolves like you have it. The shock on their faces told me everything. They knew I had overheard their conversation. Cece stammered out a weak excuse, asking why I wasn't at my awards ceremony. I explained, almost mockingly, that I'd rushed here after hearing she'd hurt herself. Instead, I found them like this. Chui Tianhao, desperate, tried to turn things around, accusing me of stealing him from Cece and demanding a breakup with compensation. 5 billion, he demanded. The audacity made me laugh. 5 billion? I mocked. Not even 50 yuan would I waste on you. I stepped forward and grabbed his chin, taunting him. You betrayed me, and you still think you deserve to profit from me? Dream on. Disgusted, I let go, wiping my hand as if touching him had dirted me. Chui Tianhao's anger erupted. He complained about how humiliating it was to be called my nanny, to depend on me for a lavish lifestyle. But I just laughed again. If you hate it so much, I said, why didn't you leave? Nobody was forcing you. You just wanted the luxury, even if it meant wishing me dead behind my back. His face went ashen, but he knew he couldn't defend himself. He wanted the life I gave him, even if it bruised his ego. Yet, he couldn't bear the insult of being dependent on me. His resentment only grew because of it. Then, I turned to my sister. My voice was icy. And you, Cece? If you loved him so much, why didn't you just tell me? I would have handed him over. I've always spoiled you, even if it meant going out of my way. Why go behind my back and plot against me? Cece trembled with fear, and Chui Tianhao looked sick. I could see the truth now. They were willing to betray and destroy me, but they were cowards in the end. I had never seen Xiao Cece look so terrified of me before. She used to see me as gentle and generous, always giving her anything she wanted. She took advantage of my kindness, all while hiding her jealousy and resentment. But now, things had changed. I spoke coldly, reminding her of the twisted story she believed that I was the one who caused her mother's death. In reality, she was the one who pushed her pregnant mother down the stairs, afraid her unborn brother would take away her mother's love. Hearing this, she clutched her head, crying and denying it. But I knew the truth. I had to snap her out of her delusion, even if it meant revealing the painful memories she'd buried. I pressed 2 silver needles into her acupuncture points, calming her down. Then I laid out the facts. My father had sent me to medical school at the time, and there was no way she could blame me for what she had done. Her hatred had twisted her, and now, she and Cui Tianhao had gone so far as to plot my murder. I wasn't going to let them get away with it. I called in 4 men in blue uniforms, ordering them to take Xiao Cixi and Cui Tianhao to Lao Mountain Prison. As they tried to deny everything, I played back the recording of their conspiracy, leaving them speechless and powerless. Xiao Cixi fell to her knees, begging for forgiveness, but I didn't budge. If she had only taken my boyfriend, maybe I could have forgiven her. But plotting my death? No. I owed her nothing. She was just a stepsister brought into my family, not someone deserving of my love or mercy. As they were dragged away, naked and humiliated, they screamed curses at me. They wished I'd never find love, that I'd suffer alone, and that I'd end up in eternal torment. But I stood there, cold and unmoved. They had made their choices, and now they would pay the price. After sending those traitors to Lao Mountain Prison, I threw myself into work, determined to make a difference. In just 3 years, I made breakthroughs in medical and space technology that the world couldn't ignore. Gene modification to extend lifespans, advanced space travel with new safety measures, I did it all. People called me a genius, even a god. But at night, when I tried to rest, danger still loomed. One night, alarms blared, and my bodyguards rushed to defend me. At first, I thought it was a meteorite crash, but I knew better. Outside, I saw enemies in black armor, faking a meteorite fall to attack me. It was a trap. Traitors among my own men had sabotaged the villa's defenses. My suspicions were confirmed, and I had no choice but to face the attackers. Dressed in silver battle armor, I fought fiercely. My skills and technology gave me an edge, and soon the enemy's forces fell. Then, the biggest shock. Cui Tianhao, the man I once loved, emerged, laughing like a madman. He had escaped prison and set a deadly trap using his own blood, turned into a nanotech bomb. Before I could react, the villa exploded. My last thought was of revenge. I cursed Cui Tianhao, vowing to never forgive him. But when I opened my eyes again, I was confused. I wasn't dead. I couldn't move, and everything seemed huge around me. I had shrunk. I realized with horror that I was now a baby. A young couple looked at me lovingly, calling me their precious daughter. I was stunned. Somehow, I had been reborn. From a feared genius to a helpless infant, how had my life taken such a bizarre turn? When I returned to Xiao family village, it hadn't rained here in half a year. The crops were withering, and people were beginning to think we were cursed. Yet, the moment I set foot in the village, dark clouds gathered, and rain finally poured down, thrilling everyone. The villagers began calling me a lucky star, believing I'd brought rain. My family hadn't named me yet, so the village head suggested Jinli, symbolizing good fortune. My parents liked it, and just like that, I became Xiao Jinli, a name that fit this new life. As days passed, I adjusted to life as a baby, realizing I'd somehow been reborn 400 years in the past, back to Earth in 2001. But it wasn't just my soul that had returned. I discovered the same small green leaf birthmark on my wrist, a sign of the mysterious space I had in my previous life. Back then, it gave me strength, provided healing foods, and boosted my achievements. It was like having a secret power. Yet now, as a baby, I couldn't enter the space again. But I wasn't worried. I was surrounded by a loving family, something I'd never truly had before. My previous life had been full of betrayals and constant danger, with people competing ruthlessly for survival. My only ally had been my father, who protected me until he passed away. After that, I had no one, not even the stepsister I thought I could trust. But here, my new family was warm, my village was peaceful, and I felt something I'd never known: real comfort. I decided to let go of the past and embrace this life as Xiao Jinli. I'd leave behind the ruthless person I once was and focus on enjoying this new life, full of hope, kindness, and a gentle happiness I'd never known before. Time unknowingly lied flat and passed by 3 months. At 3 months, Jinli had already proficiently started to turn over. At this time, she looked so good, white and plump and tender, with a pair of black grape-like eyes that turn round and round, laughing like a crescent moon. She's so cute that you can't help but take a big bite. What made the villagers more amused and fond of her was that she even recognized people at such a young age. If someone is unhygienic and dirty, she would wrinkle her little face and show her dislike, and she wouldn't let them hold her. For those who are hygienic and clean, she would show a little smile, and it's okay if they want to hug her. Over time, everyone in the village knew that Jinli was a clean and hygienic baby. Haha, I've never seen such a smart and clean little baby. In her first month, she could already recognize people. Now at 3 months, she actually chooses her favorites. Xiaofeng, your daughter is so smart. After lunch, a group of villagers came to Xiao Wanshan's yard to see Jinli, praise her, and tease her. Adorable and cute like a doll, Jinli has become a must-praise for the villagers when they visit. When I came, Xiao Chongqing's female cow was about to give birth. I wonder if it has been born by now, said a villager. I heard it started in the morning, and by now it should have given birth. That cow and his family gives birth to a calf every year. Haha, it's quite a good income. At this moment, there are a bunch of people crowded around Xiao Chongqing's cattle pen. A robust female cow keeps pacing back and forth, constantly kicking and throwing dirt with her front hooves, and mooing loudly, clearly in pain. An experienced villager looks at the situation, and his eyebrows furrow a little, expressing a slightly bad feeling. Chongqing, it's been so long and it still hasn't given birth. Could it be a difficult birth? As soon as Xiao Xinchuan's words fell, Xiao Chongqing's eyebrows were tightly twisted together. A villager immediately said, "It seems like a difficult birth. Chongqing, why don't you quickly go to town to find a veterinarian?" Xiao Chongqing's wife, seeing the cow's suffering and its inability to give birth, also worriedly said, "Old man, hurry up and go to town to find a veterinarian." Xiao Chongqing didn't hesitate, got on his motorcycle and left. After he left, the villagers still talked. Chongqing's cow has given birth before. It's been a while, and it's probably a difficult birth. Women can have ultrasound scans at the hospital before giving birth. If the fetal position is abnormal, a cesarean section can be performed. But the female cow doesn't have these options when giving birth to a calf. If it really is a difficult birth, people can only rely on their own strength to pull the calf out of the cow's stomach, which is cruel and somewhat painful, but it's the only way and relatively safe. However, this also requires professionals, otherwise, both the mother cow and calf are at great risk. Xiao Chongqing's wife watched the cow pacing back and forth restlessly, showing a worried and anxious expression on her face. Their family has been raising this old cow for almost 10 years, and it has given birth to 6 calves without any trouble before. However, this time, Xiao Chongqing rode by Xiao Wanshan's house on his motorcycle, leaving the villagers somewhat puzzled. Why is Chongqing in such a hurry? Has the calf in his house been born? When I came, I went to have a look and they said the cow seemed to be having difficulty giving birth. Has it still not given birth after all this time? So Chongqing is going to town to find a veterinarian? That's very likely. They've been raising that cow for over 10 years. They've formed a bond with it. This difficult birth must be making them anxious. Let me go take a look. I'll go too. Jinli, Annie will come to see you again soon. After saying that, she pinched Jinli's pink cheeks. Jinli waved her small arms in protest, rejecting the pinching of her little cheeks. Her cheeks were pink and tender, but being pinched often was painful. After most of the villagers left, Xiao Jinli and Zhao's mother were left in the yard. Watching a female cow giving birth is not suitable for Jinli, so Zhao's mother wouldn't bring her along. In addition, there would be some flies and mosquitoes there, and getting bitten by them wouldn't be good. Soon after the villagers left, Zhao's mother put Jinli on the small bed to lie down for a while, so she could tidy up the yard. Who would have thought that the usually obedient and quiet Jinli seemed a little reluctant this time? A person lay on the small bed, kicking their little feet in the air as they cried, oh, clearly not wanting to lie there. Zhao's mother had no choice but to put down her work, wash her hands, and pick up Jinli from the bed. "Little Bao, what's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Jinli babbled and waved her little hands towards the door. Xiao's mother frowned slightly and asked, "Do you want to go and watch the cows giving birth too?" Jinli uttered a few yelps, seemingly agreeing with her mother's words. However, Xiao's mother shook her head in disagreement. "Little Li, be good. Let's not go, okay? There are flies and mosquitoes there, and they'll bite you." As soon as Xiao's mother finished speaking, Jinli suddenly blurted out a sentence. "Mother, I want to go." After all, she wasn't a real baby. In the 3 months she had been here, she had already learned the local language. But she was too young to speak casually. She now demanded to go and watch the cows giving birth because she sensed fluctuations in the space. She felt that to unlock the space, perhaps this was an opportunity. Xiao's mother was shocked by Jinli's sudden sentence. Her expression first froze, then she was overwhelmed with joy. "Little Bao, is that you calling mommy? You can call mom? You can talk? Can you call mommy again, please?" She knew that her daughter was very smart, but she never expected her daughter to be so smart that she could already speak at 3 months old. It was both surprising and delightful. "Mother," Jinli called again, clearly and fluently. Jinli secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was so suffocating. She could speak, but had to pretend she couldn't. She had pretended to be gentle and well-behaved for more than a month during her confinement period. Then, every day, Xiao father would hold her in his arms, and his beard would poke her tender little face, causing her great pain. Helpless, she could only wave her limbs and cry out loud in protest. As soon as Jinli cried, Xiao's mother and older brother would start condemning Xiao father, and then she would enjoy watching the drama unfold on the side. The family atmosphere was really good. For the next 2 months, she followed the normal development of a baby. Well, her development was even better than most children. So she felt happy performing, but also very tired. Now, with this shout, it felt like opening a floodgate, allowing her to relax at once. Xiao's mother, holding Jinli with red eyes and an expression that was surprised, excited, and delighted, said, "Hee hee, our little Bao is really a smart child. She can talk at 3 months old and does so fluently. Little Bao, you're amazing." Generally, infants would start talking at 8 or 9 months old, and even then, they might only say a few simple sentences. Jinli's little hands wiped away Xiao's mother's tears, and she smiled innocently, saying, "Mom, didn't you say I'm smart? So it's not strange that I can talk." Hearing Jinli's words, Xiao's mother said with mixed laughter and tears, "You little girl, it's not strange? A 3-month-old baby that can talk is so shocking, okay?" Jinli tilted her little head, her expression slightly urgent, and said, "Mother, let's go see the cows giving birth to calves." Xiao's mother frowned and said, "Little Bao, the cow's birthplace has flies and mosquitoes, and the scene is bloody. It's not suitable for you. Let's not go, okay?" But the usually obedient child became stubborn on this matter. Jinli shook her head firmly and said, "I want to go." Left with no choice, Xiao's mother had to clean up Jinli and take her to see the cow giving birth. When they arrived at Xiao Chongqing's cowshed, the villagers were somewhat surprised. "Xiaofeng, why did you bring the child here? This place is dirty, and there are many flies and mosquitoes." "Yeah, Xiaofeng, hurry up and take the child back." Xiao's mother smiled helplessly and said, "Little Bao wanted to come. I couldn't resist, so I brought her." "Oh, Jinli wanted to come?" The villagers asked in astonishment. Why would a child want to be here? Jinli is really smart. She can express her wishes at such a young age. But Xiaofeng, how did Jinli express that she wanted to come here? Xiao's mother. Xiao mother was considering how to answer these people when Xiao Jinli turned her head and suddenly said, "It was me who asked Mom to bring me here." Words that shock people. When Xiao Jinli spoke, she simply astonished the villagers present. My goodness, are my ears playing tricks on me? How did I hear Jinli speaking? If there's a problem with your ears, there's a problem with mine too. I also seem to have heard Jinli speak. And when she does speak, she is clear and fluent. Oh, it really was Jinli speaking. She's so young, only 3 months, right? A 3-month-old baby talking already surprised me. What's even more shocking is her clear pronunciation and fluency. My goodness, Jinli is a genius. Yes, a genius, a language genius. A 3-month-old infant speaking better than a 3-year-old child. This child is really rare. Just as everyone was praising Jinli, suddenly a villager excitedly shouted, "The calf is about to be born, it's coming." As soon as someone shouted, everyone's attention quickly turned to the birthing cow. They saw the calf, who had been unable to be born for a whole day, being born more than halfway out with a moo from the mother cow. The most difficult part of the delivery was over, and the rest was relatively easy. A villager immediately called out, "Xiao Chongqing's family, hurry up and bring some dry hay and water for the mother cow to regain some strength." The dry hay and water have been prepared. Xiao Chongqing's wife immediately brought dry hay and water. After the mother cow ate a few mouthfuls of hay and water, she let out another moo cry, and the whole calf fell out. "Ha ha, it's born, it's born. The calf is born." The villagers were filled with excitement and joy. As the newborn calf was still wrapped in its membrane, the mother cow went up and licked it off, and after a while, the calf wobbled to its feet. Ha ha, the calf stood up. After the calf stood up, it nuzzled its little head against its mother's neck, as if in celebration and also acting spoiled at the same time. The mother cow licked her calf's fur again, mooed, and ran to Xiao Mother, kneeling down in front of her with her 2 front hooves bent. The villagers gasped in surprise. What is this cow doing? What else could it be doing? It's kneeling down to Xiaofeng. I know it's kneeling, but why is it kneeling to Xiaofeng? Someone suddenly thought of something and looked at Jinli in Xiaofeng's arms, her big eyes blinking. So a villager shouted, could it be that the cow was able to give birth smoothly thanks to Jinli? So, it's thanking Jinli? Others also reacted. Now that you mention it, it really might be the case. It's not might be, it's definitely the case. Haha, Jinli really is a lucky star. When she returned to the village 3 months ago, Xiao family village, which hadn't had rain for nearly half a year, immediately had heavy rain. Today, this cow has been in difficult labor for a day, but who would have thought that as soon as Jinli came, it would give birth to a calf? Hee, this mother cow is also grateful. Knowing that it could give birth to a calf smoothly, it knelt down in front of Jinli to thank her for the grace of childbirth. Haha, Jinli is a lucky star. I need to get closer to her in the future. Maybe my son can find a wife earlier. Listening to the adults' simplistic and good-hearted jokes, Jinli's mouth corners lifted slightly, somewhat speechless. In fact, the villagers hadn't said anything wrong. The mother cow had indeed given birth to the calf smoothly because of her. When her mother held her close to the cow, she felt the spatial fluctuations becoming more intense, and when the mother cow mooed, her space poofed and fully unlocked. Then, a childish voice sounded in her mind. Master, I can see you again. So glad, sob sob. Xiao Jinli communicated with it in her mind, saying, Xiao Ji, wait a moment for me to reminisce. I'll save this mother cow first. At that time, Jinli was held upright, her hand resting on her mother's back, and since everyone's attention was on the mother cow and her face, no one noticed the sudden appearance of a crystalline liquid on her finger. During broad daylight, no one would notice the transparent Lingquan water flying out. So, the mother cow, which was having difficulty giving birth, gave birth to the calf smoothly. This mother cow had been raised by humans for several years and had developed its own spirituality. Maybe in a hazy moment, it knew who had helped it through this ordeal, so it bowed down to thank Jinli. As such, it only further confirmed Jinli's title as a lucky star. After returning home and lying on her baby bed, Jinli once again experienced being surrounded by villagers. Mr. and Mrs. Xiao Chongsheng even brought gifts to express their gratitude. They felt it was Jinli who brought good luck to them, and that was why their cow gave birth to a calf so smoothly. Naturally, they wanted to express their gratitude. TSK, I have to get some more of Jinli's luck in the future. Maybe my family's stinky boy can get a wife earlier. Haha, Xiao Ping, when your son marries a wife, you have to bring a big gift to express your gratitude. Of course. Oh, I want to join in too. So my elder daughter-in-law will have a chubby, rosy-cheeked grandson. Hey, you're just favoring boys over girls. Who says so? Grandsons and granddaughters are all called grandsons. Haha, if I have a granddaughter who is half as pretty and cute as Jinli, I'll laugh myself awake in my sleep. Xiao Jinli. She really didn't know whether her luck was good, or it was just a coincidence. For now, the rain incident when she was just brought back to village Beijing was a complete coincidence for her. As for the successful birth of the calf by the female cows, of course it was not a coincidence. She had helped. Of course, for other people, this was certainly a blessing brought by Jinli. On a late night, when the moonlight was like a flower, and the insects outside were making noise. In the baby's crib, Xiao Jinli started communicating with Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji was the intelligent system created by Xiao Wushuang in her previous life, storing all the global network data inside. It can be said that as long as there is a network, this system can break through all firewalls, completely copy the data inside, silently, without leaving any traces. This was Xiao Wushuang's personal secret, and she didn't let anyone know about it. Otherwise, she would be hunted down globally. After all, no one wants their secrets exposed. Xiao Wushuang spent a lot of effort transforming the intelligence system into her own Q version character, which was very cute. In order to prevent the intelligence system from being discovered, Xiao Wushuang had to throw it into her space. She would never use this intelligence system unless absolutely necessary. Unexpectedly, after the intelligence system was placed in the space, it could communicate with her consciousness in her mind. The space had traveled with her, and the Xiaoji in the space naturally came along as well. Master, what's going on? How did I suddenly lose contact with you? Xiaoji asked doubtfully. Sigh. Xiao Jinli sighed lightly and explained how she was assassinated, and then crossed over to Xiaoji. Finally, Xiao Jinli said, I don't know why I crossed over 400 years ago. After a while, Xiaoji said, Master, you probably don't know, the power of the space seems to have weakened. Now in this space, except for a shallow Lingquan, it's basically just barren land. Xiao Jinli was almost shocked when she heard this and tried to sit up. But the 3-month-old her couldn't sit up at all. A moment later, Xiao Jinli reacted. She murmured, So, my ability to cross over was because of the space power? Xiao Ji leaped in midair in the space, looked at it filled with yellow sand, and said somewhat dejectedly, Probably. Why did everything in the space turn into dust? After a while, Xiaoji said again, But master, don't be discouraged. Before mini-space lost most of its energy, it passed a message to Xiaoji. Its space power can be restored. It said that as long as the master becomes stronger and continuously plants in the space, it will slowly return to its previous state. Xiao Jinli's eyes brightened after hearing this, and tears brimmed in the corners of her eyes as she nodded. Okay, I got it. Xiaoji, thank you in mini-space. Xiaoji held his cheeks, looking a little embarrassed, Master, as long as you're okay. Later, the elder daughter-in-law of the Western House successfully gave birth to a chubby granddaughter. At the end of the year, the son of the Eastern House married his wife smoothly. After that, if someone lost a chicken or their cow ran off, they needed to see Jinli. Then, the chicken would come back, and the cow would also return on its own. All those who had made small wishes in front of Jinli and had their luck rubbed off by her would have their wishes fulfilled within the year. The Xiao village villagers practically wanted to worship Xiao Jinli after this series of events. Of course, these villagers were simple and honest, and they wouldn't make extravagant wishes. For example, winning the lottery or getting rich overnight. When the village encountered some troubles, the village head or village cadres would go to Xiao's house, and then things would be resolved quickly. As a result, Xiao Jinli's title as the village's lucky star became even more established. Then, the villagers started calling Jinli village treasure. Xiao Jinli. No, it's not me. It's obviously a coincidence. Xiao Jinli also fell into deep thought. Could it be that she really had the koi constitution? Seeing Xiao Jinli's koi constitution, Xiaoji was also stunned. He exclaimed, Master, could it be that you are the incarnation of koi in this life? Xiao Jinli. On both banks of the river, willow branches hung low, green grass swayed, and in the river, a few ducklings flapped their wings while swimming, occasionally pulling out a little fish, shrimp, or snail from the water. On a river bank, standing in a pasture, 5 or 6 cows were grazing, occasionally letting out a moo sound. A short distance away, under a big tree, 7 or 8 children about 10-year-old were engaged in herding cows. During this task, They were playing cards and games, thoroughly enjoying themselves. While they were being cheerful and playing around, they dared not yell or scream. They would occasionally glance, with respectful little expressions, towards a girl lying on a haystack nearby, her arms folded into a pillow, with a dog's tail grass in her mouth, resting with her eyes closed. The girl had fair skin and extraordinary temperament, unlike a typical village girl. Why doesn't Jinli join us every time we play? We have more people playing together. It would be so lively and great. It's because Jinli finds Gooden too dumb every time. She doesn't like playing with dumb people. Gooden immediately flared up. He retorted, calling me dumb. You are no better. The children sighed like adults and said, Indeed, we're all just too dumb. Jinli is really too clever. There are so many things in the village that the adults can't solve, but as long as she gets involved, they can be solved. That's why my parents told me that Jinli is the lucky star of Xiao family village, our village treasure. We must take good care of Jinli, and then our village will get better and better. Yes, my parents also told me the same. Xiao Jinlu, the village treasure, was lying on the haystack, hearing the chirping voices of the children. Her mouth twitched involuntarily. These children are indeed adorable. Jinli, Jinli. Suddenly, an urgent voice of a young man echoed from afar. The man appeared to be in his 20s. He was of average build, had dark skin, and was wearing a plain shirt and shorts. His expression was anxious. A child quickly pointed towards the haystack and said, Qing Shan brother, Jinli is resting over there. Brother Qing Shan, what happened again that requires Jinli's intervention? Yeah, Brother Qing Shan, can't you adults handle it? The man, who was being called Brother Qing Shan, didn't pay attention to these children. He ran straight to the haystack where Xiao Jinlu was resting. He stopped, placed both his hands on his knees, and gasping for breath, he said, Jinli, something significant has happened. Xiao Jinlu opened her eyes at this time. What kind of eyes were those? Her pupils seemed to contain the sea, shining like stars. Xiao Jinlu's gaze swept across. She stood up from the haystack, brushed the grass off her backside with her small hands, and asked with a hint of immaturity, Tell me, what's happened this time? The children who were playing under the tree ran over, and they all curiously asked, Brother Qing Shan, what big event has occurred that needs Jinli's intervention to solve? In the children's understanding, a problem in the village that could not be resolved. Only then would Jinli be called for help. It seemed that in Xiao family village, no one thought there was a problem in letting a 10-year-old child solve village affairs. Brother Qing Shan, is the issue very serious? Gooden, isn't that obvious? If it wasn't serious, why would they need Jinli's intervention? Wouldn't the adults have solved it? Exactly, only issues the adults can't resolve would require Jinli's involvement. Brother Qing Shan, children, can you not speak the absolute truth? Xiao Qing Shan wiped the sweat from his forehead. His breathing had begun to slow down. He said, Sister Chunhua, the daughter of Uncle Dafu from our village who married off, was carried back by her husband's family, having bled a lot. Xiao Jinlu frowned slightly and asked, Was Sister Chunhua carried back? Was she hit by someone? Xiao Qing Shan nodded. Yes, it's very serious. Sister Chunhua's husband, Lu Daqiang, hit her, causing her to miscarry. They didn't take her to the hospital but brought her straight back. They claim that Sister Chunhua stole and is carrying a rascal. They're here not just to return her, but also to demand the return of the betrothal gifts. As he said this, Xiao Qing Shan frowned, a look of anger crossing his face. There's no way Sister Chunhua could have cheated. Upon hearing how serious the situation was, Xiao Jinlu asked earnestly, Has she been taken to the hospital now? No. Lu's family won't let us move her. They've said they won't allow for her to be taken to the hospital until the betrothal gifts are returned. Xiao Qing Shan said, Lu family brought a large group of people over. My father, along with others, are currently confronting Lu's family. Sister Chunhua's condition is deteriorating. Have you called the police? Xiao Jinlu asked with a solemn face. This is a matter of life and death. If they obstruct us, we can call the police directly. If Sister Chunhua doesn't have an accident, it's okay. But if something happens, let the people of Lu family wait for their punishment. Xiao Qingshan was shocked by the cold radiance in Xiao Jinlu's eyes, but he quickly responded, "Someone has already called the police," but the Lus seemed to not be afraid at all. "Let's go." They couldn't delay this matter. If Sister Chunhua bled to death, it would be a great injustice. As Xiao Jinlu walked, she listened to Xiao Qingshan describe the situation. Seeing the event unfolding in the village, the children decided to let the cows graze. They all ran towards their homes. Anyway, with Cow King there, these cows would not run off. They would return to their homes by themselves when it got dark. Xiao Jinlu quickly arrived at Xiao Yufu's house. A large group of people surrounded the main gate of Xiao Yufu's home. From afar, they could hear the loud quarreling emanating from inside. "Xiao Yufu, I'm telling you, your daughter is involved in an affair. We caught her in the act," Lu Bald, Daqiang's father, exclaimed loudly. "Your daughter? I'm sending her back to you. But the betrothal gift of 98,000 we gave you, you must return back." "Lu Bald, don't wrong my daughter. Chunhua is an honest and sincere girl from my family. She would never do such a thing." Xiao Yufu naturally stood by his daughter. "You still want to quibble? Today, our family and several villagers caught her in the act. She was lying with Lizzie of our village," Lu Bald said furiously. "Ever since my son Daqiang brought your daughter Chunhua back, he has been spoiling her and treating her like a treasure. But she, having such a good husband, actually sought other men outside. Humph. We, Lu's family, won't tolerate such a capricious woman." At this moment, someone shouted, "Jinli is here. Let's quickly let Jinli in." Two groups of people were in a standoff in the yard of Xiao Yufu's house. One group were the village head, local elders, and middle-aged villagers, and the other was naturally the Lu family. Wow, a lot of Lu family members had come over, mostly young adults, and they bore tools in their hands: hoes, iron shovels, bamboo poles, and such. It was clear they came prepared. Xiao Chunhua had been laid by her family in the main room of the house, lying on a bamboo bed, looking pale and feeble due to blood loss. It seemed she was exhaling more than she was inhaling, which greatly worried Madame Xiao. Hearing that Jinli was going in, a villager expressed his worries. "It's really bloody inside. Can we let Jinli go in?" Someone's reminder made many villagers snap back to reality. Yeah, this isn't an ordinary conflict. Xiao Chunhua just lost her baby. Letting a child go in is not a good omen. So what do we do now? Do we not let Jinli go in? It's too late to stop her from going inside. Jinli has already entered. Seeing Xiao Jinli walking in, Xiao Yufu's family brightened up. The village head's pupils involuntarily shrank, and then he sternly said, "This matter concerns adults. You, a child, should stay out of it." The main concern was that the heavy smell of blood here might scare Jinli. Jinli is the lucky star of the whole village, the village's treasure. No harm could befall her. Having said that, he cast a harsh gaze at his own son, Xiao Qingshan. Facing his father's terrifying stare, Xiao Qingshan shivered and immediately hid behind Jinli. He felt somewhat wronged. His father and the people from the Lu family had been arguing for such a long time without reaching any results, while Xiao Chunhua's condition was getting more and more dangerous. He had no choice but to seek Jinli's help, although he felt a little guilty for relying on Jinli. As soon as Xiao Jinli entered, her beautiful, sharp eyes darted towards the main room. Then, without saying a word, she ran straight towards the main room. Everyone was stunned by Xiao Jinli's actions, especially the Lu family. They were somewhat dumbfounded, not understanding why the argument suddenly stopped and why everyone was staring blankly at a child. As soon as she entered the room, she was hit with a stench of blood, quite intense and nauseating. Xiao Jinli slightly frowned, but she wasn't disgusted. She saw Xiao Chunhua, who was lying on a bamboo bed, more accurately, unconscious. Madame Xiao covered her with a thin blanket, but couldn't hide her increasingly pale face, and the sound of blood dribbling drip onto the floor. Seeing Xiao Jinli appear, Madame Xiao immediately pleaded, "Jinli, I beg you, you must save my daughter." Then, she put her entire palm on Chunhua's chest. After a while, she sternly said, "Sister Chunhua is in critical condition and must be rushed to the hospital immediately. Has anyone called 120? When she mentioned calling 120, everyone looked slightly stunned. They had thought about taking Chunhua to the hospital, but it never occurred to them to call 120. Xiao Jinli took one look at them and knew. No one had called 120. She frowned and said, "It's too late to call 120 now. Uncle Village Chief, please arrange for village vehicles and get her to the hospital immediately." Before the village head could respond, Xiao Qingshan immediately said, "I'll go bring the car around now." Having said that, Xiao Qingshan ran out. The Lu family finally recovered at this moment. They wanted to send Xiao Chunhua to the hospital? How is that possible? They hadn't even received their betrothal gifts back yet. If Xiao Chunhua really got sent to the hospital, and the Xiao family spent all their money, what could they use to return the betrothal gifts? Led by Lu Bald, the people from Legiacan forcefully blocked the door to the main room. Lu Bald, holding an iron shovel in his hand, placed it directly in front of the door and said menacingly, "You can send her to the hospital, but you have to return the betrothal gifts first. Otherwise, haha, don't even think about leaving this place." Then he added, "We paid 98,000 to marry a woman who would become our wife, but she turned out to be a promiscuous woman, causing our Lu family lose face. This account should also include compensation for mental damage. Just returning the betrothal gifts would be letting you all off easy." Lu Daqiang didn't speak, shooting Xiao Chunhua a hard look full of anger. The rest of the villagers who had accompanied the Lu family echoed, "That's right. The woman we Lu family married with a betrothal gift is for having children and carrying on the family line, not a promiscuous woman who cheats on her husband and carries an illegitimate child. Today, if you don't return the betrothal gifts, don't even think about going to the hospital." Xiao Yufu was so angry that his face turned pale. He sternly pointed at Lu Bald and Lu Daqiang and yelled, "The betrothal gifts, the 98,000. When we agreed to the betrothal gifts of 98,000, you reduced it to 66,000. But I allowed Chunhua to bring this 66,000 to you guys. On the night of the wedding, you took the betrothal gifts right from her hands. Now, you're still demanding betrothal gifts. Have you no shame?" Lu Bald, however, argued defiantly, "Xiao Chunhua brought the betrothal gift back and gave it to us, who saw it. Don't think you can deny giving us the gifts with such an excuse." Just then, Xiao Qingshan and a few young men ran over. Xiao Qingshan declared, "The car is ready." Xiao Jinli said, "Hurry up and carry her to the car. Be gentle and be quick. Qingshan, when driving, try to be as smooth as possible. Also, it's best if you could call 120, they will meet us on the way." Xiao Qingshan and the others nodded their heads, then made their way straight to the main room. Lu Bald became very angry, saying, "If you want to save. If we don't save her now, Sister Chunhua will die. And when she dies, will you pay with your lives?" Before he could finish, Xiao Jinli cut him off coldly. Her piercing eyes swept over the Lu family members and the villagers from Legiacan who had followed the Lius. Whether or not Sister Chunhua cheated on her husband, we won't discuss that for now. But right now Sister Chunhua's life is hanging by a thread. If she's not taken to the hospital for treatment immediately, she will die. You all are standing here blocking the way, preventing her from being sent to the hospital. Do you know what that is called? Some villagers from Legiacan frowned. What is it called? It's called deliberate homicide. Xiao Jinli said coldly, "If anything happens to Sister Chunhua, whether it's Lu Bald or Lu Daqiang, even if they don't pay with their lives, they'll definitely spend half of their lives or the rest of their lives in prison. As for you accomplices, although you won't be imprisoned for life or half of your life, you won't be able to evade spending 3 to 5 years in prison." Now that we're talking about this, I'm really curious. Did the Lu family give you any benefits to make you willing to risk going to jail, just to help them murder someone? Plang. A sound. The tools in the hands of the villagers from Legiacan fell to the ground, their faces slightly pale. The villagers of Legiacan were pale, their expressions somewhat astonished. Someone asked, "How? How could it be intentional murder?" These villagers who couldn't even read, how could they know it was a crime of intentional murder? Some people looked at Xiao Jinli's age and didn't quite believe it. "No, you're just a kid. How do you know this is a crime of intentional murder? You must be talking nonsense and trying to deceive us." Lu Bald also reacted, glaring at Xiao Jinli, and shouted, "You little brat! How dare you lie to people? I'll beat you to death." As he said that, He picked up an iron shovel and aimed it directly at her head. The people of Xiao family village had furious expressions on their faces. "Lu go, you dare." The village head roared angrily. Nobody expected that just as he said it, he would swing it down. He clearly wanted to put Jinli in mortal danger. Even the closest person to Jinli couldn't save her. But what happened next stunned everyone. How? How is this possible? Not just the people of Legiacan, but also the villagers of Xiao family village were somewhat stunned. However, the villagers of Xiao family village soon breathed a sigh of relief and started to cheer. Jinli is Jinli, able to catch such an iron shovel thrown at her. If it was me, I definitely couldn't do it. I always knew Jinli had great strength, but I never thought her power would be enough to surpass a strong adult. Haha, that's good. In the future, whoever dares to bully Jinli will get a punch from her, sending them flying 3 meters away. Haha. The villagers were relieved and happy. However, Lu Bald, Lu Daqiang, and the villagers of Legiacan were not pleased. What kind of freak is this child from Xiao family village? Xiao Jinli grabbed the handle of the iron shovel and pushed it forward with all her might, knocking Lu Bald to the ground. She clapped her hands, and a cold smile appeared on her delicate face that didn't match her age. She said, "You all saw it, didn't you? Lu Bald can just hit with an iron shovel in public? I'm so small and he's so big, even if he doesn't kill me, he'll seriously injure me. If this isn't intentional murder, what is it? So, do you people of Legiacan all want to be accomplices with this father and son?" If at first, they had blocked Xiao Chunhua from going to the hospital for treatment, it might be just a scare tactic. But when Lu Bald directly hits a child with an iron shovel, it is really an attempt to kill. The villagers of Legiacan were all pale, their expressions panicked. One of them said, "Lu Daqiang, you deal with your own problems. I have things at home to take care of, so I'll leave first." Once one villager leaves, others follow. There were about 25 or 26 villagers who came to Xiao family village with Lu Bald and his son. They had gathered their relatives to help make a show of force, fearing they'd be beaten if they clashed with the people of Xiao family village. After a while, only Lu Bald, his son, and a few of their close relatives remained on the side of Legiacan. Xiao Jinli's sharp gaze looked at them, and she spoke coldly, "Lu Bald, Lu Daqiang. Whether Sister Chunhua really committed adultery or not, we will find out when she wakes up. But you have hurt her and caused her miscarriage. I am taking note of this, and our Xiao family will definitely not let this go. Get lost." To settle accounts, Xiao Chunhua had to be awakened first to understand the whole story. When she held Lu Bald's swung iron shovel at her signal, several villagers from Xiao family village quickly carried Xiao Chunhua onto a car. Madame Xiao hurriedly followed them with some money she took from the room. When the villagers from Legiacan tried to stop them, they were blocked by the villagers from Xiao family village. Lu Bald, father and son, were frightened by the ferocity of the child. Lu Bald pointed at Xiao Jinli and shouted loudly, You dead girl. You are so uneducated and dare to defy an elder." Lu Daqiang looked at the villagers from Xiao village in the yard, dealing with the situation as if it were natural and had some surprise in his heart. He looked incredulously at Xiao Youfu and the village head and said, "You actually let a child handle this situation?" A villager from Xiao family village laughed and said, "We're willing to let her handle it. It's none of your business." Before Jinli arrived, the confrontation between the two sides had been going on for quite some time. "Humph, you came in and accused Xiao Chunhua of adultery and demanded that their family hand over 98,000 betrothal gifts on the spot, or no one could be sent to the hospital. Where can they gather so much money in such a short time? Even if they go to the bank in the town to withdraw, so much money requires an appointment beforehand. They went too far, treating someone's life as a joke and not giving in without payment. What rascals! It's a good thing Jinli came and solved the problem so quickly. Chunhua was beaten so severely. I hope nothing terrible happens. It seems the injury was caused by Lu Daqiang. Well, a husband and wife for 100 days. He truly is ruthless, beating her on the verge of death, causing her to miscarry and bleed heavily, and not allowing her to be taken to the hospital. He must want to force Chunhua to die. The dog that doesn't bark is the one that bites. Seeing Lu Daqiang's honest and simple appearance before, I never expected he could be so ruthless when hitting a woman. Lu Daqiang's face flushed red with anger, and he shouted, Xiao Chunhua cheated on me. What man could bear their woman being unfaithful? What's wrong with me hitting her? His words instantly silenced the villagers from Xiao family village. If it were them, they might be angry enough to hit someone if they saw their woman cheating on them. Xiao Jinli shot a sharp glance at Lu Daqiang and asked coldly, Lu Daqiang, do you dare to swear that Sister Chunhua is truly unfaithful? At Xiao Jinli's words, the village head and others shuddered. The village head asked, Jinli, do you mean that the Lu family is framing Chunhua? As Xiao Jinli did not answer directly but said, Uncle Village Chief, everyone in our Xiao family village knows what kind of person Sister Chunhua is. Chunhua has always been an honest and simple girl. How could she change from that to become a flirtatious woman in less than a year after marrying into Lejiakan? Yeah, we all watched Chunhua grow up. She's a shy and honest girl. She had never even held a boy's hand before marrying Lu Daqiang. How could she turn into such a person in less than a year? Maybe Jinli is right. There must be some hidden truth that we don't know. When Chunhua wakes up, we'll know the truth. Somehow, Lu Daqiang said anxiously, we can know others' looks, but not their hearts. Maybe Xiao Chunhua's true nature is like this, and it was only exposed after she married me. Hearing this, Xiao Youfu angrily stepped forward and slapped him, cursing, you jerk. My Chunhua is absolutely not like that. Don't you dare frame her. Lu Bald saw his son getting hit and angrily came forward with the iron shovel, shouting, Xiao Youfu, you rascal! How dare you hit my son? Then, he tried to lift the iron shovel but couldn't. He was secretly shocked in his heart. After glaring at Xiao Jinli, he raised his head and scolded Xiao Youfu. We all caught Xiao Chunhua on the spot, and you still want to argue. I tell you, the marriage between my son and your daughter is over, and the 98,000 betrothal gifts, you must return them to me. Without returning the money, how could Lu Daqiang marry again? Xiao Youfu also stubbornly said, I'd have ended this marriage even if you hadn't brought it up. My precious daughter married into your Lu family and returned covered in bruises. How could I let her stay in the Lu family? If there's a next time, my daughter and I might not even see each other alive because you would have killed us. Xiao Jinli picked up the iron shovel and stabbed it directly towards Lu Bald's face. Lu Bald's face changed, and he instinctively dodged backward. One foot stepped on a rock, and he fell to the ground again. Supporting himself with both hands, his face full of terror, he asked fearfully, stuttering, what do you want to do? The sharp iron shovel stopped less than a centimeter away from his nose. Xiao Jinli coldly said, if you keep talking nonsense here, I'll beat you up, break your legs, and leave you bedridden for months. Of course, she wasn't just scaring them. When pushed too far, she really could beat them badly enough to leave them bedridden for months. Baldy Lu and Lu Daqiang, the father and son, were almost scared to tears by Xiao Jinli's fierce and intimidating aura. Is this even a child? It's more like a devil. Get lost. Xiao Jinli spat out another word coldly. Regaining their senses, Lu Bald and his son shamelessly scurried away, crawling and rolling. Upon seeing the two retreating figures, the villagers of Xiao family village finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the atmosphere lightened up a bit. But when they thought of Xiao Chunhua's situation, a worried look appeared on the villagers' faces. Jinli, will Chunhua be okay? They instinctively asked Xiao Jinli. Because Xiao Jinli was the lucky star of their village, as long as she said it was all right, it would definitely be all right. Unconsciously, the not yet 10-year-old Jinli had become the backbone of the Xiao family village, even surpassing village head Xiao Changgue. Xiao Jinli shook her head. The villagers' faces immediately changed, thinking that Xiao Jinli meant no. Xiao Jinli said somewhat speechlessly, Sister Chunhua should be okay. Xiao Youfu and the villagers let out a big sigh of relief. At this moment, the village chief's phone rang. Qing Shan, what? Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, the village chief told Xiao Youfu, Afu, you should hurry to the hospital. Qing Shan called. They met the ambulance halfway. After Chunhua was put on board, the doctor gave her emergency treatment and then rushed her to the emergency room. Xiao Youfu panicked and said, Okay, I'll go now. The village chief worried that Xiao Youfu might get into an accident if he rode his motorbike there, so he arranged for a young man to give him a ride. Seeing Xiao Yufu's anxious and hurried figure, the villagers' faces showed some concern. Involuntarily, everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Jinli again. Xiao Jinli. She is a person, not a god. She can't predict the outcome. Xiao Jinli thought for a moment and said, Uncle Village Chief, I'm worried that the Lu family will still cause trouble. Before Sister Chunhua wakes up, it's best to send someone to Lejiakan now to check what's going on, so we can vindicate Sister Chunhua after the investigation is clear. The village head nodded in agreement. You're right. I'll arrange it now. Then, the village head asked doubtfully, Jinli, do you really think there's a problem with the Lu family? Chunhua. Xiao Jinli, somewhat speechless, said, Uncle Village Chief, what kind of person Sister Chunhua is, even if others don't know? Don't the people in our village know? Sister Chunhua must have been wronged. As for why the Lu family suddenly wronged Sister Chunhua and started to beat her, there must be something going on. The village head nodded immediately. All right, I understand. Jinli, you can leave this to me. You've worked hard, now go rest. Xiao Jinli nodded. All right, then I'll head home. Jinli, my family is cooking a braised fish. Come have dinner at my house tonight. Jinli, my family is cooking your favorite braised pork. Come have dinner at my house. Xiao Jinli shook her head and laughed. No need. My mom made braised beef brisket with radish at home. I'll be eating there. After a while, Xiao Jinli went home. The rest of the matter could be left to the village head to arrange. Soon after, Xiao Jinli arrived in front of a small Western-style villa, the faint scent of beef wafting out. Xiao Jinli took a deep breath and had an innocent, happy smile that only children possess. It smells so good. Pushing the courtyard door open, Xiao Jinli shouted, Mom, I'm back. Then, a young and beautiful woman in her 30s, wearing an apron, ran out. This was Xiao's mother, and in fact, she was already over 40. Xiao's mother smiled gently. Jinli, you must be hungry. Your mom is stewing beef brisket. It'll be ready soon. Go watch TV in your room and have some fruit to fill your stomach. Xiao Jinli laughed and said, I'll go back to my room and read for a while. I'll come out when Mom finishes cooking. Xiao's mother replied, All right. Oh, by the way, make a call to your dad and brother and tell them to come home for dinner. Sure. Xiao Jinli answered cheerfully. Then, she jumped and ran back to her room, picked up her cell phone, and made a call to her working father. As soon as the call was answered, a gentle voice from the other side happily asked, My baby girl, what's up? Xiao Jinli said, Dad, Mom made beef and radish stew today. You and my brother hurry back for dinner. All right, your brother and I will be right back. Baby girl, wait for your dad. Okay? Mom and Dad. Xiao Jinli. Daddy is so immature. After hanging up the phone from her father, Xiao Jinli spread out on the bed with her arms and legs wide open, closed her eyes and said, Xiao Ji, track Lu Bald and Lu Daqiang's cell phones, and give me feedback on the information about them beating Xiao Chunhua. Yes, master. A childish voice rang in Xiao Jinli's mind. A moment later, ding ding, master, Xiao Ji has detected that Lu Daqiang is currently on a call with someone. Do you want to eavesdrop? Yep. Lu Daqiang's voice then entered Xiao Jinli's ears. Lon Lon, don't worry, I will definitely make them send the money over, and then go to your house to propose marriage. Oh dear, baby, don't cry. It breaks my heart. Xiao Jinli's little face darkened. The next morning, the village head and Xiao Yufu's two brothers came to Xiao Jinli's house. Xiao mother was cleaning the yard and watering the flowers and plants. Seeing them, she immediately put down her work and greeted them with a smile. Village head, why are you guys here so early? Are you here to see my daughter, Jinli? She went for a run and will be back later. Is there something urgent? If it is, I can give her a call, and she can come back earlier. Although Xiao Jinli was young, she was strict with herself. She would go for a run every day no matter the weather, and wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning. The three men directly sat on the stone benches in the yard and waved their hands, saying, No need, we can wait. She should be back soon. As the village head spoke, he took out his cell phone to check the time. Xiao mother poured them each a glass of water. She also took a seat, looking serious, and asked, Village head, is this about Chunhua's situation? The village head nodded. Yes. I have made some phone calls and asked some relatives and friends from Lejiakan. They told us that before Chunhua got caught cheating, There was no rumor in the village about her being unfaithful or flirting with men. Who would believe that? That's the strange part. But there are rumors in the village that Lu Daqiang is having an affair with a young widow. Some people have seen Lu Daqiang coming out of the widow's house in the early morning. Xiao mother was shocked and said apprehensively, "So it wasn't Chunhua who cheated, it was Lu Daqiang. But why did he frame and wrong Chunhua? Why? It must have been for the betrothal gift," said Xiao Yulu, Chunhua's uncle, with anger. Only by tarnishing our Chunhua's reputation could they take back the betrothal gifts. Xiao Yusho frowned, but Chunhua's parents said that when she married into the Lu family, she already brought 60,000 yuan of betrothal gifts. On the night of the wedding, the Lu family took it away. Now they want to get another 100,000 yuan from her parents. They are shameless. Xiao mother was also angry. Since they took the betrothal gifts that Chunhua brought, how can they ask for more? It's too much. They're taking advantage of the fact that we have no evidence when they took the betrothal gifts on the wedding night. So whatever they say goes, said Xiao Yulu resentfully, looking as if he wanted to stab the Lu family members. How hateful. How is Chunhua? Is she all right? Asked Xiao mother. Xiao Yulu said, Chunhua was taken to the hospital yesterday, and she was in the rescue room for 17 or 18 hours. The doctor said the surgery was successful, but she's not out of danger yet. If she wakes up within 24 hours, she should be fine. If not, sigh. Poor girl, sighed Xiao mother. I hope Chunhua recovers soon. After talking for a while, Xiao Jinli came back from her run. Seeing the three men in her home, she raised her eyebrows. As soon as the three men saw Xiao Jinli, they looked excited. Janli, just as you suspected, there's something fishy about Chunhua's affair, said Xiao Yulu angrily. Lu Bald and his son are so despicable and shameless. It was Lu Daqiang who was having an affair, but they blamed Chunhua. Xiao Jinli took a seat, and her mother poured her a glass of water. Xiao Jinli took the water from her mother and drank it all at once, feeling much better. In our Xiao family village, everyone knows that Chunhua was framed and wronged. What we need to do now is to find out the truth and gather concrete evidence. But we have to wait for Chunhua to wake up before we can ask her. Second, since there are rumors about Lu Daqiang having an affair with a widow in Lejiakins, what we need to do is find evidence or witnesses. Third, report the case to the police. Accuse Lu Bald and Lu Daqiang of domestic violence and intentional injury, or even attempted murder. Xiao Yulu hesitated. I heard that the Lu family has connections in the Yamen. I'm afraid it might not work if we report the case directly. Xiao Jinli responded, Uncle Lu, don't worry for now. Let's report it first and see how it goes. If it doesn't work, we'll figure out another way. Xiao Yulu sighed and looked worried. What will happen to Chunhua after all this? Xiao mother comforted him. Chunhua is a good girl, and she has good fortune. She will marry into a good family in the future. Let's hope so. Xiao Yulu was not optimistic. Xiao mother glanced at her daughter and smiled. Didn't you all say that my daughter is a lucky star? In the future, let Chunhua share some of Jinli's good fortune, and she will surely be happy. That's right. With Jinli here, Chunhua will definitely get better, said Xiao Yusho, laughing in agreement. Xiao Jinli. Fine. If her mother wanted her to be the shield, she would be one. The village head nodded. Okay, I'll arrange for it right away. It's just. The village head was worried and doubtful. Between villages, people are always keen to protect their village's reputation. I don't know how many people would be willing to testify in this case. If there aren't any, then being a witness could easily get on people's bad side. No one wanted to bring trouble on themselves for no reason. Xiao Jinli thought for a moment and said, Uncle Village Chief, leave it to me to deal with this. No. The village head immediately refused. How can you handle it? We will take care of it. I think not everyone in Lejiakin is united. We can find some people who don't get along with Lu Bald's family and see if they can help. I also think this could work better. We can give it a try. A strange girl arrived at Lejiakin. This child had dark skin, wore a pair of small sunglasses, and had her hair tied up in a high ponytail, looking quite gallant and giving off a little female bandit vibe. The people of Lejiakin didn't recognize this child, but they didn't think much of it. With so many villages around, it was common for naughty children to run around from village to village, and adults not recognizing them was normal. Xiao Jinli stood not far from Widow Nyo's house and saw the snot-nosed, dark-skinned brat in front of the door. She said somewhat speechlessly, "Xiao Ji, this is the child of the widow Lu Daqiang has been flirting with. She's even older than Sister Chunhua, and not as pretty. What does he see in her, treating Sister Chunhua that way?" Xiao Ji replied, "People's hearts are unpredictable. Master will have to experience this for themselves. Xiao Ji is not human." Xiao Jinli. After a while, Xiao Jinli looked around and saw no one else, so she shouted at the child, "Kid, come here." Lu Xiaoming heard the shout and looked up. 2 thick white streams of snot were about to flow into his mouth. He wiped them with his hand, smearing his face and hand with snot. Xiao Jinli was disgusted beyond words. She thought to herself, how can there be such an unhygienic child? The children of Xiao family village are all so clean. The children of Xiao family village were clean because the unclean ones would be despised by Xiao Jinli. Therefore, to avoid Xiao Jinli's disdain, the parents of the children would make sure they were neat and tidy. Yes, Xiao Jinli was the guiding star of their village. After wiping his nose, Lu Xiaoming bounced over and asked doubtfully, "Sister, are you calling me?" Xiao Jinli took out a small bag of little white rabbit candy and said to Lu Xiaoming, "You're Lu Xiaoming, right?" "Yes," Lu Xiaoming replied. "Do you like these candies?" Xiao Jinli waved the candies in front of him. Lu Xiaoming gulped and his eyes filled with desire. He said, "I like them. Sister, are these candies for me to eat?" As he spoke, he reached out to grab them. Xiao Jinli quickly stepped back and said, "These candies are for you. But you have to promise to do something for me, and I'll give you this bag of candies." Lu Xiaoming's eyes brightened, and he said, "All right, sister, just say it." Xiao Jinli handed Lu Xiaoming an object and said, "Put this somewhere in your mom's room where she can't see it. Then, tomorrow morning, I'll come find you, and you can give it back to me. I'll bring you more candy tomorrow morning." Lu Xiaoming was overjoyed at the thought of more candy the next day. Xiao Jinli instructed, "But you have to promise me, when you put this thing in your mom's room, she absolutely cannot find out. Also, if someone asks where you got this candy, just say you found it on the ground, all right? Otherwise, if your family finds out someone gave it to you, they'll definitely confiscate it, and you won't have any candy to eat." Lu Xiaoming didn't want to go a day without candy and immediately replied, I understand." Afterward, Xiao Jinli walked around Lejiakan and heard one piece of gossip after another. "Have you heard?" "Heard what?" "Yesterday, after Lu Lizi got drunk, he said Lu Daqiang approached him and asked him to sleep with his wife." "What?" The villagers listening were shocked. Has Lu Daqiang gone crazy, looking for someone to put a green hat on him? Humph. He's been having an affair with widow Nyo Xiaolan from the village entrance, so he wants his betrothal gifts back. Wearing a green hat is nothing to him. It's just a pity for his wife, Xiao Chunhua. She's been hardworking and diligent since marrying him, and she's still looked down upon by her in-laws. TSK, that's just fate. Xiao Jinli went directly to Lu Lizi's house. Lu Lizi's house was easy to find, as it was the only earthen brick and tile house in the village, dark and gloomy. However, most rural houses have walled yards. Xiao Jinli didn't plan to take the courtyard door. She looked around, sprinted from a distance, jumped onto the wall, and leaped into the yard. Xiao Jinli directly found Lu Lizi's room. At this moment, he was sprawled on the bed. After a while, he turned over, switched to a blackened pillow, and muttered, so fragrant. Xiao Chunhua is really fragrant." Xiao Jinli's face darkened. She stepped forward, raised her little hand, and gave him 2 hard slaps. Who hit me?" Lu Lizi jerked up from the bed. "It's your auntie here." Xiao Jinli stood at the head of the bed, her aura cold and fierce. When Lu Lizi saw a young girl suddenly appear in his room, he was first startled, and then asked, "You this child? How did you come to my room? Whose child are you?" As he finished speaking, a joyful and lewd smile appeared on his face. He opened his arms and lunged at Xiao Jinli, excitedly saying, "No matter whose child you are, since you're here, play with me first." Xiao Jinli's little face became solemn, a fierce light flashing in her eyes. She coldly said, "Fine. Today, this auntie will play with you first." As Lu Lizi lunged at Xiao Jinli, She lifted her foot and swiftly kicked him in his lower body. Uh! Lu Lizzie let out a miserable scream, covering the kicked area with both hands, cold sweat on his forehead. Xiao Jinli's head tilted slightly, and Lu Lizzie's hand brushed past her ear. Then, this arm was quickly grabbed by a small hand. Lu Lizzie tried to shake her off, but the hand gripping his arm was like a pair of pliers, tightly clamping his arm. Lu Lizzie's expression turned fearful. Before he could react, a slap slammed across his face, and half of his face swelled and turned red. As if that wasn't enough, his throat was then grabbed by someone. He couldn't breathe for an instant. His entire face turned red and purple. Lu Lizzie appeared scared and uneasy. For the first time, he felt the taste of death. This child, shorter than his shoulder, possessed incredible strength and emanated evil energy that made him shiver. The dot demon, with his throat being clamped, he finally squeezed out a few words. Demon? Hee. A cold laughter and imposing aura that didn't belong to her age emerged on Xiao Jinli's face. She coldly said, Lu Lizzie, those who do evil things will suffer retribution. Now, it's your retribution. Speak. Why did you conspire with Lu Daqiang to frame and wrong Xiao Chunhua? Lu Lizzie came to his senses. You're here to avenge Xiao Chunhua? Who are you to Xiao Chunhua? As soon as he finished speaking, he felt his throat clamped even tighter, making it impossible to catch his breath. Then he heard a devilish voice. After a while, Xiao Jinli clapped her hands and walked out of Lu Lizzie's house. Of course, she still went over the wall to leave the courtyard. Xiao Family Village was a very united and cohesive village. Following Xiao Jinli's instructions, the village head quickly arranged for people to take action. The village head and Xiao Youfu arrived at Xiao Jinli's house. In these 2 days, Xiao Youfu had been taking care of Xiao Chunhua at the hospital, and he was very worried about her. His whole person seemed haggard and pale, with more than half of his hair turned white. It's true. The children indeed are the dead of their parents. The ones who always worry about their children are their parents. Xiao Youfu angrily said. Chunhua said that day. Somehow, she just drank a cup of tea handed by Daqiang and fell asleep. When she woke up, she saw a large group of people standing in the room, all pointing to her saying she had stolen a man. Afterwards, Lu Lizzie, who was lying next to her, said that she had seduced him into the house. He even said that they had been together for a long time, and the child in Chunhua's stomach might be his. Then Lu Daqiang, out of anger, beat Chunhua and caused her to lose the child. These rascals were all bullying my Chunhua. There was clearly something wrong with the tea. Otherwise, with such a commotion, she would have woken up already. Xiao Jinli just comforted him. Uncle Fu, calm down. We'll definitely help her seek justice and clear Sister Chunhua's name. Who would have thought that just as she finished speaking, a child ran over. Uncle 3, those bad guys are at your house again. What? Xiao Fu was so surprised that he jumped up. Well, they dare to come here? If they don't come, I'll go to Lejiakin. With that said, he stood up and ran out quickly. Xiao Jinli and the village head immediately followed. Xiao Youfu has a son and a daughter. Xiao Chunhua is the eldest. Xiao Chuming is the second, but he was already of age and had gone out to work. The elderly couple was still able to take care of themselves at home, so they lived alone in a separate house. Madame Xiao was taking care of Xiao Chunhua in the hospital, so there was only Xiao Youfu at home. However, Xiao Youfu had a large family. Well, Lu bawled, I didn't even come looking for you, and you already came knocking on my door. As the saying goes, enemies meeting each other would see red. As soon as Xiao Youfu saw Lu bawled, he couldn't wait to tear them apart. This family almost killed his daughter. At this time, a short, slightly plump middle-aged woman, hands on her hips and in a shrew-like image, scolded, Xiao Youfu, your family is full of cheap people, and you treat our Lu family as if we were dead? Doing such shameless things in broad daylight? You people are shameless women that get around. You should be put into a pig cage and spare us the shame on our Lu family. Listening to old lady Lu's words, Xiao Yufu's face turned pale with anger, but he, as a big man, didn't know how to retort. Xiao Chunhua's aunt stepped forward, put her hands on her hips, and immediately viciously cursed back, chinarrying, You crazy woman. You're the cheap one, and your whole family is cheap. It's obviously your son, Lu Daqiang, who stole a man. Don't try to pin that crime on my Chunhua. Your precious son, Lu Daqiang, should be the one in the pig cage." Upon hearing Annie Zhao's words, the three members of the Lu family were suddenly scared, and a flash of panic crossed their eyes. Lu Daqiang exclaimed loudly, "Great aunt, don't wrongly accuse me. I didn't steal anyone at all." Annie Xiao sneered. "You didn't steal anyone? Then do you dare to swear? You swear that if you have stolen someone, you, Lu Daqiang, will be struck by lightning and your whole family will be childless. Do you dare?" Lu Daqiang certainly didn't dare. In modern society, people believe in scientism. However, he grew up in the countryside after all, where many superstitious old customs deeply influenced them. Asking him to swear that he would be struck by lightning and cut off from his descendants, what if it came true? Lu Daqiang adamantly spoke louder. "I, Lu Daqiang, didn't steal anyone's wife, so why should I swear? Humph. As for Xiao Chunhua, it's a shame that after marrying her, I treated her like a treasure, and she just went out to cheat on me, giving me a green hat. We caught her cheating red-handed. That's a fact." The louder he spoke, the more guilty he seemed. "You're talking nonsense." Xiao Youfu angrily shouted. "My daughter did not cheat on you. It's clear that your whole family framed her. I found out that after Xiao Chunhua drank the cup of tea you gave her, she fell asleep. When she woke up, you and your so-called friends caught her cheating. Why would Chunhua fall into a deep sleep after drinking the water you gave her? Why did you catch her with such a large group of people? Did you know in advance that my daughter Chunhua would be in bed with someone in broad daylight, in front of everyone? So, do you think that even though you knew you were cuckolded, you would still make a big scene so that everyone knows? This is obviously a disgraceful matter. Shouldn't it be hidden instead?" Lu Daqiang was caught off guard and didn't know how to respond. He did not expect the Xiao family to find the truth so quickly. But they came to cause trouble. Did they want the betrothal gifts back? Lu's wife immediately stood in front of her son and pointed at Xiao Youfu, angrily cursing. "Your shameless daughter cheated and isn't afraid of it being exposed. So why should my family be afraid? On the contrary, if we help keep the truth hidden on this disgusting woman, she may think we're afraid of her? Humph. Since that's the case, let her lose face thoroughly and make sure everyone knows about it. Xiao Youfu, don't try to push the responsibility onto our Lu family for the cheap daughter you raised. I tell you, today we came for the betrothal gifts. If you don't give them back, I'll go to town and let the whole town and villagers know that Xiao family village has produced a shameless and disgraceful woman. You. Xiao Youfu trembled with anger. "You're just making things up." Jinli, who was in the crowd, saw that Lu family's combat power was so strong. While the Xiao family was obviously at a disadvantage, she slightly frowned. She thought for a moment and then approached Aunt Xiao Chunhua. Aunt Xiao looked at Jinli with bright eyes, but then asked worriedly, "Jinli, the Lu family is just making things up. What should we do now?" Jinli took out something that looked like a black pin and handed it to Aunt Xiao, saying, "Aunt Xiao, this is evidence of Lu Daqiang's affair with the widow Niu Xiaolan from their village. I'm giving it to you now, and you can play it directly. However, you must protect this evidence well. I've called the police, and as long as you can stall until the officials from the Yamen arrive, it will be fine." After listening, Aunt Xiao took the item very carefully and promised, "Okay, I will definitely protect this evidence." Next, Jinli taught Annie Xiao how to use it. After a while, Aunt Xiao rushed out with the item, and she slapped Lu Daqiang twice and cursed, "You, I want to kill you. How can you be so evil? What has Chunhua done to hurt you? You cheat on her and then frame her, even causing her to miscarriage and almost lose her life. You heartless thing. She was carrying your son. How could you be so cruel and wicked?" Aunt Xiao's sudden fury caught everyone by surprise, including the villagers of Lejiakan. "What? You said that shameless woman was carrying a son in her stomach? How could that be?" Old Lady Lu's shrill voice rang out, clearly not believing any of it. The Lu family didn't believe that Xiao Chunhua was carrying a son at all. Old Lady Lu exclaimed in disbelief, "A son? How is that possible? We had Granny Yuan from Tinli village come over to have a look, and she clearly said that the child in that wretched woman's stomach was a bad deal." As soon as she finished speaking, Annie Xiao seemed to understand everything in an instant. Well, now I get it. She pointed at the Liu family and shouted, "You think Chunhua is carrying a girl, so you don't want this child, and neither does the child's mother. But if you divorced Chunhua for no reason, it would be unreasonable, and you would have no excuse to ask for the betrothal gifts back. So, you set up Chunhua to have an affair, is that right?" Lu Daqiang and his family were taken aback, their pupils involuntarily shrinking. The truth was indeed just like this. But could they admit it? Definitely not. Just as Lu Daqiang was about to refute, Annie Xiao took out a recording pin and said coldly, "Humph, don't be so quick to deny it. I have evidence in my hands. I'm not just making things up. What is this thing?" Most of the villagers were not highly educated and had never seen a recording pin before. "This is a recording pin," Xiao Qingshan explained with some surprise. "Haha, this is a recording pin?" Many people were curious. Is it the same thing as a tape recorder? It sounds similar from the name. Xiao Qingshan explained, "Yes, it has the same function as a tape recorder." Lu Daqiang looked at the so-called recording pin in Annie Zhao's hand with confusion. Lu Bald had a bad feeling about it and said, "What is this thing you've taken out, and you even claim it's evidence? Don't slander us." Annie Xiao sneered, "Humph, whether I have wronged you or not, you'll know when you hear it." After she finished speaking, she immediately played the recording pin. Then, they heard a familiar voice. "Baby, I missed you so much." This voice was Lu Daqiang's, which both the villagers of Lejiakan and those of Zhao's village were familiar with. Why is this voice so disgusting? It's Daqiang's voice, right? Haha. Who would have thought that the next voice would leave everyone speechless? A woman's voice with a coquettish tone said, "You dead ghost? We see each other every day. How can you miss me?" Then, everyone heard a pop sound of a kiss, followed by a man's hoarse and passionate voice. "I miss you so much, especially down there. I can't get enough of you. Do you want to touch it? You dead ghost. What you mean by missing me is actually missing that part of me. Humph. I think all men are just lower body creatures." Hearing the voices coming from the recording pin, both the villagers of Lejiakan and those of Zhao's village were shocked. If these two voices were a couple's bedroom talk, then others would praise them for being affectionate. But if they were, the villagers of Zhao's village were not familiar with the woman's voice in the recording pin, but they knew the man's voice. It was Lu Daqiang's voice. So who was the woman talking with him? The villagers of Lejiakan were extremely familiar with the woman's voice. A villager exclaimed in disbelief, "This voice sounds so much like Niu Xiaolan." A villager who knew the truth sneered and said, "Not just sounds like, it's definitely Niu Xiaolan. I've heard long ago that they were fooling around together, and it turns out it's true." As his voice fell, more shocking words emerged from the recording pin. It sounded like Lu Daqiang was eager to do something with Niu Xiaolan but was stopped by her. Niu Xiaolan asked, "When are you going to get the betrothal gifts back? When are you divorcing?" Lu Daqiang replied anxiously, "Soon, soon." Niu Xiaolan seemed somewhat annoyed and said, "What do you mean soon? How long has it been? At first, when you were supposed to divorce Xiao Chunhua, you said you had to plan it out and see if you could get some money from the Xiao family. I've been waiting for several months, and my stomach is already 3 months along. If I wait any longer, someone will find out." I went to the shaman woman and asked, "This child is a son, not like the bad merchandise in your wife's belly. Luckily, you kicked out that bad merchandise, or else even if you divorced her, there would still be a child, and that would disgust me." Hearing Niu Xiaolan's threat to abort the child, Lu Daqiang was instantly anxious. He pleaded, baby, don't rush. Please don't let anything happen to my son. I'll go to Zhao's village tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow. I'll get 100,000 yuan back, and then give the money to you as betrothal gifts. Will that be enough? All right, I'll wait a few more days with your promise. But you have to know, after the first 3 months, the baby will grow rapidly. If we wait another 3 months, experienced women will definitely be able to tell that there's a problem with my belly. Lu Daqiang promised, Okay, I'll go and get the money tomorrow. Just wait. Now, baby, can we go to bed? Your husband can't wait any longer." Niu Xiaolan giggled and said, "You dead ghost." Everyone present blushed and their hearts raced as they listened to those sounds. Now, Not only the Xiao family, but also the villagers of Lejiakan were at a loss for words. Niu Xiaolan and Lu Daqiang not only had an affair, but also had a 3-month-old child. This news was too shocking. Well, Lu Daqiang, you have an affair and even fathered a rascal child. Yet you frame my daughter Chunhua. You vile and ungrateful thing. 1.1 feet 11 inches fight you to the end. Xiao Yufu's face turned livid with anger. At first, Lu Daqiang was stunned by the conversation that came out of the recording pin. But when he came to his senses, the other side had already finished playing the recording. Lu Daqiang refused to admit it, shouting, "No, no, I didn't do it. Whatever was going to be played had already been played. If it's not you, then whose voice is it in there? I'm not finished with you." Everyone, well, there's no need to question Lu Daqiang anymore, as one of them had already confessed without any prompting. At this moment, a stern and authoritative voice rang out, "Stop! Stop it! If you don't stop, I'll arrest you all." Arrest? Old Lady Lu's face suddenly revealed a cold smile. She sneered to herself, "Humph, we have someone behind us in the Lu family. Let's see who's going to capture us." However, as soon as she turned around, her face changed on the spot. Wearing uniforms, the Yamen staff escorted Lu Lizhi with handcuffs on his hands. Only those suspected of illegal crimes would be handcuffed. A very bad premonition suddenly rose in the hearts of the Lu family members. The villagers of Lejiakan had a slightly puzzled expression on their faces. "Why is Lu Lizhi handcuffed?" A villager from Lejiakan asked in confusion. "Yeah, even though Lu Lizhi is a bit lazy and loves to drink, he hasn't done anything terrible." "That's right. Why would people from the Yamen come, and with Lu Lizhi too?" He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out 2, and planned to hand one to each of them. He asked with a flattering smile, "Comrades, you've worked hard. Have a cigarette." But he was sternly rejected. The Yamen staff solemnly said, "During work hours, we strictly prohibit casually making connections." Lu Bald's expression stiffened for a moment, but he still bowed and asked, "Actually, I just wanted to ask if Deputy Director Lu is busy today?" The meaning was very clear. "I know you're Director Lu." Of the 2 Yamen staff who had come, one was surnamed Guan and the other Li. The 2 frowned slightly. "Deputy Director Lu, Lu Yang?" Lu Bald immediately excitedly said, "Yes, yes, yes, it's Lu Yang. He's my good brother." He thought that by revealing this relationship, he'd be able to ingratiate himself with the 2 staff members. But Officer Li's words felt like pouring a bucket of cold water directly on top of his head. He said, "Oh, Lu Yang was taken away by the Disciplinary Inspection Department this morning for alleged corruption and bribery." Lu's wife was shocked and couldn't accept it. She couldn't believe it and said, "How can this be? He just came to our house for dinner yesterday." Lu Yang was their biggest supporter in Lu family village. In the past, their domestic violence against Xiao Chunhua had been fearless, all because of Lu Yang's backing. But now, Lu Yang was arrested in the blink of an eye. Officer Guan didn't want to explain to them. He said sternly, "Now is our working time, not the time for chatting." After that, he swept his fierce gaze over the crowd and asked sharply, "Which one of you is Lu Daqiang?" Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Daqiang. Lu Daqiang's heart instantly became flustered. He stuttered in response, I am Lu Daqiang. May I ask, what's the matter? Please come with us to assist in our investigation." Lu Daqiang's face immediately turned pale, and he stuttered nervously, "Officer, you must have gotten it wrong. I was framed. Don't just believe others." Xiao Dafu charged over and said loudly, "You were framed? That's a joke. My girl Chunhua was beaten by you until she miscarried and was left with only half her life. She was in the hospital for a day, barely escaping the gates of Hades." Having said that, Xiao Yofu turned to the 2 Yamen staff and said, "Comrades, Lu Daqiang and his family are well known for beating my daughter Chunhua until she miscarried and couldn't get out of bed, and she was in the hospital for a day and a night. Everyone here is a witness. Please arrest all of them." The 3 of them were all the assailants. Officer Guan immediately reassured him, "Old fellow, don't worry. We know about this. Rest assured, we will not let any criminals go. The evidence is conclusive. Please come with us to the Yamen." Lu Bald's face instantly turned pale, and he stuttered, "Officer, is there a mistake?" Officer Li sneered, No mistake. This Lu Lizhi came to surrender early this morning and said that, thinking that his daughter-in-law Xiao Chunhua was pregnant with a girl, Lu Daqiang hooked up with a widow in the village who also became pregnant. Then they staged a scene of catching adultery and beat Xiao Chunhua with their fists and feet. As Officer Li's words fell, anger showed up on the faces of everyone in Xiao family village. Even the villagers from Lijiakan, who had come with the Lu family, were amazed and began to feel angry and scared. It turns out they were so ruthless to Xiao Chunhua just because they wanted a son or grandson. These people are simply animals. Calling them animals is an overstatement. They are not even comparable to animals. What's wrong with having a daughter? Is she not their own child? Besides, how could they know whether the child in Chunhua's stomach was a boy or a girl before it was born? Haha, they believed the words of a shaman woman, thinking that the widow's child was a boy. This is absurd. In this day and age, who would still be this superstitious? Besides, isn't doing AB ultrasound the most accurate way to determine the baby's gender? In this day and age, what's wrong with having a girl? Can't a girl be filial to her parents? The villagers of Lijiakan also found the actions of the Lu family incomprehensible. Are Lu bald and his wife insane? Even if the child in Xiao Chunhua's belly is a girl, they can just have another one after she's born. Rural people generally have a more conservative mindset, valuing sons over daughters. However, most families would still give birth to the girl and then have another child afterward. Don't they see that in most rural families nowadays, there are more than 2 children? I think they must have gone crazy thinking about having a son or grandson. That's why they resorted to such outrageous acts. Otherwise, the Yamen staff wouldn't have come to arrest them today. At this point, a villager realized something and his face immediately changed. He said, "Since we came with them today, the Yamen staff won't think we're accomplices, will they?" Other villagers caught on, and their expressions turned ugly. They shouldn't. We came here and didn't do anything. The faces of Lu Bald and his family members turned bloodless in an instant. Lu Daqiang stared at Lu Lizhi furiously and yelled, "Lu Lizhi, you son of a witch, how dare you betray us?" With that, he swung a fist at Lu Lizhi's face. Officer Guan sternly shouted, "What are you doing? Still trying to hit people? If you have the energy to hit someone, then come with us." With that, he handcuffed both Daqiang and Lu Bald. Lu's wife tried desperately to stop them, but to no avail. She wept and cried, "We are innocent. We have been framed." But no one listened to her. After Lu Bald and Lu Daqiang father and son were taken away by the Yamen officials, the Xiao family members were still in a state of shock. But very soon, everyone became happy. That's great. Finally, Chunhua's name is cleared. The Lu family is so hateful. They tried to frame Chunhua just for the sake of their son and grandson. I've never seen a family treat their own daughter-in-law like this, spending money to set her up and then turning the tables. They're animals. Humph. Now Lu Bald and his son are arrested. This is retribution. It's strange that Lu Lizhi suddenly ran to the Yamen to report the crime. Not only that, but the Lu family's connections were also arrested this morning. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to resolve Chunhua's situation. Haha, they deserved it. As they talked about Lu Lizhi's arrest, everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Jinli. Everyone thought that it must be Jinli who brought good fortune to them. That's because, ever since Jinli was born, it has always been like this. Whenever there were troubles in the village, after seeking help from Jinli, things would become much smoother. Xiao Youfu's eyes were red with emotion, extremely touched and grateful. "Jinli, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, what kind of slanderous allegations would my Chunhua bear? And she might still be blackmailed by the Lu family." Haha, Jinli is truly the lucky star of our Xiao family village. Yes, the lucky star. The villagers from Lijiakan looked at the scene, feeling a bit uneasy in their hearts. For them, things indeed seemed a bit strange. How did Lu Lizhi suddenly decide to turn himself in? Even the deputy director, who was on good terms with Lu Bald, was arrested this morning. It seemed that the Lu family's good luck had run out all at once. As for those who followed the Lu family members to make trouble, they did so to save face and because of their connection to Lu Bald's powerful friend. After all, it's good to have someone to turn to for help when there's trouble in the countryside. But now, the villagers from Lijiakan looked at each other, feeling slightly uneasy. Xiao village chief laughed and asked them, "So, would you like to stay and help the Lu family demand justice or stay and have a meal with us?" The villagers from Lejiakan had their faces changing, forcing a slightly stiff smile and said, "No, no need. We have something to do at home. We need to leave quickly." What a joke. Lu Bald and his son were taken away. What reason did they have to stay? Wait, take this crazy woman with you. Xiao Jinli stopped the villagers who were about to leave, pointing to Lu's wife, who was still crying and shouting on the ground. "If she stays, I'm afraid we won't be able to control ourselves and end up beating her." What could the villagers of Lejiakan do? They had no choice but to carry her away. After all, if the Lu family really got beaten up, their village would lose all face. Lu's wife shouted, "I won't leave. Xiao Youfu, listen to me. Hurry up and go to the Yamen to get my husband and Daqiang released. Otherwise, your Chunhua's marriage to Daqiang will be finalized. Let's see who will marry a divorced woman, and she will have to stay home as a spinster for the rest of her life." Everyone fell silent after hearing this. What's wrong with this old lady Lu's brain? What era is this? Divorced women still don't get married. Humph, doesn't she know how sought-after divorced women are? I bet Xia Chunhua divorces Lu Daqiang, and then a bunch of matchmakers will come knocking on her door. She's just full of herself. Xiao Youfu snorted and said, "Humph, even if you didn't divorce with that animal Lu Daqiang, we would still want to be separated from your family. You should be worried about who dares to marry into your family in the future." It was at this time that Xiao Jinli laughed and said, "Uncle Fu, you don't have to worry about that. Hasn't her son hooked up with a widow in the village? That widow is pregnant, and I don't think she minds that Lu Daqiang's been arrested and put in prison." As soon as Xiao Jinli finished speaking, Xiao Youfu realized it and laughed. Yes, they are a loving family. They'd be at each other's throats if they didn't fight. When Mother Lu heard their reminder, she sobered up and quickly said, "Let me down. I have to hurry back." She was afraid that if she went back too late, Niu Xiaolan might give Chunhua a dose of abortifacient and cause her to lose the child. Anyone who could hook up with Lu Daqiang couldn't possibly be a good person. That was the offspring of the Lu family, so she had to go back to guard it. After the people from Lejiakan had left, the villagers of Xiao family village began to talk to Xiao Youfu. "Youfu, now that Lu Bald and his son have been caught, your family can finally have some peace." Someone was still a little worried and said, "I'm just afraid that Mother Lu will make a scene every 3 days. It wasn't a good idea to use force against an old lady." Someone scoffed, "I'm afraid she won't have the time to come and make a fuss. Baldy Lu and his son have been arrested, and they won't be able to get out anytime soon. Isn't it said that the widow who hooked up with Lu Daqiang is pregnant with a boy? Their family values boys, so Mother Lu has to keep an eye on that widow every day, in case she gets rid of the child." Oh, that makes sense now. I was wondering why Mother Lu suddenly jumped up and ran off by herself. She must have gone back to guard that widow. Humph. Anyone who could hook up with Lu Daqiang can't be a good person. Besides, it was her instigation when Lu Daqiang schemed to frame Chunhua. Now, let them bite each other like dogs. Haha, the Lu family is really making a mess. They believed a shaman woman's words, assuming Chunhua's child in her belly is a girl, and as a result, they aborted a boy. I wonder if they regret it or not. Poor Chunhua's child. They must have regretted it. Alas, it's just too late to regret. It's actually a good thing that Chunhua didn't give birth to that child. She won't be tied to the Lu family, and can be more at ease when she remarries. It's just that Chunhua had to suffer a lot. Xiao Youfu was still a little uneasy, and asked Xiao Jinli, "Jinli, will the people of Lu family be released?" Xiao Jinli first nodded, and Xiao Youfu's heart sank. Then she shook her head. Xiao Youfu asked in confusion, "Jinli, what do you mean?" Xiao Jinli said, "They can be released, but only if they pay to make up for their mistake." Still not clear. Xiao Jinli explained, "Uncle Fu, Sister Chunhua is the victim, the one who has suffered. The Lu family can only beg you to forgive them in order to escape the disaster of prison. At that time, you don't need to be polite. Make them pay as much money as they have, even if it means they lose everything and become destitute. This is how you can take revenge on them." Upon hearing this, the village chief Xiao laughed and said, "That's right. Jinli is right. Youfu, you should focus on taking care of Chunhua, and then wait for the Liu family to come begging with humble expressions. Ha ha ha. Not only is Red Peak Mountain the highest peak around Xiao family village, it's also a notorious primordial forest in Qing County, fraught with dangers for those who don't take precautions before entering. Jinli, where are you off to? At the foot of Red Peak Mountain, villagers seeing Xiao Jinli on the road asked. With a smile, Xiao Jinli replied, I'm going to the mountain to see if I can find any wild chickens or rabbits. I fancy some game meat today. Upon hearing this, the villagers burst out laughing. Haha, your luck is always so good. While others may search the mountain high and low without finding a single chicken, Jinli can always find wild chickens and rabbits rushing towards her. If they don't run into a tree, they're already injured by other animals. One of the villagers chimed in, I envy your luck. Jinli, if you find any spare wild chickens or rabbits, could you sell one to us? My naughty boy is also craving for them, and I don't know what else to feed him. Once one person spoke up, the other villagers began to say, Jinli, if you have extras, do sell one to my family too. So, she could only spare one wild chicken to be distributed. Then I'll have to wait for the next time. Jinli, I'm pre-ordering for the next time. Even though they live at the foothill, wild game is not an everyday occurrence. Now that life has improved, people are less focused on hunting in the mountains to obtain basic necessities for life. Now, those who hunt on the mountain do so purely for the taste of game meat. But there are strict laws by the government. Hunting many wild animals is illegal and the punishment is imprisonment. Rural people do not know which wild animals may be hunted and which are not. If they inadvertently break the law, it would be too late for regrets. The most famous case happened when a college student caught a few birds in the mountains, only to be reported for capturing endangered species protected by law. 1 year of imprisonment for each bird. He was sentenced to 11 years in total. After this case occurred, the village head held a village-wide meeting to sternly warn everyone not to hunt arbitrarily in the mountains, as the consequences could be severe. Of course, they could hunt wild chickens and rabbits, but these animals were not always available. Only Xiao Jinli had such luck. Every time she went to the mountain, she ended up finding something. Yes, literally coming across. She could easily find things that others couldn't hunt. Xiao Jinli didn't know what the villagers thought of her, but she suddenly felt like taking a trip to the mountain today. Also, she really did crave some wild game today. However, whenever she went to the mountain, she was always alone. She did not like others following her, especially those mischievous children. Apart from the initial period when Xiao family members and villagers went up the mountain with her out of concern, they gradually started feeling reassured after several times, finding Xiao Jinli returned from the mountain safe and Sunu. Because they had seen a ferocious wild boar run away at the sight of Xiao Jinli. A creature can only run away out of fear and terror, right? But how did they prove that? Because several villagers went up the mountain to pick mushrooms, they encountered a wild boar. As the boar charged at those villagers, they immediately ran away. Later somehow, Xiao Jinli appeared, and while the panicked villagers were simultaneously trying to flee and protect Xiao Jinli, the boar turned and ran away at the sight of her. At first, the villagers were confused, then they reacted, uttering incredulously, Has that wild boar really run away? Did it really? One villager sighed in relief and said with a laugh, I guess it must have run away after seeing Jinli. After all, she's the lucky star, protected by the god of fortune. Even ferocious beasts run away when they see her. Haha, we probably don't need to worry about Jinli's safety in the future. But another villager fretted again. But what if she encounters more dangerous animals, like tigers? Xiao Jinli confidently declared, Don't worry, second uncle. I'm someone protected by the god of fortune. All wild beasts will hide when they see me. The villagers, despite their concerns, they had been living in the village for so long without ever seeing ferocious wild beasts like tigers and lions, so they should be fine. However, Xiao Jinli went up to the mountain a few more times, and each time she returned safely, the villagers finally felt relieved. What surprised them even more was that each time Xiao Jinli went to the mountain, there was always some game animal to be found. Sometimes she would give some to the villagers, but after repeated instances, the villagers felt embarrassed receiving for free, so they gave her money instead. Xiao Jinli did not refuse the offers. After all, gratitude is shown by bags of rice, enmities by measures of rice. Like usual, Xiao Jinli went into the mountain. There were narrow mountain paths around the boundary of the deep mountain, made by villagers, but further in, the paths disappeared. Thorns or spiky grasses were everywhere. Occasionally bugs and snakes would jump out of the grass, frightening any passerby. There were also some pointed pebbles, or small pits. Anyway, it was very difficult to move forward, but Xiao Jinli was able to walk through effortlessly. She arrived at the mountain top quickly. At the top, there stood a giant pine tree, towering into the sky. Below was a clear ground covered with gravel and a few scattered weeds. Looking up, one could see a huge rock standing tall, like a proud lion, magnificent and dominating, roaring towards the sky. The air here is fresh, the scenery like a painting, and it's all quiet with no one around to disturb. This is Xiao Jinli's favorite spot to relax. Upon reaching the mountaintop, she looked up at the giant pine tree reverently, her eyes glittering. After a moment, her right ring finger dripped a few drops of a clear liquid. She poured it over the tree roots with a smile. After that, she patted the giant trunk of the pine tree and said, "Old friend, I've brought you more food. Enjoy." The giant pine tree swayed, thousands of branches making a rustling sound, as if responding to her. Then, the needle-like leaves of the tree began to grow more robustly at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming greener. A moment later, Xiao Jinli rolled up her sleeves and jumped directly to the tree trunk. She climbed up to a fork in the branches in just a few moments. The fork was spotlessly clean, and no insects could be seen on the whole tree. At first, Xiao Jinli sat on the tree fork, looking far into the distance where not just the Xiao family village, but the entire Qing County was within her sight. Overlapping hills, lush trees, and visible houses. What a magnificent view, making other mountains seem insignificant. After a while, she laid down on the tree fork, closing her eyes. With her long eyelashes resting on her young and innocent face, she looked so innocent and beautiful. After an unknown period, Xiao Jinli's ears twitched and her eyes snapped open. Something was moving. Chase, hurry and chase him. He went that way. With wounds so severe, he won't get far. A man's vicious voice reached Xiao Jinli's ears. Immediately after, two sets of hurried footsteps came from the direction of the summit. One set was urgent and panicked, while the other was just as urgent but orderly. Sui Chen was holding onto his shoulder wound, and fresh blood continued to seep out from it. His face and white shirt were covered in bloodstains. The swelling and bruising on his face made it hard to recognize him. He didn't know how long he had been running, and now had no strength left to keep running. When he reached the summit, there was a giant pine tree. Nothing else but a steep cliff in front of him. There was nowhere left to run. Standing on the edge of the cliff, he saw the figures coming closer and closer, and his eyes couldn't help but show despair. Was he really going to die here? He couldn't accept it. He was only 18 years old. He still had a long life ahead of him, but because of those despicable villains, his life would end here. The people chasing him caught up quickly. They were 4 ferocious men, filled with murderous intent. Each of them held a gun in their hand. Their clothes were somewhat disheveled, but not as miserable as the young man in front. "Ha, young Master Su, you run. Why don't you run anymore?" The man with the roughest appearance, a square face and a beard, had a knife scar on his face and was a one-eyed dragon. He had a ring in his nose, looking like a bull demon king, extremely vicious and frightening to look at. He was the leader among the 4 men. "Young Master Su, I suggest you give up and surrender. You can suffer less if you do, otherwise, young Master Su, your delicate body might not be able to bear our treatment." Ha. In the face of these 4 vicious men, Sui Chen did not choose to beg for mercy. The pale look on his face was replaced with a calm expression. Then he asked, "I just want to know, who wants me dead so badly?" The one-eyed dragon kidnapper laughed aloud. "Young Master Su, you've always been smart, outstanding among your peers. Don't you already know who wants you dead so desperately?" Sui Chen let out a miserable laugh, his eyes becoming red. "Why? Why is he doing this to me?" The one-eyed kidnapper showed sympathy on his face and laughingly said, "Young Master Su, Your existence is blocking his path. Don't you know that? On hearing this, hatred and fury filled young Master Su's eyes. He suddenly roared. So what if I'm dead? Does he really think he'll get everything from the Su family just like that? He's dreaming. Ha ha ha. The kidnapper frowned and said coldly, Young Master Su, we don't care about your family's affairs. We only take money and do our job. You should give up and surrender. TSK. Some people really hate you. Enough to want you dead. The kidnapper pointed his weapon at Sui-chin. At this point, Sui-chin was desperate. He showed a hint of refusal in his eyes. Surrender? Haha. I would rather die. Take my body back and explain to that beast. As he finished speaking, he turned around and jumped off the cliff. But as soon as he turned around, he passed out. The four kidnappers' pupils contracted sharply, and their faces revealed a high level of alertness as they looked around. Sui-chin didn't pass out on his own. Instead, he was knocked out by a tree branch that suddenly flew over and hit his back. Having been fugitives for a long time, they quickly realized that it wasn't an accident, but someone had deliberately done it. Then, there was an eerie laughter that echoed in all directions in the open summit. The one-eyed dragon's face changed drastically and shouted, Who is it? Come out. Stop playing tricks. The four kidnappers looked around but couldn't locate the source of the laughter. Panic began to seep into their faces. These four vicious men had committed countless murders over the years and even enjoyed torturing their victims. They didn't believe in the existence of ghosts. If there really were ghosts, all the people they had tortured and killed would have come back to haunt them as vengeful spirits. But in this desolate wilderness, a tall, thin man shouted in panic, Ghosts, there must be ghosts. They've come for revenge. They've come to take vengeance on us. The other three were suspicious of ghosts but didn't truly believe in their existence. Another one admonished him, Fourth brother, calm down. There are no ghosts in this world, only people trying to scare us, right? Fourth brother was still panicking. Second brother, tell me, we're standing here on the summit in the middle of the wilderness. Where did that laughter come from? Even if someone is here, how did they time our arrival? The people we killed in the past must have followed us here. They've come to take revenge on us. As the saying goes, a guilty conscience needs no accuser. They had killed too many people over the years, and now they couldn't help but feel guilt haunting them. The one-eyed dragon shouted at him, What are you afraid of, fourth brother? If I can kill them while they're human, I can kill them while they're ghosts too. There's nothing to be afraid of. As soon as he finished speaking, the eerie laughter rang out again, and even delivered a message. The voice was ethereal, like a whisper from the void. Hee, that's right, you're not afraid of killing people. So why be afraid of ghosts? That's why we've come back as vengeful spirits to take revenge on you. The laughter finished, and a cold wind blew over the summit and the surrounding trees, making them creak and groan. Although it was summer, the one-eyed dragon and the others felt cold to their bones. The men couldn't stay calm. Was it a real ghost? If someone was pretending, how could the wind be so chilling? Their faces turned pale, and their lips trembled. Fifth brother suddenly held his head and abruptly shouted, I need to leave. I need to leave. He then tried to run down the mountain. But before he could even take a few steps, he turned back, his face stricken with terror. His legs shook uncontrollably, unable to take a step as if something was holding him in place. Tigers! The one-eyed dragon was shocked to see the tigers in front of them. Not just one tiger, but two, one yellow and one white. What the Hades kind of place is this? Why is it so strange? Second brother shouted, looking around, his eyes fixated on the tigers. Whether you are ghosts or humans, we are not afraid of you. If we can kill people, we can kill ghosts too. Suddenly, there was a series of clapping sounds. Right, you guys aren't afraid of killing people. So why would you be afraid of ghosts? The pleasant yet deadly voice rang out. Hee, since that's the case, let me give you a gift. Little white, little yellow, please entertain these guests who have traveled from afar. As the voice stopped, two tigers roared in apparent response to their master's command. One-eyed dragon and the others trembled in fear as they faced the two tigers, their hearts pounding as well. Glancing at the weapon in his hand, a vicious glint flashed through one-eyed dragon's eyes as he roared, Humph! just two tigers. Don't you see the guns in our hands? After being reminded by their boss, the other three regained their composure. That's right, they still had guns in their hands. They raised their guns, aiming at the two big tigers. However, just as they were about to pull the triggers, their wrists suddenly hurt, and the guns in all four of their hands fell to the ground. The previous darts which had knocked away their weapons were none other than the small tree branches. Those small branches were precisely embedded in their wrists, as if they had taken root long ago. The branches were tiny, with the thickest ones only being the size of a baby's little finger. The four were astonished, staring at the tiny branches embedded in their wrists. As they finally realized what had happened, their expressions and eyes filled with fear and dread. They may not be afraid of ghosts, but they certainly feared these bizarre and unknown things. Who's there? Show yourself. One-eyed dragon covered his wound, surveying the area cautiously. He signaled the others to pick up their fallen weapons. But before they could bend down, the two tigers leaped in front of them, roaring fiercely, which frightened them so much that they retreated several steps. Their faces turned pale, their eyes wide open in terror as they stared at the tigers. With their weapons still on the ground, the two tigers eyeing them menacingly, and a cliff behind them, they had nowhere to run. They had committed countless crimes for 10 to 20 years, but they had never experienced such a terrifying and frightening situation like today. Whether it's a human or a ghost, show yourself. What's the big deal about hiding and playing tricks? One-eyed dragon yelled again, suppressing his fear. Fine. Since you all want to see me so much, I'll let you see me. Once the voice faded, they heard movement behind them. And then, they witnessed an unbelievable sight, causing their pupils to shrink involuntarily. A little girl jumped down from the big pine tree. So, the one playing tricks on them all this time was this little girl? The girl looked young, about 10 years old or so. She had fair skin and a chubby, rounded face, featuring big, round eyes with sharp gazes. She wore simple clothing, similar to the attire of rural children. How could there be a little girl like her in these deep mountains and forests? Regardless of her being a little girl, the four of them did not lower their guard. They hadn't forgotten that Sui-chin was knocked out by a single tree branch, and the weapons in their hands had been knocked away by 4 small branches, which were still in their wrists. This kind of ruthlessness and power was not something an ordinary person could possess, let alone a child. Old Four, who had been scared out of his wits, pointed at her in disbelief and asked, "So the one who's been messing with us all along is you? This stinky brat?" Xiao Jinli shrugged and laughed. Hee, sorry, I wasn't the one playing tricks. You guys scared yourselves. Hearing Xiao Jinli's words, anger surged on the faces of the 4 kidnappers. Second brother shouted, "You brat, talking nonsense. See if I don't teach you a lesson." As he said this, he rushed towards Xiao Jinli, raising his uninjured hand, wanting to slap her hard. Unexpectedly, before he could get close, Xiao Jinli gently lifted her foot and kicked him straight in the stomach. He was sent flying 2 meters away. Clink. Kidnapper's second brother was kicked to the edge of the cliff, with his upper body almost falling off. If he moved at all, his entire body would plummet down. Fearing that he would fall, he clung tightly to the edge of the cliff and shouted in a panic, "Save me! Big brother, third brother, fourth brother, come and help me." Seeing this, the other 3 revealed looks of terror and panic. They stared at Xiao Jinli with incredulity and disbelief. They determined once again that this little girl was by no means an ordinary child. Which child could kick a grown man several meters away with 1 foot? Xiao Jinli clapped her hands together, ignoring the terrified expressions of the 3 men, and laughed. "Do you still want to teach me a lesson?" Seeing the innocent smile on the little girl's face, all 3 of them were so scared that they were trembling all over. They deeply realized how terrified those people they had kidnapped and tortured in the past must have been. Old Four suddenly knelt down with a thud and pleaded, "Little fairy, I beg you, please let me go. Please, I won't kill anyone again. I'll be a good person from now on." One-eyed dragon kicked Old Four angrily and shouted, "Old Four, get up. A little girl has made you lose your nerve." Old Four cried, "Big brother, we can't beat her. She kicked second brother so far away with just 1 foot." And there are 2 tigers behind us, which obviously listen to her orders. We can't even get our weapons. What should we do if we don't beg for mercy?" Before One-Eyed Dragon could say anything, Xiao Jinli interrupted, nodding, "Yes, exactly. What should you do if you don't beg? Should I let Little White and Little Yellow eat you? Or should I throw you down this cliff?" One-Eyed Dragon and the others, whose child is this? How could her character be so bad and her thoughts so evil? One-Eyed Dragon gritted his teeth and asked, "You girl, what do you really want?" Old Three quickly offered, "Just let us go, and I'll give you any amount of money you want. How about that?" Xiao Jinli laughed. "Deliver it? Deliver it for revenge and silencing us?" At this point, her expression changed, and she became serious. "You all have killed countless people and reek of blood. Haven't you ever spared anyone who knelt and begged for mercy?" One-Eyed Dragon and the others turned ashen-faced and had a hard time responding. "Heaven is just, and retribution is inevitable. You have lousy luck, messing with me on my territory and trying to kill people right under my nose. I am your retribution," Xiao Jinli declared resolutely. One-Eyed Dragon instantly turned from ash-gray to pale. They realized that the innocent-looking girl in front of them might, in fact, be a merciless demon. They could feel the strong and cold murderous intent from her. One-Eyed Dragon and his gang were well-known ruthless criminals a decade ago, kidnapping countless people and killing many. Throughout their kidnappings, they would outsmart and outfight government officials, even making them run in circles for their amusement. Therefore, they had never been afraid in all these years. But at this moment, they were truly experiencing fear for the first time. This fear was clearly visible on their faces, and the person who made them scared and terrified was just a young girl. Looking at the young girl with a carefree expression and calm demeanor, her words struck them with great fear. "Are you a human or a ghost?" One-Eyed Dragon said through gritted teeth and trembling, "No, you must not be human. If you were, how could you have such extraordinary skills in martial arts?" These 4 grown men were facing a teenage girl, and they had no power to resist. They were disarmed by her without even having the chance to fight, and the tree branches she used were now piercing their hands. Such ability was not something an ordinary person could possess. Old Three stuttered, "Girl, we 4 brothers have no grudges with you. Can you please let us go? In the future, we will definitely mend our ways, be good people, and do good deeds." "Hee." Xiao Jinli sneered coldly, "Dear big brother, do you think you're too smart, or that I'm too easy to fool? How much do you believe in your own words? Originally, I am not a busybody, but you guys have intruded into my territory and wanted to kill people on my turf. So, sorry, but I have to stand up for those innocent people and seek justice for them. Therefore, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck for meeting me." Upon hearing this, One-Eyed Dragon and the others' faces changed abruptly. They angrily roared at Xiao Jinli, "Stupid girl, you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have some skills?" Then, the 3 of them exchanged glances and charged toward Xiao Jinli. This kind of situation seemed to be a life or death battle. Little White and Little Yellow, seeing these oblivious humans charging towards their master, leaped onto 1 person each without the need for a command from their master. They quickly pinned down 4th brother and Old Three under their tiger paws and roared at them to express their anger. These 2 insignificant humans dared to harm their master right under their watch. They had to see if these tigers would allow it. However, without the command from their master, they didn't bite them. This was their master's territory, and they didn't want to dirty the place. Only One-Eyed Dragon managed to rush in front of Xiao Jinli, but he soon ended up like second brother, being kicked to the edge of the cliff and meeting the same fate as his comrade. Xiao Jinli clapped her hands and looked at the 4 defeated men, sneering, "Hee hee, overconfident fools. I am your nemesis, and your good days are over. However, it seems your fate has run out. Well, at least I can make use of you as food for my little darlings." The 4 of them lost all color from their faces, showing expressions of terror and unease. They had committed countless murders and evil deeds, so their final destiny was to be eaten by these tigers. This was their retribution. "No, no, I don't want to be eaten." These people were terrified. "Woo-woo, please just kill me directly. I don't want to be eaten by animals." Seeing these scared men, Xiao Jinli recalled the hostages who had been fed to hunting animals by them. She became even more determined not to show mercy. Humph, like I said, meeting me is your retribution. You've committed too many evil deeds, and this is the outcome you deserve. Little White, Little Yellow, don't dirty my territory. Little White and Little Yellow roared at Xiao Jinli, seemingly in response to her words. Then, with one swipe of their paws, they knocked out the two men beneath them. Little White stretched its neck and roared loudly towards the distance. After a while, four young tigers came running over. The two adult tigers growled a few times at the young tigers, who also growled back in reply. Tasks were quickly assigned. Two young tigers dragged one person each, and one adult tiger dragged another. Soon, all four men were dragged away. As for their fate, at this time, Xiao Jinli slowly walked over to the unconscious young man she had treated earlier. After examining him for a moment, her little eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Then, she grabbed his wrist and took his pulse. A moment later, her eyebrows furrowed even more. She muttered to herself, "How much can this kid endure? His external injuries look pitiful, and his internal injuries are no better. He was able to endure and come all the way here. This time, you're lucky to have met me. Otherwise, with the severity of your internal bleeding, even the greatest immortal would have trouble saving you." After saying that, a medicine box appeared out of thin air beside her. Opening the medicine box, besides the exquisite bottles and jars, there was a row of thin silver needles. She pulled out several silver needles and held them between her fingers. Then, with a burst of strength, 5 or 6 silver needles quickly flew into the young man's various acupoints. A moment later, Su Yichen's body was filled with dense silver needles, including his head. Xiao Jinli looked up at the sun and, not long after, her cell phone rang in her pocket. A call at this time was obviously from home, urging her to come back for dinner. When she answered the phone, a gentle voice came through, "Xiao Bao, come home to eat. Mom made your favorite steak today." Xiao Jinli replied, "All right, Mom, I'll be back soon." After hanging up the phone, she looked at the young man lying on the ground with silver needles all over him, and her eyebrows furrowed again. "Io Jinli, you carried a person on your back?" Upon saying that, the villager immediately stepped forward and helped take the bloodied person off Xiao Jinli's back. That's right, Xiao Jinli had carried Su Yichen down the mountain. She couldn't just leave him on the mountaintop. Although there wouldn't be any vicious beasts eating him or anything, his internal injuries wouldn't heal in a day or two. So, she had to bring him back. "Jinli, what's going on with this person? Why is he covered in blood?" asked the villager Xiao Dimming, full of doubts. Xiao Jinli shrugged and said, "I don't know. I found him in the mountain." Xiao Dimming asked doubtfully, could he have been bitten by a wild beast in the mountain? After that, he checked the boy's injuries and after a while said, looking at his wounds, it doesn't seem like he was bitten by a wild beast. How did he end up in the mountain? Xiao Jinli shook her head and said, "I don't know." Xiao Dimming said, "His injuries look very serious. We should hurry and take him to the hospital." After saying that, he carried the person on his back, with Xiao Jinli following behind. When they met other villagers on the way, they were immediately alarmed upon hearing that Xiao Jinli had found an injured boy in the mountain. Usually, Jinli picks up some wild chicken and rabbits in the mountain, but today, she found a person. Looking at the child's injuries, they're severe. I wonder how he got hurt. Did he get injured while being chased by wild beasts in the mountain? We don't know. Xiao Dimming is sending the person to the hospital, so let's go and see. Let's go. When the village head heard that Xiao Jinli found a person in the mountains and that person's injuries were quite serious, needing to go to the hospital, he immediately asked his youngest son, Xiao Qingshan, to drive the car and quickly take the person to the hospital, while also alerting the police. The village head said to Xiao Jinli, "Jinli, the mountains are really dangerous, so try to go there less often, okay?" Xiao Jinli laughed and said, "Okay, Uncle Village Chief, I know." But she would still go there when she wanted to. Seeing Xiao Jinli being so obedient, the village head was very pleased and said, "All right, hurry back home to eat. You're still growing, so you can't be hungry, otherwise you won't grow tall. As for the child's matter, don't worry about it. We'll take care of everything." Xiao Jinli nodded and said, "All right, Uncle Village Chief, I'm going home now." After Xiao Jinli returned home, she immediately took a shower, changed her clothes, otherwise the smell of blood would be too unbearable. Then, she wolfed down the steak stewed by her mother. Dealing with those 4 people in the mountain had consumed a lot of energy. Xiao mother immediately stopped her. Little Li, eat slowly, don't choke. Nobody's fighting you for the food. Xiao father and older brother Xiao looked at Xiao Jinli's wolfing down the food, full of doubt, and turned to Xiao mother. Older brother Xiao asked doubtfully, Mom, when did you starve my sister? How could Mom ever starve little sister? Older brother Xiao touched the slapped head and defended himself, but looking at sister's eating, it's like she hasn't eaten for 800 years. Xiao father, Xiao mother, as she ate, Xiao Jinli explained, brother, today I picked up a person in the mountain and carried him all the way back, so I might have consumed too much energy and ended up being extremely hungry. Upon hearing this, Xiao father's face immediately changed, and he asked anxiously, you picked up a person? Little Li, what kind of person did you pick having eaten halfway? Xiao Jinli slowed down her eating and said, I don't know who it was. He's probably 17 or 18 years old. When I found him, he was lying injured under a tree on the mountain. Leaving such a person in the mountain, I was afraid that he would be eaten by wild animals. So I decided to save a life, which is better than building a 7-story pagoda. So I brought him down the mountain. Uncle Village Chief and the others have taken him to the hospital now. Upon hearing this, Xiao dad, hearing that she had picked up a 17 or 18-year-old child, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Picking up a person is not a big deal, but it's scary to bring a bad person home. A 17 or 18-year-old kid, even if they were a bad person, couldn't be that terrible. Older brother Xiao asked doubtfully, where does this child come from? Is he from one of the surrounding villages? Otherwise, why would he go into the mountains? Xiao Jinli shook her head and said, I don't know. I don't recognize him. Just when older brother Xiao was about to ask more questions, Xiao's mother interrupted, brother, let our sister eat first. So older brother Xiao didn't ask any more questions. After Xiao Jinli had finished eating, she stretched lazily and said, Dad, Mom, I'm so sleepy. I'm going to my room to rest. Xiao's mother immediately said, Little Li, you just ate and should go for a walk to help digest the food. If you go to bed now, you may suffer from indigestion. Xiao Jinli waved her hand and said, Mom, I'm really too tired. I'm going to sleep now. Get some sleep. Replenish energy as soon as possible. When Sui Chen woke up groggily, his mind was still fuzzy. The first thing he saw was a white wall. He thought to himself, where am I? Am I dead? Suddenly there was an exclamation. Oh my, you're awake. Do you feel unwell anywhere? I'll go call a doctor now. He turned his head and saw a person dressed as a nurse talking. Suddenly, his mind jolted into reality. Nurse? Why is there a nurse? Is this a hospital? Wanting to confirm his current situation, he struggled to sit up. As he struggled, there was the sound of clinking. He then noticed the tubes and 4 drip on his body. The nurse immediately stepped forward to stop him. Don't move. You have tubes all over your body and are on medication now. Do you need to use the restroom? I can help you. At this moment, Sui Chen was completely awake. He glanced at the ordinary hospital ward. He asked nurse, which hospital am I in? And who brought me here? He hadn't even thought that he could actually survive. The nurse said, this is the Qing County People's Hospital. Oh, a man called Xiao Qingshan brought you here. As she was saying this, she paused and said to Sui Chen, oh, now that you're awake, I'll notify the police officer. Huh? Notify the police officer? Sui Chen was a little confused. The nurse explained, the man who brought you here said he found you in the mountains and didn't know you. After he paid the hospital fee for you, he reported it to the police. The officer has come a few times, but you were always unconscious. Now that you're awake, it's a good time to notify the officer, or perhaps any family members you may have. If not, I can inform your family first. Upon hearing this, Sui Chen's expression quickly froze. Do I have family? One don't remember. The nurse was at a loss for words. Was this memory loss? Jinli, the hospital called, and the boy you found has woken up. Do you want to go see him? Before they even reached the Xiao family house, Xiao Qingshan began shouting from the doorway. The village head followed behind Xiao Qingshan and rolled his eyes at his son's immature behavior, speaking irritably. He's over 20 years old, and still acting so noisy. It's quite disgraceful. Xiao Jinli was lying in a lounge chair in the yard when she saw the village head and his son enter, so she stood up. Xiao's mother laughed as she brought some tea, saying, "Village head, Qingshan has always been lively and bubbly, which is quite cute." When a 20-something young man is called cute, even thick-skinned Xiao Qingshan's face reddens involuntarily. He said, "Auntie, don't praise me like that. It's embarrassing." Xiao's mother covered her mouth, giggling. "Qingshan, I'm telling the truth." Xiao Qingshan didn't bother to argue with her further. He turned to Xiao Jinli and said, "Jinli, the hospital called and said that the boy you found has woken up, and the police officers have gone over too. However, he seems to have amnesia and doesn't know his name or where he's from. He doesn't have anything on him to identify himself either, so his identity is still unknown for now." "Oh, he has amnesia?" Xiao Jinli's eyes twinkled, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing an intrigued expression. Does he really not remember anything? She had already checked his pulse, and he hadn't suffered any major head injuries. His most serious injuries were to his internal organs, especially his lungs, which showed signs of severe bleeding. However, after her treatment and hospitalization, it shouldn't be much of a problem. "So, how did he get amnesia?" Xiao Qingshan nodded. "That's right. He doesn't remember anything. Jinli, my dad and I are planning to visit him. Do you want to go too? The hospital also said that his hospitalization costs aren't enough, so we need to bring some money." "Sure, let's go see him together." Xiao Jinli immediately became interested in the boy. When Xiao Qingshan and the others arrived at the hospital and entered the ward, they saw a police officer stand up and prepare to leave. Upon seeing them enter, one of the officers smiled at Xiao Qingshan. "Mr. Xiao, I was just about to find you, and you're already here." Xiao Qingshan smiled and asked, "Officer Chun, what did you need from me?" Officer Chun put away his smile, asked seriously, "Mr. Xiao, where exactly did you find this boy in the mountains?" Xiao Qingshan looked at Xiao Jinli, who replied, "On top of Red Peak Mountain. When I found him, he was lying unconscious on the ground, bleeding all over." Hearing Xiao Jinli's words, Sui Chen was taken aback and looked at her with surprise in his eyes, asking, "Little sister, you were the one who found and carried me down the mountain?" Xiao Jinli nodded. "Yes, I'm the one who carried you down the mountain. Is there a problem?" Sui Chen was astonished when he looked at Xiao Jinli's small frame. The two officers were also doubtful, staring at Xiao Jinli with suspicious eyes. Xiao Qingshan quickly explained, "Jinli has been stronger than most people since she was little, so she can carry you down the mountain." Officer Chen immediately asked with interest, "Stronger than most people since she was little? How strong?" Xiao Jinli replied, "Well, carrying a load, like carrying around 100 pounds, is no problem. Carrying a person is, of course, a piece of cake." Officer Chen and the others were instantly stunned. Good heavens, that's quite strong. No wonder she could carry a young man weighing over 100 pounds down the mountain. Officer Chen thought for a moment and said, "Little girl, can you take us to the place where you found him?" From Sui Chen's wounds, in addition to bruises and contusions, his body had marks from being beaten up and gunshot injuries. These injuries indicated that the child's identity was not simple, and it was very likely that he had been kidnapped and then had escaped. Now that he had amnesia, there was no clue about his identity. It seemed worth visiting the scene to see if they could find any clues. Xiao Jinli naturally agreed without hesitation. After all, she had already arranged for her little helpers to clean up the scene, so nothing suspicious would be found even if these people went up the mountain. Xiao Jinli looked at Sui Chen and showed a naive smile, asking curiously, "Big brother, I heard you have amnesia. Is that true? Do you really not remember who you are at all?" Sui Chen shook his head. "I don't remember." Xiao Jinli's little face immediately showed a worried expression. "What should we do? You don't even remember who you are. So where will you go after you're discharged? Should we send you to an orphanage or an aid station?" Sui Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he said somewhat speechlessly, "That shouldn't be necessary. I'm a grown man now and should be able to support myself." Officer Chen also smiled and chimed in, "That's right. The hospital did a bone age test on him, and he's already 18 years old. A young man can easily find work and support himself. Oh, and we'll get him a temporary ID card when the time comes. Sui Chin's eyes lit up showing gratitude, and he said, "Thank you, Officer Uncle." Officer Chin laughed. "You're welcome. It's our duty. It's just that we need to find your family as soon as possible, or your loved ones might worry." Sui Chin lowered his eyes, and a dark light flickered in them. Worry? Huh? They'd rather he didn't appear in this world again. How could they possibly worry? But thinking that he did have loved ones who cared for him, his eyes darkened again. He clenched his fists and muttered to himself, "I'm surrounded by wolves and tigers, and if I go back now, I'm afraid I'll be eaten alive." So pretending to have amnesia for now was the best strategy. When the right opportunity came, he would strike back at those people. Xiao Jinli had been watching Sui Chin's expressions and movements all along, naturally noticing the subtle changes in his expression. She hooked her lips, thinking to herself, "Interesting. Pretending to have amnesia." Of course, she wouldn't expose him now. She was curious to see what he would do next. The identity of someone pursued by fierce and ruthless men must be extraordinary. Thinking of this, Xiao Jinli showed a sweet smile on her face and offered, "How about this, big brother? When you're discharged, come stay at my house. We have plenty of spare rooms." Being close to him would allow her to watch the show. Sui Chin hesitated for a moment. "Is that okay? Little sister, can I really stay at your house? Should we ask your family first?" After saying that, he looked towards Xiao Qingshan. He assumed that Xiao Qingshan was Xiao Jinli's parent. Ahem. Xiao Qingshan said, "Since Jinli is inviting you to stay, just go and stay. She can make the decision for her house, right?" "Really?" Sui Chin was full of doubt. A stranger staying in their home, could a child really make that decision? What kind of family was this? And they were supposed to be a rural family. Weren't rural families usually poor? Having one more person living in their house wasn't as simple as having one more set of chopsticks and a bowl. Xiao Jinli led the two police officers up the mountain, followed by Xiao Qingshan and the village head, as well as 5 or 6 other young villagers. After all, the mountain was very dangerous, and wild beasts might appear. For safety's sake. Of course, to their surprise, they arrived at the top of the mountain without any issues. The only unexpected thing was that the two officers were unfamiliar with the mountain road and tripped a couple of times. Officer Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, "Didn't you say there were many wild animals in this mountain?" "How come we didn't encounter?" Xiao Qingshan replied matter-of-factly, "That's because Jinli is leading the way. Wherever Jinli goes, things tend to go smoothly." Officer Chen looked at Xiao Jinli in surprise. "Oh, is that really the case?" Xiao Qingshan said proudly, "Of course it is. Jinli has been incredibly lucky ever since she was a child. Wherever she goes, things go smoothly. She's our village's lucky star. When we brought her home from the hospital as a baby, our long drought-stricken village was instantly relieved with rain. The village believed that it was Jinli's good fortune that had come to us. So, our respected elders in the village, along with her parents, decided to name her Jinli, Xiao Jinli." Officer Chen was intrigued and was about to ask more questions when the village head interjected, "Ahem. Officers Chun and Xiao, we've arrived." At his announcement, Officer Chen immediately turned around. What he saw was the towering giant pine tree reaching into the clouds. Officer Xiao blinked in amazement and exclaimed, "What a huge tree! It's so lush, magnificent, strong, and beautiful." The village head and other villagers had also never seen this big pine tree on the mountaintop before. Normally, no one dared to come up here. Xiao Qingshan was also slightly surprised. He looked at Xiao Jinli and asked, "Jinli, do you usually come to this spot when you come up the mountain?" Xiao Jinli nodded. "Yes. This place has a wide view, good air, and is very quiet. That's why I like coming here." Xiao Qingshan immediately asked sycophantically, "Jinli, can you take me here next time? I want to rest and play here as well." Xiao Jinli refused without hesitation. "No, this is my territory. If it weren't for today's special circumstances, I wouldn't bring you guys here." She walked over to a spot and pointed out, "This is where I found the man lying unconscious, face towards the cliff, a few days ago." Officer Chun went to the spot, squatted down, and examined it carefully, asking, "Did you see anyone else when you came here?" Xiao Jinli shook her head and then thought of something. When I arrived, I saw a big tiger near him, but the big tiger ran away as soon as it saw me. I don't know if the tiger wanted to eat him or if it saved him, but I didn't see anyone else. Officer Xiao was shocked. He couldn't believe it. A big tiger? Is there really a tiger? Why would a tiger run away when it saw you? Could it be? Xiao Qingshan rolled his eyes at the question and explained. Officer Xiao, like I said, Jinli has been incredibly lucky since she was a child. Even the fiercest beasts will run away when they see her. So isn't it normal for the big tiger to run away when it sees Jinli? Jinli has the protection of the god of fortune, so nothing can harm her. Officer Xiao shook his head. It's not normal, not normal. It doesn't make sense. Even if she has good luck, it can't make vicious animals that would eat people run away when seeing food. Officer Xiao felt something was wrong but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Worried that rumors might harm Xiao Jinli, the village head decided to address Officer Xiao's confusion carefully. Officer Xiao, Jinli has always had such luck in our village, and we're used to it. But luck is something we can't understand, right? Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a thing as good luck and bad luck. Some people have such bad luck that even drinking water gets stuck in their teeth. Can that be explained? Does that make any sense? No, it doesn't. So, maybe it's Jinli's good fortune that somehow makes the animals instinctively feel that they shouldn't mess with her. After all, every animal has an instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. Listening to the village head's explanation, Officer Xiao pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, there's some truth to that. Just like buying lottery tickets, some people never win anything big in their lifetime, while others win a huge prize the first time they buy. Luck really is something you can't put your finger on. Officer Chen squatted down and examined the surroundings carefully. He then asked, "Did you find anything belonging to him when you found him, like an ID, for example?" Xiao Jinli shook her head. "No. When I came here, he was lying here full of blood. I called out a few times and got no response, so I immediately carried him down the mountain. Then I met Uncle Dimming from the village, who took him over. After that, Qingshan took him to the hospital." Officer Chen thought for a moment and said, "We want to look around." The village head responded, "Of course." Xiao Jinli joined them. "I'll go too." Officer Chen didn't refuse. Technically, it was very dangerous for a young girl to move around in the mountain. However, according to the villagers in Xiao family village, this girl had incredibly good luck, and the wild beasts would flee when they saw her. And indeed, that was the case. The whole journey up, they didn't encounter any danger, most likely because of the girl. Soon, everyone began searching for clues in the mountain, but they found nothing whatsoever. Officers Chun and Xiao had no choice but to return empty-handed. "I'm sorry, sir. We couldn't find anything about your identity," Officer Chen told Sui Chen. Shaking his head, Sui Chen replied, "Officer, you don't need to apologize. It's me who has lost my memory and can't remember who I am. If I could, you wouldn't have to work so hard trying to find my things." Officer Chen smiled and said, "There's no need to be so polite, kid. It's our duty as police officers to help. We can issue you a temporary ID after you leave the hospital, but what should we put down as your name?" Chen frowned for a moment and then brightened up. "Officer, I was saved by a little girl from Xiao family village. She's my savior. Can I take her last name? As for my first name, I'll go with Xiqian, a name derived from a Chinese saying that means one must repay a favor as soon as possible." Officer Chun thought for a bit and said, "You're a grateful child. All right, I'll use the name Xiao Xiqian to issue you a temporary ID." Chen thanked him happily. "Thank you, officer." Xiao's mother looked at the boy in front of her, dressed in a white t-shirt and blue jeans. What caught her eye the most was Sui Chen's handsome face, with sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes, well-proportioned and elegant. Xiao's mother smiled and said, "What a handsome young man. But young man, what's the matter with you?" Xiao Qingshan brought Sui Chen along to explain. "Sister-in-law, he's the person Jinli saved. He has lost his memory now, and the Yamen can't find any proof of his identity or his family. He has nowhere to go. Jinli said before that after he's discharged, he would come to your house to stay. Now that he's out of the hospital, I brought him over." After Xiao Qingshan's explanation, Xiao's mother smiled and said, "Oh, so it's you. Xiaobao told me before to let you stay at our house after you get discharged." I've already cleaned up the room for you and prepared your toiletries. Let me take you to see the room first and see if there's anything else you need. Oh, right, what should I call you? Not Sui-chan anymore, but now Xiao Si-chan said, Auntie, I don't remember my old name. I've temporarily taken a new name, Xiao Si-chan. Xiao Si-chan, Xiao's mother said. Can I call you Xiao Quan then? Yes, Auntie. Xiao Si-chan replied. Xiao's mother took Xiao Si-chan to see the prepared room. Xiao's mother said, Your room is on the second floor. Oh, it's this one. After opening the door, the room had a 1.8-meter bed covered with black and white checkered sheets, black and white pillowcases as well, a big wardrobe, a table with 2 books on it. In short, the room was clean and tidy. Xiao's mother said, You see, if there's anything else you need, just feel free to tell me. Since you're here with us, treat our family as your own. Xiao Si-chan looked around and with satisfaction said, Annie, it's great. I like it. But after a while, he looked somewhat embarrassed and said, Auntie, 1.1 don't have any clothes to change into. He was a person who was picked up and didn't have money to buy any clothes. Hearing him say that, Xiao's mother immediately realized and said with a smile, Oh, I didn't think about that. Let me find 2 sets of clothes from Xiao Bao's brother for you to wear first, and tomorrow we'll go to the county town to buy you 2 new sets. It's estimated that there's no suitable clothing for Xiao Si-chan in the town. Xiao Si-chan gratefully said, Auntie, can I just wear her brother's clothes instead of buying new ones? He was eating and living here, and also spending money. He felt embarrassed. Xiao's mother shook her head and said, Xiao Bao's brother does have old clothes, but since you're here with us, you can't always wear old clothes. You should have at least 2 sets of new clothes. She looked at Xiao Si-chan and said, Judging by your age, you should be going to school, right? High school age. Hearing that, Xiao Si-chan shook involuntarily and shook his head saying, Auntie, according to the doctor, I should be 18 years old now. I don't remember if I'm in high school or not, but I should have graduated from junior high school at least, and I can find a job now. In his heart, he thought, not only did he go to high school, but he was also a Harvard University finance master's graduate. Of course, since he pretended to lose his memory and hide his identity, he certainly wouldn't tell them about it. Xiao's mother sincerely advised, Xiao Quan, you're still a teenager, the age to go to school. I don't know if you've forgotten the knowledge of school, or if it's appropriate to send you to junior high, high school, or university. Xiao Si-chan's smile on his face slightly froze for a moment. Go to junior high school? How could that be possible? At such an age, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Xiao Si-chan immediately said, Auntie, can we skip this? I'm just suffering from amnesia for the time being, and I'm sure I'll remember in the future. Auntie, now I just want to go out and work to earn money to repay my debt. I owe everyone so much money for my hospitalization, and if I don't hurry to pay it off, I won't feel at ease. Xiao Qingshan tried to persuade him. Xiao Quan, don't worry about the money. We won't rush you. I think you going to school is more appropriate. Xiao Si-chan. He, a Harvard finance master's graduate, still needed to go to school? He thought for a moment and said, Auntie, how about this? You help me buy some materials for graduated junior high, high school, or university so I can have a look and test myself to see if I need to go to school. I may have lost my memory, but I'm not stupid. Maybe all the knowledge is still hidden in my brain. Upon hearing this, Xiao's mother nodded and said, You do make a point. Let's do it tomorrow then. Tomorrow, when we buy your clothes, we'll also buy these materials. However, Xiao Quan, just in case you did forget these things, I think it's better for you to go to school. After all, knowledge is the most important thing, and without it, you can only do hard labor out there. Most importantly, no one knows when you'll recover your memory, right? Xiao Si-chan immediately agreed. All right, Auntie, I'll leave it up to you. Xiao's mother nodded with satisfaction. You're such a sensible child. After leaving the room, Xiao Si-chan finally took a closer look at the house. A 3-story small Western-style building villa with white tiles and red glazed tiles, which showed that the living conditions of this family were quite good, especially in the countryside. There were yards in front of and behind the house. In the backyard, some vegetables were planted. In the front yard, some flowers and plants were arranged. On the walls, some cacti were planted, along with a few syndapsis and Chinese roses. A small resting area was also built in the yard, with a stone table in the center. The yard was arranged to be warm and elegant. At the same time, one could see that this was a warm and happy family. Xiao Xiqian's eyes showed a hint of envy. He thought of something and asked, "Auntie, where's Sister Jinli?" Xiao Qingshan smiled and said, "Of course, Jinli went to school." Haha, to school? Xiao Xiqian didn't react for a moment, mainly because Xiao Jinli gave him the impression of being quite grown up, so much so that he had forgotten she was still a child, a school-age child. Xiao Qingshan said, "Jinli is only 10 years old, so at this age, she's supposed to go to school. There are no vacations now. She found you a few days ago because she was coincidentally on vacation." Xiao Xiqian curiously asked, "So, what grade is Sister Jinli in right now?" I think it's 4th grade, right, sister-in-law?" Xiao Qingshan asked uncertainly. Xiao's mother nodded and said, "Yes, she's in 4th grade. But when this child goes to school, it's really just a place to sleep." Xiao Xiqian was dumbfounded. Sending a child to school to sleep, and the parents are so permissive. What kind of enlightened parents are they? Xiao Xiqian settled down at the Xiao family's residence. "Little Quan, don't feel restrained," Xiao's mother said. "Consider this place home from now on. If you want to eat or buy anything, just tell me." Nodded. "Thank you, Auntie. I understand. Anything particular you'd like to eat today?" Xiao's mother asked. "I'll make it for you. You just got discharged from the hospital. Your health hasn't fully recovered yet, so you need to take care of your nutrition. And make sure to rest well. Don't worry too much for now. Health comes first, understand?" His mother said these words because she was worried that the kid wouldn't feel comfortable living in the house. Xiao Xiqian nodded. "Yes, I understood, Auntie. I'll treat this place as home." This home seemed so warm and blissful. He also wanted to fit in and feel it too. Xiao's mother patted him on the shoulder, laughing. "Haha, that's the right attitude. All right, you should rest. I'm going to cook now. Little Bao will eat at school, so it'll just be the two of us for lunch." Speaking about Jinli, Xiao Xiqian asked, "Auntie, won't Jinli come home for lunch?" Xiao's mother shook her head. "No, she'll eat lunch at school. There's not enough time. Either her father or brother will pick her up after school in the afternoon." Xiao Xiqian thought and then suggested, "Auntie, how about I pick her up this afternoon? If uncle and brother are busy with work, it'll be less urgent if I go." Xiao's mother, with a smile, said, "It's okay. Let them pick her up today. You should rest and recover first, then you can pick her up." But suddenly, she recalled something and asked doubtfully, "It's a dozen miles distance from here to the school. Can you ride an electric scooter or drive a car?" Then she realized something was not right. "Wait, but you've lost your memory. Even though you might remember how to ride a scooter or drive, you don't have a driver license. How are you going to pick up little Li?" Xiao Xiqian, that's indeed a problem. He knows how to drive, but he doesn't know how to ride an electric scooter. He was born in a wealthy family, where he had chauffeurs wherever he went, so there was no need for him to ride bikes or scooters. After Xiao's mother left for cooking, he laid on the bed, arms and legs spread out, staring at the white ceiling above, sinking into deep thought. Since waking up in the hospital to now, he had been thinking about one issue. How did he survive? He remembered. He was chased by the kidnappers to the edge of a cliff. Just when he was about to commit suicide by jumping off the cliff out of despair, he felt a sharp pain in his back and then he passed out. When he woke up again, he was already in the hospital. According to what Xiao Qingshan and the others said, it was Jinli who carried him down the mountain. Here comes the question. Firstly, who knocked him out? It's certain that it wasn't the kidnappers. The kidnappers might have wanted to capture him alive, but under that situation, without firearms or any weapons, they didn't have the ability to knock him out. If they were capable, they would have caught him alive long ago instead of chasing him 1,000 miles to the point where he was about to end his life by jumping off the cliff. Secondly, what happened when he was unconscious? How did he survive? The 4 ominous kidnappers were at the same location as him. As he survived, what happened to the 4 kidnappers? They wouldn't have just run off, right? What made them panic and run away? What did they come across that made them run so hurriedly? No, if they chose to run off at that time, what about after? As long as they heard he didn't die, they definitely would have come after him again. But during his hospitalization, nobody came to protect him. Those people didn't appear at the hospital either. It seemed as if the 4 kidnappers disappeared into thin air. Suddenly, Xiao Xiqian sat up from the bed, looking excited. He mumbled to himself, disappearing? Did the one-eyed dragon and his gang really disappear? Why did they disappear? In short, his stomach was full of questions. No matter how many questions he had, there was no one to answer them. It was like a riddle, and no one knew the answer. Of course, it didn't occur to him that the disappearance of the 4 kidnappers was related to Jinli. Given Jinli's age, a 10-year-old girl causing kidnappers to disappear was ridiculous, right? Secondly, Jinli was just a child with a little more strength and luck. How could she have walked away unharmed when up against the 4 ruthless thugs? It was impossible. Thus, either of these conjectures was complete nonsense to him. After thinking for a while, not figuring anything out, Xiao Xiqian ruffled his hair, saying, "Forget it. No point in thinking about it. I was lucky enough to survive. Next, I need to think about how to take revenge. Those people must be celebrating with champagne now. Huh. They really think that if I'm dead, they can inherit all my mother's property? They're dreaming." In a renowned law firm in the capital city, a middle-aged man in glasses and a suit, looking at the documents in his hand, spoke apologetically, "Sorry, Mr. Su. In accordance with our industry regulations, we cannot transfer all the property from Xiaji Ming into your name before seeing Sui Chen." Upon hearing the lawyer's words, Su Xiangdong's face darkened. Before he could answer, a woman dressed as an upper-class lady protested in a shrill voice, "What's wrong with you? We have Sui Chen's agreement to give up his inheritance rights and commission contract, so why can't we transfer the ownership? It must be you who's making it difficult for us. I've heard that you were close to that cheap woman Xiaji Ming. Are you trying to take over her inheritance? Let me tell you, Lu Qingming, all the property under Xiaji Ming's name belongs to the Su family. You can't get a single cent from it." Lu Qingming frowned, suppressing his anger. He warned firmly, "Lady Su, watch your words. I have been handling matters according to Xiaji Ming's will and industry regulations, and neither is related to our personal relationship. Xiaji Ming's will. All her property shall be inherited by Mr. Sui Chen when he turns 18. If he gives up his inheritance rights, it should be confirmed by him in person and the commission will be invalid. Otherwise, all inheritance shall be donated to a charity foundation within 5 years. Mr. Su wants to inherit Xiaji Ming's property. Okay, but that's on the condition that Mr. Sui Chen appears in person and confirms that he is giving up his inheritance rights. Otherwise, no one can touch a single penny of Xiaji Ming's property." Upon hearing these words, Lady Su was on the verge of going mad, her delicate makeup looking distorted and glaring fiercely. They had been plotting this for 15 years, just waiting for Sui Chen to turn 18 and take all the inheritance. Before, they only knew that Sui Chen had to be 18 years old to inherit. They used all sorts of tricks to forge and deceive Sui Chen, obtaining a voluntary inheritance resignation agreement and transfer letter of attorney. But in the end, they were told that all these procedures had to be done with that little lowlife in person. All their planning turned out to be in vain. They were practically driven mad. Su Xiangdong and his wife returned to their luxury villa, their faces darkened with anger. As soon as they entered the house, Lady Su threw her limited edition handbag forcefully onto the sofa, clearly furious. Her face turned green as she sat on the sofa, her eyes filled with venomous anger, her chest heaving with rage. She resentfully said, "That rascal Lu Qingming must have done it on purpose. Why didn't he tell us beforehand that the rascal's presence was required to inherit that witch's inheritance?" At this point, she continued angrily, he was so close to that witch when she was alive, even rumored to be in love with her. So, he must be doing this on purpose now. That little rascal is neither dead nor alive. Where are we supposed to find him? Su Xiangdong sat on the sofa with a gloomy face, his expression clearly showing his anger. He suddenly shouted at his wife, "Shut up!" Lady Su, still in a fit of anger, was stunned by his outburst. After a moment, she screamed like a shrew, "Su Xiangdong, how dare you yell at me? What gives you the right?" Su Xiangdong had no interest in acknowledging her tantrum and instead walked straight to his study. After locking the door, he took a black cell phone out of the safe. He dialed a number, and an icy voice came from the cell phone. "Sorry, the number you dialed is currently powered off." Undeterred, He dialed another number, only to receive the same message. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently powered off. Hearing the two messages, his dark eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of anxiety. He muttered to himself, "It must be out of battery. It must be out of battery." That was the only way to console himself. He took a deep breath and blankly stared at the cold cell phone for a moment. After a while, he put the phone back into the safe. When he went out, he saw his eldest son, Su Hanyang, clenching his fists and angrily saying, "Weren't you the ones who said that after that little rascal turns 18, I would inherit all of his mother's property? Why can't I now? That's several billion worth of property. Are we just going to let that rascal take it all?" Su Xiangdong walked over with a dark expression on his face and sternly said, little rascal, Su Hanyang. Is that how you refer to your brother? You share the same father but different mothers. If he's a little rascal, then what am I?" Su Hanyang's angry expression turned into disbelief as he said, "Dad, I..." Su Xiangdong waved his hand and said, "Enough, don't say it. Right now, we need to find Sui Chin as soon as possible and trick him into giving up his inheritance rights." At this point, his sharp, piercing eyes scanned his wife and son, warning, "When he comes back, you must treat him like before, acting as a virtuous wife and obedient siblings, and completely gain his trust." After hearing this, Su Hanyang was clearly unwilling, and he angrily said, "Why should I? He robbed me of everything I had, and now I'm just taking it back. I won't let him take advantage of me now. Don't even think about it." Su Xiangdong's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Then you don't have to think about his mother's inheritance." Su Hanyang, both hands clenched, his face ashen. Lady Su immediately took Su Hanyang's hand and said, Yang, we've endured more than 10 years. We don't mind bearing it a bit longer. Just think about his mother's inheritance." After that, Lady Su looked at Su Xiangdong and said, "Don't worry, husband. When Sui Chin comes back, we will treat him as we did before, ensuring that he will gladly give up his inheritance rights." Upon hearing this, Su Xiangdong's face slightly relaxed, but he continued to warn, for the sake of the inheritance rights in his hands, no matter how wronged or aggrieved you are, you must swallow it and bear it. Once we have the inheritance rights, you can do whatever you want with him. Upon hearing this, Su Hanyang's eyes lit up, and his face showed excitement. He said, "Dad, are you serious? He'll be at my mercy later?" Su Xiangdong nodded and said, "So, Yang, you must be patient before obtaining the inheritance rights." Su Hanyang nodded and said, "All right, Dad, I understand." However, he secretly thought to himself, "Humph, Sui Chin, just let you be smug for now. Once you fall into my hands, you'll be nothing more than a dog beneath my feet." He had already begun to imagine how he would torture this dog. Suddenly, he thought of a question and asked, "Dad, Sui Chin hasn't been home for several days. Where is he now?" Lady Su also asked with confusion, "That's right, he hasn't been home for a long time. In the past, he would at least call us if he was going somewhere. Now, he hasn't called once in so long. Yang, call him." Su Hanyang nodded and said, "Okay, Mom, I'll call him now." After dialing the number, the response he got was, "Sorry, the number you dialed is currently powered off." Lady Su's expression briefly faltered before saying, "Powered off? How could it be powered off? Yang, did you dial the wrong number?" Su Hanyang shook his head and said, "No, I didn't. Maybe it's out of battery." Lady Su said, "We'll try again later then. It's strange. Why would he disappear for so long without contacting us? Did he hear something?" Su Hanyang's face changed. Could it be? Did he really find out we're trying to deceive him and take over his mother's inheritance? If that's the case, he might not come back to this home, right? Then we wouldn't get the inheritance rights. Mom, what should we do? After hearing Su Hanyang's words, Su Xiangdong clenched his fists, and a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. He was now afraid of that rebellious child. Lady Su consoled her son. "Don't worry, son. As long as he comes back to this home, I have the ability to deceive him into continuing to trust us." She then looked at Su Xiangdong and asked, "Husband, do you know where he is now?" Su Xiangdong said coldly, "He rarely communicates with me, his father. How would I know where he is?" Lady Su furrowed her brow and asked, Then what should we do now? How can we find him? Su Xiangdong pondered for a moment and said, first, try contacting his friends or his mother's relatives. All right, we can only do that for now, Lady Su nodded and agreed. At this moment, Su Yiqian was unaware that the people in Capital City were scheming against him. Even if he knew, he would just sneer and laugh it off. Of course, he couldn't see their anxious state either when they couldn't get in touch with him. He was currently pretending to have amnesia and had no plans to return to Capital City immediately. You want to learn how to ride a motorcycle? Xiao Mother said with some difficulty, but Xiao Quan, you don't have an ID card even if you learn how to ride a motorcycle and get your license, right? Xiao Xiqian said, Aunt, I checked. Even if I have a fake name and temporary identity, it is still issued through the official channels of government agencies, and it is a form of ID proof that can be used to get a driver's license. If I remember in the future, I can just change it back to my original identity, and the driver's license can also be changed. After listening, Xiao Mother said, Oh, so it can be done like this. Well, if you want to learn, go learn. But I'm not very good at riding a motorcycle either. When little Li's brother comes home, he can teach you. Once your riding skills are proficient, you can go take the driver's license test. Xiao Sigian said, All right, thank you, Aunt. The main reason he wanted to learn how to ride a motorcycle was to make it easier to pick up Xiao Jinli in town. He really liked the young girl, but of course, for now, he only thought of her as a sister. Xiao Mother said, Xiao Quan, come and have breakfast quickly. Then clean up and we'll go to the county town to buy you 2 sets of clothes and buy some books for you to test. When he thought about how his friends in Capital City would laugh at the fact that he, an international brand-name university graduate, had to do elementary and junior high school tests, he couldn't help but scoff. When he thought of those friends in Capital City, Xiao Xiqian's eyes darkened slightly. The Xiao family had a pretty good life. In addition to a small Western-style building, they had 2 motorcycles, a tricycle, and a small sedan worth over 100,000 RMB. When Xiao's mother said she was going to take Xiao Xiqian to the county town to buy clothes, Xiao Junxian, Jinli's older brother, drove them to the county town without any hesitation. Xiao Xiqian looked at Xiao Junxian driving with admiration and said, Brother Xian, your driving skills are awesome, very steady. When did you learn to drive, Brother Xian? Xiao Junxian raised an eyebrow and smiled. I started learning to drive at 16 and got my driver's license at 18. Before I got my driver's license, I drove without one. Xiao Xiqian. So he should be able to drive without a license, right? However, he was already 18 years old and should be able to take the driver's license test. But in order to take the test, he had to pay a fee, which... Xiao Xiqian glanced at Xiao Junxian secretly, and then his expression became resolute, thinking, Anyway, I'll have to pay off my debts. I'll owe 1 million whether I like it or not, so I might as well owe 10 million. In the future, I'll pay it back. Xiao Mother laughed and said, Little Xian, Xiao Quan said he wants to take the driver's license test. You can take him to the driving school to register in a few days. Xiao Junxian nodded. All right, Mom. Mom, when you go shopping, don't tire yourself out. If you get tired, find a cool place to rest. When it's time to go home, give me a call and I'll come to pick you up. Xiao Mother smiled and said, All right. Xiao Xiqian saw the gentle expression on Xiao Mother's face and the concern on older brother Xiao's face, and his eyes couldn't help but show a touch of sadness and envy. So this is what genuine care and love look like? A simple word of concern can make a person feel warm. He suddenly thought of how his family used to care for him and couldn't help but sneer. It was ridiculous that he, the so-called genius of Capital City, never noticed his family's fake care and love. An hour later, they arrived at the county town. Older brother Xiao dropped them off at the entrance of a large supermarket and told them, Mom, it's hot today, so drink more water and rest in a cool place. He then instructed Xiao Xiqian, Xiao Quan, take good care of my mom. Xiao Xiqian smiled and replied, All right, Brother Xian, I will. Xiao Junxian nodded. Mom, I'm leaving now. Call me when you're done shopping. Xiao Mother waved her hand and laughed. All right, go to work. Xiao Junxian left. Xiao Xiqian followed behind Xiao Mother, beginning to take in the bustling area of this small county town. Perhaps it was because it was daytime and time for work, so there weren't many pedestrians coming and going. Surrounded by some old residential buildings, the shops on both sides of the street all had the same format, white walls, and red lacquered pillars, with gray signs and yellow characters, giving a somewhat solemn atmosphere. The highest floor of the residential building was only 6 or 7 stories, and some of the exterior walls were even peeling off. Old residential areas are old residential areas, but the largest supermarket in the whole county is located here. Therefore, on holidays, the place is bustling with people and very lively. At the entrance of the supermarket, on both sides of the street, various items are sold. When there were no patrols, there were fruit sellers, toy sellers, pickled radish sellers, specialty sellers, all kinds of things. Xiao Xiqian grew up in Capital City, where the bustling metropolis was full of high-rise buildings and a crisscross network of streets. Cars shuttled through the streets, and at night, it was a dazzling world of red lights and wine. He took 3 steps and had a private jet to pick him up. He wore high-end custom clothes and ate food prepared by either 5-star chefs at home or high-end restaurants outside. Overall, he never had to worry about life. He was just a high and mighty young master from Capital City and never experienced the colorful lives of ordinary people. Now, suddenly, from a phoenix to a land chicken, he felt very complicated about this change. However, for now, he quite enjoyed this peaceful and warm ordinary life. Living an ordinary life and experiencing a variety of human emotions. Sometimes, money can indeed provide a luxurious life. But money can also cause one to lose their way, become more greedy, and even lead to loss of humanity. Money. Xiao Quan, what are you daydreaming about? Follow Aunt. Xiao Mother went into the shopping mall and was about to take the elevator, but she looked back and saw that Xiao Xiqian hadn't followed. Xiao Xiqian snapped back to reality and quickly replied, "Oh, coming Aunt." Xiao Xiqian was handsome and tall, so when they entered the mall, the eyes of the female staff inside brightened up. "Oh wow, a handsome man has come. He's so handsome. It's the first time I've seen such a handsome man. It's also my first time seeing such a handsome man. His features are sharp and well-defined, and when combined, he's just a perfect-looking man. However, he still looks like a boy by his age. With such a handsome boy, there must be a lot of girls chasing after him. What, you want to chase him? Haha. If I chase him, it would be like an old cow eating young grass. Hee. The question is, can you catch up with him?" Xiao Xiqian had been to shopping malls before, but those were large ones encompassing a few thousand square meters or even tens of thousands of square meters. Visiting a supermarket less than 1,000 square meters was a first for him. He had to admit that, though petite, the supermarket was nicely compact and complete. The items were affordable and worthwhile. Xiao's mother directly led Xiao Xiqian to the clothing department. "Xiao Quan, try this white t-shirt. You're over 1.8 meters tall, with a model-like build. Whatever you wear looks good," Xiao's mother said with a smile. Under Xiao's mother's teasing, Xiao Xiqian blushed, took the clothes his mother picked, and went to the fitting room. The waitress outside said to Xiao's mother, "Your son is really handsome. Not only good-looking, but he also has a great figure. I've been selling clothes for many years, and this is the first time I've seen someone so well-proportioned in both appearance and physique. Usually, those with good looks don't have good bodies, and those with good bodies are not good-looking." Update by noon0l.org. Then, the waitress sweetly complimented Zhao's mother, "Madam, you're so beautiful and elegant. Your son's handsomeness must be inherited from you." Zhao's mother just laughed and didn't respond. After a while, when Xiao Xiqian came out of the fitting room, he immediately caught the eyes of everyone around him. "Wow, this guy is so handsome." A few girls were beside looking at clothes. The moment they saw Xiao Xiqian, they held their cheeks, revealing a starstruck expression. "He is really handsome, even more so than the captain of our school's basketball team, and his figure is great. Yeah. How can there be such a handsome guy? He's just like the school prince in a television drama. In my opinion, this guy is more handsome than the male lead in a drama. I feel like having a nosebleed. How can he be so handsome? It's simply infuriating. Who knows if this handsome guy has a girlfriend? Should we ask him for his contact?" One girl with starry eyes wondered aloud. "Why don't we try it?" Zhao's mother, "Are all the girls so bold nowadays?" Zhao's mother covered her mouth and joked, "Xiao Quan, you've won over a bunch of girls." Xiao Xiqian remained composed. In Capital City, Socialite daughters also surrounded him from time to time, which he found quite annoying. Xiao's mother looked at the clothes he tried on and said with a smile, "Xiao Quan, you're so handsome. You look great in anything you wear." The waitress on the side immediately echoed, "The little mister is beyond handsome. He looks great and fits perfectly in any clothes. Little mister, why don't you try on a few more sets?" She thought to herself, "These two don't seem to be short of money. If he tries on more sets, maybe they'll buy more, then my commission bonus this month would be higher." Xiao's mother also agreed, "Xiao Quan, come, try a few more sets. I just love seeing you in new clothes. You have a model's body and make a perfect clothes hanger. Let me see more of my handsome little son." In the end, Xiao Xiqin reluctantly tried on a few more sets to satisfy his new mother's interest. Encountering such a good-looking and well-built male customer, the waitress served them with a full smile. The onlooking girls nearby, with their cheeks flushed, watched every set of clothes Xiao Xiqin tried and offered their opinions enthusiastically. "I think he looks most handsome in that black one. No, he looks best in that blue one. He looks so good and bright in the white one." They argued incessantly for their own opinions. After trying on over a dozen sets of clothes, Xiao's mother wanted to buy them all. After all, Xiao Xiqin looked like a model in every set of clothes, which was truly a feast for the eyes. Xiao Xiqin declined, "Auntie, buying 2 sets is enough. Brother Xin still has old clothes that I can wear." Xiao's mother sternly refused, "That won't do. Now that you've come to my home, you're my son. How can I let you wear your brother Xin's secondhand clothes? Besides, you can't compare to your brother Xin's physique. He's really just a stick with no meat on his tall body." Xiao Xiqin said, "Auntie, brother Xin's physique is also excellent, and he looks very handsome." Xiao's mother replied, "Regardless of whether he's good or not, you shouldn't wear his old clothes. It's not that I can't afford to buy you new clothes. All right, listen to Annie. I am eager to buy you new clothes and dress my new son in style. Isn't that great?" Xiao's mother spoke firmly. Xiao Xiqin, he is left with no choice but to agree for Xiao's mother to buy those 5 suits of clothes. As they were about to leave, a girl in a pink dress with the floating long hair and pretty face blushed and shyly walked up to Xiao Xiqin, asking, "Handsome man, hello, I am Lai Si, a student from the 1st class in County Middle School. Which school are you from? Can we be friends?" It is a well-known fact that Qing County Middle School is the best high school in the county, where all the top students from different towns are concentrated. The 1st class of County Middle School, in particular, is the cream of the crop among all top-notch students. Lai Si introduced herself this way for 2 reasons. She is proud of her top student status, and naturally, she wanted to catch Xiao Xiqian's attention. However, her flirtatious gaze was completely wasted. Leaving aside the fact Xiao Xiqian doesn't come from this county and is unfamiliar with its local customs, he is also pretending to have amnesia in front of Xiao's mother. How could he possibly understand what being in the 1st class of County Middle School represents? Xiao Xiqin responded with a flat expression, "No." Xiao's mother, the onlookers, such a beautiful girl who studies well, most boys should be eager to know her. However, this sunny and handsome boy appeared to be intellectually dense. Lai Si, her face turned red immediately when she realized she had been rejected. Her beautiful face exuded awkwardness, embarrassment, a hint of grievance, and even some annoyance. She never thought there would come a day when she was rejected by somebody after she took the initiative to befriend him. This was really embarrassing. She bit her lip, her eyes welling up with tears. Holding back her tears, she said, That doesn't matter. We can be friends next time whenever possible." After hearing these words, Xiao Xiqian answered with evident impatience, "There won't be a next time." Lai Si looked momentarily stunned. Then, no longer able to hold back her tears, she ran off crying. Girls are generally sensitive about face saving, let alone a pampered girl like her who is everyone's favorite. She had already let go of her reserved demeanor and pride to befriend a boy, but was rejected and witnessed by so many people. How could she hold it together? Lai Si's 3 or 4 companions exchanged glances for a moment before chasing after Lai Si. As they chased her, they said, "Si has never been rejected by a boy. This is the first time. This boy is too unfeeling. Si is good-looking, smart, and more than qualified to be his friend." Their voices gradually faded into the distance. Those onlookers stared somewhat speechlessly at Xiao Xiqian. Xiao Xiqian disregarded their looks. Feeling somewhat sorry for the girl, Xiao's mother quickly bought several sets of clothes for Xiao Xiqian and then left. Though staying here wouldn't bring shame, she didn't want to be made a spectacle of. Xiao's mother took Xiao Xiqian shopping for clothes, bought daily necessities at the supermarket, and then took him to a bookstore to buy test papers from elementary school to high school. Xiao Xiqian stood by, watching his mother carefully selecting elementary and junior high school test papers, his mouth twitching constantly. He, a prestigious foreign university graduate, had to do these junior test papers. Xiao Xiqian endured and said, "Aunt, I've looked through these elementary and junior high school test papers, and I can definitely do them without any problem. How about we just buy 2 sets of high school test papers to see?" Upon hearing this, Xiao's mother's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed excitedly, "Xiao Quan, you can understand and do these elementary and junior high school test papers?" Xiao Xiqian nodded. Xiao's mother pointed to several questions on the 3rd and 5th grade test papers, and Xiao Xiqian answered each one. The sales clerk standing nearby looked puzzled. At first, she thought they were buying for the children in the family, but now it seems like they were buying for this young man. Update by noon0l.org. Looking at the young man's age, he must have at least graduated from junior high school, if not high school. After all, 9-year compulsory education is implemented nationwide. She couldn't help but ask, "Ma'am, are you buying test papers for the children in your family? What grade are the children in? Would you like me to recommend some materials?" Xiao's mother smiled and said, "No need. We've already made our selections. Thank you. We'll go check out now." The bookstore clerk, Xiao's mother, had already determined that Xiao Xiqian had no problem with elementary and junior high school knowledge, but she still needed to confirm his high school knowledge. By the time the two of them left the bookstore, it was already 3:30. Just as Xiao's mother was about to call her son, he called her. "Son, I was just about to call you. Yes, we've bought everything, and we're waiting for you at the bookstore entrance." After hanging up, Xiao's mother said to Xiao Xiqian, "Let's wait here for a while. Your brother will come to pick us up by car soon." Xiao Xiqian said, "Aunt, let's wait inside the store. There's air conditioning." Xiao's mother nodded. "All right." About 10 minutes later, Xiao Junxin arrived in his car to pick them up. Xiao Xiqian was slightly puzzled, wondering where the Xiao family's father and son worked. Were their work hours so flexible? Of course, Xiao Xiqian didn't ask, knowing that he would find out eventually. Xiao Junxin took them to the central primary school in town. After waiting for a few minutes, Xiao Jinli got off school. Xiao Xiqian and the others stood among the crowd of parents, waiting to pick up their children outside the school. The small and old school in his eyes was incomparable to the prestigious school he had attended, yet it had a different kind of vitality and joy. That's because the parents here were simple and active, without the intention of flattering or comparison. Outside, Xiao's mother and the others waited for Xiao Jinli to finish school. Inside the school, Xiao Jinli carried her little school bag and walked towards the school gate. At that moment, 2 little girls stopped her. Xiao Jinli glanced over and noticed that one of the little girl's eyes were red and swollen. Xiao Jinli frowned slightly and asked, "Hu Hongmei, what happened to you? Your eyes are red. You've been crying." By Hu Hongmei's side, another girl puffed up her cheeks, clenched her little fists, and angrily said, "Hu Hongmei was bullied by Xiao Jiaming. During seating, Hu Hongmei accidentally crossed the 3/8 line on the table, and then Xiao Jiaming tore up Hu Hongmei's homework book. Xiao Jiaming is really too much. Didn't you tell Teacher Xiao?" Xiao Jinli asked. Teacher Xiao was their class head teacher. Hu Hongmei had red eyes and shook her head. Xiao Jinli was a little puzzled. Dong Chufeng explained, "Xiao Jiaming has bullied Hu Hongmei more than once or twice. But every time we tell Teacher Xiao, she just says a few words to Xiao Jiaming without even scolding him, just telling him not to bully Hu Hongmei next time. As a result, Xiao Jiaming thinks Hu Hongmei went to the teacher and got him scolded, and then he played tricks on Hu Hongmei again by putting cockroaches and insects in her drawer, which scared her to death. Now Hu Hongmei doesn't dare to tell Teacher Xiao." Xiao Jinli thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to Teacher Xiao now." Hu Hongmei and Dong Qiufeng looked a little puzzled. Dong Qiufeng asked, "Why go to Teacher Xiao? If we go to tell on Xiao Jiaming, he will definitely take revenge on Hu Hongmei. perhaps thinking of Xiao Jiaming's revenge. Hu Hongmei's face turned pale. Seeing Hu Hongmei's expression, Xiao Jinli said domineeringly, "What are you afraid of?" "I'm here." Dong Qiufeng looked around, lowered her head slightly, and whispered, "I heard that Teacher Xiao is Xiao Jiaming's aunt. She really loves him and couldn't bear to say a word against him." Hearing what little Dong Qiufeng said, Xiao Jinli instantly understood why Xiao Jiaming was so arrogant in class. Xiao Jinli patted little Hu Hongmei on her shoulder and said, "Don't cry. Let's go to Teacher Xiao directly. Don't worry. I guarantee that Teacher Xiao won't dare to favor Xiao Jiaming, the little villain, and let him get a lesson." With that, she went to find Teacher Xiao. Little Hu Hongmei hesitated and looked scared, but little Dong Qiufeng held her hand and followed behind, saying, "Hu Hongmei, we should believe in Xiao Jinli. If she says she will teach Xiao Jiaming a lesson, she will. We have been classmates for so many years, and she always keeps her word." After hearing this, little Hu Hongmei hesitated no more and immediately followed Xiao Jinli. Xiao Jinli and the others found Teacher Xiao in the office. There were 4 other teachers in the office preparing for lessons. When Teacher Xiao saw Xiao Jinli and the others appear, her brow furrowed. She didn't like Xiao Jinli, let alone Hu Hongmei and Dong Qiufeng, mainly because Xiao Jinli liked to sleep in class too much. Moreover, her test scores were average, and she often talked back to Teacher Xiao, making her a real headache. "Xiao Jinli, do you need something from the teacher?" Teacher Xiao asked. Xiao Jinli said straightforwardly, "Teacher Xiao, just now, Xiao Jiaming tore up Hu Hongmei's notebook because she crossed the 3/8 line on the table. Hu Hongmei lost the notebook to do her homework and also the assignment she had done. Teacher Xiao, Xiao Jiaming's behavior is too bad. He must be severely punished." Teacher Xiao looked at Hu Hongmei and asked disdainfully, "Is that true, Hu Hongmei?" Faced with the teacher, Hu Hongmei and Dong Qiufeng were still a little timid. Little Hu Hongmei stuttered, "Yes, that's true, Teacher Xiao." However, Teacher Xiao looked indifferent and perfunctory. "Okay, I got it. I will scold Xiao Jiaming. It's time to go home. Hurry up. Going home late is not safe." Xiao Jinli was clearly dissatisfied and said, "Teacher Xiao, just scolding Xiao Jiaming is not enough. Besides, every time you say you will criticize him, but you never even say a harsh word to him. This leads to Xiao Jiaming bullying Hu Hongmei even worse in revenge. So, Teacher Xiao, we must demand a severe punishment for Xiao Jiaming to teach him a profound lesson, so he will not repeat his mistakes and bully others." Xiao Jinli's words were very direct and sharp, which made Teacher Xiao very unhappy. Teacher Xiao asked with hidden anger, "So, what do you think should be the punishment for Xiao Jiaming?" Hearing Teacher Xiao's question, Xiao Jinli said, "Of course, he should be punished by sweeping the toilet." What Xiao Jiaming feared most was working, especially cleaning toilets. In the school playground and water channel, each class took turns to clean, and the toilets were cleaned by the whole class one by one. As the class bully, when Xiao Jiaming was on duty, he either slacked off or instructed his minions to do the work, and no one dared to complain. Teacher Xiao just turned a blind eye to all of this. Now that Xiao Jinli suggested that Xiao Jiaming clean the toilet, this made Teacher Xiao very displeased. You should know that her nephew was her parents' only grandson, her brother and sister-in-law's only son, and her only nephew. The whole family cherished him, afraid of breaking him or melting him in their mouths. At home, he didn't even have to buy a bottle of soy sauce, let alone do any cleaning, because they were afraid it would tire the child. Therefore, Teacher Xiao said unhappily, "Student Xiao Jinli, I have a plan for criticizing and punishing student Xiao Jiaming. I know what you have said. Now go home early and don't worry your parents." Xiao Jinli knew from Teacher Xiao's words that she was simply perfunctory towards them, and by tomorrow, she would have completely forgotten about this matter. Xiao Jinli slightly swept her eyes around the office at the other teachers before adopting a serious and strict tone. "Teacher Xiao, every time Xiao Jiaming makes a mistake, you say you know, but then you just give him a few light words. Then, next time, he continues to make mistakes without changing, even escalating his bullying of other students. Teacher Xiao, I think you must let Xiao Jiaming apologize to Hu Hongmei in front of us and accept severe punishment, so he can learn his lesson deeply. Next time, he won't be able to continue bullying other students." After listening to Xiao Jinli's words, the teachers in the office looked at Teacher Xiao with strange eyes. Teacher Xiao originally planned to appease the three students, but she didn't expect Xiao Jinli to leave her with no face, making her complexion turn red and white. Unable to hold back her anger, she shouted, "Xiao Jinli, Teacher Xiao doesn't need you to teach me what to do. Instead of criticizing others, why don't you look at yourself? You can't even keep up with your grades and sleep in class all the time, dragging our class down. What right do you have to criticize others?" At this, Teacher Xiao took a deep breath and said, "Student Xiao Jinli, I'm officially telling you, you're contradicting the teacher, and I'm going to punish you. Tomorrow in class, you'll have to stand outside the classroom and bring your parents as well. You sleep in class every day and don't participate in any class activities or even respect the teacher. I want to ask now, how were you raised to be so wayward and disrespectful to authority?" Another teacher by the name of Yang, after hearing Teacher Zhao's words, frowned slightly, feeling that Teacher Zhao's approach was somewhat excessive. This student was merely standing up for a classmate, and Student Xiao made a reasonable argument without contradicting the teacher or disrespecting authority. Teacher Yang looked at Xiao Jinli, his eyes narrowed, but he didn't say anything. He had heard about this student, Xiao Jinli, before. Oh no, it should be said that Xiao Jinli had become famous throughout the school and even had a place in the principal's mind. Besides sleeping all day in class, what was most surprising about her was her academic performance. No matter how many students there were in her grade, her score was always right in the middle. For example, in first grade with 220 students, her score would definitely be at 110. There was no variation whether it was a unit test, a month exam, or a midterm or final exam. She always ranks 110th. And, for example, when there were 187 students in the second grade, her score would definitely be locked in at 99th place. The same occurred in the third and fourth grades, with her results consistent each and every time. This was quite miraculous. As a result, many teachers and the principal have analyzed her performance and test papers. They believe that not only can Xiao Jinli manipulate her scores, but also has a strong logical thinking ability. Not only can she judge the difficulty of the test, but she can also determine the performance of other students, which is as good as installing CCTV cameras beside each student. Even the teachers themselves couldn't control the performance of each student. Xiao Jinli could be said to be a genius. It's just that this genius didn't seem to care much about her ranking and academic performance, only maintaining her place in the middle. Before, the class head teacher had talked to her a few times, and even the principal stepped in to encourage her to fully realize her abilities and bring honor to the class or the school. But for some reason, the persuasion stopped after Xiao Jinli talked to the head teacher and the principal. Teacher Xiao, who had just been transferred this semester, was not familiar with Xiao Jinli's situation. Consequently, she loathed Xiao Jinli's lazy study habits and was unable to control her, whether it was through difficult classroom questions or difficulties outside the classroom. Being unable to manage a student was a disgrace to her teaching career. Seeing Xiao Jinli's fair and pretty face seemingly expressionless, Teacher Zhao's anger grew. She shouted sternly, "Xiao Jinli, did you hear what the teacher said? Are you made of wood? Don't you know how to make a sound?" Teacher Zhao's state was clearly like that of a shrew. Search new novel / on Google. Hu Hongmei and Dong Qiufang, both looking a little scared and timid, turned pale when they saw the teacher's anger. They didn't expect the class head teacher to scold Xiao Jinli like this, and even ask Xiao Jinli's parents to come. They carefully tugged at Xiao Jinli's clothes, unsure of what to do. Xiao Jinli, however, was not afraid of Teacher Xiao. She patted Hu Hongmei on the back and followed with a calm statement, "Teacher Xiao, I am speaking only to the matter at hand and not disrespecting you or the teacher's authority. All I want is for you to stand up for Hu Hongmei and have Xiao Jiaming apologize to her directly. Then, give Xiao Jiaming a punishment to prevent him from bullying others in the future." What's wrong with that? There are so many teachers here. Teacher Xiao, why don't you let the other teachers judge who is in the wrong? If I'm wrong, I'll apologize to you. But if you're using this as an excuse to vent your anger and ask for my parents, I have nothing to say. Hu Hongmei and Dong Qiufang looked at Xiao Jinli with admiration in their eyes. Xiao Jinli was so brave and dared to confront the class head teacher's anger. Teacher Zhao's face turned red and blue with anger as she was rebuked by Xiao Jinli. She pointed at Xiao Jinli furiously. You are so reckless. How dare you talk to a teacher like this? Believe it or not, I will expel you and prevent you from going to school." In Teacher Xiao's eyes, Xiao Jinli was just a bad student who slept during class, had poor grades, liked to meddle in other people's business, and loved to talk back to teachers. She had also proposed to the school several times to transfer this student to another class or expel her, but somehow the school did not agree. At first, she thought Xiao Jinli had connections in the school, but upon inquiring, she found out she was from an ordinary family. Later, the school guidance director, who happened to be her uncle, reminded her that Xiao Jinli was a genius, so the school turned a blind eye to her sleeping during class. Hearing her uncle's words, she disdained in her heart. She simply didn't believe that a student who loved to sleep in class could be a genius. Frankly, she had long wanted to teach this student a tough lesson. Now, she finally had an excuse. The anger emitted by Teacher Xiao could be seen as a threat to Xiao Jinli. Teacher Yang, who was beside her, thought for a moment and couldn't bother about possibly offending Teacher Xiao. He interrupted, "Teacher Xiao, you're going too far with your words. I don't think Xiao Jinli was wrong in the first place. She's just enthusiastic and stands up for her classmates. That student Xiao jamming in your class is always bullying others. Besides apologizing to the students he bullied, he really needs to be punished severely to learn his lesson." After hearing Teacher Yang's words, Teacher Zhao's face turned green. She gritted her teeth and said, "Teacher Yang, this is my class, and I can handle it." Meaning, mind your own business. However, Teacher Yang solemnly said, "Teacher Xiao, as a teacher, we should first of all strive to be fair and impartial to every student, and not show favoritism to anyone. I've heard of that Xiao Jiaming, who bullies classmates every day, especially girls. He either puts snakes or insects in girls' drawers, or tears their books apart. He doesn't listen carefully during class and disturbs the surrounding students. He cheats on exams and doesn't do work when it's his turn to be on duty. Is it enough to just mildly criticize such a bad student? Isn't this favoritism too excessive?" It's no secret that Xiao Jiaming is Xiao Hongmei's nephew. Xiao Jiaming had openly boasted about it in class. Normally, Xiao Hongmei would take care of him, sending him delicious food after class. As Teacher Yang spoke, Xiao Hongmei's face turned red and blue with anger, humiliation, and rage. She unconsciously snapped, "Teacher Yang, how I treat my students is none of your business. Do I need you to be nosy and point fingers at me? My nephew is just a bit mischievous in class and nowhere near as bad as you claim. He's an obedient and sensible child at home, but now you're painting him as so unbearable. Teacher Yang, do you think it's too much to harp on a little mistake made by an elementary student?" Teacher Yang and others, Xiao Jinli, this was truly self-deceiving. Xiao Hongmei was obviously dissatisfied with Teacher Yang. She continued, "In that case, I must have a good talk with Director Gua about whether you, as a role model, are doing the right thing." Director Gua was the teaching director, her uncle. With Xiao Hongmei saying this, it was like the offender accusing the victim first. As Teacher Yang was about to speak, Xiao Jinli's little face turned cold. She said coldly, "So, if Teacher Xiao clearly favors her nephew, is that being a good role model? If such an elementary school student commits such a serious offense like not participating in labor, playing pranks on classmates, and bullying classmates, are those all minor errors? So, may I ask Teacher Xiao, what counts as a major mistake made by an elementary school student? Is it robbery or arson?" Pausing for a moment, she continued, "Or is it that this school, or you, Teacher Xiao, own this place, and you do whatever you want?" Teacher Xiao was instantly rendered speechless with anger. She angrily pointed at Xiao Jinli and shouted, "You've gone too far. This is a total disregard for me as your teacher. Fine, I don't want you as my student anymore. Oh no, I'm expelling you. You don't have to study here anymore. Hurry up and get your parents over here and have them withdraw you from school." Xiao Jinli stared very seriously at Xiao Hongmei, saying, "About transferring to another class, I will consider it. But transferring schools, that's impossible." Hu Hongmei and Dong Qiufeng, the two little classmates, were completely stunned. They had clearly come to resolve the issue of Xiao Jiaming bullying people, but how did it escalate to expelling Xiao Jinli? The two little classmates were a little frightened and felt that Teacher Xiao was so unreasonable and terrifying. After a while, Hu Hongmei's face turned a little pale, and she timidly said to Teacher Xiao, Teacher Xiao, I don't want Xiao Jiaming to apologize to me anymore. It's my fault. Can you please not expel Xiao Jinli, okay? Hu Hongmei felt it was all her fault. If she hadn't been bullied by Xiao Jiaming and sought help from Xiao Jinli wouldn't have confronted Teacher Xiao, talked back to her, made her angry, and wanted to expel Xiao Jinli. It's just that she doesn't know. At this point, it's not something that can be solved by not asking Xiao Jiaming to apologize. Xiao Jinli patted her shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry, I will be fine. With this, she said firmly, I just can't believe there isn't a single place in this whole school that's reasonable. Teacher Young and others, this child, saying this, wasn't it just adding fuel to the fire? She truly has no fear of heaven or earth in her character. Teacher Xiao, this little rascal, she really doesn't take her seriously at all. Teacher Xiao looked at the eloquent Xiao Jinli, not angry but laughing coldly. Hee. Do you think this school is owned by your family? Let me tell you, just the matter of you sleeping in class will be enough reason for the school to expel you. However, Xiao Jinli simply shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly. I don't care. She really didn't care. Even if she was expelled, she would just be sleeping somewhere else. Naturally, if possible, she didn't really want to go to school either. It's too childish. However, if she didn't go to school, her family would definitely make her come. After all, no matter how intelligent or gifted she was, her age required her to complete her 9-year compulsory education. Teacher Young and others? This child has such a strong control over her SAT score that she might really not care about going to school. After Xiao Jinli finished her words, the atmosphere became deadlocked against Teacher Xiao. Teacher Xiao felt that Xiao Jinli, this bad student, was simply here to oppose her. All right, you don't care? Huh? Fine, call your parents over right now. I want to hear how they educate their child, who is so rude, disrespectful, and talks back to the teacher. Teacher Xiao looked at Xiao Jinli with contempt and said coldly. Teacher Xiao's attitude towards Xiao Jinli really angered Teacher Yang and the others. However, before they could speak, Xiao Jinli also said, Teacher Xiao, my parents are waiting outside for me to go home. But, if you really want to expel me, I'm afraid you'll have to call Teaching Director Gua and Principal Chun together. To be honest, my biggest offense is sleeping in class, and I haven't disturbed other students. Likewise, my grades are not the worst. At this point, Xiao Jinli paused for a moment and asked, Teacher Xiao, do you need me to help you call both Director Gua and Principal Chin? Teacher Yang and the others, Teacher Xiao. Teacher Yang and the others couldn't help but snicker, causing Teacher Xiao's face to turn green and purple, her expression becoming more twisted. After laughing, Teacher Yang may have felt that she was not being very kind. Teacher Yang said, Teacher Xiao, calm down. I think concerning the matter of expelling student Xiao Jinli, we should wait until tomorrow when we report to the principal. After saying that, she turned her head to look at Xiao Jinli and said seriously, Xiao Jinli, how can you talk to a teacher in such a tone? Teacher Xiao is just angry now. As for the punishment of Xiao Jiaming, I'm sure Teacher Xiao will give you an explanation tomorrow. You 3 students, go home now. It's not safe to go home late on the road. Nowadays, children go home by themselves after school without parents picking them up. Those who do have parent pickups are probably a bit further away, and their families have better financial conditions. Teacher Yang said this, actually, to give Teacher Xiao a way out. After all, as a teacher, it wouldn't sound good if she was arguing with her own student. However, Teacher Xiao didn't appreciate Teacher Yang's kindness. She just thought that Teacher Yang and the others were laughing at her, and her frustrations grew as her authority as a teacher was being challenged by a student. Her face became even uglier. Teacher Xiao didn't give face to Teacher Yang and said loudly, Teacher Yang, this is a matter for my class and my student, and I don't need you to meddle. If you have so much free time to interfere, you might as well spend it on grading more lesson plans. I will discipline my students myself. With this remark, Teacher Yang was left speechless and ashamed. Even someone as good-natured as Teacher Yang couldn't help but get angry. He shouted, Teacher Xiao, how am I meddling? It's clear that you, as a teacher, are being unfair and favoritism to your nephew while letting your own students suffer injustice. As a fellow teacher, I can't stand it and I am entitled to say something. Fine. Since you say I'm meddling, let's call Director Gua and Principal Chin together and ask them if I'm meddling. Others might be afraid of Xiao Hongmei, but he wasn't. He had been teaching here for many years, receiving bonuses every year, and as long as he didn't make any mistakes in principle, no one could easily dismiss him. Upon hearing this, Teacher Xiao's face became even uglier. Her face had already changed many times. Never before had she been so angry and frustrated in her teaching career. Her own student challenged her so much that she was almost speechless, and now even other teachers were stepping on her. If she didn't vent her anger, how would she establish prestige among her students, and how would she manage students in the future? Teacher Xiao agreed and said, "All right, let's call both Director Gua and Principal Chin over." This was no longer just a conflict between a teacher and a student, it was now a confrontation between teachers. Xiao Jinli, she whispered to Hu Hongmei and Dong Qiufang, her classmates, "You two can go home first." They didn't want to be around when the teaching director and principal came, fearing their legs would give out. However, Hu Hongmei, determined, shook her head and said, "No, this issue was caused by me. I should be present." Moreover, she had to be the one to testify as the bullied person. She couldn't be a deserter. Little student Dong Qiufang also hadn't expected the situation to escalate like this, and she was completely dumbfounded. However, she didn't desert either and decided to stay. While waiting outside, Xiao's mother and the other two noticed that almost all the students had left school, but their precious daughter, precious sister, had not appeared, their brows slightly furrowed. Xiao's mother worriedly asked, "Older brother, is today your sister's day to be on duty?" Xiao Junxian took out a duty schedule for Xiao Jinli's class and said, "No, my sister is on duty on Wednesday." "She's on duty on Wednesday. Today is only Monday. Why hasn't she come out yet?" Xiao's mother asked. Xiao Xiqin said, "Aunt, shall we go inside the school to look for her?" He noticed that the school's security measures were not good, and parents could enter and leave freely. He didn't know if it was because the school was in the countryside, or if it was just this school. But in any case, it was too unsafe. He was increasingly worried about Xiao Jinli's safety. After all, Xiao Jinli was so smart and beautiful. What if she were targeted by a bad person? After some thought, Xiao's mother said, "All right, let's go inside the school and look for her. Our baby normally comes out as soon as school is over. There are rarely cases where she comes out late. She might have something going on now." So, Xiao's mother and the others went to the school. When they entered the school gate, they just happened to see Xiao Jinli and the others going in the direction of the principal's office. Xiao Xiqian immediately spotted Xiao Jinli following the teachers. He shouted loudly, "Little sister Jinli." As soon as Xiao Xiqian called out, Teacher Xiao naturally noticed them. Teacher Xiao and the others naturally noticed Zhao's mother and the other two. Although Zhao's mother was middle-aged, she had fair skin, a tall figure, and an elegant demeanor, not at all like an ordinary countryside housewife. Xiao Jinli had been in school for several years, and her father and brother were the ones who picked her up most of the time, so the teachers hardly knew Zhao's mother. When Xiao Jinli saw her mother appear, she was slightly surprised and called out, "Mom, what are you doing here?" "Mom?" Teacher Yang and the others were slightly surprised. Surprised that Xiao Jinli's mother was so beautiful, elegant, and charming. It made sense. With such a beautiful mother, she could give birth to a beautiful daughter like Xiao Jinli. Zhao's mother smiled and said, "We brought your brother Xiqian to buy some things today, and then came here to pick you up together." "Jinli, what is going on here?" As she said this, she looked puzzled at the teachers and students. Before Xiao Jinli could answer, Teacher Xiao said with a bad face, "So, you're Xiao Jinli's mother, huh? That's good." Having said that, she began to scold Zhao's mother, saying sternly, "You parents, look at how you've educated your children." Xiao Jinli doesn't pay attention in class, sleeps instead and refuses to accept her teacher's scolding. She doesn't respect her teacher at all. "I'm telling you, I can't teach your child. I'm going to see the principal now and have her expelled." Zhao's mother, older brother Xiao. For Zhao's mother and older brother, their precious child is the brightest, most obedient, and sensible one. Otherwise, their child wouldn't have been called fortune by the villagers. Now the child is not obeying the teacher and arguing with the teacher. The only reason is that this teacher is too outrageous, so their little treasure can't stand it anymore. Thinking of this, Xiao's mother didn't scold Xiao Jinli right away, but asked anxiously and gently, "Xiao Bao, what's going on?" Xiao Jinli said, "It's nothing, Mom. Don't worry." Upon hearing this, teacher Xiao's face turned pale. She pointed at Xiao Jinli and angrily said to Xiao's mother, "Listen, what do you mean by it's nothing?" A student talking back to a teacher is simply disrespectful. Our class cannot tolerate such a student. We must go to the principal today. You parents should come with us. Xiao's mother, who looked very gentle, responded indifferently to teacher Xiao's anger. Since teacher Xiao insists, let's go. I believe my child wouldn't talk back to the teacher without a reason. Implicitly, she meant that teacher Xiao was being too much. Hearing this, teacher Xiao's face darkened even more. She said coldly, "I wondered why this child dared to argue with the teacher. It turns out that the parents aren't setting a good example. Since you trust your child so much, I have nothing to say. However, I'm telling you this, I can't tutor your child anymore." Having said this, teacher Xiao left regardless of how others reacted. Xiao's mother looked at Xiao Jinli. Xiao Jinli just shrugged her shoulders at her mother, then followed. The others also followed, including teacher Yang. In the principal's office, besides Principal Chun, there are two other school leaders, teacher Xiao's uncle, Director Gua, and Vice Principal Lin. As soon as Chunhua saw Xiao Hongmei coming, he asked, "Teacher Xiao, what's the matter?" When teacher Xiao saw Chunhua, a smile appeared on her angry face. She said, "Uncle, Director Gua, I can't handle Xiao Jinli anymore." Principal Chun glanced at the calm Xiao Jinli and the parents following behind her, frowned slightly, and asked, "What's the matter?" He was asking Xiao Jinli, but teacher Xiao rattled on a bunch of stut, and finally said, "Principal Chun, like Xiao Jinli, who slacks off, sleeps in class, and believes she is right when she rudely talks back to the teacher without any respect. I can't teach such a bad student. I request that Xiao Jinli be expelled, as an example to the others. Otherwise, other students will follow her example and misbehave. If this continues, it will be unbearable." Vice Principal Lin twitched his mouth when he heard teacher Xiao's all-out accusation against Xiao Jinli. Xiao Jinli is a student whose name is attached to every school leader. Although she loves to sleep in class, her scores always remain around the average. She is a talent indeed. Vice Principal Lin said, "Teacher Xiao, isn't the situation as serious as you said? If Xiao Jinli talks back to the teacher, you can criticize and discipline her. You don't need to go as far as expulsion." Teacher Xiao, who felt her authority as a teacher was challenged, was, of course, relentless. She said, "Vice Principal Lin, you don't understand. This student is too lazy and disobedient. She not only sleeps in class and ignores lessons, but also sets a bad example for other students." When Xiao Jiaming accidentally bumped into a classmate, she led the accusation that Xiao Jiaming was bullying others. "Look, have you ever seen such a domineering student?" Principal Chen, Vice Principal Lin, considering the bad track record of student Xiao Jinli, I recommend expulsion. Xiao Junxian listened with a very bad look on his face. He said directly, "Teacher Xiao, please refrain from tarnishing my sister's reputation. My sister has always been a polite and well-behaved girl since she was young. She is definitely not a bad student as you have described." Teacher Xiao asked angrily, "Do you mean to say that I lied and slandered your sister?" Xiao Junxian said loudly, "I didn't mean that. However, even if my sister did those things, I believe there's a reason." Teacher Xiao, having heard that, pointed at Xiao Junxian, her face ashen, and she yelled, You're simply twisting words to win an argument." Xiao Junxian ignored teacher Xiao and looked at Xiao Jinli. He asked softly, "Sister, can you tell us what happened?" Principal Chen also asked, "Yes, Xiao Jinli, could you tell us what happened?" Teacher Xiao's face froze for a moment. Xiao Jinli then explained what had happened. Under the watchful eyes of the school leaders, Hu Hongmei and Dong Qiufeng, the two classmates, timidly said what had happened. In the end, Hu Hongmei looked at Principal Chen nervously and said cautiously, "Principal Chen, it was Xiao Jiaming who bullied me. As his desk mate, every time I accidentally crossed the so-called 3/8 line on the table, he secretly kicked me, hit me, and tore my books. I have reported this to teacher Xiao many times, but each time teacher Xiao just said a few words lightly without taking any effective action. This time too, because I accidentally crossed the 3/8 line. Xiao Jiaming tore off my homework book. 1.1 told Xiao Jinli, and then Xiao Jinli went to see teacher Xiao directly, requesting that teacher Xiao should severely punish Xiao Jiaming. And then, it angered teacher Xiao. For who Hong Mei to say this, it took a lot of courage. After all, this was equivalent to accusing teacher Xiao in front of all the school leaders. She surely offended teacher Xiao and made her angry, for she didn't know if teacher Xiao would make her life difficult afterward. But Xiao Jinli was going to get expelled by teacher Xiao for her sake, which made her even more frightened and guilty, and she felt sorry for Xiao Jinli. After hearing what Xiao Jinli and Hu Hongmei had said, Principal Chen looked at teacher Xiao and asked calmly, "Teacher Xiao, is what these two students just said true?" Teacher Xiao's face turned pale, and her expression became somewhat awkward. She really wanted to deny it, but what happened just now in the office and with other teachers being present, they could testify to it. If she didn't deny it, did that mean she was unfair, twisting the truth and lying about students? No, any of these accusations would be a stain on her teaching career. Afterward, how could she gain the trust of parents and continue to be a teacher? Teacher Xiao, does answering Principal Chen's question require such a long time? Xiao Junxian asked out loud. Teacher Xiao couldn't understand at the moment. Why would these school leaders defend a student who just slept in class and had poor academic results so much? Moreover, her uncle was the school guidance director. Wouldn't the two principals give him some face? She knew that her credibility as a teacher might be severely damaged this time, yet they chose to not defend her but to put more pressure on her. Teacher Xiao felt that this was the most humiliating experience she had had since becoming a teacher. Xiao Junxian saw that teacher Xiao didn't answer Principal Chen's question for a long time, and knew that her problem was huge. He asked coldly, "Teacher Xiao, is it so difficult to just respond whether what the two little classmates said is true or not?" Teacher Xiao's face was extremely ugly, and she looked at her uncle with a pleading look. Guo Chunhua received this pleading look from his niece, and his face turned black immediately. He didn't deny the facts stated by the two little classmates at all. As a relative of the Xiao family, he knew very well that Xiao Jiaming was the darling of the entire Xiao family. They wouldn't even dare to use harsh words, let alone criticize or beat him. They spoiled him without any principles. But he didn't expect that his niece would also spoil that child so unprincipledly at school. Bullying classmates was just brushed off so lightly. This niece even made a bigger fool of herself by reporting the matter directly to the principal. It was obvious that she, as a teacher, didn't fulfill her responsibilities, but she pushed the blame onto her students. Is this what a role model should do? She was obviously too biased. Director Guo took a deep breath and said with a solemn face, "Teacher Xiao, as a teacher, the first thing you should do is to be fair and impartial to every student without any bias. With so many mistakes made by Xiao Jiaming, have you ever seriously criticized or educated him? Now, you just push the blame onto your students, causing many of them to have strong resentment towards you." Teacher Xiao Hongmei, honestly, I am very disappointed in you. Xiao Hongmei felt like she had been heavily struck and looked at her uncle in disbelief. She never thought that her uncle, whom she had hoped would side with her, would end up criticizing her in public. With her strong self-esteem, she couldn't accept this. With red eyes and a look of great grievance, she tried to defend herself. "Uncle, you know what kind of child Jiaming is. He is just naughtier and more mischievous than other children, and he hasn't caused any substantial harm to other students. It's just that these children are overreacting and making a big deal out of it. Tearing apart a textbook is not a big deal, and I can just replace it. Why do I have to give them justice? Isn't this a blatant provocation of my authority as a teacher? Tearing apart a textbook." Upon hearing her words, Principal Chen, Vice Principal Lin, and Guo Chunhua were all shocked. Xiao Jinli's worldview was also shattered by a teacher. What does she mean by naughtier and more mischievous? Bullying, beating, and taunting classmates, tearing apart their textbooks, not participating in collective labor. Aren't these mistakes serious enough? For an elementary school student, these are already very serious and solemn issues. Principal Chun and Vice Principal Lin exchanged glances. After a while, Principal Chun said to Guo Chunhua, "Director Guo, I think teacher Xiao Hongmei is not suitable for the position of a teacher." Vice Principal Lin also nodded and chimed in. "I agree with what Principal Chun said. Teacher Xiao Hongmei's behavior, attitude, and moral character are all unsuitable for the position of a teacher. A teacher is supposed to educate and nurture students, guiding, leading, and organizing their mental and physical development. The quality of a teacher's work is related to the level of mental and physical development of our younger generation and the improvement of national quality, which in turn affects the rise and fall of the country. How can a teacher with a skewed worldview properly educate students? Teacher Xiao listened to the criticism from the two principals and felt as if she had been struck by lightning. How did things escalate to this point? Her original intention was to expel Xiao Jinli, or at worst, have her transfer classes. In any case, she did not want to deal with this thorn in her side. Unexpectedly, the troublemaker in her class was not expelled, but she, the teacher, was dismissed instead. This was truly absurd. Xiao Hongmei stared wide-eyed at Principal Chen and Vice Principal Lin, then looked at her uncle in amazement. She stammered, "EXP expel me? Why? What did I do wrong?" Guo Chunhua frowned again. Xiao Hongmei still didn't understand where she went wrong. Does she think she can do whatever she wants with her students just because she is a teacher? With such heavy bias, how can she educate and nurture students in the future? Guo Chunhua sighed and said, "Hongmei, do you still not know where you went wrong? If that's the case, you should reflect on yourself and think about what your original intention was as a teacher." At this time, Principal Chun said, "Regarding teacher Xiao Hongmei's qualifications to stay at school and continue teaching, we need to discuss further in a meeting." After saying that, he looked at Xiao Jinli and Xiao's mother with a smile and said, "Xiao Jinli, you and the other two kids go out first, and I'll have a chat with your mom. Is that all right?" Xiao Jinli's eyes flashed and he nodded slightly. "Okay." After saying that, he went out with Hu Hongmei and Dong Xiaofang, standing directly outside the principal's office. As soon as they went out, Hu Hongmei nervously asked, "Xiao Jinli, will teacher Xiao really be fired and not be a teacher anymore?" She was extremely worried in her heart. They reported teacher Xiao, and they were genuinely terrified. Teacher Xiao was a teacher after all, their class head teacher. They were afraid she would target the three of them in the future. Teacher Xiao wanted to expel Xiao Jinli and didn't want her as a student, which made them feel very uneasy and scared, especially Hu Hongmei, who felt even more guilty. Because Xiao Jinli was disliked and targeted by teacher Xiao just for defending her. Who would have thought that Xiao Jinli wasn't expelled, but teacher Xiao was instead? Xiao Jinli shook his head and said, "Even if teacher Xiao isn't fired, her position as the class head teacher will be revoked, and she may even receive a severe warning as punishment." /nun0vel on Google. After all, teacher Xiao had some problems with her worldview, and she was biased. Students brought up by her could easily go astray. Hu Hongmei looked at the door and whispered to Xiao Jinli, "I don't want teacher Xiao to continue teaching us. If she continues to teach us, then we three definitely won't have good days." Xiao Jinli patted her on the back of her hand and comforted her. "Don't think too much about it. The school will arrange everything properly." Even if Xiao Hongmei was to continue teaching, it would be impossible for her to teach their class again. After all, the school had to take her character issues into consideration. Dong Xiaofang also cautiously said, "Jinli, I feel that teacher Xiao is really terrifying. Do you think so too?" Xiao Jinli, the door to the principal's office suddenly opened, and Xiao Xichen looked at Xiao Jinli, saying, "Little sister Jinli, the principal wants you to come in." His expression was slightly surprised as he said this. Just now, he listened to the conversation between Principal Chun, Vice Principal Lin, Xiao's mother, and older brother Xiao and found out that Xiao Jinli was a genius, and possibly even a prodigy among geniuses. However, this genius was too lazy and had no interest in fame or fortune, hiding herself and acting like an invisible person. Xiao Xichen recalled the scene of his first encounter with Xiao Jinli and could see that she was smarter and more clever than the average child. After Xiao Jinli went in, Principal Chun directly said to Xiao Jinli, "Xiao Jinli, there is a county-wide math Olympiad competition coming up. I have discussed it with your mother, and we hope you can participate." Xiao Hongmei listened to this and found it incredible, even thinking that Principal Chen and the others had gone crazy. Xiao Hongmei exclaimed loudly, "Principal Chun, Xiao Jinli is just an average student. How can she participate in the math Olympiad? Aren't you making a joke of the school's honor?" As soon as she finished speaking, she heard Guo Chunhua coldly scold, "Hongmei, Shut up. Principal Chun and the others ignored Xiao Hongmei and just focused their sharp eyes on Xiao Jinli. Xiao Jinli frowned slightly and looked at her mother. Ahem. Xiao Junxian looked at his mother and carefully said, "Little sister, we believe you shouldn't hide your talents. You should show your true strength and let those who look down on others see that even if you sleep all day, you can still beat everyone." He was so confident and proud of his little sister. Xiao Jinli, Principal Chun, and the others. Well, that's quite a bold statement. Xiao Hongmei, with a red face, she thought to herself, humph, an average student participating in the county-wide math Olympiad. Just don't embarrass the school. Principal Chin also said, well, Xiao Jinli, the school only asked you to participate once in the county competition. It's best if you can get a good ranking, but of course, the school won't blame you if you don't. Xiao Jinli, I know pressure for rankings, yet they ask her to participate instead of other students. Xiao's mother looked at her precious daughter and said with a smile, baby, whether you participate or not, Mom always respects your opinions. However, at this point, her words took a turn. Baby, actually, I also want to see my baby's glorious moments. Although their child was smart and sensible, they never put much emphasis on her academic achievements as parents. Their wish was for their child to be happy and joyful. But now, because of her academic achievements, the teachers looked down on her and even slandered her. As a parent, it's natural to be angry. Now, she just wanted those people to see that her baby's performance was not bad, but too good. She wanted to slap those people in the face and see who else would dare to look down on her baby in the future. When Xiao Jinli heard her mother's words, she wanted to roll her eyes. How could she not know her mother's thoughts? However, she couldn't bear to disappoint her mom. She sighed lightly and said, all right, I promise to participate in this competition and bring back a big prize. However, Principal Chun, let me make something clear. I don't like trouble. In the future, if there are similar competitions, you should let me know and I'll choose whether or not to participate. Don't force me. Of course, of course. Principal Chin's face was all smiles, like an old fox, as long as Xiao Jinli participates in the Math Olympiad and wins a prize for us. The bigger the better. All future competitions will follow your wishes. He thought to himself, once we have a start, there will be ways to make her participate in future competitions. Xiao Hongmei felt that these people were talking nonsense. It was absurd to ask a student who had never had outstanding results to participate in such an important competition and even expect her to win a prize. Xiao Jinli asked, when is the competition? Principal Chan said, in 1 week. Our school has 3 competition spots. The other 2 will be selected through a school-wide competition. In other words, Xiao Jinli's spot was predetermined. Xiao Jinli said with some speechlessness, don't I need to participate in the selection? Are you that confident in me? Principal Chun, doing this like this, isn't it too carefree for the school? This is about the school's honor. Ahem. Principal Chun laughed. We have studied your academic performance, and we all think you don't need to participate in the selection competition. If participating in the selection competition was useful, Xiao Jinli would have already excelled and not have waited until now. Actually, he felt that he should thank Xiao Hongmei. If it weren't for her causing such a scene, they wouldn't even know how to persuade Xiao Jinli's parents to persuade Xiao Jinli herself. After Xiao Jinli agreed to participate in the competition, there was nothing left for the parents to do. So they quickly left the school. Since they spent some time at the school, they decided to take Hu Hongmei and Dong Qiufeng back home. The 2 little students were still in disbelief, unable to understand why Principal Chun and the others wanted Xiao Jinli to participate in the county-wide math Olympiad. Jinli's academic achievements had always been average. Dong Qiufeng whispered, Jinli, why does the principal want you to participate in the competition? And even ask you to win a prize? Don't you feel pressured? Xiao Jinli laughed and said, no pressure. I'll just treat it as a trip to the county town. As for the prizes, they're not something you can get just by asking. You guys shouldn't think too much about it either. Go home, do your homework, and have a good night's sleep. Hu Hongmei and Dong Qiufeng, why did they feel that Xiao Jinli was treating them like 3-year-old children? When only their family was left in the car, Xiao Junxian immediately said, humph, I never thought there would be such teachers. It's bad enough that they favor their own nephew. But they also tried to dump their dirty water on my sister. Who would dare give their child to such a teacher in the future? Wouldn't that just teach them to be selfish, foolish, and unable to distinguish right from wrong? Xiao Xichen said, there are always one or two bad apples in every industry. Xiao Jinli nodded. Right, brother. In fact, most of the teachers in the school are good and considerate towards students. You shouldn't be angry about it either. Xiao Junxian was still indignant, but when I think about the grievances my sister had to endure, I get upset. Xiao's mother said, all right, brother. Don't be angry anymore. The school will punish teacher Xiao, which will serve as a lesson for her. As the car approached the village entrance, villagers stopped the vehicle. Seeing Xiao Jinli, their expressions were somewhat anxious. Little Jinli, the Cow King has gone missing? Xiao Junxian immediately asked, Uncle Chuanfu, what do you mean by Cow King has gone missing? Usually, doesn't the Cow King go out by himself and return by himself? It's not even dark yet, and if the Cow King is not back, isn't that pretty normal? Xiao Chuanfu explained, that's not it. Someone saw the Cow King heading towards the rear mountain. Then some strangers followed suit covertly. We searched for the Cow King at the rear mountain but found nothing, and those strangers have also vanished. We suspect they might have stolen the Cow King. Zhao's mother said, the Cow King is so intelligent, it won't be easily caught, would it? Xiao Chuanfu replied, that may be true, but we've called for Cow King several times and even used a loudspeaker, yet there's been no sight of it. Having said that, Xiao Chuanfu presented his suspicions. There's a small path on the rear mountain that leads to other villages. We suspect those 4 strangers might have stolen Cow King using that path. Listening to their conversation, Xiao Xichen was extremely curious about this so-called Cow King. He had heard of and seen cows before, but he had never heard of a breed referred to as the Cow King. Xiao Jinli thought for a moment and said, Uncle Chuanfu, I'll go and take a look at the rear mountain now. With that, she got off the car. Out of curiosity, Xiao Xichen also got off the car, intending to join her. Xiao Chuanfu noticed Xiao Xichen and smilingly asked, is this child the one little Jinli carried down from the mountain? Xiao Xichen was speechless. He found out on his first day that Xiao Jinli had carried him down the mountain. Zhao's mother laughed and said, yes, this is Xiao Quan. Xiao Chuanfu said, well, this boy is really handsome. Xiaofeng, we're going now. Zhao's mother nodded and said, all right, be careful on the mountain and come back early. Walking alongside Xiao Jinli, Xiao Xichen couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, little sister Jinli, what's the deal with this Cow King? He only knew about the Tiger King, Lion King, and Monkey King in the mountains, but he had never heard of the Cow King. He didn't know how the Cow King was chosen in this mountain village. Xiao Jinli didn't mention Sun Island, so Xiao Chuanfu began to recount the tale. He said, well, young man, you wouldn't know this, but our Cow King has quite the story and it's related to little Jinli. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xichen's eyes lit up immediately and he asked curiously, Uncle Chuanfu, could you tell me more? His curiosity about Xiao Jinli was growing stronger and stronger. As he walked, Xiao Chuanfu began to recount. This story traces back to 10 years ago. Back then, the mother of this Cow King was in difficult labor, and Jinli, who was only 3 months old at the time, was insistent that her mother take her to see the cow give birth. Haha, you wouldn't believe it. But Jinli was so eager to see the birth that she started speaking coherently at only 3 months old. Her articulate words shocked everyone. But Jinli has always been a lucky charm, extremely smart. Although her speaking at 3 months was surprising for most, it was quite the norm for her. Xiao Xichen, is that normal? Don't most children start speaking around 6 or 7 months old? And even then, it's hardly coherent sentences. No child speaks fluently at 3 months old. Xiao Chuanfu continued, you won't believe it, but the mother cow struggled for a whole day to give birth. However, in less than 10 minutes of Jinli's arrival, the calf was born. The most astonishing thing was, the mother cow knelt down in gratitude to Jinli after she gave birth. Everyone thought that it was Jinli's good fortune that helped the cow give birth successfully. Thus, the cow was also grateful to Xiao Jinli. Even the newborn calf ran up to little Jinli's mom, her eyes moist as she looked at Jinli in her arms. Xiao Xichen was secretly amazed. A cow expressing gratitude, a calf showing affection, these were truly rare in this world. Later, the calf followed Jinli home. Xiao Chuanfu said with a chuckle as he remembered the scene. After the calf was born, Xiaofeng was worried about the environment and decided to take the child home. Who would have thought that the calf would follow them back home directly? Everyone said that the calf and Jinli were predestined. Seeing this, the calf's owner, Xiao Chongxing, gave the calf to Jinli on the spot. Xiao Xiqian replied, "So, the calf has been following Jinli ever since, eventually becoming the cow king." "It's not that simple," Xiao Chuanfu said. "Xiao Quan, let me tell you. After the calf followed Jinli, it gradually became smarter. Not only did it understand human speech slowly, but when it went out to graze, it led the village's cows without trampling on the crops. If any cow tried to eat the crops, the calf would roar at it. It's strange. All the village's cows, big and small, listened to it. Thus, we started calling it the Cow King. Since the Cow King arrived, the children herding cows could finally rest easy. They didn't have to worry about their cows eating the crops as long as the Cow King was around. The cows would be let out and led back home on time, and during this time, the children could carefully play. Xiao Xiqian found this story quite interesting. Now that I think about it, Cow King is about the same age as Jinli. It shouldn't be called Little Cow King anymore. It should be called Big Cow King. Xiao Chuanfu sighed. Time flies. He went on, 4 miles around. Everyone knows our village has a Cow King that's very spiritually aware. Now that the Cow King has suddenly disappeared, I'm worried that someone might have been eyeing it. What if some cattle trafficker manages to kidnap it? What will we do then? Xiao Xiqian reassured. If the Cow King really gets kidnapped, we'll just call the police. Xiao Jinli also consoled. Uncle Chuanfu, the Cow King is very spiritually aware and sensible. It wouldn't allow itself to get kidnapped easily. But Xiao Chuanfu retorted, I know, but it's the what if that worries me. I've heard that these dog and cattle thieves employ all sorts of lowly measures. For instance, they use anesthetics. One shot from an anesthetic gun from a dozen meters away could knock out a dog or a cow. People in the village had become accustomed to the presence of the Cow King. Especially when Cow King was around, the kids herding cows were a lot more relaxed, and the crops were no longer damaged. Most importantly, the Cow King brought everyone a lot of joy. Laughing, Xiao Jinli reassured, Uncle Chuanfu, isn't it believed that I'm a lucky star? Since I'm Cow King's owner, it'll definitely be safe and sound. Xiao Chuanfu nodded in agreement after hearing her. That's true. Jinli is indeed a lucky star. Whoever dares to take Jinli's Cow King is just asking for trouble. Xiao Xiqian. He was becoming more and more curious. Soon, the three of them arrived at the rear mountain while chatting and walking. The rear mountain, called Niuxinshan, is opposite the Red Peak Mountain in the dense and wild forest. Niuxinshan consists of several hills, although it is also overgrown with vegetation. Usually, people in the village would go there to cut firewood, mow grass, or release their cattle. As a result, children feel safe visiting Niuxinshan, and it would be entirely normal for Cow King to go there as well. Niuxinshan also connects with several nearby villages, and there are small paths leading to various villages. Before the arrival of Cow King, village children had to constantly watch and keep hold of their cattle when grazing, for fear that a cow might run off to another village. Back then, cattle were very valuable livestock, and if they were lost, they would hardly be recovered. Since the appearance of Cow King, as the leader, the Cow King supervised the herd, not allowing them to leave Xiao family village. The Cow King occasionally disappears but always returns home on its own, said Xiao Chuanfu. Today, being away for the whole day is really unusual. Xiao Chuanfu was somewhat worried and said, Jinli, some people in the village went along this path to search, but no one has reported any information yet. Was Cow King really stolen? Halfway through, Xiao Jinli's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. The mountain was not high, but the dense trees and shrubs blocked the view in all directions. If the cattle thieves used anesthesia, Cow King might not be able to escape and could be in real danger. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Jinli said to Xiao Chuanfu and Xiao Xiqian, Uncle Chuanfu, I'll go look over there. You guys wait here for me. The direction Xiao Jinli pointed to was where the trees in the mountain were the densest. The tall and densely gathered trees looked somewhat gloomy. Such places often hid great dangers. Xiao Xiqian said, It looks dangerous there, I'll go with you. Xiao Jinli, having a secret task to accomplish, didn't want Xiqian to follow her. With an eye roll and a slightly speechless tone, she said, Brother Sichuan. I'm going over there to answer the call of nature. Do you want to come with me? Xiao Sichuan's face flushed red immediately. Xiao Chuanfu, being a countryside man, didn't find this remark rude. He laughed and said, All right, Jinli, you go. Little Quan and I will wait for you here. After Xiao Jinli left, Xiao Sichuan worriedly asked, Uncle Chuanfu, that place looks dangerous. What if little Li encounters snakes or insects when she goes to that place to answer the call of nature? She is just a child and a little girl, after all. Xiao Chuanfu laughed and said, Little Quan, don't worry about that. Jinli has a lucky star protecting her since she was young. No matter how fierce the beasts are in the mountains, they will avoid her. So even the most dangerous places in the mountains pose no threat to Jinli. Xiao Sichuan was amazed. He had never heard of someone with such constitution. She was not just protected by a lucky star. She was a lucky star herself. No wonder Xiao Chuanfu wasn't worried about Xiao Jinli going up the mountain. Once Xiao Jinli entered the woods, she quickly dripped Lingquan water from her fingertips onto a blade of grass, turning it into crystal-clear water droplets. After a while, a group of little friends appeared, including snakes, wild rabbits, and ants. As soon as the snake and the wild rabbit appeared, they seemed to be at odds. The snake's sharp eyes stared at the wild rabbit, ready to swallow it at any moment. The wild rabbit, instinctively fearful, had its fur raised and its eyes flickered with fear and anxiety. It wanted to back away and escape, but the temptation of the transparent liquid droplets on the shrub was too irresistible, urging it to risk its life for the food. Xiao Jinli looked at the wild rabbit, then narrowed her eyes to appraise the snake. She asked directly, Which of you knows if a cow passed by here and where it went? Whoever can answer the question will get more Lingquan water in return. Immediately after, Xiao Jinli put a finger on the snake's head and connected with its consciousness through physical contact to get the information she needed. Then, she did the same with the wild rabbit. After a while, Xiao Jinli rewarded them. She extended one finger and said, Open your mouths. I'll give you your reward. The snake and wild rabbit understood and immediately opened their mouths to receive their rewards. Xiao Jinli said, I need someone to lead the way. Little rabbit, you'll do. It would be strange to have a snake guide them, and this white-furred rabbit was quite cute. The snake was unwilling but knew the girl in front of it was not to be trifled with, so it could only leave. Xiao Chuanfu and Xiao Sichuan were waiting on the small path for Xiao Jinli, who was off to answer the call of nature. After a while, Xiao Jinli came out. However, they immediately noticed the rabbit cradled in her arms. Ah, Jinli, you went to the bathroom and picked up a rabbit. Xiao Chuanfu was surprised and laughed. Jinli, you really are a lucky star. Just casually going up a mountain gets us some game. Xiao Sichuan took a glance at the rabbit in Xiao Jinli's arms. The rabbit was energetic, not injured or sick. So the question was, how did Xiao Jinli catch this rabbit? And how come the rabbit was so docile? Xiao Jinli laughed and said, Uncle Chuanfu, I found a little rabbit daydreaming under a tree. It didn't run away when it saw me, so I just caught it. Uncle Chuanfu, let's keep going. Xiao Chuanfu nodded and was about to leave, but hesitated when looking at the three forks in the small path. He asked, Jinli, which way should we go? Straight ahead. Xiao Jinli decisively said. All right then, let's go straight ahead. This small path leads directly to the top of Niuxinshan. Going down the other side leads to the mountain back village. Xiao Chuanfu looked at the mountain top and continued. Could it be that Cow King was captured and taken away through this path by those people? Mountain back village has some conflict with our Xiao family village, and even if they saw someone stealing our cattle, they probably wouldn't say anything. Xiao Jinli nodded and said, Uncle Chuanfu, let's go check it out. So, the three of them, with Xiao Jinli holding the rabbit, moved on. On the way, Xiao Chuanfu received several phone calls, exchanging information about not finding Cow King in other places. The lack of good news made Xiao Chuanfu increasingly worried. Now, their only hope was Xiao Jinli. 20 minutes later, they reached the top of the mountain. They looked down from the top of the mountain. Then Xiao Sichuan pointed to a spot and asked, Little sister Jinli, isn't that the Cow King you are looking for? But it seems like there is a group of cattle following it. Seeing Cow King followed by a group of large and small yellow cattle and water buffalo, a total of more than 10, Xiao Chuanfu was extremely surprised. He clearly recognized that these cattle did not belong to their village. He wondered, where did these cows come from? Xiao Jinli said, once Cow King comes over, we'll know where these cows came from. However, according to my guess, Cow King might have really been stolen by the cattle thief. But not only did Cow King escape on his own, he also brought back the other cows stolen by the thieves. After hearing this, Xiao Chuanfu laughed out loud. He grinned, so the cattle thieves' plan backfired. Haha, Cow King really lives up to its name. It's truly amazing. Xiao Xiqian. He now really doubts whether there is such a smart cow that exists. A cow that not only saves itself but also saves other cows. Xiao Jinli and the others stood on the mountain top, while Cow King and the others were still at the foot of the mountain, walking through the fields. Xiao Jinli looked into the distance, squinting his eyes, and suddenly said, there are several people following behind, who should be the cattle thieves. They noticed that Cow King had escaped, and now they're chasing after him. Hearing this, Xiao Chuanfu became anxious and said loudly, what are we waiting for? Let's go down quickly. These cattle thieves are really hateful. Who knows how many of these 10 cattle were stolen by them? With that, Xiao Chuanfu took the lead in jogging down the small path, making quick and urgent moves. Xiao Jinli immediately shouted, Uncle Chuanfu, be careful. Since we've discovered them, they can't possibly steal the cows back again. Oh, right. You should also make a call to gather the others. There are more of them, and we are likely to have a confrontation. Reminded of this, Xiao Chuanfu also nodded and said, right? I need to hurry up and notify the others to come over quickly. Oh, and Jinli, should we call the police? Let's report it. Xiao Jinli nodded. Hearing their conversation, Xiao Xiqian felt a bit strange. Why does he always feel like Xiao Chuanfu is listening to Xiao Jinli? After all, Xiao Jinli is only 10 years old. After calling the other villagers, Xiao Chuanfu immediately called the police. Then, they rushed down the mountain. Xiao Jinli put his thumb to his lips and immediately whistled loudly. Originally at a relaxed pace, Cow King immediately perked up upon hearing the whistle, turned his head, let out a loud moo towards the cows behind him, and then accelerated his pace, even starting to run. Seeing the sudden sprint of the running cattle, the cattle thieves' expressions changed abruptly, cursing under their breath, is this cow possessed? Immediately, one of them said to his companions, we have to run fast. Do you guys still have tranquilizers? Without tranquilizers, catching up with these cows would be no use. They can still run. Also, call Little Wong and ask where the car is. Tell him to call some more people over. With so many cows, we 7 or 8 people won't be able to handle them all. Hearing this, his companion immediately took out his phone and called Little Wong. After hanging up, he said to Li Yuanming, Brother Ming, Little Wong has already driven the car to the back village entrance, and he has called more than 10 people who will be here soon. Li Yuanming was slightly dissatisfied. It took him so long just to get to the village entrance. What has he been doing? Doesn't he know how big of a loss it would be if we lost these 11 cows? Now that these cows have escaped, we must not let their previous owners find out. So, the sooner we catch them, the better. Otherwise, none of us will be able to face the consequences. Immediately after, the group of people sped up their pace. But there was no way their 2 legs could catch up with 4. One of the men complained, this field path is really difficult to walk on. It's all muddy. If the road was better, we wouldn't need to use our legs. A 2-wheeled motorcycle would be enough to catch up with them. Li Yuanming spoke with a dark face. You don't have to say it. If we had a motorcycle, we would have caught up already. Brother Ming, the cow we caught this morning is really cunning. It's smarter than the ones we've stolen before. It actually knows how to open the cowshed to escape, Zhang San said with suspicion. Not only can it open doors, but it can also untie ropes. It's really strange, Lisi muttered. A cow that can open the cowshed isn't amazing, but what's amazing is that it can untie a rope. Untie a rope. If we had known earlier that a cow could untie a rope, we would have slaughtered it first. Shut up. With this energy, let's catch these cows. Li Yuanming scolded, then said, a smart cow, when sold to a cattle enthusiast, is definitely better than slaughtering it. If slaughtered and sold, they could only make 20,000 at most. But if sold to cattle enthusiasts, They could sell it for 100,000 or 80,000. Li Yuanming decided that once they caught the cow, he would find a way to contact the enthusiasts and sell it at a high price. I've found out about the cow we caught this morning. Everyone in Xiao family village calls it Cow King. The village's cows are usually led and managed by it, preventing the other cows from destroying the villagers' crops. Usually, the cattle herders would feel at ease to play when they saw this cow. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanming glared at him. He shouted angrily, "Why didn't you mention this important information before? If you had said it, we would have been more cautious." Zhang San defended, "I thought they were just exaggerating. I've never seen a cow that can manage a herd in all my life. I've been watching this cow for several days, and it usually acts alone, hardly seen with other cows, and no one watching over it. I thought it was like those chickens and ducks who go out to forage in the morning and then know when to go home at night." Updates by new novel. Li Yuanming was so angry that he almost died, and he shouted, "Just because you haven't seen it, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Enough. No more nonsense. These cows are running faster and faster. Let's hurry up and catch up." With that said, the three of them also quickly ran after the cows. But the distance between them and the running cows was getting farther and farther. Li Si, who had a good vision, immediately noticed three figures coming down from the mountain. He was surprised, "Brother Ming. There are people coming down from the mountain. Are they here for the cows? Are they from the opposite side of the Xiao family village?" "The cow we caught this morning is from the Xiao family village, and the direction these cows are escaping to is exactly where their village is." "Have they found out that the cow was stolen?" Zhang San asked, feeling slightly panicked as he spoke. After all, thieves have a guilty conscience. Xiao Jinli and Xiao Xiqian leisurely descended the mountain. Xiao Chuanfu was more anxious and ran faster. However, looking down from the mountain at the cattle thieves running, he grew angrier and angrier. He cursed, "These thieves, they're getting too bold. They steal the cows in broad daylight, and even when the cows escape, they can chase them right to our doorstep. Just wait until the Yamen officials come, they'll pay for this." Xiao Jinli was worried that Xiao Chuanfu would trip if he walked too fast, so she said, "Uncle Chuanfu, no need to hurry, Cow King has already come back. Those thieves only have 2 legs, they won't be able to catch up. We'll just meet up with Cow King later." But Xiao Chuanfu still anxiously said, "But look at those cattle thieves, they're almost catching up." Xiao Jinli shrugged, "Let them come. We'll catch them red-handed. They won't be able to escape now." Xiao Chuanfu stopped in his tracks, raised his hand, and slapped his forehead, laughing, "Haha, you're right, Jinli." Afterward, he slowed down his pace. "What's the rush? Cow King and the others have already started running back." On the other side, Li Yuanming and his group were gasping for breath. Zhang San leaned on his knees, panting heavily, and said, "I can't take it anymore, I'm too exhausted. These cows run too fast. How are we supposed to catch up? By the time we catch them, we'll be directly at Xiao family village." Li Yuanming also gasped heavily, frowned tightly, and said, "Little Wang and the others haven't arrived yet. It seems like we can only take a gamble." He looked around. It was evening and the people working in the fields were almost all gone. The weather was dark, making it hard to see clearly. Li Yuanming said, "Take out the anesthetic gun, aim it at the cows, and shoot. Hit one, and that's one less." In broad daylight, they didn't dare take out the anesthetic gun and shoot from a distance, lest they be mistaken for terrorists. Zhang San, Li Si, and the others immediately took out the anesthetic guns. Although the distance was far, and they didn't know if they could hit the target, it was the only way to catch those cows. If they let these cows run up to the mountain or to Xiao family village, they'd be in big trouble. Xiao Jinli's eyes were sharp, and the moment they took out the anesthetic guns, she noticed and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Immediately, she put her thumb to her lips and blew a loud whistle. Cow King heard the whistle, mooed twice, and the cows that were following it immediately dispersed and ran. Li Yuanming and the other cattle thieves were stunned. How were they supposed to shoot under this chaos? "What's going on?" Li Si furrowed his brow and asked, "Why did I hear a whistle sound?" Zhang San agreed, "I think I also heard a whistle, and after the cow in front heard the whistle, it called out twice, and the cows dispersed. Why is that cow in front so weird? How can it understand commands like that?" Zhang San complained again. Li Yuanming heard his subordinate's complaints, his eyes bursting with a burning glare. Excitedly, he said, "This cow is so smart. If we catch it, we can sell it for a high price to those who like to keep pets. It should be able to sell for at least 100,000 to 200,000. When Zhang San and Li Si heard this, their expressions immediately brightened, and they asked incredulously, "Brother Ming, are you serious?" "Of course, I'm serious. A smart cow like this is sure to be liked by those wealthy pet enthusiasts. 100,000 to 200,000 is just a conservative estimate. We might be able to sell it for even more. So, we can ignore the other cows, but we have to catch this one." Hearing this, Zhang San, Li Si, and the others seemed to be injected with energy and immediately lifted their spirits. There were hundreds of thousands of dollars waving at them in the front. "Let's hurry up and chase after them." Cow King quickly gathered with Xiao Jinli and the others. They had only just arrived at the halfway point of the hillside. When Cow King saw Xiao Jinli, its big, round eyes lit up with excitement. It rubbed its big head against Xiao Jinli's palm and mooed twice, expressing its grievances yet also pride. Xiao Jinli stretched out her hand and patted its head, laughing. "All right, I know. You were caught and wronged by someone. But you also rescued your fellow cows from the cattle traffickers. Well done." Xiao Xiqian examined Cow King as it approached. Although it was dark, Xiao Xiqian's eyesight was still good. This was a large, water buffalo. Compared to the other dirty ones, this large water buffalo was very clean. Its fur was sleek and shiny, thick black hairs clinging to its body. Most distinctive were its large, black eyes, full of childlike innocence and naivety. What a tall and handsome Cow King! As the thieves approached even closer, they noticed Xiao Jinli and the others, and their faces changed drastically. Just now, in their hurry to chase the cows and with the darkening sky, they hadn't noticed Xiao Jinli and the others. But as the group stopped running, drawing closer to the thieves, they finally noticed them. Who are you?" gasped Li Si, stuttering. Xiao Chuanfu's face turned extremely sour, asking, "That's what I should be asking you. Who are you? Why are you chasing these cows?" Li Yuanming's sharp, vigilant eyes met Xiao Chuanfu's. He squinted his eyes and said, "We're from the cow market. The cows sneaked out of the cow market when no one was looking, and we chased after them. Thank you for stopping these cows. Otherwise, it would be so hard for just the few of us to round them up by ourselves." What a shameless liar. Xiao Chuanfu was seething. Suppressing his anger, he asked loudly, "Which cow market do you belong to? How did your cows escape to this area? I know everyone from the 3 nearby cow markets, so how come I don't know which one you belong to?" Li Yuanming hesitated, then said, "We're not exactly from one of these 3 markets, but we have a partnership with them. Today we bought over a dozen cows from one market, and we're about to transport them to the East City when the truck's door wasn't closed properly. The cows jumped out and ran away, so we chased after them." Xiao Chuanfu obviously didn't believe him, and sarcastically said, "Oh, which cow market are you cooperating with? I know all 3 bosses and have their phone numbers. I'll have to call and ask them about these cows. What if these cows aren't from their market, but were stolen by you, Li Yuanming, and the others?" Li Yuanming certainly couldn't name a cow market. About half of these dozen or so cows were bought from a cow market, but the other half were stolen from nearby villages. Seeing that they weren't talking, Xiao Chuanfu became more aggressive. He continued, "What's the matter? Is it that hard to name one of your cooperative cow markets? Or do you need to think for so long?" Or, his sharp gaze swept over these people, and with a change of tone, he said sharply, "Are these cows really stolen by you?" At this, Li Yuanming and the others' expressions changed in the cover of darkness. Li Si sharply retorted, "Don't slander us. We are legitimate cattle traders." "If you are legitimate cattle traders, what are you doing chasing our family's cows?" Xiao Chuanfu sharply countered, "How come our Cow King from Xiao family village has become one of your transactions, and we don't even know about it?" Upon hearing this, Li Yuanming and the others suddenly realized. These 3 people came for the lost cow. The missing cow was most likely the cunning and intelligent one among this group, the one that could open doors and untie ropes by itself. No wonder they came looking for it. Li Yuanming looked at the cow, which was now standing quietly beside a little girl. In its gaze at them, there was an inexplicable disdain and contempt. Li Yuanming. Was he crazy or seeing things to see such a look in a cow's eyes? Li Yuanming sized up the three people in front of him, exchanged glances with his comrades, and they all nodded slightly in tacit agreement. Then they simultaneously reached out for their anesthetic guns and shot them at the three people, as well as the cow. They couldn't take the other cows away for now, but this clever and cunning one had to be taken. No matter if these people were looking for it or not, they couldn't see their faces clearly under the cover of darkness. Even if they knew they had stolen the cows, once they were all knocked out by the anesthesia, they would take the cow and run away. They had beautiful thoughts. They thought they could easily take out the three of them with anesthetic guns and Nana. Little did they know that their every move was under Xiao Jinli's watch. As they raised their anesthetic guns and aimed them at the three of them, 5 thin silver needles flew out of nowhere, piercing their wrists directly. Their wrists felt like they had been sliced by a sharp knife, causing them to instinctively throw away their anesthetic guns in pain, shouting, "Ah, it hurts." The other hand instinctively covered the painful area. The simultaneous actions of the 5 people made Xiao Chuanfu and Xiao Xiqian somewhat baffled. What were these people doing all of a sudden? Xiao Chuanfu looked at them suspiciously and asked doubtfully, "What tricks are you playing? No, what did you just throw away?" Having said that, his gaze searched the ground. It was already very dark, and it was hard to see clearly. Xiao Chuanfu took out his cell phone, turned on the light, and dimly illuminated the ground. When he saw the things on the ground, Xiao Chuanfu was greatly surprised, and his voice stuttered, "Gun. Gun. You guys." Xiao Jinli just laughed softly, "Uncle Chuanfu, it's not a real gun, just an imitation. It's an anesthetic gun. It's just a tool they use to steal cows." "An anesthetic gun?" Xiao Chuanfu stammered. Even if it was just an anesthetic gun, it still surprised him. As rural people, besides working the fields, they had very little contact with other things. The 5 silver needles in their wrists caused intense pain whenever they moved, distorting their expressions grotesquely. Li Yuanming, covering his wrist, glared at Xiao Chuanfu viciously, saying angrily, "I tell you, these cows were all bought from a cow market by us. Don't you meddle in our business." Having said that, he glanced at the anesthetic guns discarded on the ground, wanting to squat down and pick them up despite the pain. Xiao Xiqian was faster. He took 2 quick steps forward, squatted down, and quickly picked up the guns before backing away 2 more steps. Xiao Jinli, that was a swift move. Li Yuanming's eyes were full of anger as he cursed at Xiao Xiqian. "Rascal, you little brat, give me back that thing." After playing with the gun for a moment, Xiao Xiqian showed a light smile. "This thing is fake, isn't it? What's the rush?" "Oh right, this thing isn't fake for you guys. It's your tool for making a living." Li Yuanming became even angrier. His sharp gaze swept over the 3 of them, followed by a cold sneer. "I advise you to be sensible. Do you really think you're capable, with an old man, a young man, and a little girl?" Xiao Chuanfu couldn't help but get angry when he heard that. He thought for a moment and said, "Who said there are only 3 of us? I called the village when I found you. They'll be here soon. I see you guys have strange faces. You must not be from the villages around here. I think you should be sensible. Don't think we're easy to bully." Fortunately, he didn't impulsively tell them that he had already called the police. Otherwise, upon hearing this, the expressions of Li Yuanming's 5 men changed once again. Li Si looked at them and saw that the old man was the only tricky one. The other man looked young, so he wouldn't have much strength. As for the little girl, she could be completely ignored. Li Si gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Ming, what are you hesitating for? Let's do it before their people arrive." The others also had this idea. Xiao Xiqian and Xiao Chuanfu immediately protected Xiao Jinli behind them, looking extremely vigilant and on guard, and prepared for the others to pounce on them. Li Yuanming and his men raised their fists and smashed them towards the heads of Xiao Xiqian and Xiao Chuanfu. Having trained since childhood in Sanda, Taekwondo, and even a few moves from his family bodyguard, Xiao Xiqian was more than capable of protecting himself. Faced with a powerful enemy, he didn't care about hiding his abilities due to amnesia. He raised his long leg and swept it forcefully, swiftly and sharply kicking Zhang Si and Lai Wu to the ground. Immediately, He raised his fist and fiercely punched at the other three, then raised his long leg again and knocked them all down with one kick each. A series of wails echoed on the ground, covering their stomachs, faces, or hands. Xiao Jinli, his skills were quite good. Xiao Chuanfu was amazed, his mouth agape. He didn't expect the young man to be so capable. He had even gotten into a fighting stance, but in the end, Xiao Xiqian's sharp eyes coldly stared at the thieves he had taken down in just a few moves. He thought to himself, humph, when dealing with vicious kidnappers, he'd run away like a lost dog. But when dealing with ordinary thieves like you, his skills are more than enough. Li Yuanming and the others were dumbfounded by being knocked down. They initially thought that the most difficult person to deal with would be the older man. However, the king turned out to be this young man. In just a few moves, he knocked down all 5 of their robust men, and he beat them so hard that they were crying out in pain. They had never felt so humiliated in their lives. Lai Wu angrily cursed, "You son of a turtle." Xiao Xiqian's face darkened. He stepped forward and delivered another kick to Lai Wu's stomach. With this kick, Lai Wu felt as if his internal organs were about to be kicked out of his body. This young man was not to be underestimated. He was really ruthless. Xiao Xiqian looked at Xiao Chuanfu and asked, "Uncle Chuanfu, should we find something to tie them up? After all, they are cattle thieves. If they run away, it will be difficult to find them in this darkness." Upon being reminded by Xiao Xiqian, Xiao Chuanfu immediately regained his senses and nodded. He said, "Yes, yes, we need to tie them up." He then looked at Li Yuanming and the others coldly and said, "Humph, you dared to steal our cows from Xiao family village. Not only did you manage to steal, but you even stole the cow king. Now, you not only failed to steal chickens but also lost your rice. Worse, you will end up in prison." "Ha! Did you think you could steal the cow king so easily? Don't you know that the cow king is our precious treasure in Xiao family village? Now you are paying the price." Xiao Jinli. Watching Uncle Chuanfu's proud appearance, he looked like a proud rooster. However, it was quite adorable. Xiao Jinli lowered her head slightly, holding back her laughter. Xiao Xiqian watched Xiao Chuanfu's behavior, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. The people here were really simple and cute. On the other hand, the emotions of Li Yuanming and the others were the exact opposite. They had been stealing for several years, but this was the first time they had stumbled so miserably. After listening to Xiao Chuanfu's words, they were both angry and annoyed. At the same time, they regretted not having investigated Xiao family village thoroughly beforehand. Now that they had failed to steal chickens and lost rice, they might face prison disaster. They couldn't afford to sit idly by at this point. They had to seize the opportunity to escape quickly. As for the lost cattle, there would be plenty of opportunities to recoup their losses later. Li Yuanming held his stomach, shooting an angry and sharp gaze towards Xiao Jinli behind Xiao Xiqian. Now, their only breakthrough point for escape was this little girl. As long as they grabbed the little girl, they would have a hostage and could escape easily. Compared to Zhang San and Li Si, Li Yuanming was closest to Xiao Jinli. He struggled to get up, his face twisted with pain, and forced out a seemingly sincere smile. He said to Xiao Chuanfu, "Big brother, we were wrong and we apologize. We will never steal again. Please forgive us and let us go. Can you?" As he said this, his body tilted slightly, but his feet moved closer to Xiao Jinli's direction. Xiao Chuanfu sneered and said, "Humph. If everyone could easily get away with their wrongdoings by apologizing, then what would be the point of having government officials? What would you do?" He glared with wide eyes and shouted. At this very moment, Zhang San and Li Si, who were lying on the ground, suddenly pounced forward in sync, each grabbing one of Xiao Xiqian's legs. At the same time, Li Yuanming reached out his hand and immediately grabbed Xiao Jinli, his other hand quickly gripping her neck. In fact, Xiao Xiqian had been protecting Xiao Jinli the whole time, and he was also on guard against Li Yuanming. However, there were too many opponents, and they were highly coordinated. By the time he broke free from the 2 men grabbing his legs, Xiao Jinli was caught unprepared and seized by Li Yuanming. Xiao Chuanfu was furious to see Xiao Jinli being seized. He pointed at Li Yuanming and shouted, "What are you trying to do? Let her go. She's just a child. If you hurt even a hair on her head, The entire Xiao family village will not let you off. Xiao Jinli was the darling of the whole village, and no one was allowed to hurt her. Having suffered so much humiliation before, Li Yuanming and the others were now very smug, with a hostage in hand. Li Yuanming said triumphantly, "As long as you agree to our terms, I won't hurt this child. Otherwise, if we don't end up well, this child will accompany us." Hearing this, Xiao Chuanfu immediately replied, Okay, just tell us what your terms are." Xiao Xiqian, however, stared at Li Yuanming intensely. His sharp eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent as he coldly said, "She's just a child. If you want a hostage, take me instead. Let her go." Li Yuanming sneered and said, "Humph, do you think I'm an idiot? If I let her go, you'll have nothing to fear. Don't try to trick me with such nonsense. As I said, as long as you promise my conditions, I will release her as soon as we're safe." With that, he tightened his grip on Xiao Jinli's neck, causing her to utter a soft groan. Xiao Chuanfu immediately waved his hand and said, All right, just tell us your conditions. Just be gentle." Li Yuanming said, "First, bring back the cattle that escaped, including the cow king you spoke of. Second, we will take these cattle and leave together. Once we are safely away, we will naturally let the child go. Now, will you agree to these conditions or not?" However, before Xiao Chuanfu could answer, the cow king was already provoked. It raised its head and let out a loud moo twice towards the sky. Li Yuanming had no defense against the cow, let alone the fact that the cow king attacked from behind. He was caught off guard, and the whole person was pushed forward. The grip on Xiao Jinli's neck eventually lost its strength. However, just as Xiao Jinli was about to be crushed under Li Yuanming, Xiao Xiqian and Xiao Chuanfu had no time to save her. At that moment, Xiao Jinli unexpectedly executed a shoulder throw and threw Li Yuanming out. These actions happened too quickly, leaving Xiao Xiqian dumbfounded. After throwing Li Yuanming to the ground, Xiao Jinli rubbed her hands and coldly said, "Did you not know that I'm very strong? Even without the Cow King's help, I could have easily thrown you down with a shoulder throw. How does it feel?" In fact, Xiao Jinli allowed herself to be caught on purpose. She wanted to buy some time, wait for these accomplices to arrive, and then capture them all in one fell swoop. However, she never expected that the Cow King would come to her rescue so eagerly, creating such a scene. Xiao Jinli, a child, performs an over-the-shoulder throw on a grown man, not only surprising Xiao Xiqian but also shocking everyone else, like Zhang San and Li Si. They never expected that among them, the child they believed was least threatening could actually throw over a grown man. Xiao Xiqian was equally astonished. He had already heard that Xiao Jinli was strong, but he had never expected that Jinli's strength would be this great. The strength required for an over-the-shoulder throw was surely much greater than carrying someone on one's back. However, Xiao Xiqian, after a moment of surprise, quickly returned to his senses. He approached Xiao Jinli, checking her condition, and asked with great concern, "Little sister Jinli, are you okay? Did you twist your arm or hurt your hand?" The strength of an over-the-shoulder throw primarily comes from one's arms. Xiao Jinli shook her head and said, "I'm fine. The priority now is to tie up these 5 guys so they won't try to play any tricks." Xiao Chuanfu promptly grasped the situation and instructed Xiao Xiqian, "Xiao Quan, you keep an eye on them. I'll go find some rattan." With Xiao Xiqian's martial ability, it would be very difficult for these people to run away. Li Yuanming had never expected that he would not only be humiliated, but also face the risk of imprisonment. His heart was filled with both anger and frustration, along with a deep sense of humiliation. What made him even more anxious was how he and his men were going to escape this predicament. Li Yuanming, lying on the ground, was continuously turning his eyes, thinking of a way out. Just then, the cell phone in Zhang San's pocket rang. The sound seemed to offer them some hope, and their eyes lit up. Xiao Jinli's eyes sparkled. Xiao Xiqian was about to stop the cell phone, but Xiao Jinli immediately held him back, gently shaking her head. Xiao Xiqian slightly frowned but refrained from making any move. Ignoring his own pain, Zhang San immediately shouted, "Little Wang, we've been stopped. You guys bring weapons and come here quickly." "Okay, hurry up." After saying this, he took a deep breath. As long as they could hold out until their comrades arrived, they would have the upper hand. But just as he was catching his breath, Xiao Jinli sneered and said, "Oh, you've got reinforcements? But have you forgotten that our Xiao family village's people are also on the way? Aren't you afraid that your comrades will be caught as soon as they arrive?" The moment her words fell, the expressions on Li Yuanming and his men's faces froze. That's right, they'd called for backup, but according to the trio, the Xiao family village was also getting reinforcements. Now it depended on whether their comrades or the villagers of Xiao family village would arrive first. Feeling anxious, they regretted underestimating the trio earlier. If from the beginning, they had not wasted words and had directly used the anesthetic gun on the trio, they might not only have taken down the three, but also effortlessly stolen the Cow King. But it's too late for that now. While Xiao Xiqian was protecting Xiao Jinli, so she wouldn't be captured again, his sharp eyes were vigilantly sweeping over the 5 men, tightly observing their every move. About 10 minutes later, occasional voices could be heard from the top of the mountain. This should be the place, right? Around Niuxinshan in Shibei village. "Xiao Chuanfu, where are you?" A villager suddenly shouted, while the lights from over a dozen flashlights swept around. Upon hearing the villager's shouts, Xiao Chuanfu promptly responded, "We are at the foot of the mountain. Hurry over. We've caught 5 cattle thieves. They are now tied up." With the help of martial arts expert Xiao Xiqian, Xiao Chuanfu and his comrades effortlessly tied up the 5 men. Upon hearing that Xiao Chuanfu and his 2 companions had captured 5 cattle thieves, some of the younger and stronger villagers immediately quickened their pace to come down and check the situation, especially since Xiao Jinli was part of the group that came to catch the Cow King with Xiao Chuanfu. They hoped that nothing would happen to her. After all, there were 5 adversaries against their 3. Even if Xiao Jinli was strong, whether she could fight or not was still uncertain. After a short while, the group of younger villagers arrived at the scene. They first used their flashlights to scan the surroundings before looking at Xiao Jinli. Xiao Qingshan asked with concern, "Jinli, are you okay?" Xiao Jinli, with a smile, shook her head and replied, "Brother Qingshan, I'm fine. Don't worry." Xiao Qingshan grinningly remarked, "Hee, as long as you're okay." He then turned his fierce gaze onto Li Yuanming and his men, asking, "Are these the cattle thieves?" Xiao Chuanfu nodded and said, "Yes, it's them. They even had anesthetic guns. If Xiao Quan wasn't so skilled and quickly took them down, it would probably have been difficult to capture them." Having said this, he took out the anesthetic gun to show everyone, saying, "If I didn't know better, I'd have thought it was a real gun." All the villagers were eager to have a look, but Xiao Jinli, with a serious little face, said, "This is not something to play with. We need to hand it over to the policing officer when they arrive." Xiao Jinli said this to prevent the villagers from accidentally firing the anesthetic needle out of curiosity. Hearing what Xiao Jinli said, everyone immediately curbed their curiosity and didn't insist on seeing it anymore. Xiao Xiqian, he had a feeling that Xiao Jinli had a high reputation in Xiao family village. Was it just his imagination? Xiao Jinli went on to say, "These cattle thieves have accomplices. We don't know how many there are. They'll be here soon. But since they're a group, let's capture all of them at once." "Have the policing officers arrived?" "Not yet. It will probably be a while longer," someone answered. "They're not here yet?" Xiao Jinli slightly frowned and said, "We don't know how many accomplices they have, and they probably will be armed. If they get here first, I'm afraid we'll have to fight. If the policing officers arrive, it will be difficult to start a fight. If the policing officers don't arrive, their gang will surely try to take their comrades away first. Otherwise, they would face imprisonment." Hearing what Xiao Jinli had said, Xiao Qingshan immediately said, "No matter how many of them there are, I'm going to call over all the young and able-bodied men from Xiao family village and bring weapons. Humph, this is our territory. Whether dragon or tiger, they'll have to cower." After stating that, Xiao Qingshan made a phone call. "Dad, you need to gather all the young and robust men in the village to the foot of Niuxin Mountain in Shibei village. Xiao Jinli and her group have caught some cattle thieves who have accomplices. We don't know how many there are. So, the more people we have on our side, the better." "Okay, understood. Of course, we'll always prioritize protecting Xiao Jinli. We can get hurt, but Xiao Jinli must remain unharmed. You can rest assured." Xiao Xiqian, Every person in the village was particularly concerned about Xiao Jinli. The attitude of the village toward Xiao Jinli made him increasingly curious. Li Yuanming and the others looked at the villagers from Xiao family village who had arrived earlier, their expressions extremely ugly. They had never stumbled so bad in all these years. As thieves who stole dogs and cattle, their actions were quite dangerous, and if caught, they could be beaten half to death. Over the years, they had made mistakes but managed to escape safely because they acted as a group and ran fast. But now, suddenly, Zhang San's cell phone rang. With his hands and feet tied, he couldn't answer the phone, of course. Xiao Jinli directly took the phone from his pocket, looked at the caller ID, and it was Wang Guzi. Xiao Jinli's eyes flickered, and then, to everyone's surprise, she anxiously said, "Little Wang, have you arrived? Where are you? Oh, you've reached the entrance of Sherbei village. How many people did you call? Did you bring weapons? 10 people have arrived? All right, I got it. Hurry up and intercept those people from our village who have also called others to come over. If you don't hurry up, when they have more people, we'll be at a disadvantage. Right now, there are only 3 of them, including an old man and a child, and just one young man with good skills, which is why we were caught. Hurry up, they're in Sherbei village, at the foot of the mountain called Nyoshin Mountain." After saying that, she hung up the phone. Li Yuanming and the others were dumbfounded. This child, her voice sounded exactly like Zhang San's. How did she imitate it? Her childlike, tender voice could actually imitate that rough, mature voice. However, the seemingly plain words she said shocked all 5 of them. She was really trying to lure their accomplices into a trap and catch them all in one swoop. At this moment, they desperately hoped that their accomplices would come to rescue them, but they also feared that their accomplices would step right into the same trap. Xiao Xiqian's expression initially froze when he saw Xiao Jinli's move, but then his eyes shone with the brilliance of finding a treasure. The more he got to know this child, the more surprises he found. However, looking at the villagers' unconcerned expressions, he felt like he was overreacting. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Jinli began to talk to the villagers. Considering the distance from Sherbei village to here, their accomplices will arrive in at least 15 minutes. Before they arrive, we absolutely can't let them discover anything suspicious or make them want to escape. Xiao Qingshan nodded and asked, "So, Jinli, what should we do?" Xiao Xiqian, why was everyone treating Xiao Jinli's words as the main idea? Xiao Jinli continued, "First, you can only keep 3 flashlights in your hands, and the rest will be replaced by the light from 5 cell phones." Xiao Qingshan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said excitedly, "You mean, these 8 lights will be equivalent to the 8 people on both sides?" Xiao Jinli nodded. "As locals, we are very familiar with this terrain. As for the remaining people, they will be hiding on the side and will only reveal themselves after their accomplices have arrived." "All right," Xiao Qingshan agreed. Then, Xiao Qingshan discussed with the villagers, leaving 5 people to act as the thieves and hiding the rest. Of course, the people left behind were the strong young men. After making the arrangements, Xiao Qingshan looked at Xiao Jinli with some hesitation and asked, "Janli, why don't you hide too? Just in case the people who come have very dangerous weapons and might hurt you." Xiao Jinli shook her head. "No need. Brother Little Quan will protect me, right, Brother Little Quan?" Xiao Xiqian was slightly startled, then smiled and replied, "Yes, I will protect you." Xiao Qingshan, who had not seen Xiao Xiqian's strength, looked doubtful. Xiao Chuanfu then said, "Qingshan, don't worry. Little Quan is very powerful. He knocked down these 5 people in just a few moves." Xiao Qingshan nodded. "All right, if that's the case, let's proceed." After a while, everyone concealed their figures, waiting for the arrival of the other party. About 10 minutes later, sounds came from the other side. "There's light over there. It should be there." In 2 or 3 minutes, a group of people arrived. There were quite a few of them, about 20 people. More than 10 were from Sherbei village and seemed to have come to watch the excitement. It was now around 7 or 8 o'clock, and most people had already had dinner and were resting while watching television. However, some people heard the commotion outside and felt that something might happen, so they followed these people. After all, when outsiders suddenly came to Sherbei village with so many people, what if they were here to steal children or do something bad? They just didn't expect that following them would lead to the foot of Nyoshin Mountain, which bordered the Xiao family village. The people from Sherbei village asked doubtfully, "What's going on? Who are these people, and why are they here? Let's stay farther away. These people don't look like good guys. They're carrying iron rods and sharp knives. This looks like the gang fights you see on television. Should we call the police? Let's not call the police yet, and let's not cause trouble. Let's see the situation first." "Brother Wang, where are Brother Ming and Brother San?" asked one of Wang Guzi's people. Wang Guzi replied, "Third brother said they are at the foot of Nyoshin Mountain in Sherbei village. I asked around, and they should be just up ahead." Soon, they arrived at the place Zhang San had mentioned. They shone their flashlights towards the front and immediately noticed 5 people tied on the ground, their mouths stuffed with cloth, and the 5 people using their cell phones as lights hid nearby when Wang Guzi and the others approached them. Then they noticed 3 people standing beside them, a middle-aged man in his 40s, a young man of 18 or 19, and another young man. At this moment, the 3 of them seemed very relaxed and waiting calmly for their arrival. Wang Guzi's pupils couldn't help but contract. Wang Guzi and the people he brought with him couldn't help but shout, "Brother Ming, Brother San." Immediately after, they rushed forward. One of them angrily asked, "So it's you 3 who tied up Brother Ming and the others?" Xiao Chuanfu glared and shouted, "So you are their accomplices who were called? So what if we are? If you know what's good for you, let those 5 go immediately, or else don't blame us for being rude. Yes, we don't know what tricks you used to capture Brother Ming and the others, but there are so many of us and we all have weapons. Are we still afraid of you? If you know what's good for you, release them now." Xiao Chuanfu sneered, "Haha, I'd like to see just how rude you're going to be." Wang Guzi's face showed a ferocious expression, and he said viciously, "Old man, since you're not taking our warning seriously, don't blame us for being rude. Brothers, let's go." Just as Wang Guzi and his men were about to break through, the cloth in Lai Wu's mouth somehow came loose. He shouted, "Wang Guzi, there are still many people ambushed here." Before he could finish, Xiao Xiqian quickly covered his mouth and stuffed the cloth back in. Wang Guzi and his men were shocked by his words. "There are many people ambushed here?" Lu Ba incredulously replied, "Brother Wang, what?" Wang Guzi spat and said with a murderous look on his face, "What's the matter? We're not afraid." With that, he pulled out an anesthetic gun and yelled to his companions, "Those of you with a weapon like this, take it out now." Then he shot towards Xiao Chuanfu's direction. In his mind, with the dark sky providing cover, no matter how many people his opponents had, they would all be brought down. However, most of the weapons had been taken by Li Yuanming when he went after the escaping cattle. So, among their group of more than 10, they had only 3 weapons. Normally, these 3 weapons would be enough to knock down their opponents. However, when he pulled out his weapon, Li Yuanming and the others had a look of hope in their eyes. Just now, they didn't know why their weapons simultaneously had failed, but they were putting their hope in Wang Guzi. After all, having that weapon was much more advantageous than fighting with real knives and iron rods. They could eliminate their opponents without touching them and do so effortlessly and ruthlessly. However, more screams. Then the 3 holding the anesthetic guns covered the hand holding the gun with the other hand, and due to the pain, they reflexively threw the guns away. The others heard their screams and were perplexed, but they also noticed the anesthetic guns thrown away. "Brother Wang, what happened to you guys? Brother Wang, what's wrong with your hands? Were they bitten by insects?" Wang Guzi, enduring the pain, picked up his own weapon with gritted teeth and told the others, "Hurry up and pick up the weapons on the ground." At his command, 2 of them quickly picked up the anesthetic guns on the ground. They were afraid if they were any slower, their opponents would pick them up first. But they were still puzzled, as it was strange for all 3 people to cry out in pain at the same time. Even if bugs bit them, they couldn't all be bitten at the same time. In fact, not only were Wang Guzi's group of cattle thieves puzzled, but even Xiao Xiqian was full of doubt. This was really strange. Why did all these people have such an incident at the same time? Their screams were all the same, and they all held their wrists. If it was an insect bite, how could they be bitten at the same time? The odds of that happening were far too low. However, the situation was very favorable for their side. As their opponents were picking up the anesthetic guns, noises came from the mountain top. "Xiao Qingshan, where are you?" "We're here." The yelling suddenly broke the strange atmosphere. The one who picked up the anesthetic gun was so scared that he almost threw it away again. Upon hearing the shouting, Xiao Qingshan could only run out from his hiding place and respond to the voices above. Dad, we're here. There are more than 10 people here with weapons. Did you bring weapons too? Wang Guzi and the others were speechless. They didn't expect that suddenly emerging from the darkness would be another person. Oh no. Many more people emerged. Because as Xiao Qingshan came out, the others also received a signal and left the darkness one after another. There were also about 20 people. Wang Guzi and the others' pupils suddenly shrank. Then, Wang Guzi reacted and roared towards Xiao Qingshan. You were hiding here? But why were they hiding? Xiao Qingshan shrugged and replied, Yeah, we were hiding here. At this point, he paused and sincerely advised, I suggest you surrender. Be lenient if you confess, and be strict if you resist. The 5 accomplices you wanted to rescue were already tied up by us long ago. Already tied up? Wang Guzi's pupil shrank again, and he quickly realized what happened. He asked, So the phone call earlier wasn't answered by third brother, but by you guys? You wanted us to come over, right? Xiao Qingshan nodded and praised miserly, You're quite clever. It's just a pity you didn't walk the right path. Wang Guzi, he said viciously, Humph. So what if you have more people? We have quite a few people here too. Who will win is still unknown. Immediately, he looked at his companions and said, Brothers, grab your weapons. Before their people come down, let's save Brother Ming first, then catch some of them. The more we can catch, the better. His companions responded. Li Yuanming and the others hummed in response, but their eyes couldn't help but reveal a glimmer of hope. After all, if they could be saved and escape, they wouldn't have to go to prison in the future. Xiao Qingshan's side did not show weakness either. He asked the villagers, We should also be careful. They have knives and iron rods in their hands. If you can't defeat them, run. Don't fight them hard. The villagers also responded. Just as the fight was about to erupt, voices came from the mountain top again. The government officials are here. Then, a stern, angry shout followed. What are you doing? Stop. Wang Guzi and the others turned pale when they heard the shouting. One of his companions in panic said, Brother Wang, the government officials are here. We can't save Brother Ming now. Let's run away quickly. If we're caught, we'll definitely be sentenced with the crimes we've committed. The others had the same mindset. They could show their loyalty and disregard their lives to save their fellows. But they couldn't be captured and sent to the yamen. Because once they were caught and sent to the yamen, they would face the possibility of a sentence, and going to prison would implicate their families. Wang Guzi, after hearing his companion's persuasions, decided to retreat. His face was gloomy, and he said coldly, Let's go. But as they tried to retreat, they found that they were surrounded by a group of people. Unbeknownst to them, another group of people had appeared, blocking their escape route. Wang Guzi and his group pointed their knives and iron rods at the people blocking them and ferociously said, Get out of the way, or don't blame us for being rude. Facing these sharp weapons, some people's faces showed tension as they stepped back a few steps in fear. At this time, Xiao Xiqian and Xiao Jinli quickly ran over. Xiao Xiqian looked at them and sneered. In order to catch all of you, we set up this act. If we just let you go now, wouldn't all our efforts have been in vain? Humph. If you want to leave, dream on. Wang Guzi and the others' faces instantly turned extremely ugly. Although Wang Guzi and his gang were not the most vicious outlaws, they were not patient when facing threats either. He glared at the young Xiao Xiqian, his eyes flashing maliciously, and said viciously, You little rabbit, get out of my way, or don't blame me for being impolite. With that said, he waved the sharp knife in his hand. Xiao Xiqian completely ignored his threat and continued. Do you know why your 5 accomplices were caught? I'll tell you. It's because they met me. They're unlucky to have met me. Wang Guzi and the others simply didn't believe his words. Wang Guzi, with a dark, iron-like expression, sneered, I, Wang Guzi, have traveled far and wide, encountering all kinds of situations and all kinds of people. But you're the first one to brag in front of me. He turned his head slightly, eyes glinting maliciously, his heart filled with urgency as he noticed the approaching crowd. Then, he gritted his teeth, brandished the knife, and charged towards Xiao Jinli. That's right, it was Xiao Jinli. Among the people here, only this child was the weakest. Only by capturing her would these people hesitate and perhaps let them all go. Unfortunately, what he thought was the weakest child. Just as the sharp knife swung towards her, someone worriedly shouted, "Jinli, watch out." Immediately, they saw that as the knife approached Xiao Jinli, she skillfully squatted down, dodging the blade. Then, while squatting, she launched a series of kicks towards Wang Guzi's lower leg, delivering a fierce kick. Xiao Jinli had enough strength, and with such a kick, Wang Guzi was sent toppling forward by the force, falling face first into the mud according to the laws of physics. As for the sharp knife in his hand, it clattered to the ground a short distance away. At the moment he fell to the ground, Xiao Jinli's footsteps swiftly followed, stepping directly onto his back. The other accomplices shuddered when they saw this scene. This child was so ruthless and so strong. Was she just a child? A girl? Xiao Jinli firmly stepped on Wang Guzi's back, her young face looking at the other accomplices, and then coldly said, "I advise you to lay down your weapons and surrender. You will not be able to escape. Even if you escape, as soon as your accomplices are caught, it's only a matter of time before you're caught too. So, put down your weapons and report to the government officials now. The punishment will certainly be lighter. Otherwise, well, just wait for the heavier punishment. The nets of heaven are vast, but they spare no one. You decide for yourselves." The little girl's immature and clear voice was decisive and deafening. Miraculously, the thieves who were running around trying to escape seemed to calm down at this moment. The villagers of Sherbei village were dumbfounded. They were close to Xiao family village, so they had naturally heard of this child. But they never thought that this child from Xiao family village would be so bold and reckless. A child, facing a person wielding a sharp knife, showed no fear. Even they, as adults, did not have such courage. With the atmosphere getting increasingly bizarre, the village head of Xiao family village finally arrived with the policing officers. Noticing the situation at hand, they too were somewhat stunned. A policing officer asked doubtfully, "What's going on here?" 5 were tied up, 1 adult was pinned down by a child, and the people at the scene seemed to have hit the pause button. Ahem. One of the policing officers recognized someone from Xiao family village. Not long ago, they had also come to Xiao family village to arrest Lubald and his son. The village head first spotted Xiao Jinli and immediately asked, "Jinli, how are you? Are you all right?" Xiao Junxian and his father Xiao Wanshan also looked very concerned and asked, "Xiao Bao, are you all right? Are you injured anywhere?" Jinli shook her head and said, "Uncle village chief, dad, older brother, I'm fine. Don't worry about me." Xiao Xiqian. So, whoever came here, the first thing they would do was show concern for Jinli. It didn't matter if it was between family members, but others also seemed concerned. This made Xiao Jinli's importance in the village even more apparent. She's just a kid, right? After a thorough examination, Junxian was relieved to find that his sister was unharmed. He then directed his anger towards the thief under Jinli's feet. He angrily asked, "Sister, what did this guy do to you? Let me handle this. My strength is greater, and I'll make sure he won't be able to catch his breath." Villagers, are you sure your strength is greater than your sister's? Xiao Xiqian. Everyone didn't seem to think it was strange that Jinli had the thief pinned down under her feet. Could it be due to her impressive strength? Jinli lifted her foot off the man and shook her head. "No need. He tried to escape, and I stopped him. Even if I let him go now, he won't be able to get away." The man lying on the ground with the name Wang Guzi felt like crying but had no tears. He just wanted to run away. But how could it be so difficult? Being stepped on by a little girl, it was utterly humiliating. With this dark history, how would he face the villagers in the future? Regardless of his unwillingness and humiliation, he had to be handcuffed by the police when they arrived. Because there were too many of them, the number of handcuffs brought by the police were limited. The previously tied-up thieves would continue to be tied, but with their mouths and feet freed of cloth and rattan. Officer Shaoli sympathetically told them, "You guys have good health and strength, but instead of doing something meaningful, you committed disgusting acts like theft. Look at the situation now, tied up like this. I hope you learn your lesson and cooperate with us to get lenient treatment." People like Li Yuanming were too ashamed to respond, and their expressions showed a mix of anger, annoyance, and regret. Those without handcuffs had their hands tied with a few strips of rattan as well. Officer Liu looked at the dozen or so cattle thieves and then looked around, before asking, "Village chief, where are the stolen cattle?" He had heard that these cattle thieves had stolen more than 10 cattle, but he hadn't seen a single one yet. The cattle couldn't have run away, right? Xiao Chuanfu laughed and said, "The cattle are hidden now." Jinli looked at Officer Liu and immediately blew a whistle. As soon as her whistle sounded, a cow responded with a moo. Moo. The sound came from the left side of the mountain. In no time, the majestic Cow King led a group of yellow and water cattle in a grand procession toward them. Officer Liu and others were astonished to see this. Had those cattle gained spiritual wisdom or something? Officer Liu curiously asked with a smile, "How did you train these cattle? They seem so intelligent." At this, Xiao Qingshan became excited. "This is our Xiao family village's Cow King. He's really smart and sensible." After arriving in the crowd, Cow King walked directly toward Xiao Jinli, nuzzling her palm with its fluffy head, its bright eyes seemingly seeking praise and compliments. These movements straight up melted some people. This cow is so intelligent, it's really adorable. Although it was an impressive water buffalo. Look at it, its eyes. It's like a child seeking praise. The villagers of Xiao Family Village, chuckling in agreement, said, "Haha, it is indeed seeking praise right now." As his words fell, Xiao Jinli raised her hand, showing a slightly helpless face, and praised with a smile. "Yes, yes, Cow King really did an excellent job. You've saved so many of your kind. A great deed indeed." Upon hearing its young master's praise, Cow King immediately got excited. It raised its head high towards the sky and let out a series of moos. It was simply earth-shattering. Officer Liu and his colleagues, watching this scene, were both intrigued and extremely curious. Cow King? This was the first time Officer Liu and the other government officials had heard of him. An animal referred to as a king by humans must certainly possess extraordinary qualities compared to other animals of the same species. Xiao Qingshan said smugly, "Yeah, it's the Cow King." Speaking of Cow King, there's actually a legendary story to it. Officer Liu and his colleagues became instantly interested. Officer Shaoli asked curiously, "Tell us, this sounds legendary. It couldn't be delivered after a whole day and night." Jinli, out of curiosity, went to see what was happening. Unexpectedly, as Jinli arrived, Cow King was born. Its mother, after the delivery, knelt directly towards Jinli in gratitude. The little calf that had just been born could hardly stand, but it still wobbled towards Jinli, tears pooling in its eyes. It was indeed very adorable. Later, when Jinli was going home, Cow King followed directly behind her. Jinli took it in, and since then, Cow King has been well-behaved and sensible, leading other cows not to trample on the vegetables and crops in the village. But Cow King has always listened to Jinli the most. By this point, Xiao Qingshan seemed to think of a question and asked, "Officer Liu, will Cow King be brought into custody this time?" Upon hearing this, Officer Liu burst into laughter and said, "Young man, what are you thinking? No matter how smart and sensible Cow King is, it's still a cow from your village. How could we possibly bring it back to Yamen? Rest assured, we will only take the relevant personnel back to the Yamen office." At this point, Officer Liu asked with curious skepticism, "You guys aren't going to tell me that these men were captured largely due to Cow King, are you? And how did these cows escape? Can you explain?" Originally, when their Yamen office received the alarm from the people of Xiao Family Village, it was mentioned that their village cows had been stolen, but they had also caught the thieves. The rest, they only found out upon arrival at the scene. Xiao Jinli smiled at Officer Liu and said, "Officer Uncle, I suppose I'll have to be the one to explain this, because only I can communicate with Cow King. Cow King told me that it was drugged and secretly transported from Niuxinshan to someplace. When it woke up from the anesthesia, it found that many of its kind were locked up and tied up around it. After communicating with these related cattle, it learned that they all were stolen in the same way. After hearing this, Cow King took advantage of the lack of attention from those people, gently opened the Cowpen gate with its hooves, then bit the rope that was tied around trees and pillars, unlocking it, and then led its liberated kind towards Xiao family village. When those people discovered this, they quickly chased after them, and then we ran into them. Officer Liu and his colleagues. Did they enter a fairy tale world or a fantasy world? Why do these words seem so unbelievable? Are there really people who can communicate with animals? And are the communications so smooth? Ahem. Officer Liu turned a straight face and asked Li Yuanming's group, was it Cow King that opened the Cowpen gate and untied the ropes? Li Yuanming said with despair, yes, we didn't expect this cow to be so cunning. After we caught it, we made sure several times that it hadn't roused from the anesthesia, and then straightaway locked it in the Cowpen. To our surprise, as soon as we turned our backs, it opened the door, released the rope, and ran away with all our cows. Officer Liu and his colleagues. Cow King really is intelligent. No wonder it is called the Cow King by the villagers of Xiao family village. Zhang San said, what's even more infuriating is the direction in which it led the cows to escape. Was exactly where we caught it from. Anyway, they have been captured, and sooner or later they will have to confess. Officer Liu and his colleagues, then. Officer Liu started laughing. It looks like Cow King has really performed a great deed. Without it, who knows when you guys would have been caught. Recently, we received several reports stating that their cows had gone missing. Was it you guys who did it? Li Yuanming and his cohorts were scared into silence. Immediately their group had stolen so many cows that they had no idea if it was their doing or not. Since they were silent, Officer Liu immediately shouted, all right, come back with us to the Yamen office. Once there, you will have to confess cleanly. Leniency for those who confess, severity against those who resist. Seek lenient treatment, understand? Li Yuanming and his people weakly responded, we understand. Over a dozen people, never captured by humans, were brought down by a single cow. It would be a joke if this got out, but since it was a joke, they were also captured. Therefore, Officer Liu and his colleagues escorted Li Yuanming's group to the Yamen office. Xiao Jinli, Xiao Xiqian, and Xiao Chuanfu, as the parties involved in this incident, had to go along to make a record as well. However, Xiao Jinli and the others hadn't eaten dinner yet. So Officer Liu let them eat their dinner first, and then come over. The sooner this matter was handled, the better. As for the herd of cows, well, they could only be kept temporarily with Cow King and Xiao family village. Once the owners were found, they would be returned one by one. Xiao Xiqian was clearly extremely excited. Living in the countryside was indeed quite interesting. Even coming across such a bizarre event as a cow rescuing cows was so flavorful. However, the entire incident made him increasingly curious about Xiao Jinli. Xiao Jinli was like a treasure. The more you dig, the more surprises she brings. News of the people from Xiao family village helping other villages find their stolen cattle spread as quickly as the wind, reaching the surrounding 10 miles and 8 villages. They cursed the cattle thieves with all sorts of disgusting words, accusing them of having no conscience, black hearts, and wishing for festering sores on their feet. At the same time, they were surprised to find that their domestic cattle had been retrieved thanks to a cow from Xiao family village that had also been stolen. Listening to the story of a cow saving another cow, everyone found it astonishing. Is that cow from Xiao family village really that smart? Someone questioned doubtfully. I heard that the cow has been smart since it was young. It can understand human speech. I would like to go and see for myself if this cow is really that extraordinary. So, people from other villages would occasionally come to Xiao family village these days to visit the Cow King. Of course, those whose cattle had been lost and then found again were sensible enough to bring gifts to the rescuer's house to express their gratitude. After all, they helped them find their lost cattle, which saved them a loss of several thousand yuan. Those gifts were naturally sent to Xiao Jinli's home. It's not like they could send a bundle of straw as a gift to the cow that saved the day. That would only make them a laughing stock. Though people brought gifts to the master's house, they still wanted to see the cow. This is the Cow King. It really looks majestic, a villager from West Cow Village said while watching the Cow King running in the field, quite impressed. How did you raise such a smart cow? Is it like training a dog? Xiao Chuanfu smiled and said, that's not the case. If the Cow King could be trained, our Xiao family village would have more than just one. This Cow King is quite special in that it's very smart from birth. Such exceptional cases are rare, just like among humans, as most are ordinary. and absolute geniuses are very few. Maybe only 1 or 2 in several million. The birth of this cow might be similar. Haha, what you said makes some sense. The villager from West Cow Village laughed. I wonder what the mother cow had eaten while pregnant with it. Otherwise, why would its brain be so special? Xiao Chuanfu shook his head. Who knows? Besides eating grass, they are left to find their own food. No one knows what the mother cow ate back then. As for the Cow King, ever since villagers from the surrounding areas came to visit it, it had been excited all the time. It often ran to an open area and performed for the people. Like a lovable and mischievous child who loves to show off, the Cow King was either bellowing loudly or training the other cows in the village, creating a chaotic dance scene. It was hilarious. Haha, this Cow King is so adorable. It looks majestic and domineering too. Haha, look at it training the other cows to behave so obediently. If we had such a group of well-behaved cows, taking care of them would be so much easier. I wish our village had a Cow King like this. If we had one, we'd all be worshipping it. It saves us so much trouble. Xiao Jinli certainly knew about the Cow King being adored and admired by the villagers from the surrounding areas. She just smiled. If the Cow King wanted to show off, so be it. As for those who wanted to steal the Cow King, just see if they had the ability to do so. The Cow King had been nourished by her Lingquan water since its birth, making its body strong and resistant to all toxins. Anesthetics would only work on it for a short while, unless they wanted to end up like the previous cattle thieves who not only suffered a complete failure, but also faced severe punishment. It was said that the thieves were sentenced to a minimum of 3 years to a maximum of 7 years in prison and were also fined heavily. All these able-bodied people, why did they have to do such chicken-stealing and dog-touching things? Now they're trapped in a big pit and can't climb out. Xiao Jinli arrived at school, and the new class head teacher, Teacher Yang, came to find her. Student Xiao Jinli, come with me to the principal's office. Teacher Yang called to her as she was about to slip away after class. As a result, Teacher Yang had come to catch her at just the right time. Xiao Jinli, who was packing her school bag, paused and showed a slightly helpless expression in her eyes. She muttered in response, "Okay, I know. I'll be right there." After packing her school bag, she carried it on her back and followed Teacher Yang. She said, "Teacher Yang, you guys don't need to keep such a close eye on me. I said I would participate in this math Olympiad, and I won't go back on my word." Faced with such a student who often wants to sleep in and slip away, Teacher Yang helplessly said, "Student Xiao Jinli, it's not that we're keeping such a close eye on you. But if we don't, who knows when you'll be willing to turn over a new leaf. The competition in the county town is tomorrow, and Principal Chun just wants you to go over and ask about the situation." Xiao Jinli shrugged and said, "What's there to ask? You guys catch me and do this every day." Teacher Yang helplessly said, "We have no choice. The principal and the school have placed all their hopes on you. We hope you can bring glory to our whole school." Xiao Jinli, she's stuck on this boat and can't get off now. Glancing at Xiao Jinli's expression, Teacher Yang smiled and said, "Of course, student Xiao Jinli, you don't need to be too nervous either. Just do your best and see how fate plays out. No one will blame you." Xiao Jinli, what if she comes back with a 0? After a while, the two arrived at the principal's office. Seeing Xiao Jinli appear, Principal Chan smiled like a fox. He said, "Student Xiao Jinli is here. Take a seat." Xiao Jinli looked at the enthusiastic principal and got straight to the point. "Principal, just tell me directly, what do you want me to do this time?" "Ahem," Principal Chun said with a slightly serious expression. "Well, student Xiao Jinli, I have a set of test questions here. Could you give them a try?" Xiao Jinli stared at Principal Chun with a strange look in her eyes. These test questions wouldn't be for tomorrow's competition, would they? Principal Chun immediately explained, "Don't misunderstand. These test questions are from last year's competition, which I got through connections." "Oh, I see." Xiao Jinli nodded and replied, "All right, I'll give it a try." Then, Xiao Jinli took the test questions and pen from Principal Chun, glanced at the entire exam paper, and began writing quickly. After a moment, she looked up at Principal Chun and said, "I'm done." "Ah, so soon? Finished in just 20 minutes? Teacher Yang, who had been watching the time, was very surprised. "Yes, I'm done." Xiao Jinli nodded. It took her 20 minutes, but in her eyes, These questions were no more complicated than 1 plus 1. They didn't need 20 minutes, at most 5. These 5 minutes were just for her to write. Principal Chun was shocked by the answers she came up with. Peach Blossom Town Central Primary School is one of the bottom 5 respectively among the 18 key primary schools in Qing County. So, being the principal of this school doesn't really add much luster to one's reputation. Every time Principal Chen attended meetings in the county town, he would be criticized by the leaders of the Education Bureau. Of course, this was also due to the issues concerning educational resources. Principal Chun was a good principal. He never let these negative emotions affect the students in his school. Having been in office for just over a year, he hoped that the students in his school would earn some respect for him during his tenure. For this trip to the county town for the competition, Principal Chun personally took 3 pupils with him. Except for Xiao Jinli, who parachuted into the quota, the other 2 made themselves stand out among all the students in the school with their own capabilities. This time, going to the county town for the competition, besides excitement, there were also feelings of unease, trepidation, and even fear. However, what they didn't know was that the school did not think highly of them, but instead put all its hopes on Xiao Jinli. The 2 students had decent grades in their school. However, when compared with others, their grades really left much to be desired. For this competition, Principal Chun managed to secure 3 spots. Looking at the anxious students, and then at another person who seemed to be calm and relaxed as if he were on a trip, Principal Chun felt a tightness in his chest. He comforted the other 2 students by saying, "Li Xiaohua, Landahai, don't be nervous. We should consider it as a tour instead of a competition." Unfortunately, Principal Chin's reassurances only made the 2 kids more nervous. Facing the principal, Landahai stammered, But principal, we are going for a competition. 1.1 can't pretend it's a trip." Principal Chun felt even more disheartened. He glanced at Xiao Jinli and said, "Cough, cough. Xiao Jinli, why don't you try comforting them?" Xiao Jinli shrugged and said, "Principal Chun, you overestimate me. I'm nervous myself. How can I comfort my fellow students?" Principal Chen. Then Xiao Jinli changed the topic and said to them, "Li Xiaohua Landahai, you guys should see it this way. Look, Xiao Jinli's grades are so poor, yet she can go to compete in the county town. I'm the school's top student, so I must do better than her. If she's not nervous, I should be even less so." Principal Chun, Li Xiaohua, and Landahai, did they really need to put themselves down like this? But, to their surprise, Xiao Jinli's method of consolation seemed quite effective. The 2 little students did seem to loosen up quite a bit. Seeing this, Principal Chin immediately gave Xiao Jinli a kind smile, which caused her to feel the chills. Actually, Li Xiaohua and Landahai were quite curious as to why Xiao Jinli, who was suddenly able to participate in the competition, got this opportunity, and they felt a bit unconvinced. They were selected to compete through school exams, but Xiao Jinli's grades were low, and she clearly didn't qualify for the competition. Why would the teacher choose Xiao Jinli to participate? In fact, not just for these 2 students, many parents also felt puzzled. Despite their children being ranked among the top 10 in the whole school for their math grades, they didn't qualify to participate in the competition, yet a kid with average grades got the chance. As a result, out of the parents of the top 10 students, 3 or 4 came to the school to complain. It's unknown how the school explained to them, but after a while, this matter was no longer pursued. "Xiao Jinli, have you ever been to the county town?" Li Xiaohua curiously asked. Xiao Jinli nodded. "Yeah, I've been there." "Really? Is the county town fun?" Landahai asked with his curious eyes wide open. "What's so fun about the county town? Apart from concrete and iron, and some taller buildings than the countryside, there's nothing else to see or fun to do. Downright less fun than herding cattle in the countryside," Xiao Jinli said indifferently. Principal Chun, he was aware that this child came from a more affluent family, with a small Western-style building and a sedan at her home that made it convenient to go anywhere. However, not all families have these conditions. Going to the county town was quite inconvenient for them. Therefore, without any pressing matters, few would go to the county town. But I heard from Lanbing that the county town is really fun, with many delicious and fun things. Li Xiaohua, furrowing his brows, looked a little puzzled. He said he has been to an amusement park in the county town. There were so many kids there. It was really fun. After listening to him, Xiao Jinli frowned, but then said seriously, I know that amusement park. My brother took me there once. However, we are here for the competition. As long as you guys relax during the exams and answer the questions seriously, when we get out of the examination room, I will take you out to have some fun. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaohua's and Lan Dehai's eyes lit up, full of anticipation. However, they stole a quiet glance at Principal Chen next to them and whispered, Is this allowed? Will the principal agree? Xiao Jinli immediately turned her gaze to Principal Chun and asked with an innocent and adorable smile, Principal Chun, after we finish our exams, can we go out to play? Principal Chun. Now that she put it that way, how could he not agree? He nodded and said, Yes, as long as you all seriously answer the papers and perform beyond your normal capabilities in the exam. When you come out of the examination room, I'll take you all to the amusement park to play. I'll cover all costs as a reward for your efforts in this competition. What do you say? Hearing this, Xiao Jinli immediately approved. Okay, Principal Chin, let's agree on this. Then she turned to the other two students and said, As long as you're not nervous and perform well, after we finish the exams, we can have a great time. Internally she thought, what's so fun about children's games anyway? But to pacify these two students, I just have to go along with it. Actually, Principal Chun didn't mind taking them to the amusement park to have some fun. As long as these two children weren't too nervous and didn't affect their performance, that would be just fine. Although he didn't expect them to bring back an award, he certainly didn't want them to come last in the competition. Upon Principal Chin's promise, Li Xiaohua and Lan Dehai was no longer as nervous as before. Rather, they felt excited and full of anticipation. They could play in the county town, and it was Principal Chun who was going to take them. When they returned to school and home, they could definitely show off. Unknowingly, they arrived at the county town and followed the teachers to the hotel to rest. After sending the three children to the examination room, Principal Chun waited nervously. The exam time was 2.5 hours, from 9 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. However, he didn't wait outside the examination room all the time. Instead, he went to a friend's tea shop for some tea. Seeing his arrival, Principal Chin's close friend, Zhou Cheng, teased, You're a busy man. What brings you here today? This is a rare occasion. Principal Chin laughed and replied, I brought a few students here for an exam today. Zhou Cheng curiously asked, Exam? What kind of exam would require the principal himself to lead the team? Aren't other teachers responsible for those previous exams and competitions? Of course, Principal Chin couldn't tell him the truth, so he said, Well, all the other teachers are occupied. So I'm the one who brought the kids to take the test. Zhou Cheng nodded and said, Enough talking, let's have some tea. How long will the kids take for the exam? 2.5 hours. Principal Chun replied, From 9 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. I have to pick them up at 11 a.m. After all, these kids are young and might be scared in this unfamiliar place. Actually, what he was more afraid of was Xiao Jinli running around with the other two students. So, it's better to go to the exam room early to catch them. Suddenly, he thought of something and immediately put down his teacup. Ah Chung, I'm sorry, I just remembered something important I need to do. I'll be back later. Then, without waiting for Zhou Cheng's reaction, he hurriedly left. When he left, he deliberately checked the time. The exam started at 9 a.m., and it was now 9:15 a.m. He hoped the girl hadn't left the examination room yet. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to find her as a young girl running around in this county town without a cell phone. Principal Chan hurried to County First Primary School, and as soon as he arrived at the school gate, he bumped into Xiao Jinli, who was just about to leave. He knew it would be like this. Just as he suspected, Principal Chin's face was full of black lines. After a moment, he put on a friendly smile and asked, Xiao Jinli, have you finished the exam so quickly? Xiao Jinli nodded and said, Yeah, after finishing those questions, sitting there was somewhat boring. If I fell asleep in the exam room, the invigilating teacher would keep casting glances at me, which would be quite uncomfortable. So, I just handed in my paper and left. Upon hearing this, Principal Chin urgently asked, Do you think the questions were difficult? Xiao Jinli really wanted to roll her eyes at him. She said, Principal Chun, what kind of question is that? If the questions were difficult, would I have handed in the paper without finishing them? Since I promised to do this for you, I'll do it well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed. Having heard Xiao Jinli's words, Principal Chun was so excited that he didn't know how to express his emotions. He nodded and said, "Good, good. That's great. Although I don't want to put pressure on you, I still hope you can win the big prize for me." Thinking about the exam paper he gave her the day before yesterday, she finished it in 20 minutes and got all the questions right. He already knew that Xiao Jinli was hiding her talent, but he didn't expect her to give him such a big surprise. In the past, he hoped Xiao Jinli could bring back a prize. Now, he further hoped that Xiao Jinli could bring back a big prize. Once Principal Chun had calmed down, he asked, "Where do you plan to go now? It's only been half an hour since the exam started, and Li Xiaohua and Landahai won't be out until 11:30 a.m. If we're going to the amusement park, we might have to wait until the afternoon." Xiao Jinli thought for a moment and said, "I want to go to the National Bookstore to look at some books." "Ah, the bookstore?" Principal Chin asked with a slightly surprised expression. "Do you still like reading? I thought you only liked sleeping. Otherwise, why would you always sleep in class?" Xiao Jinli chuckled and said, "Principal Chin, I don't actually like sleeping. It's just that I understand everything the teachers teach in class, so I don't need to spend that time listening to them." Of course, she also didn't deny that she liked sleeping. Hearing this explanation, Principal Chun suddenly understood. He also found it rather amusing and said, "So, that's what it is. But since your grades have always been average, you've been misunderstood by the teachers. Actually, it's your fault, not your classmates or teachers. If you're capable of getting good grades, why would you purposely make them average? Isn't it better to be top-notch? Every day, you could be praised by the school and envied by your classmates. Others want to get top grades and work hard for it. But you, on the other hand, take it easy. You're not like a primary school student at all." Xiao Jinli bluntly said, "Getting good grades is annoying and troublesome. I also don't like being constantly watched like a monkey." Xiao Jinli didn't hold back her feelings in front of Principal Chun. After listening, Principal Chun looked somewhat stunned. It turned out that Xiao Jinli didn't want to get good grades for this reason. She actually found getting good grades to be troublesome. Once Principal Chun had recovered, he found it both funny and helpless. It's like discovering a treasure but not being able to dig it up, for fear that the treasure would be destroyed once you started digging. That's how he felt right now. Principal Chun thought for a moment before saying, "Oh, so that's how it is." Hearing Principal Chin's calm tone, Xiao Jinli was slightly surprised. She raised her eyebrows, smiled, and asked, "Principal Chun, aren't you going to persuade me to get better grades?" Principal Chun laughed and said, "I do want to persuade you. But are you the type to listen? If you were, we would have talked to you earlier, but you never took it seriously. Instead of wasting our breath, it's better to let you be free." At this point, he asked curiously, "You're in 4th grade now. When it's time for high school, there will be good schools, and the average ones too. They're all based on grades. What's your plan for this?" Xiao Jinli tilted her little head and said without hesitation, "For me, it doesn't matter which school I go to. As long as it's close to home, it's fine." According to her family's expectations, she would definitely be able to attend high school. There are high schools in only the county town. By the time she's in high school, her family will definitely buy a house there. She added, "Haha, I'm still in elementary school now, and there are 3 more years until junior high. As for high school, there's still plenty of time. We'll talk about it later." Principal Chin's eyes darted around, and he said with a smile, "Xiao Jinli, let's make a deal, shall we?" Seeing Principal Chin's fox-like smile, Xiao Jinli's hackles rose, and her expression became guarded. She said, "Principal Chun, just say what you need to say. This creepy uncle deceiving little girl's attitude is scaring me." Principal Chun went straight to the point. "All right, let's cut to the chase. Can you directly crush everyone in the primary to junior high transition and win glory for the school just once more?" Xiao Jinli, indeed. He's a creepy uncle who deceives little girls. As Li Xiaohua and Lan Xiaohai excitedly ran out of the exam room, their eyes locked onto Principal Chun intently. In the afternoon, Principal Chin decisively took them to the largest amusement park in the county to fulfill his promise. He didn't know whether Xiao Jinli liked to play or not, but the other 2 children were very enthusiastic. This could be considered their reward. This amusement park had carousels, trampolines, and slides. These attractions didn't interest Xiao Jinli in the slightest. So, when the 3 of them went to the amusement park, She found a leisurely spot, sat down, and yes, went asleep. Anyway, she would sleep wherever she went. As for Li Xiaohua and Lan Dehai, they had already immersed themselves in the fun, bouncing, jumping, and running around absolutely overjoyed. The amusement park was an enclosed space, with only one entrance and exit and nowhere else to go. Outside, parents with children were waiting. As for Principal Chun, who brought them there, he left after buying water for the three of them. Of course, before leaving, he instructed Xiao Jinli to watch over the other two, and in case of any situation, have the reception call him. He had already left his phone number at the reception desk. When Li Xiaohua and Lan Dehai noticed that Xiao Jinli hadn't joined in the fun activities, they were puzzled. The two leaned their heads together and whispered, "Strange, didn't Xiao Jinli come in with us? Where's she now? Should we go look for her? After all, she's a girl. What if something happens?" These little friends were really thoughtful and loving. Well, let's go find her. Once we found her, we can ask her if she wants to play with us. Okay, let's go find her. Then, the two little friends went to find Xiao Jinli. However, they couldn't find her even after searching the entire park. Finally, they found her sleeping on a corner on a soft toy cushion. Li Xiaohua and Lan Dehai. How could Xiao Jinli be so fond of sleeping? She would sleep anywhere, during class and at amusement parks too. Should we wake her up? Yeah, let's do it. Sleeping with a book covering her face, Xiao Jinli suddenly spoke up. You guys go and play. I won't join you. I'll wait for you here. When it's 5:30, Principal Chun will come to pick us up. Hearing Xiao Jinli's voice, the two little friends nodded blankly. Okay, we're going to play now. You, just keep sleeping here. Xiao Jinli, when the three of them returned from the county, Li Xiaohua and Lan Dehai excitedly recounted their adventures at the amusement park to their relatives, friends, and classmates. Unexpectedly, this triggered great expectations among many of their peers. As a result, at the school-wide meeting, Principal Chun solemnly promised that the top 10 students every semester would be taken to the amusement park for a visit. If anyone ranked in any county-wide competition, they could go 3 times. Principal Chin's commitment greatly encouraged the whole school. Children of this age were curious and fond of playing. They too wanted to visit the county amusement park. After all, not everyone's family had the means to go there. The Math Olympiad results were out in a week. When the whole school heard that Xiao Jinli had won the county's special prize, everyone was in disbelief. However, it brought tremendous honor and prestige to the school. Many people were puzzled and doubtful. Weren't Xiao Jinli's grades just average? When did her mathematical skills become so good that she won a special prize in her first competition in the county? Perhaps the teachers knew that Xiao Jinli had been concealing her talents, but the children didn't know. They simply couldn't believe that Xiao Jinli's grades were that good. However, whether they believed or not, it was a fact. Principal Chun finally had something to gloat over. This competition wasn't a total failure for their school. Not only did they not come in last, they jumped straight to the top. He certainly hadn't misjudged Xiao Jinli. In fact, when the results came out, his heart had been hanging, fearing that Xiao Jinli, just like at school, wouldn't want to achieve good results due to her dislike of trouble. Now that the results were out, he realized he had been worrying too much. Xiao Jinli kept her word. She promised him she'd get good results, and she did just that. Principal Chun was walking on air these days. Having such a talented student in the school, he attended meetings in the county with a beaming smile instead of his usual serious demeanor. He also received praise from higher-ups and was instructed to cultivate this promising talent well. He agreed verbally but pulled a long face afterward. That child only agreed to participate in the competition and get good results because he had invited her parents and persuaded her with reason and emotion. And she had only agreed to do it once. When Principal Chun called Xiao Jinli to his office, he said with a beaming face, Xiao Jinli, I really didn't misjudge you. Getting such good results brought so much honor and prestige to our school. This is the cash reward given by our higher-ups, 500 yuan. Having said that, he handed Xiao Jinli the 500 yuan in cash. Seeing the cash, Xiao Jinli's beautiful eyes shone. As she took the money, she asked, You get cash for winning the special prize? Principal, why didn't you ever mention the reward was this? Principal Chen choked and replied irritably, But you never asked either, did you? After saying that, he continued, not only does the county offer prizes, but our school does too. Xiao Jinli's eyes lit up. The school has prizes too? How much? Another 500. Principal Chan said, 200, plus a few notebooks. Xiao Jinli immediately lost interest and lazily replied, oh, that's all. Principal Chan got irritated and said, that's all? How much more do you want? 200 yuan is already quite a lot. The usual rewards for top students from the school are just a few notebooks or certificates. Xiao Jinli didn't add anything, only calmly asked, so, Principal, do you have any more questions? If not, I'm leaving. Principal Chun, his heart more stuffed. What did she mean by not bothering her in the future? Was she the principal, or was he the principal? How could a student talk to their principal like that? Of course, at this point, Principal Chun could only grin and bear it. When Xiao Jinli left the principal's office with 500 yuan in his pocket, he didn't go far before running into teacher Xiao Hongmei. Upon seeing Xiao Jinli, Xiao Hongmei's face darkened instantly, and she secretly fumed with resentment. Ever since she had reported Xiao Jinli to the principal's office, she had received a severe warning from the school and had been demoted from a regular teacher to a temporary one. This outcome was already the best her uncle, the teaching director, had managed to get for her. If she could realize her mistake and correct her thoughts, focusing on teaching her students well, there would still be a chance to become a permanent teacher in the future. Xiao Hongmei had not expected that a seemingly ordinary elementary school student could cause her to fall into such a big pit. Even more unexpectedly, the student she once looked down on turned out to be a genius hiding their true abilities. Now, Xiao Jinli's winning of the county's special prize in the Math Olympiad had greatly slapped her in the face. As Xiao Jinli brought honor to the school, the entire school erupted with joy and congratulations, except for Xiao Hongmei, who was very unhappy. The more Xiao Jinli succeeded, the more it showed that she lacked vision. Back then, after Xiao Jinli's grades came out, quite a few teachers openly ridiculed her. Teacher Xiao, didn't you know Xiao Jinli is so good at math? After all, you were her head teacher for such a long time. Teacher Xiao, Xiao Jinli has won such a big prize. If you were still her head teacher, imagine how prestigious it would be for you. Alas, what a pity. Haha, don't feel too sorry. I heard that Xiao Jinli decided to participate in the competition because teacher Xiao scolded him for being a bad student and leading his classmates astray, demanding that the school expel him. Well, now he's come back with a big slap in her face. Honestly, I've heard rumors among the school's top brass that Xiao Jinli is a score control genius. Do you know what that means? The top students in our school are just ordinary geniuses, but a score control genius, that's a genius among geniuses. Ah, Xiao Jinli is truly remarkable. We thought he was just an average student who slept in class and had mediocre grades. Who would have thought he was the real genius? I must say, the real pity is on teacher Xiao. That's right, Mingming this genius belonged to teacher Xiao, but now that he has gained such great honor, teacher Xiao gets none of the credit. Instead, teacher Yang enjoys the limelight. I've seen her smiling at everyone and even walking with a breeze. Hee. If I had a student like that too, I'd be excited and overjoyed. You know, our school ranks last in both regular grades and various competitions in the whole county. But why would Xiao Jinli hide his abilities? Why would he pretend to be an ordinary student? Isn't it better to have good grades and be a top student? Who knows? I've heard that geniuses often have their inexplicable thoughts. Listening to all this, Xiao Hongmei felt increasingly uncomfortable. Deep down, she had started to regret her actions. Her uncle had warned her that Xiao Jinli was likely a genius since the school leaders had taken notice of him. But she didn't pay any attention at the time. Now, the student she looked down on had come back with a resounding slap in her face, so she couldn't help but feel humiliated. Seeing Xiao Hongmei, Xiao Jinli immediately acted like a respectful student and greeted her with a smile. Hello, teacher Xiao. Xiao Hongmei, however, turned her face away with an unhappy expression and coldly said, as long as I don't see you, I'm fine. With that, she strode away. Xiao Jinli didn't mind her expression and went straight back to the classroom. As soon as he entered, several of his friends immediately came up to ask, Xiao Jinli, what did the principal want from you again? Xiao Jinli took out 50 yuan from his pocket and said with a smile, the principal gave me a little reward. I plan to buy some things for everyone. What do you guys want? Hu Hongmei's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she enthusiastically asked, Are you serious? So, you're going to treat the whole class? Xiao Jinli nodded. Yeah, my treat. So, just let me know what you want. Yay. Xiao Jinli, you're so awesome. I want spicy gluten strips. Is that okay? You know, the ones that cost 50 cents a pack. Sure, as long as you can eat it. Xiao Jinli nodded and continued. It's not my responsibility if you eat something you can't handle and hurt your health. So, think clearly about what you want to eat. I want spicy gluten strips too. I want milk candy. I want to buy 2 pins. Xiao Jinli handed the money to the class monitor and asked him to tally up the needs of the classmates. With that out of the way, he returned to his seat to sleep. The whole class was excited, and the students from other classes looked on with envy. How come their class didn't have such a generous classmate? The class monitor and several class committee members went to the convenience store outside the school to buy the items. When the items were brought back, everyone sat excitedly at their desks, waiting for the distribution. After everything was handed out, the class monitor approached Xiao Jinli with the remaining 20 yuan, saying, Xiao Jinli, here's 20 yuan left. I'll give it back to you. Although the money was in his hands, the monitor's eyes were filled with reluctance. After all, this was 20 yuan, and for a kid, it meant a lot of snacks and entertainment for quite a while. Seeing the money in the class monitor's hand, Xiao Jinli directly said, Keep this money as the class fee. Huh. The monitor immediately replied, Okay, I'll give the money to the teacher. Class fees were typically handed to the teacher. After all, the self-control of kids this age was poor, and they might spend it without restraint. If they needed to reimburse the money from home, they might get beaten to death by their parents. When Teacher Young heard the class monitor's report, she too was delighted. This money was Xiao Jinli's reward, but he chose to use it as the class fee. She said, Okay, I'll be in charge of the class fee. If you need anything for the class later, just tell the teacher. So, Xiao Jinli really treated the whole class? She asked curiously. Yes. The class monitor didn't withhold any information and said, however, many people chose spicy gluten strips and milk candy. Teacher Young said, It's fine to eat these occasionally, but not too much or every day. Also, these snacks are the student's own choice, so if they get sick from it, they can't blame others. The class monitor also said, Right, I've already made this clear to everyone. Teacher Young nodded, as long as it's made clear. However, she was feeling a bit pessimistic. Some parents might be unreasonable and might make a fuss if their kids got sick from the snacks. Of course, coincidences like this shouldn't happen. Soon, Teacher Young became optimistic again. Since Xiao Xiqian got his motorcycle driver's license, as long as the weather was clear and it wasn't raining, he would usually pick up and drop off Xiao Jinli for school. First, Xiao Wanshan and his son had to go to work in the county town, and second, Xiao's mother had to prepare meals for the whole family and manage the family's fields. So, Xiao Xiqian took up the task of shuttling around. In the afternoon, when Xiao Xiqian came to pick up Xiao Jinli, he heard from the chattering of her classmates that she had been awarded 500 yuan by the principal for winning a special prize in the county competition. But Xiao Jinli took out 50 yuan to treat her entire class. This matter was being discussed by all the students in the school. Xiao Xiqian, who was waiting by the roadside, listened with one ear and raised his eyebrows again. He knew that Xiao Jinli had won first place in the County Mathematics Olympiad. Back when he went to the principal's office, he knew from the conversation between Principal Chan and Zhao's mother that Xiao Jinli was a genius. However, this genius was too lazy to show off and always performed very mediocre at school, with average grades. This time, Chun Principal invited Xiao Jinli to participate in the competition, actually gambling on her. However, Xiao Jinli's performance really surprised everyone. They thought she would just bring back an award, but she took home a big prize instead. Of course, for Xiao Xiqian, who had received an elite education since childhood, such a small-scale competition was not even worth his attention. However, he also knew that different regional economies and education levels varied. Xiao Jinli winning such a big prize was really a great talent. The more he interacted with Xiao Jinli, the more he could not understand her. This child brought more and more surprises to people. After waiting for a while, Xiao Jinli came leisurely with 3 female classmates. When Hu Hongmei and the others saw Xiao Xiqian, they immediately greeted him politely, "Brother Little Quan." Everyone followed Xiao Jinli and called him the same way. Although the classmates were curious about why Xiao Jinli called her brother this way, Xiao Xiqian also kindly said, "Hello, classmates. Do you want Brother Little Quan to take you home?" "No need, no need. It's still early, and we can just walk back." Hu Hongmei and the others immediately shook their heads. Sometimes, when they are off from school late or on rainy days, Xiao Jinli's two older brothers would give them a ride home, which was already a trouble for them. So on normal days when they could avoid bothering them, they tried their best not to. Xiao Xiqian didn't insist, but just nodded, then gave Xiao Jinli the little helmet and said, "Sister, get in the car." Xiao Jinli said goodbye to her classmates and got on the motorcycle. After getting in the car, as they walked, Xiao Xiqian said to Xiao Jinli, "Sister, you're really amazing. I just stood at the school gate for a while, and I heard everyone saying that you won a big prize in the county competition and the principal gave you a cash prize. You even took out some part of the money to treat all your classmates." It made the other classmates so envious. Xiao Xiqian knew that Xiao Jinli had absolute control over her own money. No matter if it was New Year's money or the pocket money given to her by her parents, Xiao father and Xiao mother rarely interfered. A reward of 500 yuan, not to mention for a child, but even for an adult, is a lot of money. Generally, parents would confiscate it. At the same time, using 50 yuan to treat her classmates was really generous. For this countryside area, Xiao Jinli won a big prize and instantly became the talk of the school. Her every move at school was watched and noticed by everyone. Just like now, Xiao Jinli generously treats her classmates, which makes everyone envious. Xiao Xiqian teased, "Little sister, if you win more prizes like this with cash rewards, would you become a little rich lady?" Xiao Jinli slightly frowned and seriously replied, "That would be troublesome." Xiao Xiqian's expression froze for a moment. Then he nodded with sympathy, "Yeah, troublesome." In the past, after he received any awards or honors, he would either be interviewed by reporters or asked by the school to give a speech. Xiao Jinli then earnestly said, "I think it's better for me to be a salted fish at school." "Okay, be a salted fish," Xiao Xiqian said with a smile, "the kind that never turns over." Ha ha ha. Soon the two of them arrived at the entrance of the village. "Huh, there are a bunch of people gathered up ahead. Looks like they're arguing about something," Xiao Xiqian asked with a hint of curiosity. "When I went out to pick you up just now, there was nothing happening here." Xiao Jinli squinted her eyes and said, "Let's go check it out." She would always get involved in the village affairs. Xiao Xiqian rode his motorcycle and quickly reached the scene, where he could see the situation more clearly. An old lady was holding on to Xiao Chunhua, talking very excitedly while sniffling and wiping her tears. Xiao Xiqian had been in the village for a while now. During this time, he would walk around and take a look at the village, so he had come to know most of the villagers. He knew Xiao Chunhua and that she had almost lost her life due to an unhappy marriage until Xiao Jinli saved her. As for the other old lady, Xiao Xiqian didn't recognize her, and she didn't seem to be from Xiao family village. There were several villagers from Xiao family village, as well as some other unfamiliar villagers. These unfamiliar villagers also didn't appear to be from Xiao family village. Chunhua, we know we were wrong, and we won't get divorced. Please come back with me and remarry Daqiang," said the old lady who turned out to be Lu Daqiang's mother. Old Lady Lu. Old Lady Lu held on to Xiao Chunhua's hand, crying, "Daqiang knows he was wrong too. He was bewitched and deceived by that vicious widow Niu. Please forgive him and let's remarry. We'll live a good life from now on." Xiao Chunhua shook off Old Lady Lu's hand and said coldly, "Aunt Lu, it's not your fault, it's mine. It's because I served your Lu family so diligently, taking care of everybody, that you all became so arrogant and thought I couldn't live without you. Also, remember that I, Xiao Chunhua, have already divorced from Lu Daqiang. Since he conspired with others to hurt me, causing my miscarriage and almost taking my life, I have nothing to do with him. So, whether he knows he's wrong or not has nothing to do with me. You're begging the wrong person. S. At RCH. Yun. L. RG on G. GL. Hearing Xiao Chunhua's icy words, Old Lady Lu looked slightly incredulous. She widened her eyes and said angrily, "Xiao Chunhua, how dare you talk to me like this? In the past, this girl had always shown the utmost respect for her. Well, her true nature has been exposed. The onlookers felt amused. Old Lady Lu still didn't understand the situation, thinking that Xiao Chunhua was still under her control like in the old days. However, the villagers didn't refute her. They just wanted to see how Xiao Chunhua would handle it. Xiao Chunhua sneered. Why wouldn't I dare to talk to you like this? How big of a face do you have? Did you really think that when I used to give you face, your face became invincible in the world? The villagers? Well countered. Xiao Jinli got off the motorcycle and also stood by to watch the excitement. Old Lady Lu's face turned green, red, and white from Xiao Chunhua's stare, and she said angrily, I am your mother-in-law. It's unfilial not to obey your mother-in-law. Xiao Chunhua coldly answered, Mother-in-law? Oh yeah, my ex-mother-in-law. I've never heard of a divorced woman being obliged to obey her ex-mother-in-law. Your face is so big. Have you ever seen it? Your skin is thick and hard. How shameful on you calling yourself as a mother-in-law. I feel embarrassed for you. After all, who else but your selfish and heartless family would find a replacement wife for their son while the daughter-in-law is still pregnant, uncertain if it's a boy or a girl? You're even worse than animals. Killing your own grandchild. It's your retribution. Thinking of the aborted child, Xiao Chunhua's heart ached. Did Xiao Chunhua hate it? Of course she did. It was her child after all, her own flesh and blood that she was filled with anticipation for. She had already prepared little clothes and shoes for the child. However, the Lu family treated the unborn child like an animal, and it was aborted just because they thought it was a girl. When she learned the truth from the hospital, she wanted to cut the Lu family members into pieces. However, she reported the crime, and Lu Bald and his son were arrested. As the evidence was solid, they were charged with the intentional injury. Lu Bald was sentenced to 5 years in prison, and Lu Daqiang was sentenced to 7 years. They also had to compensate her for medical expenses, mental damage compensation, and various other fees, totaling 50,000 yuan. As Old Lady Lu listened to Xiao Chunhua's disrespectful words, she was both angry and furious. She didn't hold back and sarcastically said, Xiao Chunhua, do you think you can get married after divorcing my son? With you being played by my son, who among the 10 miles and 8 villages would want you, and who would marry you? Now, I'm humbly asking you to return to my family, giving you face. When Daqiang comes out, you guys will still be husband and wife, and a family. Now, if you don't return home with me, when you aren't wanted by anyone, even if you kneel and beg, I will not let you into my Lu family. Old Lady Lu was still acting superior to Xiao Chunhua. This irritated Xiao Chunhua, and she pointed at Old Lady Lu with her shaking hand and said angrily, even if I don't get married for the rest of my life, I'll never set foot in your house again. At this moment, a villager from Xiao's family village sneered and said, Old Lady Lu, don't you have a pregnant daughter-in-law? Isn't the child she's carrying your family's precious grandson? How come you're pleading to Chunhua now? As they mentioned the widow, Old Lady Lu's eyes flashed with cruelty, and she snarled, that witch, she's carrying nothing but a little rascal. People in Xiao village looked puzzled at the Lu villagers nearby. A Lu villager whispered, after Lu Bald and his son were arrested, Old Lady Lu kept an eye on Niu Xiaolan every day. Then, the day before, Niu Xiaolan took advantage of the old woman's momentary distraction and went out to have an abortion. It's said that the aborted child was a girl. Originally, Aunt Niu was going crazy when she knew Niu Xiaolan went for the abortion, but when she found out it was a girl, she fainted from anger. When she woke up, she lay on the ground, crying miserably. The villagers of Xiao village, one villager sneered, how ironic. They schemed and aborted Chunhua's baby boy. The girl they took as their precious one is carrying a girl after all. Such retribution. Another villager mocked, hee hee, this is retribution. Their whole family is desperate for a grandson, but in the end, all they got was empty hands. Not to mention that the villagers in Xiao village have no sympathy for Lu family. Even the people in Lu Jiaxiyuan don't have any sympathy for Lu family either. The misfortunes of the Lu family were brought on by their actions, and they are not deserving of pity or sympathy. Xiao Chunhua had obviously heard about the Lu family's affairs. She mocked Old Lady Lu, that widow is carrying your Lu family blood. If she's considered a lowly breed, then what are you? The Liu family, a bunch of even lower breeds? Haha, you don't want a perfectly good grandson, but you treasure a lowly child as if it's a precious gem. It's karma. It's truly karma. Xiao Chunhua laughed as she cried. She cried for the injustice her lost child suffered. Now that karma was at work so quickly, she couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Old Lady Lu's face was twisted and fierce with hate. It's all because our Liu family married you, a star of misfortune, that we ended up like this. Xiao Chunhua, let me tell you, it doesn't matter whether or not you and Daqiang divorce, you will live as part of the Liu family and die as a ghost of the Liu family. Even if you die, you have to die in the Liu household. Having said that, she lunged to grab Xiao Chunhua again. However, the villagers of Xiao family village stepped in to block her, sarcastically saying, "Old Lady Liu, do you still think you're living in the old days? Xiao Chunhua is already divorced from Liu Daqiang, so she has nothing to do with your Liu family. You'd better scram now, or else don't blame us for being rude." Old Lady Liu immediately sat on the ground, slapping her thigh and wailing like her whole world was crashing down. "Io, I'm being bullied. The entire village is bullying me, a poor old lady. Is there no justice in this world? If this is how you treat me, I might as well just die." Everyone present wore a dark expression on their faces. Xiao Xiqian had heard before that the women in rural areas tended to be shrewish and unreasonable. Now he finally saw that for himself. He quietly asked a nearby villager, "Will she be okay crying and making a fuss like this?" Looking at Xiao Xiqian with a smile, the villager replied, "Hee, what could possibly happen to her? We just let her off easy because she's an old lady. If she were younger, we would have thrown her out of the village already." Xiao Xiqian asked again, "Are we really going to let her continue like this?" "Continue? Hee, it depends if she has the stamina for it." The villager mockingly said, "Now that Liu Bald and his son have been arrested, and the widow wants nothing to do with her, she's just trying to get Chunhua to come back and take care of their family." Humph, what does she consider Chunhua? She wants to hit and scold Chunhua as she pleases, and after the divorce, she still wants someone to serve her? She is really living in a world of fantasy, daydreaming. Xiao Jinli watched the commotion for a while and felt that Xiao Chunhua could handle it herself, so she decided not to watch any further. She asked Xiao Xiqian, "Little Quan brother, I'm going home. Are you coming back with me?" After thinking for a moment, Xiao Xiqian said, "Sister, you go home first. I'll stay here a little longer." Xiao Jinli? She hadn't expected that a young man would enjoy watching such a spectacle. Well, if he liked to watch, he could just watch. With that thought, Xiao Jinli carried her school bag and walked home by herself. Upon reaching home, Xiao's mother looked at her returning alone and asked with confusion, "Where's little Quan?" Placing her school bag down and picking up an apple from the table, Xiao Jinli replied, "He's still at the village entrance, watching the commotion." "A commotion?" Xiao's mother asked with surprise. "What commotion is happening at the village entrance?" "It's Sister Chunhua's ex-mother-in-law coming to find her," Xiao Jinli explained. Xiao's mother, on Saturday and Sunday, Xiao Jinli doesn't need to go to school. Many times, Xiao Jinli would go to the fields with her family. Xiao Wanshan and his son don't need to go to work on Saturdays and Sundays, so they are idle, and there are 2 acres of land at home that need to be taken care of. Therefore, they usually don't use pesticides whenever possible and plant according to the green management methods. On dry land, they grow some vegetables, sweet potatoes, taro, and other common crops in the countryside. In May and June, many crops begin to be harvested. Jinli, Uncle Dechun's pond will be open tomorrow morning for fishing. Do you want to go and have a look? Xiao Wanshan asked Xiao Jinli during dinner. Xiao Xiqian asked, "What is opening the pond?" Xiao Wanshan explained with a smile, "It's our local countryside saying. It means draining the pond to catch fish." Many children like to watch the process. These can all be taken back home. Actually, this is also a kind of fun for rural children. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiqian's eyes lit up instantly, and he asked excitedly, "This must be so much fun." Xiao Junxin immediately said, "Yes, it's very interesting. Sometimes when we hear that someone's pond is being opened, we would get up early and wait by the edge of the pond. Once the water is drained, we go down." Xiao's mother laughed and said, "You still say so? It's okay when the weather is warm in summer, but in winter, You would also follow the crowd and get your clothes all wet. A couple of times, you even caught a cold. Xiao Junxian said, "Isn't it normal to catch a cold once in winter? You still have the nerve to say that. You scared your father and me half to death one night when you had a high fever." Xiao's mother said unhappily. Xiao Junxian defended, "That was all before I turned 10. After I turned 10, I rarely caught colds. Seems like I haven't caught a single cold since I turned 10. Xiao Jinli was eating the rice in her bowl and her eyes rolled. That's because before her brother was 10, she hadn't been born yet. After she was born, her family's physical fitness had become better and better, especially for Xiao Junxian, who was still in his growth period since Lingquan water was even more effective. No wonder, Xiao Junxian, who had a great physique, hadn't caught a cold in more than 10 years since he turned 20. Not to mention Xiao Junxian, even Xiao Wanshan and his wife's health had become better and better, and they hadn't been seriously ill either. In the family, the only one who had been sick in recent years was Xiao Jinli. Of course, the reason for her illness was that she had used her psychic powers excessively twice, leaving her exhausted for several days. But even during those few days of exhaustion, everyone at home was worried sick. Thankfully, Xiao Jinli became lively again after 3 or 4 days, and the family finally relaxed. Of course, the family didn't know the reasons for this. Xiao Jinli picked up a piece of braised pork and asked, "Dad, what time is Uncle DeChun opening the pond tomorrow?" Xiao Wanshan said, "His fish are pre-ordered by the hotel, so he doesn't have to go to the open market town to sell them. He's scheduled to start at 5:30. Mainly because the weather is hot now, it's better to open the pond early when it's not so hot and annoying. 5:30 is already an early time. Even in winter, if you want to sell the fish in the open market town, you need to open the pond around 4 or 5 o'clock. Because it takes time, they have to be at the open market town by 6 or 7 o'clock. Xiao Jinli nodded and said, We can go there at 7 or 8 o'clock. It's fine. Dad, are you going to help? Xiao Wanshan nodded and said, Yes, Uncle DeChun asked me to help. Xiao's mother said, Then tell DeChun to leave some fish for us. Grass carp, bighead carp, and carp, all of them. Leave more if you can. Xiao Bao loves eating fish, and the fish from his house are all grass-fed, so they are less fishy and taste better. Older brother, remember to clean the fish pond tomorrow morning and put the fish in. Xiao Junxian nodded and said, Okay, Mom, I know. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Jinli got up on time to go for a run and exercise. After learning about Xiao Jinli's good habit, Xiao Xiqian also started getting up at the same time. As the sky began to brighten, Xiao Xiqian stepped out of his room and met Xiao Jinli face to face. Xiao Jinli wore casual clothes while exercising. Good morning, sister. Xiao Jinli nodded and said, Good morning, brother Xiao Quan. Then, the two went downstairs together to wash and clean themselves. After they were done, they began jogging towards the rear mountain. At the foot of the rear mountain, there was a small path that encircled the small hill. However, don't underestimate this path. It was 2 miles long. Every day, Xiao Jinli would run around this path for 20 circles, or 20 kilometers, with ease. When Xiao Xiqian learned about the distance Xiao Jinli ran, he was incredulous. 20 kilometers, that's 20,000 meters. 20 kilometers, unless one has special training, would be very difficult for ordinary people to complete and persist in. Even he couldn't keep up. In the past, he could run a maximum of 10 kilometers, which was already praised by many. Now, he could only persist in running 10 kilometers. However, in order to catch up with Xiao Jinli, he increased the distance he ran each day by a little more than the day before. How could a child run 20,000 meters every day? How did she keep it? Moreover, judging by her posture when running, she still seemed relaxed and at ease after running 20 kilometers. Xiao Xiqian wondered if this was the reason for Xiao Jinli's strength. After running 10 kilometers, Xiao Xiqian began doing calisthenics by the side of the road. It had to be said, the air in the countryside was indeed great. Inhaling the fresh air of the early morning, his whole body felt relaxed, and each pore exhaled carbon dioxide while inhaling fresh oxygen. During his time recuperating at Xiao family, he had a clear feeling that his physical fitness was improving by the day. In addition to exercising, he attributed this to the fact that this place was nourishing for a person. About half an hour later, Xiao Jinli had finished her run. Xiao Jinli wore casual clothes, her long hair tied in a ponytail, and the sweat on her forehead had dampened her delicate fringe, sticking them to her forehead. After stopping, Xiao Jinli took the towel from her neck and wiped the sweat from her face and forehead. Xiao Xiqian felt that the little girl seemed more and more energetic. Xiao Xiqian asked, "Sister, shall we go home now?" Xiao Jinli nodded and said, "Yeah, let's go home." It was now 6:30. As the two walked past the rice fields, they heard a group of children exclaiming excitedly, "Wow, that fish is so big. Yeah, it's so huge. What does it eat to grow so big?" "Duh, of course it eats grass. But the other fish also eat grass, and they're not this big. Does it eat small fish? Doesn't the book say that big fish eat small fish?" The children's chatter was so adorable. Xiao Xiqian looked at the group of children surrounding the pond, feeling eager to join them. He said to Xiao Jinli, "Little sister, let's go take a look." Xiao Jinli raised her eyebrows and nodded slightly. "All right then." It was summer, so it wasn't cold anyway. When they reached the pond, Xiao Xiqian asked, "How big is this pond?" Xiao Jinli replied, "It seems to be 1.5 mu, which is quite large." "Is it really?" Xiao Xiqian thought that this pond didn't seem as big as the one in his home. The pond at his house was half the size of this one and also had fish, but they were all very precious ornamental fish. This pond was surrounded by weeds, and there was a frame built at one end, covered in pumpkin and melon vines, wrapping tightly around it. From a distance, it looked like a small house. Water bamboo and lotuses were also planted in the pond. However, Xiao Xiqian recognized the lotus but not the water bamboo. He asked directly, "What are those clumps that look like reeds?" "They look like reeds, but their leaves are bigger and greener." Xiao Jinli replied, "That's water bamboo." "Water bamboo? What is that?" Xiao Xiqian asked curiously, "Can it be eaten?" "Yes, water bamboo can be eaten." Xiao Jinli nodded. "It can be eaten raw or cooked. When eaten raw, it's tender and crisp. When cooked and stir-fried, especially with beef, it's very delicious." When Xiao Xiqian heard her explanation, his mouth watered, wanting to try it. Xiao Jinli glanced at him and said with a smile, "It's actually the perfect season to eat water bamboo. I can ask Uncle De Chun to pick some for us later if you want." Xiao Xiqian didn't refuse. The children were initially excited to see Xiao Jinli, but when they noticed the mud and dirt on their clothes, they dared not come closer. Everyone in the village, young and old, knew that Xiao Jinli was especially fond of cleanliness. She didn't like those who were unhygienic. Everyone wanted to be liked by Xiao Jinli, so if anyone wanted to see or play with her, they had to be clean from head to toe. Jinli, Sister Jinli. Older children called her Jinli, while younger ones called her Sister Jinli. "Sister Jinli, what are you doing here? Are you here to catch fish too?" a 7 or 8-year-old child asked. Xiao Jinli nodded. "Yes, I'm here to catch loaches today. I want to eat loach tofu." "Jinli wants to eat loaches? I'll catch some for you later." "Sister Jinli, I'll catch loaches for you too." The children, big and small, competed with each other to catch loaches for Xiao Jinli. Xiao Jinli raised her hand and said loudly, "All right, once you catch them, I'll buy them from you." After all, live loaches could be kept and eaten later. No need for money. We'll catch them for you. If our parents find out we took your money, they'll scold us when we go home. Yeah. Besides, we don't even know if it's easy to catch these loaches, or how many we can catch. Don't worry about being scolded by your parents. Just say it was me, Xiao Jinli, who said it. Oh yeah. The children were overjoyed. Xiao Jinli would buy their loaches, so they would have some pocket money in their hands. With this little pocket money, they can buy spicy strips or other small snacks. A group of adults, hearing the laughter of the children, suddenly found it amusing. One adult said with amusement, "Haha, Jinli buying your loaches is just a disguised way of giving you some pocket money. But how much money you get depends on your ability and how many loaches you can catch. Hee. The atmosphere becomes so much more joyful when Jinli is here." At this moment, Xiao Chun said, "Jinli, you love eating fish. Just tell me how many and what kind of fish you want, and I'll give them to you." Before Xiao Jinli could speak, Xiao Wanshan, who was helping to pour water, smiled and said, "No need to give them for free. Your fish are all grass-fed. Just tell me how many you can sell to me. Of course, I don't want to buy all the fish for myself. Other people might want to buy some too. so make sure there's enough. Xiao Chun said, don't worry about that. The restaurant has reserved 200 grass carps weighing around 3 jin each, and carps over half a jin each. There's still plenty left in the pond. I've raised more than 1,000 fish in this pond. Xiao Wanshan laughed, but those over 1,000 fish were also pre-ordered by others. Fine, just give me 10 grass carps, 10 carps, and 3 big head carps. These 3 types were all Xiao Jinli's favorites. Xiao Jinli liked to have grass carp fried in oil and then stir-fried with black bean chili sauce, braised carp, and big head carp fish head soup. Xiao Chun smiled and said, all right, you can catch them later. Xiao Wanshan didn't refuse. Once the water in the pond was drained enough to expose the muddy bottom, they could start catching fish. However, since Xiao Jinli wanted to eat loach tofu, they needed to drain the water a bit more so the loaches would be easier to find and catch. After draining the water for a moment, the pond was left with a few small muddy pits with water, and they stopped draining. At this point, Xiao Chun waved his hand and shouted, children, you can now come down and catch loaches. How much pocket money you get depends on how many loaches you catch. Remember, opportunities like this are rare. Upon hearing Xiao Chun's words, the children were all excited, rolling up their pant legs and going into the pond one after another. Some didn't even bother to roll up their pant legs and stepped directly into the mud. Seeing this, the adults at home scolded with laughter. You little rascals, you got your clothes so dirty. Go and wash them yourself when you get home. Xiao Xiqian saw the children go down to the pond and rolled up his pant legs to join them. Xiao Jinli looked at him doubtfully and asked, little Quan brother, do you know how to find loaches? Xiao Xiqian. He really didn't know. He just wanted to have some fun now. Xiao Xiqian watched the children in the pond excitedly groping for loaches and said, I'll see how they catch them first, then learn from them. Xiao Jinli nodded and said, okay. In fact, she didn't know how to catch loaches either. However, she had seen others catch them before. Before long, a child excitedly said, I heard it, I caught one. I caught one too. Everyone searched for loaches more enthusiastically. Ah, this loach is so slippery. I caught it, and it slipped away. I found a turtle. It's such a big turtle. Really? Let me see. So a group of children ran to see the turtle. This turtle is so big. Is it over a jin? It should be. Little Chong, you hit the jackpot. This turtle is so expensive. Can you sell it for over 100 yuan? I don't know. I'll go home and ask my dad. Well, make sure to secure the turtle first. Don't let it get away. Otherwise, you'll lose your money. In the pond, children catch loaches and soft-shelled turtles, while adults catch fish directly. A child caught a soft-shelled turtle, instantly igniting the excitement of the other children. They excitedly dug in the pond and scraped for catches, prompting adults to shout, children, watch out for the fish in the pond. Don't tread them into the mud. Xiao Xiqian, who had never played in the mud, quickly joined in and enjoyed the fun. He couldn't catch loaches, but he helped the adults catch fish. He watched as the adults caught fish as big as 3 jins and put them into a bucket. He also grabbed a similarly sized fish and put it in the bucket. Many times, the fish were slippery, and after he caught them, they escaped from his hand. The muddy water splashed on Xiao Xiqian, covering his entire body, even his face, with mud. Ha ha ha. This laughter from some of the children ensued. Little brother Xiao Quan, you can't even catch a single fish. Look at your face and body covered in mud. Ha ha ha. It's hilarious. I see an eel. Ha, little ding. Did you get it wrong? Is it an eel or a snake? Don't confuse eels with snakes. Eels don't bite, but snakes can. If bitten by a non-venomous snake, it's no big deal, but if bitten by a venomous snake, it can be serious. However, the snakes in the pond are generally non-venomous water snakes. Little Ding is a big kid, around 13 or 14 years old. He shouted loudly, it's an eel, not a snake. I saw it again. I'll catch it. Xiao Xiqian immediately went over, wanting to see what an eel looked like and how it was different from a snake. Eels are good at burrowing into mud, and perhaps because of the people's disturbance, it quickly burrowed into the mud. However, it was clear that Little Ding was good at catching eels. He dug out the mud according to where the eel had burrowed and saw its shadow. Then, he reached out and caught the eel. He held the eel and shouted, "Look, I caught it. It's an eel, right?" Xiao Xiqian stared at the eel in Little Ding's hand. "This is an eel? It looks just like a snake. Apart from having slightly yellow skin, it doesn't seem to have much of a difference from a snake." Little Ding looked at Xiao Xiqian, who was still staring at the eel in his hand, and asked doubtfully, "Little brother Xiao Quan, do you want this eel? Otherwise, I'll give it to you." Xiao Xiqian hesitated and asked, "Don't you need the eel? Can't the eel be sold for money?" Children in the countryside value money but are also happy with or without it. Little Ding said, "If little brother Xiao Quan wants this eel, I'll give it to you. After all, the things found in the mud pond are not very precious." Even if their parents found out that he had given the eel to Xiao Xiqian, they would approve. Xiao Xiqian had initially gone to catch loaches, but he didn't catch any. He helped catch fish, but the fish escaped from his hands. He really wanted this eel. Not only this eel but also that soft-shelled turtle. He also wanted them. However, he was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Xiao Xiqian reached out to take the eel. Just as Little Ding was about to hand it over, he remembered something and said to the shore, "I'd better put it into the bucket. When you go home, just take it with you." Xiao Xiqian. Xiao Jinli, who was watching by the pond, tried to suppress her laughter. Everyone had a deep impression of Xiao Xiqian's ineptitude at catching. After the adults had been busy in the pond for half a day and caught enough fish, Xiao Chun began to shout, "Children, did you catch any loaches? Have you gotten any pocket money? I'm going to release the water back." There were still thousands of fish in the pond. They couldn't be kept in the water for too long, or they would lack oxygen and struggle to survive. Adults also shouted, "Children, we're going to put the water back. Come ashore now." Hearing the adults' shouts, the children reluctantly came ashore one by one. However, the children's trip yielded quite a lot. Most of them caught loaches, ranging from 3 or 4 to more than a dozen. Xiao Jinli bought these loaches for 5 mao apiece, which was actually a bit expensive, but she was willing to give the children pocket money, and the adults also enjoyed the bustling scene. Little Chong came over and asked, "Jinli, do you want this soft-shelled turtle?" Xiao Jinli looked at the soft-shelled turtle that weighed more than 1 jin and said, "Does your family want it?" Little Chong shook his head. "I want to give it to you." Xiao Jinli didn't refuse and said, "All right, I'll accept it. When we go home, I'll weigh it and pay you according to the market price in the open market town." Little Chong didn't refuse either. He nodded and said, "All right, then I'll put this soft-shelled turtle directly into your bucket." Xiao Jinli looked at Little Ding and said, "Little brother Ding, I'll also weigh this eel when we get back and pay you accordingly." Little Ding's eyes lit up and said, "Okay, thank you, Jinli." Children were eager for their pocket money. Little Ding was no exception. Though he initially wanted to give the eel to Xiao Xiqian, he wouldn't refuse if Xiao Jinli was willing to pay for it. At worst, he will just accept a little less money when the time comes. Xiao Xiqian carried a big bucket full of assorted wild catches back home directly. However, his eyes kept glancing at the things in the bucket. He hadn't expected that opening the pond in the countryside would be so fun. After returning home, there was a small concrete pool in the yard. This small pool was built because Xiao Jinli loved to eat fish. Xiao Junxian saw Xiao Xiqian carrying a bucket back and asked with a smile, "Is there fish in this bucket?" Xiao Xiqian replied, "It's loaches, eels, and soft-shelled turtles." "Ha! You have all of these things." Xiao Junxian was slightly puzzled. Xiao Xiqian explained, "These things were all bought by my sister from the children." "Bought?" Xiao Junxian was a bit surprised. "All these things?" "Yes. My sister wanted to eat loach tofu, so she bought the loaches from the children for 5 mao each." When Xiao Xiqian mentioned this, Xiao Junxian suddenly understood. He laughed and said, "Oh, so my sister just wanted to give the children some pocket money." Xiao Xiqian, who never lacked money, asked with some curiosity, "Is it really so difficult for children to get pocket money?" Xiao Junxian nodded. "That's right. Every penny earned by rural parents is not easy, and they are very careful about spending. In general, they don't give children pocket money. If children need money, they have to figure it out themselves. For example, picking herbs or collecting garbage. As long as there is no stealing, no robbing, and no danger to life, most parents are at ease." Xiao Xiqian. It turns out that getting pocket money is really so difficult for children. He used to have a shallow understanding, thinking that every family had a specific plan for their finances and that children's pocket money was planned the same way. Now he knows that many places are not what he thought they were. Following behind, Xiao Jinli carried a handful of water bamboo shoots back home. The water bamboo shoots still had their leaves attached. Xiao Junxian immediately stepped forward to take the water bamboo shoots from her hands, saying, "Little sister, where did you get these water bamboo shoots? You haven't removed the leaves yet. Be careful not to cut your hands. Let me take them." As he walked, he asked, "Sis, what made you think of eating water bamboo shoots?" Xiao Jinli said, "I saw that Uncle Dachuan's water bamboo grew well, and I had a craving, so I asked for some from Uncle Changchun." Xiao Junxian nodded. "We have loach. We can make loach tofu, but we just caught them from the field. We need to keep them in clean water for a while before cooking. Then today, let's make stir-fried eel with dried chilies and water bamboo shoots with beef. The meals at noon today are indeed very good, and we can enjoy a few cups of wine. Oh, right, we didn't buy beef yet. I'll go to the town to buy some beef. If I go late, there won't be any beef left." After saying that, he stopped stripping the water bamboo shoot leaves, washed his hands at the sink, took his wallet from the house, and walked towards his car, while instructing Xiao Xiqian, "Little Quan, you don't know how to handle loaches and eels. Wait for me to come back and do it." Xiao Xiqian nodded and replied, "Okay, Brother Xian." Even if he wanted to, he didn't know how to do it. Afterward, Xiao Junxian left, and Xiao Xiqian squatted next to Xiao Jinli, watching her peel off the leaves one by one, revealing the tender white stems inside. Xiao Xiqian asked, "Is this the water bamboo shoot?" Xiao Jinli handed him a clean shoot and said, "Try it for yourself." Xiao Xiqian took it and asked again, "How do I eat it?" "Eat it as it is, like you would eat a fruit," Xiao Jinli replied. Xiao Xiqian took a bite directly, and indeed it was very tender, crisp, and sweet. Xiao Jinli said, "Brother Little Quan, it just came from the ground. You should wash it first." Looking at the bitten water bamboo shoot, Xiao Xiqian stood up, ran to the faucet, and rinsed it off. He genuinely enjoyed the taste, so after washing it clean, he quickly finished it. After eating, he nodded and said, "It tastes really good. It seems like water bamboo can be both a fruit and a vegetable." Xiao Jinli nodded. "Yeah, you can eat it raw or cook it, just like a tomato." After finishing a water bamboo shoot, Xiao Xiqian also squatted down and learned to peel off the leaves one by one, revealing the plump white water bamboo shoots. In no time, he had become proficient at removing the leaves. Looking at the pile of water bamboo shoots, Xiao Xiqian said, "I wonder how much this pile weighs." Xiao Jinli said, "Probably about 2 or 3 kilograms. It's enough to make 2 meals. If you like to eat them raw, choose some tender ones. If they're a little older, the taste won't be as good." After saying that, Xiao Jinli quickly picked out 4 or 5 tender water bamboo shoots and handed them to Xiao Xiqian. She didn't like eating them raw. She always felt a strange taste. She preferred to eat them stir-fried. Xiao Xiqian accepted the bamboo shoots with a slight embarrassment. Afterward, Xiao Jinli washed half of them by the sink, put them in a basket to drain the water, and set them aside. When Xiao father returned, he carried 2 big buckets, filled with fish that he had bought from Xiao Chun. Xiao father laughed and said, "Haha, with so many fish, we can eat them for a while. Little Quan, which way do you want to have the fish cooked? No need to be polite. We're all family now." Xiao Xiqian shook his head and said, "Uncle, I like all kinds of fish. Auntie's cooking is so good that the fish will be delicious no matter how it's cooked." Hearing the child praise his wife's cooking, Xiao Wanshan nodded and said, "That's true. Let me tell you, when I was pursuing your aunt, I loved her cooking. I don't know how she does it, but the taste is simply divine. The same dish made by others never tastes as good as the one made by your aunt." Xiao Xiqian nodded in agreement. Auntie's cooking skills are indeed excellent. The meals she makes are truly delicious. Xiao Wanshan said, "Back then, your aunt was a renowned beauty in the 10 miles and 8 villages around here. With her good cooking skills, there were countless people pursuing her. There were so many people who came to propose marriage that they almost wore out the doorstep of her house." Xiao Jinli immediately teased, "So Dad, how did Mom fall for you back then?" Xiao Wanshan said proudly, "Of course, it's because I'm handsome. Your mom is beautiful, and I'm also dashing and attractive. When we stand together, Everyone says we are a perfect golden couple. Xiao Jinli countered. But Dad, I heard Mom say that our family was very poor back then, and maternal grandparents and uncles didn't agree with you marrying Mom. Plus, there were many richer and more handsome people pursuing her. Xiao Wanshan proudly said, that was indeed the case at the time. But your mom liked me too. Your maternal grandparents and uncles didn't agree, so I went to their house every day to show my sincerity. So, Dad, did my maternal grandparents and uncles finally agree to the marriage because you kept bothering them by going to their house every day? Xiao Jinli laughed. Look, you child. Didn't I tell you? I was showing my sincerity to your mom. Your maternal grandparents saw my true feelings for your mom, and in the end, they agreed to let her marry me. Xiao Wanshan defended himself, and after your mom married me, I never let her suffer or feel wronged. That's why even now, your maternal grandparents don't regret marrying her to me at all. Look how welcome I am when I go to their house. Xiao Jinli nodded. That's true. She didn't know how her parents' life was before she was born. But ever since she was born, she had never seen her parents fighting, especially when they showed affection in front of her and her brother. Even though she was young, she felt like she was fed up with their daily displays of affection. She heard people in the village saying that when her father married her mother, their life was really hard, but even so, her father never let her mother suffer or work too hard. It was like a joke in the village. If her mother hadn't insisted on opposing, her father might have treated her like a pampered daughter or wealthy wife, even being afraid of her washing dishes in case she hurt her hands. Luckily, many people said her mother was blessed and married a good husband. Their family's good days now were all the result of Xiao father's hard work. After talking about his and Xiao mother's love story, Xiao father went to catch an old hen from the chicken coop to cook. Today, he was going to make old hen soup. In the eyes of ordinary people, the meals at Xiao family were nothing short of luxurious, with fish and meat available all the time, and various dishes being prepared. So, during Xiao Xiqian's time in the Xiao family, his health had improved significantly, and his face had even gained some plumpness. Of course, Xiao Xiqian hadn't noticed this yet. Time passed by leisurely. Soon, Xiao Jinli's summer vacation began. For city kids, 2 months of vacation often meant attending various tuition and interest classes, which made the days go by quickly. But for rural children, summer vacation meant they could play, but at the same time, it also meant they had to work. Summer vacation also happened to be the busy farming season, when they needed to harvest watermelons, cut rice, transplant rice seedlings, pull peanuts, dig sweet potatoes, etc. All kinds of harvesting required a lot of manpower and time. So, unless the child was overly pampered by their family, they usually had to help out in the field. As for Xiao Jinli, well, she could be said to be very doted on by her family, but everyone in the family knew that although they doted on Xiao Jinli, she was actually a sensible and well-behaved child. Their family didn't grow many crops, like peanuts and sweet potatoes, so not much of it needed to be harvested. It could be finished quickly by the family working together, so Xiao father didn't ask her to join in. However, when the whole family was busy working, and she was the only one idle, she felt pampered and loved by her family, but she also loved them. So, she wanted to participate in the family work, and even if it was tiring, it was still a happy experience. Therefore, during every busy farming season, Xiao Jinli always participated without exception. The Xiao family doesn't have much land, only a little over 1 mu of rice. When Xiao father invited 7 or 8 people to cut the rice, it was done in just half a day, so Xiao mother and Xiao Jinli didn't participate in the rice harvesting. Xiao father and brother Xiao had already prepared the area for drying the rice, and it was cleaned and ready. They were just waiting for the rice to be brought back so that it could be poured directly into the drying area. Xiao mother was cooking at home. Although they invited people to help them with the work, they still provided a lunch meal, no matter if it was for a whole day or just half a day. If people worked at someone else's house and finished in half a day, most of them would choose not to eat at the host's house and instead return home to eat. But when it came to eating at the Xiao family's house, no one would refuse. This was because Xiao Jinli's mother was an excellent cook. Her cooking skills were well praised in the entire village, and her meals were outstanding in terms of color, flavor, and taste. Ordinarily, people wouldn't dare to ask to eat at her house, but now that they had a chance, only a fool would refuse. While Xiao's mother was cooking, Jinli was her assistant. She didn't inherit her mother's talent for cooking. The food she made was either too salty or too bland, barely edible. Inedible dishes were either burnt or undercooked, and they simply couldn't be eaten. So, in terms of cooking skills, Xiao Jinli was clearly more like her father. On the contrary, Xiao Junxian must have inherited his mother's cooking talent. Although the food he prepared couldn't compare to his mother's, it was quite good compared to others. Today, the Xiao family was gathering rice. The people they invited to help were all from Xiao family village. At the break of dawn, Xiao Changchun and others who were invited to help gathered their tools and went to the fields. The morning was cool and inviting for work. The earlier they finished, the sooner they could go home. With only a small piece of land and 7 or 8 people invited, the work could be done in a whole morning. Now, when it comes to rice harvesting, manual labor is still more common, with small sickles used to cut the rice and threshing machines for threshing. The straw, after removing the rice grains, is bundled up, mound by mound, waiting to be moved to a spacious open space to dry. Once dry, it is stacked into haystacks and can be stored long-term to feed cattle. Especially in winter, when everything is bleak and devoid of greenery, these rice straws are the main food source for cattle. Wanshan's place has so little land. We'll finish this work in no time. It's still early, and I would feel embarrassed to have lunch at his house, said Xiao Changchun as he stepped on the threshing machine, which hummed loudly but couldn't drown out his booming voice. If you're embarrassed, then don't go. Anyway, no one would blame you, a nearby villager immediately joked. I, for one, am going. It's rare to get an opportunity to eat a meal at their delicious table, and I won't be shy. I'm the same. Wanshan invites people on a rotational basis, and it's a hard-earned chance to be invited this time. I won't give up eating at his house. Haha, speaking of which, Xiao Wanshan is really too polite. We're just doing a bit of work, and he's giving us wages. Instead, we should be satisfied with just a meal. Actually, we don't really even want his wage. I'd rather exchange it for a couple of meals at his house. I think you can all stop dreaming. Do you not see how much Xiao Wanshan dotes on Xiaofeng? He's more than happy to cook for you all and treat you to a meal, but he wouldn't let you take multiple free meals, lest it tires Xiaofeng out. I'm afraid after that, he would rather pay wages than let you eat at his haha. You're right. Since Xiao Wanshan usually dotes on his wife, he won't let her get tired from cooking for more than 10 people. Xiaofeng was indeed lucky. She had been married to Wanshan for over 20 years, and he still cherished and pampered her like a child. If it weren't for Xiaofeng insisting on cooking for the family, Xiao Wanshan would probably have taken over the cooking. However, it is said that Xiaofeng did not think highly of Xiao Wanshan's cooking, which is why she insisted on doing it herself. Actually, Xiao Wanshan began pursuing Xiaofeng after tasting her cooking and becoming infatuated with it. He then launched an intense courtship. At first, Xiaofeng's parents did not agree, since Xiao Wanshan's family was too poor. However, they couldn't resist Wanshan's persistent entreaties and eventually agreed to let their daughter marry him. Haha, it's true that love can change a person's life. I used to think that if Xiao Wanshan hadn't fallen in love with Xiaofeng at first sight, he might have continued on a dark path. That's possible. Before meeting Xiaofeng, Wanshan was quite a little gangster. Who would have thought he'd become a doting husband? But Xiao Wanshan is good-looking, capable, and sincere. Otherwise, no matter how persistent he was, Xiaofeng wouldn't have taken notice of him. Back then, Xiaofeng was a great beauty in the 10 miles and 8 villages around, and there were plenty of boys chasing her. There were many wealthy, powerful, and handsome men who wanted her, but for some reason, she chose Xiao Wanshan. It angered her parents for a while. At least the two of them were both attractive, and they fell in love. If not, Xiaofeng's parents would have been even more upset. Haha. Xiao Wanshan never thought that just going home to get some hot water would turn his love story into everyone's topic of conversation. However, the love story between him and his wife had been brought up many times over the years, and he no longer cared. The unthreshed rice was directly carried to the grain-drying field. The grain-drying field was a large flat area, paved with cement, and was where the villagers of Xiao family village usually dried their things. However, the drying field was only so big, with a capacity of 20,000 to 30,000 pounds at a time, and there would be no space for any more. Thus, Families who wanted to dry their grain here had to make arrangements in advance, agreeing on when to harvest and ensuring enough time to allocate space on the drying field. Xiao Wanshan's family had 5 acres of land and 16 dan of unthreshed rice. After removing the rice spikelets and leaves and drying the water content, there would be around 12 or 13 dan of rice, which was considered a good yield. Xiao Junxian and Xiao Xiqian were waiting at the drying field, sitting on a pile of straw in the shade of a tree, chatting. Xiao Xiqian asked, "Brother Xian, is the rice harvesting done all by human labor? Aren't there combined harvesters available now?" He didn't know much about agriculture or crop harvesting, but he had watched the news and had some knowledge of it. The news reported daily on combined harvesters being used to harvest rice, wheat, and various other crops, with very high efficiency, capable of harvesting tens or even hundreds of acres of land in a single day. Xiao Junxian replied, "In the countryside, each household doesn't have much land, and combine harvesters are very expensive, costing tens of thousands of yuan. Rural people's money is hard to come by, and no one is willing to spend such a huge amount to buy a combined harvester." The general thought of rural people was that they were reluctant to spend money. Furthermore, rural people tended to be more conservative, feeling safer with money in their hands. Xiao Xiqian said, "Hasn't anyone thought about buying a combine harvester and using it not just for their own rice, but also for harvesting other people's rice and charging a fee for it? I've heard that a combined harvester can harvest dozens of acres of land in a single day, saving a lot of manpower and time." After hearing Xiao Xiqian's words, Xiao Junxian was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "Xiao Quan, I didn't expect that you actually have a business mindset." Xiao Xiqian was also slightly stunned, a little confused. Was this what having a business mindset meant? Had he, the inheritor of a business conglomerate, not have this kind of mindset? Xiao Junxian didn't care about what Xiao Xiqian thought. He laughed and said, "Of course people have thought about it, but many people would be reluctant to spend a large amount of money on a combined harvester that costs tens of thousands, or even over 100,000 yuan. There's also the uncertainty of when they'll make their money back. What if it takes several years to make their investment back, and by then the harvester has broken down? So, there are many factors that make farmers hesitate when it comes to combined harvesters." Xiao Xiqian couldn't understand rural people's thinking. To him, this seemed like a huge business opportunity. Of course, in the business world, every opportunity comes with risks alongside its potential rewards. But to make money, one needs courage and determination. Xiao Xiqian asked, "Brother Xian, why don't our family buy a combined harvester?" Xiao Junxian said, "We had thought about buying a combine harvester before, but my dad and I both have regular jobs and don't have time to maintain it. Can't you hire someone to operate it? Why do you have to do it yourself?" Xiao Xiqian asked in confusion. "You can just pay them a daily wage." Listening to Xiao Xiqian's words, Xiao Junxian looked at him with a stunned expression. Xiao Xiqian, feeling strange under Xiao Junshuan's gaze, asked, "Brother Xian, what's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Xiao Junxian came to his senses and said with slight excitement, "Xiao Quan, how did you think of this idea?" "When my dad and I were considering buying a combined harvester, we thought about operating it ourselves for others' harvest, but we never thought about hiring someone else to do the work." Xiao Xiqian thought, "Why do you have to do everything yourself?" In fact, this had something to do with Xiao Junshuan's mindset of growing up in the countryside. After all, in their minds, buying a combine harvester was like buying a car, which they would naturally want to drive themselves to feel more secure. As if inspired by Xiao Xiqian's ideas, Xiao Junxian said, "Now that you mention it, I think my dad and I should have a good discussion about whether or not to really buy a combined harvester. We don't have time to operate it ourselves, but we can hire someone. There are many relatives and friends who would be willing to work. Xiao Quan, according to you, should we buy a large combine harvester or a small one?" The family now had enough money to buy either a large or a small one. Xiao Xiqian thought for a moment and said, "I've seen news reports before. Small combine harvesters can harvest a maximum of about 20 to 30 acres of land per day, especially if it's connected to a flat plain. Large combine harvesters can harvest hundreds of acres of land in a single day. Brother Xian, the combine harvester we buy can not only be used for harvesting in our village, but also in other villages." "Do other villages have combined harvesters?" Xiao Junxian thought for a moment and said, "As far as I know, There are no combine harvesters in the surrounding 10 miles and 8 villages. That's what I mean. Xiao Xiqian smiled and said, these 10 miles and 8 villages don't have any combine harvesters. We can charge a certain fee for harvesting for others, and many people would be willing to use machines for rice harvesting, as long as the fee is within their affordability. In these 10 miles and 8 villages, and even more villages, there must be tens of thousands, or at least 3,000 to 4,000 acres of rice fields. As long as 1/5 of the people are willing to use the machines for harvesting, there will be 800 or 900 acres of land, and charging 100 yuan per acre, that would bring in 8,000 or 9,000 yuan of income. Plus, 2 seasons of rice planting can double that. Of course, these conditions are assuming there are no competitors. However, in my opinion, any business opportunity requires taking the initiative. Xiao Xiqian's words left Xiao Junxian stunned once again. Xiao Xiqian looked at his dumbfounded expression and asked hesitantly, Brother Xian, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Xiao Junxian came to his senses and shook his head, saying, No, Xiao Quan, you're absolutely right. Your words have really broadened my thinking. As they spoke, he suddenly asked in astonishment, Xiao Quan, have you regained your memory? Xiao Xiqian was taken aback. What? If you haven't regained your memory, how did you know about the news reports on combine harvesters? Xiao Junxian asked suspiciously. Or have you seen any recent news reports on combine harvesters? During the busy farming season, there would be many news reports on rural matters. Xiao Xiqian quickly composed himself and said, Yes, it was a recent news report I saw. Xiao Junxian didn't doubt him any further. After all, who would think that an 18-year-old would lie to others with the excuse of amnesia? The two of them continued discussing the combine harvester issue for a while, and then the rice was carried back by the others. After that, the two of them started working. Due to the slightly elevated location of the drying yard, rice was brought over by a tricycle driven by Xiao Wanshan. Well, in this era, only 2 or 3 families in the village own a tricycle. There are not many people in the village who can ride a tricycle, so Xiao Wanshan brought it over personally. The villagers don't know how much money the Xiao Wanshan family has, but they have all the convenient transportation tools. Cars, motorcycles, tricycles. Other families, having a motorcycle alone means their living conditions are considered good. After the tricycle was parked, the 3 of them took down the bags of rice one by one. When Xiao Xiqian offered to help, Xiao Wanshan asked, Xiao Quan, can you handle it? Each bag of rice weighs at least 70 to 80 jin. The main reason was that Xiao Wanshan thought Xiao Xiqian was too thin, not like a strong child. Xiao Xiqian nodded, Uncle, don't worry, I can handle it. It's a joke. As someone who exercises every day and can single-handedly knock down a dozen thugs, he wouldn't struggle to carry a small bag of rice. Having said that, Xiao Xiqian picked up a bag of rice, pulled it a bit, and it barely moved. He slightly knitted his eyebrows, exerted some strength, finally moved it, then reached out, pushed with his thigh, held the bag of rice in his arms, and staggered a few steps. Xiao Junxian laughed, Haha, Xiao Quan, if you can't do it, just say so. My dad and I will take care of it. You can just open these bags and pour the rice out. Having said that, he took the bag of rice from Xiao Xiqian's hands and placed it steadily on an open space. Xiao Xiqian. He underestimated these farm tasks. At first glance, they seemed simple tasks that only required physical strength, but it wasn't that straightforward. It was indeed a misjudgment. In order not to embarrass himself, Xiao Xiqian followed Xiao Juanshuan's instructions to untie the bags. The mouths of these snake skin bags were all tied with thin ropes. During his time in Xiao family village, he could handle some simple farm work. For example, untie these small ropes and pour the rice onto the ground. When the rice was poured out, it was all golden, very dazzling and beautiful. However, the rice had just been taken from the field and had not been sorted properly, so there were some rice straw leaves and green granules mixed in. The rice straw leaves could be slowly swept out while turning and sunning the rice. As for the green granules, they would be very light after drying, and could be shaken out using a grain windmill, leaving behind the golden full grains. Of course, the green granules could also be crushed by machines and turned into bran to feed chickens, ducks, pigs, and so on. More than a dozen bags of rice were quickly placed by the father and son duo. Xiao Wanshan drove the tricycle away, as there was still some rice left in the field that had not been brought up yet. Xiao Junxian and Xiao Xiqian were left to sun the rice. Xiao Xiqian, following the principle of asking if he didn't know, asked, "Brother Xian, how do we do this?" Xiao Junxian pointed to two tools used for sunning rice in his hand and said, "These are bamboo rakes and push scrapers, both used for sunning rice. Now that the rice is in small piles, we use these two tools to spread and thin them. Which one would you like to use?" Xiao Xiqian smiled and said, "I can use either." Xiao Junxian handed him the bamboo rake, and then they started working. After taking the tools, Xiao Xiqian watched Xiao Junshuan's method for a moment and then started working in the same way. At the beginning, it was a bit clumsy, but soon, he got the hang of it. He quickly realized that sunning rice was not that difficult. Sunning rice was physical work, but the two grown men had the strength for it, and soon after, they had spread out 10 bags of rice to dry. However, when Xiao Junxian turned to look at the rice that Xiao Xiqian had sunned, he almost burst into laughter. He saw the rice Xiao Xiqian sunned was too thin, only drying to a single layer of grains. No wonder it took so long to spread out just one bag. Xiao Junxian laughed. "Xiao Quan, this is too thin, it won't work." Xiao Xiqian asked, puzzled, "Why not? Isn't sunning it thin enough?" Xiao Junxian said, "If it's too thin, it takes up too much space, and the small drying yard can't accommodate so much rice. Don't worry, we can add more later." Just as the two of them took a break, Xiao Wanshan returned with the tricycle. Seeing the full truck of rice, Xiao Junxian asked, "Dad, how many bags have we cut today?" Xiao Wanshan said, "We had 16 bags just now, and there are another 15 here. That's a total of 31 bags. Xiao Junshuan's eyes lit up, and he happily said, "This year's harvest is not bad. We have as many as 31 bags. Last year, I remember, we only had 26 or 27 bags. Xiao Wanshan said, "What's the point of comparing these? Each time we bag the rice, the size and weight are different, so the number of bags we have each year is different too. However, this year's rice is more mature than in previous years, and there are fewer green granules." The father and son quickly moved the bags from the back of the tricycle. Afterward, Xiao Wanshan parked the tricycle aside and busied himself sunning the rice. Xiao Xiqian didn't have any rice tools to use, so he just stood on the side and watched the father and son work. Both father and son had great strength and were very good at their work. They soon finished sunning the rice. After placing the nearby tools, Xiao Wanshan looked at the sky and said with a smile, "It's a good day. With this kind of weather, we'll only need to sun the rice for 2 days, and then it can be stored." Xiao Junxian also laughed. This day is indeed good. However, the weather nowadays is unpredictable. One moment it's a clear sky, and the next moment it's covered with dark clouds. As they say, June weather, like a child's face, changes without warning. Xiao Wanshan said, "Rural people depend on the weather to work. When we have stuff drying at home, we don't go far away. As soon as the weather changes, we must immediately start packing up." Xiao Xiqian asked, "What if the rice gets rained on?" Xiao Wanshan said, "What can we do? If it rains for a while, then stops, we'll have to continue to spread the rice out to dry. There won't be much lost this way. If it keeps raining and continues into the second day, the rice will get moldy and sprout." So fast. Xiao Xiqian was a bit surprised. "Yes, that's why, during the rice drying time, we have to stay at home. If it rains, we'll lose half a year's harvest, and our efforts will be in vain." Xiao Wanshan sighed. "People who farm have to rely on the weather to eat." Xiao Xiqian fell silent. He knew that rural people had a hard life, but he didn't quite understand how hard it was. After all, his previous life was completely different from life in the countryside. "Wow, it smells so good. Xiaofeng's cooking skills are so impressive. We haven't even entered the yard, and the aroma has already greeted us. I think I smelled radish stewed beef. I smelled braised pork, and also chicken. Must be old hen soup." When everyone arrived, Xiao Jinli was in the yard, cleaning the bowls and chopsticks to be used. Seeing everyone came over, Xiao Jinli laughed and said, "My uncles and aunts, your noses are really sensitive. All those dishes are made. My mom also made beef offal, spicy blood dishes, stuffed tofu, braised pork feet. Haha, with so many delicious dishes today, we are surely blessed." Everyone laughed. "I am drooling just from the aroma." Every time I pass by your house and smell the meals, I always want to come and mooch a meal, but I feel too embarrassed. Visiting Xiao Wanshan's home for a meal once or twice is fine, but doing so too often is definitely not acceptable. Given Xiao Wanshan's affection for his wife, he would certainly send those who come for free meals away. Jokes aside, having an additional person for a meal would just add to the burden of his wife. Xiao Jinli naturally understands her father's nature and laughed. We will invite everyone to dine with us when the opportunity arises. However, we can't tire Mom out, and instead, it's okay to push brother a bit. After all, he inherited the cooking talents from Mom, and he can prepare meals almost as well as Mom. But Mom loves to cook for the family, hence, brother doesn't really get a chance to do so often. Once everyone arrived, they took their seats. It was a big round table that can accommodate 11 or 12 people easily. With 7 or 8 people who worked and the 5 members of the Xiao family, it's just enough to fill a big table. Of course, there were also adults who brought their children along. However, the children didn't sit at the table. The children were served some rice and dishes, and they would eat at a smaller table. Xiao Jinli, well, she did sit at the table, because the people of Xiao village never treated her as an ordinary child. Xiao Junxian brought the dishes out from the kitchen one by one. Braised pork with dried bean curd, radish stewed beef, beef offal, spicy blood dishes, stuffed tofu, braised pork feet, eggy stewed needle mushroom, eggplant claypot, vinegar yuha stewed pig intestine, and a steamed base, seaweed beer duck, hand-torn cabbage, sausage fried garlic sprouts, assorted vegetables, and an old hen soup. A full table of dishes, all looking and smelling great. Tempting enough to make people drool. Wow, Xiaofeng's dishes are not only beautiful but also appetizing. Indeed, look at this braised pork and braised pork feet. The color is so vibrant, it's so beautiful, and it smells incredibly good too. The braised pork feet I cook ends up either white or black. My children at home always ask me to learn how to cook this dish from Xiaofeng. Chunhua spoke with a slight trace of helplessness. I've watched Xiaofeng quite a few times and tried to cook it myself at home as well, but it's never as flavorful. Her kids at home love this dish, so she also wanted to learn how to make it. But no matter how she tried, there was always something missing. Xiao Changchun laughed and said, "Haha, that just proves that you don't have a knack for cooking." Haha, that's true. Not everyone has Xiaofeng's talent for cooking. It's just a shame that Xiaofeng doesn't open a restaurant, otherwise, it would be quite a prosperous business. Heh, Wanshan won't even let Xiaofeng cook for their family, even less so start a restaurant. It would be even more exhausting. In my opinion, Wanshan, with Xiaofeng's cooking skills, your restaurant would surely be profitable. Why not just open one? Xiao Changchun laughed and said, "Running a restaurant is always better than farming." Someone immediately chimed in. Wanshan doesn't rely solely on farming for a living. Both he and Junxian have formal jobs in the county town. Farming for them is just to avoid having to buy rice. Plus, Xiaofeng doesn't like to stay idle throughout the year, so she helps out a bit with the farming. Unlike us, who have to rely on farming to make a living. Speaking of which, running a restaurant really is exhausting. The preparation of ingredients alone is cumbersome, not to mention the strenuous task of stir-frying. Oh, if only I had those cooking skills, I'd open a restaurant no matter how tiring or tough it might be. It is far better than farming. Yeah, it's a pity you don't have those skills. Everyone began to sit down, exchanging quips and comments with each other. Jinli even scooped a pot of rice wine from the room. Seeing this, Xiao Changchun immediately asked, "Jinli, did your mother brew this wine? What flavor is it? It smells so good." Jinli said, "This is osmanthus wine. It's very fragrant. Uncles, you must drink it well. Osmanthus wine, great. I must have a good few bowls later." Xiaofeng's brewed wine is also unique. Is it true that anyone who can cook can also brew wine? Someone asked. Xiaofeng is excellent at cooking and brewing wine. Wanshan, let me tell you, we don't get to taste your wife's meals often. But this wine, anyhow, you have to sell me some. I don't have many hobbies, but I do enjoy sipping on a glass or two. Yes, Xiaofeng, how much wine did you brew this time? Can you spare some for me? I usually like to drink a little wine before going to sleep at night. It helps me to sleep better. Zhao's mother wiped her hands and laughed. This time I brewed 2 show, unit of volume, of rice. It's quite a bit of alcohol, so you can take some with you when you leave. Those who are fond of wine would not refuse. That's great, Xiaofeng, thank you for that. However, Xiao Wanshan said, there's no more of our wine to sell, just like Xiaofeng said, you can take some home. This little bit of wine is not enough for me to drink. Xiao Wanshan is not a big drinker, but his wife's brewed wine, no matter how you drink it, always tastes good. He only likes to drink the wine brewed by his wife. Upon hearing this, Xiao Changchun and the others laughed and scolded. I say, Wanshan, you can always have your wife brew more wine when yours runs out. It's just a little bit of wine, and you can't bear to sell it. Xiaofeng, we won't listen to Wanshan. You tell us, can you sell us some of this wine? Someone laughed and asked. Before Zhao's mother could answer, Xiao Wanshan immediately shook his head and said, no way, brewing wine is also a tiring job. I can't bear to have Xiaofeng brewing wine every day. All right, it's already nice that you can take some wine with you. Don't ask for too much. Otherwise, I won't even let you take this small amount of wine. Haha, Wanshan, you miser. Who else is as stingy as you? Xiao Changchun and the others laughed and jeered. It's just a little wine. Why all the fuss? Xiao Wanshan justified his stand. But this little bit of wine is also tiring for my wife. Xiao Changchun and the others, all right. There's no reasoning with a wife doting maniac. They worry about their wives getting tired all day long. Their wives aren't porcelain dolls who would get tired from doing a little work. At this lunch at the Xiao families, everyone ate to their heart's content. More than a dozen dishes, all of them were eaten clean. Even the soup was all gone. If someone didn't know, they'd think that the host did not make enough food. It was the first time Xiao Xiqian saw rural people so happy at the dining table, drinking and chatting, talking about everything, and not having to worry about their image at all. Even if they got drunk and collapsed on the table, they would be sent home in a while. There were none of those strict and old-fashioned rules like not speaking while eating or sleeping at his old house, and when it came to eating, they had to follow various dining etiquette, mainly focused on nutritional balance, avoiding overly spicy or oily food, and taking care of the digestive system. Now Xiao Xiqian understood that it's not about the so-called nutritional balance, but rather about mixing meat and vegetables, eating well, and regular exercise for good health. Is there any data to show that the physical quality of people who eat scientifically and are wealthy is better than that of rural people? Centenarians are common in the countryside, but those who are over 90 years old and wealthy actually hang on to life with money. There was a gambling tycoon who spent several $100 million just to live one more year. However, centenarians in rural areas can still run swiftly with heavy burdens on their shoulders. Xiao Xiqian thought about this and felt that the rich people's scientific health regimen was like a joke. Although rural people don't have much money, they live happily and eat with peace of mind. After the villagers left one by one, Xiao Jinli suddenly asked Xiao Xiqian, Brother Little Quan, did you get enough to eat? Every time people came to eat at their house, no matter how much food they prepared, all the dishes would be cleaned up. Because if you eat at his house, you have to act fast, otherwise, it will end up in someone else's mouth. Xiao Xiqian's table manners were excellent, he was well-cultured and polite, and his family never fought over food. But when people came over, it was different. With Xiao Xiqian's previous dining etiquette, it would have been a wonder if he could even grab a bite to eat. Xiao Xiqian was slightly startled, then smiled, Sister, I'm full. It's not like he's inflexible and can't adapt. Seeing everyone grabbing food, he definitely wouldn't be slow to join in. Nothing is more important than filling one's own stomach. If you don't eat enough, how can you work in the afternoon? Xiao Xiqian had already deeply understood this truth in these past days. Xiao Jinli nodded without asking anything more. She just helped clean up the bowls on the dining table. Except for Xiao Jinli, who was too young to drink, everyone else had had some drinks, especially Xiao Wanshan, whose voice grew louder and he kept hugging Zhao's mother and shouting, Wife, I love you. Wife, I love you. In front of their children, Zhao's mother blushed beet red in embarrassment. As for Xiao Jinli and Xiao Junxian, they were used to such scenes. Anyway, their father, when drunk, would always grab their mother and confess his love, followed by passionate kissing. Xiao Xiqian's expression was quite amusing, with his eyes wide open and round, looking very surprised. He never expected that Xiao father, who seemed so honest and reserved, would become so enthusiastic and unrestrained after getting drunk. Being tightly embraced and passionately kissed by Xiao father, Xiao mother blushed and said angrily, "Xiao Wanshan, you stubborn old man. Wait till you sober up and see how I'll punish you." Xiao Jinli and Xiao Junxian? They had heard this at least 100 times, if not 1,000. As soon as their father wakes up, he would completely forget his previous actions, and their mother would be appeased within no time. Not wanting Xiao Xiqian, who had just arrived, to witness their bickering, Xiao mother said to Xiao Junxian and Xiao Jinli, who were clearing the dining table, "Brother, little Bao, hurry up and help your father back to his room to sleep." The drunk Xiao father, although talkative, would fall asleep quickly once he was in bed. The brother and sister had no choice but to obey their mother's order. Then, with great expertise, they quickly removed the hand that was holding onto Xiao mother, one hand each from the two siblings. Xiao Jinli grabbed their father's wandering hand, while Xiao Junxian supported him on the other side and helped him back to the room. After the siblings sent Xiao father to his room, Xiao mother, blushing, said to Xiao Xiqian, "Little Quan, let aunt take care of the bowls and chopsticks. You've been working all morning and had some drinks too. You should go back to your room and rest." Xiao Xiqian smiled and said, "Aunt, I can help with the dishes." Xiao mother said, "No need, no need. You should go back to your room and rest. I'll finish these bowls and chopsticks quickly. Besides, there aren't many dishes left in the kitchen." After hearing Xiao mother's last sentence, Xiao Xiqian's face couldn't help but turn red. Because the reason there weren't many dishes in the kitchen was that every time Xiao Xiqian offered to help, he accidentally broke some. Xiao Xiqian nodded. "All right, aunt, I'll go back to my room and rest." When he was about to go upstairs, he turned back and said, "Aunt, Brother Xian said we have to harvest the rice this afternoon. When it's time to harvest, remember to call me. I want to help." Xiao mother smiled and said, "All right, I'll definitely call you. Since you're part of the family, you can't be left out of the family work." Since he was really considered a family member, there was no need to make distinctions. Only when the family worked together would they truly feel like a family. Hearing this, Xiao Xiqian happily went upstairs to rest. Xiao mother tied on her apron and began to clean up the bowls and chopsticks on the dining table, putting them in a plastic basin. Before long, Xiao Junxian came out. He said, "Mom, you've worked all morning too. You should rest. I'll take care of this." Xiao mother smiled. "You've been busy all morning too." She felt happy having a thoughtful and considerate son. However, like his father, he always worried about tiring her out. This made her feel both gratified and a little helpless at the same time. Xiao Junxian said, "I'm young and strong. Doing this little work won't tire me out. Mom, you've cooked this entire feast all morning. You must be tired. Go and rest." Xiao mother said, "It's not like I did it all by myself. Your sister helped too." Xiao Junxian smiled and said, "She might be able to help wash the vegetables, but if you ask her to cut them, she'll cut her hand too. She can't help much." "All right, I can't win against you." Xiao mother laughed and said helplessly, "I'll go rest for a while. Also, keep an eye on the weather. As soon as it turns cloudy, you must wake us up right away." Xiao Junxian nodded. "All right, I understand." As Xiao mother went to rest, Xiao Junxian quickly put all the bowls and chopsticks in a basin, carried them to the yard, then washed and wiped the table clean with a cloth and detergent. When Xiao Jinli came out, she saw her brother washing the dishes. She rolled up her sleeves, wanting to help. Xiao Junxian immediately stopped her. "It's fine, sis. You're not the material for this kind of work. There's not much work here. I can do it. You should go back to your room and rest." By 3 or 4 o'clock, Xiao Junxian went to the grain drying field. He grabbed a broom, circled around the rice, swept in the middle, and then the rice stalks flew together. After sweeping these rice stalks into a pile, Xiao Junxian picked up a sieve and filtered them out. Soon after, the rice at the drying field became even more golden and full. However, Xiao Junxian looked at the sky and thought it was about time to pile up the rice. After some thought, he took out his cell phone and called home. The phone was answered by Xiao Jinli. Xiao Junxian said, "Sis, it's time to harvest the rice. You can wake up Mom and Dad." After hanging up, he used the broom to sweep the rice grains together. Before long, Xiao mother, Xiao Jinli, and Xiao Xiqian arrived. As for Xiao father, He got drunk at noon and was difficult to wake up, so Xiao mother didn't bother calling him. Anyway, since it's not raining and there's no rush to harvest the rice, it's no big deal. Xiao mother came and picked up a broom and started sweeping. Xiao Jinli also did the same, sweeping with a broom as well. Xiao Xiqian. What should he do? He looked around and didn't see any brooms. There were only 3 brooms in the house. Xiao Xiqian asked, "What should I do then?" Xiao Jinli replied, "You can take the push scraper board and collect the rice." Xiao Xiqian. But how do you collect it? Xiao Junxian put down his broom, picked up the push scraper board, walked toward the center, and scraped the rice together from all sides, bit by bit. Then he said, "Xiao Quan, this is how you use it. There's another push scraper board over there." Xiao Xiqian picked up the other push scraper board and started gathering the rice. The 2 male students were strong, and Xiao Jinli was also strong, so sweeping the rice repeatedly wasn't very tiring. Xiao mother had done this kind of work countless times, so sweeping the rice was not much of a challenge. Soon, the rice was piled into small hills. Xiao Xiqian wondered, "Do we have to pack the rice?" Xiao mother said, "No need. If we pack it now, we'll have to unpack it tomorrow, which is troublesome. Just pile the rice up, cover it with waterproof plastic film, and that's fine. Tomorrow morning, simply open the plastic wax film and spread out the rice to dry." Xiao Junxian also said, "As long as it doesn't rain at night, the rice won't get wet." Many people don't bother to collect the rice and just let it dry in the moonlight. However, during summer, rain is unstable, so most people collect the rice. Don't get lazy and end up getting the rice wet, or it will be too late to regret. Xiao Xiqian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's not easy for these rural people, who always have to watch the sky, fearing a sudden rainstorm. Soon, the family finished covering the rice piles. Xiao Xiqian asked again, "Do we need to keep watch overnight?" Xiao Junxian waved his hand and said, "No need." Xiao Xiqian was puzzled again. "If no one is watching, won't someone steal it at night?" Xiao Junxian replied, "I don't know about other villages, but in our village, there has never been such a thing as stealing. Every household leaves their rice out like this, and nobody steals it." Xiao Xiqian. Rural people are so simple and honest. No, for now, it's just that the people in Xiao family village are simple and pure. By the time they finished cleaning up, it was already 5 or 6 in the evening. Xiao Xiqian. How did time pass so quickly? It seemed like they had just come out a while ago. When the family returned home, Xiao father was still asleep. People who get drunk can sleep for a particularly long time. For dinner, Xiao mother simply cooked tomato and egg noodles. After waking up Xiao father to eat dinner, he took a bath and went back to sleep. The next day, after breakfast, the whole family went to dry the rice again. Xiao Xiqian's work today was much more skilled than yesterday's, but the price he paid was a layer of calluses on his palms and some skin irritation. But he didn't make a fuss about it. As a man, enduring such hardship is nothing. After the rice is harvested, they also have to plant second season rice in the field. To plant the second season, they need to plow the land first. Nowadays, they don't use cattle to plow the land but machines instead. It costs 150 yuan per mu. There are people in Xiao family village who have it, and Xiao Wanshan had already made arrangements with them earlier. There are many households that need their land plowed now, so Xiao Wanshan has to wait his turn. Of course, since many families raised cattle, some chose to use cattle to plow the land. Xiao Wanshan and Xiao Junxian didn't go anywhere these days. They didn't even go to work, at least until the rice was dried and stored. To the people of Xiao family village, the work of Xiao Wanshan and his son seemed somewhat mysterious. That's because only a few people knew what kind of work they were doing. Some people said they worked for a company, while others said that both father and son were employed by the government. Xiao Wanshan and his son neither confirmed nor denied. In fact, even Xiao Xiqian was curious about what jobs they had in the county town. Their salaries were high but work was flexible, which sounded like iron rice bowls but didn't quite fit the description. Iron rice bowls had low salaries but good welfare. However, the money that the father and son handed over to Xiao mother every month was several times that of ordinary civil servants. Once Xiao Xiqian asked, "Brother Xian, what kind of job do you have in the county town?" "High pay and flexibility." Xiao Junxian smiled and said, "If you're curious, why not come with me and see for yourself?" Xiao Xiqian didn't refuse. It was fine in the morning, but during lunch, the sky suddenly darkened and clouds gathered. The whole family immediately put down their bowls and hurried to the grain-drying field. At this moment, the drying field quickly became busy, with someone shouting as they collected rice, "It's going to rain. By the looks of it, it's going to be heavy. We have to get the rice in quickly." Those nearby who weren't drying rice dropped what they were doing to help. In no time, the whole drying field was even busier with many people. Some people helped Xiao Wanshan's family. With the help of many hands, the rice was quickly piled up and covered with plastic film, which was then secured with bricks. After finishing their own rice, Xiao Wanshan and the others immediately went to help others. After all, Xiao Wanshan's family didn't have much land, and their rice wasn't much either. And since there were many people, the work was done quickly. But most people in the village had more than 3-4 mu of land, so they had even more rice. The 5 members of Xiao Wanshan's family helped others collect rice separately. Soon, the rain began to fall drop by drop. Hurry up, the heavy rain is coming. All the people moved even faster. By the time the heavy rain arrived, the rice of many families had been packed up, but a few families' rice was soaked. However, there were only 3-4 loads of soaked rice, which was enough to break people's hearts. After harvesting the rice, they began preparing for the planting of the second season rice. After plowing the field, Xiao Wanshan spread the fertilizer and manure in the field and let it ferment for several days. However, when Xiao Xiqian saw the manure being spread in the field, he found it hard to accept. Xiao Jinli saw his slightly disgusted expression, rolled her eyes, and said with a hint of speechlessness, "Do you know what this manure is called scientifically? It's called organic fertilizer, the cleanest fertilizer. Let me tell you, to grow green food, this manure is indispensable. Those merchants claiming to sell green food, who knows how they actually grow their crops behind closed doors? Maybe they're just chemically synthesized." Although Xiao Xiqian knew about it, hearing it from Xiao Jinli was another matter. Seeing his expression, Xiao Jinli continued, "Besides, if you don't use this manure, can you expect pure soil and a bit of water to produce green food? If it were that simple, there wouldn't have been so many people starving to death in ancient times." Xiao Xiqian's expression gradually softened, and he blushed slightly, saying he didn't know how to explain his feelings. He wanted to say that he never knew green rice was grown this way before. But then he thought about his amnesia, and how could someone with amnesia know about the past? Xiao Jinli waved her hand and said, "Brother Little Quan, you don't need to explain to me. If you can't get over this, then you might as well stop eating and live on air for a long and healthy life." Xiao Xiqian, as for working in the fields to transplant rice seedlings, Xiao Father didn't require Xiao Jinli to participate, and even refused to let the women join in because he didn't want his wife and daughter to be tired from working in the fields. But Xiao Junxian was different. Since childhood, under his father's strict requirements, he was the best at working both inside and outside the home. Some villagers joked, such a capable and well-rounded young man like little Xian, who can handle both official duties and kitchen work, will surely be sought after by the girls. Xiao Father said with a smile, "As a man, one must bear the responsibilities of a man. We must not spoil our sons. If a son is overly indulged, the ones to suffer and toil later will be my daughter-in-law and grandsons and granddaughters." After hearing Xiao Father's words, everyone found it amusing and looked at Xiao Junxian with a mix of pity and sympathy. Poor child, having such a strict and demanding father. It really is pitiful. Of course, the villagers, seeing Xiao Junxian being so sensible and capable, loving his mother and sister, and having a harmonious and happy family with the days getting better and better, were also inspired and began to educate their own children. In this day and age, although boys and girls are treated equally, the perception in rural areas is still different between sons and daughters. A daughter, once grown up, must get married and leave her parents, not staying by their side. But a son, whether good or bad, will stay by his parents' side. Deep down, parents tend to be biased towards their sons. It may not be obvious on a daily basis, but when related interests are involved, this bias quickly becomes apparent. For example, a family with one son and one daughter. When the daughter gets married, they always want to raise the betrothal gifts higher. This way, there will be more money in the family to marry a daughter-in-law and buy a house for the son. Of course, a true heartache for their daughter. Even if they take betrothal gifts, they will let their daughter take the betrothal gifts back to her small family. I digress. Although Xiao father does not ask Xiao Jinli to work in the fields, Xiao Jinli, as a member of the home, wants to work with the family. Although they hired someone to do the transplanting of rice seedlings, the whole family still worked on it. Xiao Jinli and Xiao mother went to the field to pull the seedlings. From the time she was 5 years old, Xiao Jinli could do this work. She skillfully pulled up her pant legs, stepped on the seedling bed, and looked at the lush green seedlings, her eyes shining. Xiao mother looked at her and said with a bit of helplessness, "Little Bao, every time I ask you to go to the field, don't pull up your pant legs. There are leeches in the field. Your skin is so tender, which is very attractive to leeches." Xiao Jinli laughed and said, "Mom, it's fine. I'm not afraid of leeches. If these leeches bite me, I'll dry them out on the ground. I don't know who you take after." Xiao Jinli laughed and said, "Of course, I take after my dad. When my dad was young, he was famous for not fearing anything. As his daughter, I must have inherited it." Xiao mother shook her head and said, "Speaking of which, your dad was indeed fearless, but he was also a notorious little gangster in the 10 miles and 8 villages. He was lazy and troublesome, which almost made your grandfather spit blood with anger." Xiao Jinli immediately said, "Well, it's all thanks to you, Mom, for teaching my dad well. Look, my dad has turned into a completely different person after marrying you, hardworking and strong." As Xiao Jinli spoke, she reached out and skillfully pulled a few seedlings out of the ground. Then she placed them in one hand and continued pulling until her hand couldn't hold any more. She then washed the mud off the seedlings in the slightly higher water ditch nearby and finally tied them together with a straw in the middle. Once a bundle of seedlings was done, she set it aside. Then, she continued the work in her hands. In addition to Xiao mother and Xiao Jinli, there were 2 other people involved in pulling seedlings, Qin Xiujia and Hu Liujiao. When Qin Xiujia heard the mother and daughter talking about Xiao father's youth, she also laughed and said, "Yeah, at that time, Wanshan was a complete gangster, always idle all day long. When he reached marriageable age, his parents were very worried. They sighed every day, saying that no girl would marry such a gangster. Even if they did, they would certainly have to suffer. Any family that doted on their daughter would never let their precious girl marry someone like that." At this point, she laughed and looked at Xiao mother, continuing, "But who would have thought that this gangster actually set his eyes on your mom? Your mom was a well-known beauty in the 10 miles and 8 villages. Her parents doted on her, and it was impossible for them to think highly of your dad, the gangster, even if your dad was handsome and tall. But good looks can't be eaten as food. At that time, your dad was anxious and made a promise to your maternal grandparents. He swore that he would mend his ways and give your mom a good life. He would love her well and not let her suffer or struggle in life. However, these words were nice to listen to, but no one knew what would happen in the future. In case he was just saying it and would change back to his old ways after marriage, it would be too late for their regrets. So, no matter how nice your dad spoke, your maternal grandparents did not agree. But it was your mom who had a soft heart and believed your dad's words. Despite her parents' opposition, she insisted on marrying your dad. This really made your maternal grandparents angry. But, as it turned out, your mom really had an eye for people. In fact, Xiao Jinli had heard many stories about her parents growing up, but the villagers just loved to talk about it. After all, Xiao Wanshan was a classic example of a prodigal son who made a comeback. After participating in the drying of rice, Xiao Xiqian took part in transplanting rice seedlings in the field. He knew that there was manure in the field, but by this point in time, he had adjusted his mindset and didn't feel too burdened about it anymore. Xiao Wanshan instructed Xiao Xiqian saying, "Little Quan, since you don't know how to transplant seedlings, you can handle the process of extracting seedlings." The so-called extracting seedlings refers to the process during transplanting wherein 1 or 2 threads are drawn from one end of the field to the other, straightly. After that, the transplanting begins one by one, along the thread. This method creates straighter and more visually pleasing seedlings, making future weeding and fertilizing easier. Rural children are not very proficient in planting seedlings. Once the adults have drawn the lines, they instruct the children to transplant along these lines. Xiao Wanshan demonstrated as he explained. All you have to do is transplant along this line. The distance between two seedlings should be around 12 centimeters. Also, don't plant the seedlings too deeply. About half the depth of our thumb is fine. While saying these words, he purposefully glanced at Xiao Xiqian's fingers. They were slender and long, much like a girl's. He added, your fingers are a bit longer, so you wouldn't need to use half of your finger. Xiao Xiqian watched attentively and after a while, he nodded. Okay, uncle, I understand. Xiao Wanshan smiled heartily. Haha, little Quan is indeed a smart kid. All right, I will entrust this task to you then. Our family doesn't have much land. With 6 people in the field, we can finish all the work in a morning. If it was just his family doing the work, it would take them more than a day. But Xiao Wanshan always believed in finishing work early and thus, he would hire help every year. In fact, the work in the field was just his part-time job. He needed to finish it quickly so he could return to his main work. After Xiao Xiqian got to the field, he took a bundle of seedlings. After undoing the straw, he bent over along the line and began planting one by one. In the beginning, he was rather clumsy. The heights of the seedlings he transplanted were uneven, but the distance between each seedling was like it was measured, all of the same length. Xiao Wanshan praised him, little Quan. You're doing well. Hearing Xiao Wanshan's praise, Xiao Xiqian had a bashful smile. He felt embarrassed for being praised just for doing this amount of work, but at the same time, he felt rather warm inside. This family is wonderful. They lived in harmony and happiness. It was a blessed family. If possible, he wanted to stay in this family, taking on the persona of son, younger brother, and older brother permanently. But alas, a flicker of complex emotion flashed across Xiao Xiqian's eyes. After a moment, Xiao Jinli came over with her hands full of extracted seedlings. She looked at Xiao Xiqian doing work and laughed. Brother little Quan, you're doing a great job for your first time doing this kind of work. You're really amazing. Xiao Xiqian, it was one thing to be praised by an adult, but it felt more embarrassing to be praised by a child. He laughed and said, little sister, listen to what you're saying. Who knew whether I did this kind of work before or not? Your words are making me feel embarrassed. After hearing his words, Xiao Jinli thought to herself, you must not have done this before. You were being chased by thugs, and your background must not be simple. How could a child with such a background know how to farm? After speaking with Xiao Xiqian for a while, Xiao Jinli took bundles of seedlings and threw them into the field. Xiao Jinli was strong, and she was accurate with her throws. Each bundle of seedlings was equally spaced out. As Xiao Xiqian was seriously transplanting seedlings, he felt an itch on his calf. He couldn't help but reach out to scratch it, but when he scratched, he felt something cool and soft. He involuntarily lifted his leg to check and saw a black thing clinging to his leg. Seeing his actions, Xiao Jinli walked over. After seeing the thing on his leg, she said, it's a leech. You should not scratch it with your hand, otherwise, it will bite deeper. Hearing Xiao Jinli's words, Xiao Xiqian's face instantly turned pale, fear and nervousness appearing in his eyes. He stuttered, leech. This cool and soft thing, much like a snake, terrifies him. Before he entered the field, he didn't think that a leech would bite him. Seeing his unusual expression, Xiao Jinli immediately comforted him. Brother little Quan, don't worry, it's all right. We'll just get rid of this leech. She then used a small seedling, held the head and tail end with both hands, and gently scraped off the leech from Xiao Xiqian's leg. The leech was easily removed. Once the leech let go, the wound on Xiao Xiqian's leg began to bleed. For rural people, being bitten by a leech wasn't a big deal. They would just remove the leech and continue working. As for whether the wound needed to be disinfected or not, well, they had no such concept. Xiao Xiqian looked at the leech Xiao Jinli had tossed onto the levee, and then at his bleeding leg. His face turned even more pale, and his fear heightened. Seeing his appearance, Xiao Jinli showed concern and asked, Brother little Quan, are you all right? I've already removed the leech, so it's fine. Xiao Jinli was somewhat confused. How could a grown man be so afraid of a small creature like a leech? Xiao Wanshan also noticed the commotion over here. He asked, what's wrong, Xiao Bao? Xiao Jinli explained, Brother little Quan was bitten by a leech, but he doesn't look good. Being bitten by a leech? Hearing that Xiao Xiqian was not in good shape, Xiao Wanshan said, Little Quan, why don't you take a break? He glanced at Xiao Xiqian's pale leg and added, go back and apply some disinfectant to the wound. Xiao Jinli nodded. Okay, brother Little Quan, let's go back. Xiao Xiqian didn't want anyone to see his weaknesses, but he couldn't hide them in front of Xiao Jinli. He shook his head and said, I'm fine. He felt embarrassed for showing such fear and nervousness in front of a child. However, this fear came from deep within his heart. Xiao Jinli, however, was quite stern. She said, you say you're all right, but you look as white as a sheet. Let's go. After saying that, Xiao Jinli rather rudely pulled Xiao Xiqian up from the ground. Once she checked his leg and saw nothing left on it, not even an ant, she secretly nodded and said, come on, brother Quan, let's go home. The mud on your leg can be washed off at home, too. After that, she dragged him away. Xiao Xiqian could only instinctively follow her. Looking at Xiao Jinli's small figure with her assertive strength, he felt a warmth. He laughed and said, Jinli, I'm glad to have met you and your family. Xiao Jinli's eyebrows furrowed slightly, but then she laughed and said, of course our family is great. She absolutely adored and loved her family. Therefore, as long as she was there, she would not let anyone harm her family. After the busy period of harvesting rice and transplanting seedlings, peanuts and sweet potatoes at home began to be harvested. Xiao Xiqian knew that farming was busy during the farming season, but when he truly experienced it, he realized how busy farming could be. Harvesting peanuts and digging sweet potatoes are not heavy work, but they do tire people out, especially when all the work has to be done manually. Xiao Wanshan and his son could not bear to see their wife and daughters, mother and sister, get tired. So they began to take care of the peanut harvesting and sweet potato harvesting. To harvest peanuts means pulling them out of the ground. The upper part is the plant, and the roots are all peanuts. When harvesting peanuts, if someone needs the land to cultivate rice, they would pluck the peanuts and pick them up to be picked at home. Once picked and brought home, there was no hurry to remove the peanuts. If there was time, they would pick them. If they did not have time, they would leave them as they won't get spoiled right away. So, first, they would get busy with the rice seedling transplanting. The Xiao family only grew 1 acre and 5 of rice. By comparison, there was no urgency for this peanut harvesting job. Aside from Xiao's mother doing household chores like washing clothes and cooking at home, the other 4 were all in the field pulling peanuts. After pulling out 1 peanut plant at a time, they neatly put them aside. When there were enough, they would tie them into large bundles and directly transport them home on a tricycle. However, the small paths in the field were too narrow for a tricycle to enter. This was when Cow King played its part. The bundled peanuts were placed on Cow King's back, and then Cow King would transport them to a broader place where the tricycle was parked and put the peanuts on the tricycle. The peanuts from 5 points of land were not much. With Cow King transporting some, and Xiao Father and Xiao Junxian carrying 1 or 2 loads, it was more or less done. Xiao Jinli patted Cow King's head and said with a smile, Cow King, you've worked hard. I'll give you a reward later. As soon as Cow King heard the word reward, its eyes bulged round and gleamed brightly. It was clear that it liked the idea of the reward. Given that Xiao Xiqian was delicate, Xiao Wanshan did not let him carry the peanuts. After all, this was arduous work. Nor did he let Xiao Jinli carry. Fearing that the weight might hurt Xiao Jinli's little waist and impede her growth in future, what should they do? Xiao Bao was quite strong, but her strength lied in her arms. Her small waist would not be able to bear the heavy load. Not long after Xiao Wanshan and others left, elderly villagers came with small baskets to pick up peanuts from the field. Some even used hoes to turn the soil in the field, plowing out the peanuts buried deep in the ground. This phenomenon was common. Just like when people finished harvesting rice in their fields, others would go and pick up the fallen rice stalks and thresh them at home. No one would say anything, nor would anyone find it strange. After Cow King returned to its shed, it waited for its owner to reward it. As expected, after a while, its young master came to it. Xiao Jinli patted its little head and said with a smile, Well, Cow King, you've worked hard. Here is your reward. After saying this, Lingquan water flowed out of his fingertips directly into Cow King's mouth. After drinking the Lingquan water given by Xiao Jinli, it was very pleased and rubbed its head against Xiao Jinli's palm, evidently satisfied. Xiao Jinli stroked its fur and said, laughing, "All right, it's ticklish. You rest now. I'm going home." Cow King was loath to see Xiao Jinli leave, but after drinking the pure Lingquan water, it felt very satisfied. It was in high spirits now, and it could even flirt with some cows. However, other cows were still kept in the cattle shed and were not accessible for flirting. Well, it might as well rest for a while. Next, Cow King laid down on the clean and dry floor and quickly fell into a state of dormancy. After having lunch, the family began to pick peanuts under the shade of the trees. Since it was not cool enough, they even brought out the fan from the house. Nevertheless, the weather was hot and dry. Even with a fan under the tree, they still felt a bit irritable. Xiao's mother said, "I'll go make some mung bean soup." Go ahead." Xiao's father nodded and said, "In this kind of weather, drinking some mung bean soup can relieve the heat and make you feel better." Xiao Junxian looked at the tender peanuts they had picked and said, "Mom, cook some young peanuts. I want them spicy and fragrant." Xiao's father immediately gave him a glance and said, "You have hands and feet. Can't you do it by yourself? And yet you started giving orders to your mother." Xiao Junxian. He confirmed once again that he was adopted. Xiao Junxian chuckled and said, "Dad, Mom's cooking is more delicious, right, sister?" Xiao Jinli nodded. Yes, the peanuts cooked by Mom are more fragrant. Not because she favored her brother, but because her mom's really tasted better. Xiao's mother laughed and said, "All right, if my children like to eat, what's wrong with making some?" Xiao Quan, which flavor do you prefer for the peanuts? Every time, Xiao's mother would ask Xiao Xiqian's preference. Xiao Xiqian said, "I'll just have the same as Brother Xian's." Previously, he preferred light tastes, but since he arrived at the Xiao home, his taste has gotten heavier, and it was hard to eat light-tasting food anymore. Xiao's mother went to scoop the green beans first. After cleaning the green beans and draining the water, she roasted them in a clay pot for a while. The roasted green beans would be easier to soften when cooked later, otherwise, it would take a long time to cook unsoaked green beans until they're tender. She used a pressure cooker to cook the mung bean soup. While cooking the mung beans, Xiao's mother began to wash the fresh peanuts from the winnowing pan in the sink. After washing, she cooked them directly in an aluminum pot with salt, edible oil, and 5-spice powder. After Xiao's mother had done all this, she went back to picking peanuts. In a short while, there was a hissing sound from the pressure cooker. In no time, the scent of mung beans wafted out of the kitchen. Xiao Xiqian inhaled the scent. "It smells wonderful." Xiao's mother grinned. "It still needs more time." About 15 minutes later, Xiao's mother went to the kitchen to turn off the gas of the pressure cooker. She then checked the peanuts in the aluminum pot, tasted them, and found they were not fully cooked and flavored yet, so she decided to cook a bit more. After a while, Xiao's mother walked out of the kitchen, smiling, and asked, "The mung bean soup is ready. Do you want it hot or cold?" Xiao Junxian said, "In this hot weather, it is certainly more comfortable to eat cold." Everyone else also expressed their wish for cold mung bean soup. Xiao's mother then poured out the mung bean soup from the pressure cooker and put it in cool water to cool down. After it cooled down, she put the mung bean soup in the freezer of the refrigerator. In the freezer, it didn't take long, at most 20 minutes, for the mung bean soup to cool down. After taking the mung bean soup out of the freezer, Xiao's mother served everyone a bowl, put it on the dining table, and shouted loudly, "Come home and have a bowl of mung bean soup. It's ice cold and refreshing." Xiao Junxian did not hesitate to put down his work, washed his hands, rushed into the house, grabbed a bowl, and started drinking the mung bean soup. He couldn't help but sigh. Drinking this mung bean soup is really refreshing. Everyone else felt the same way. In this kind of weather, drinking a cold bowl of mung bean soup is indeed very refreshing. After the busy farming season ended at home, Xiao father and big brother returned to their 9-to-5 work schedules, and Xiao Jinli also finally had some free time. As others in the village were still working, even if Xiao Jinli wanted to help, no one would dare to bother her with any work. For the villagers, it was good enough that Xiao Jinli finished her family's work. When she wasn't busy, all she needed to do was be happy. So Xiao Jinli resumed her carefree days of grazing cows. Though, with Cow King at home, she didn't need to worry about them at all. Cow King could go out and come back on its own, even helping to manage the other cows. Jinli has fallen asleep again beside the haystack. A few little friends were playing card games under the big tree and glanced at the unsociable Xiao Jinli, feeling somewhat disappointed. Jinli doesn't like noise and doesn't like playing with us. She prefers sleeping by the haystack. What can we do about it? As the farming work of the Xiao family had come to an end, Xiao Xiqian also found himself with some free time. When Xiao Jinli went to graze Cow King, he followed along. However, while she was napping by the haystack, he sat under the big tree, watching the children playing. Listening to the children talking about Xiao Jinli, he immediately found it interesting. He asked with a smile, "Why doesn't Jinli like playing with you all?" At this age, children usually enjoy having fun with their friends. Little Puppy said, "Jinli always thinks that we're stupid and doesn't like playing with us." Xiao Xiqian asked, "Has Jinli always been this smart?" Yes, Jinli has been smart since she was little. The adults told us that Jinli could talk when she was 3 months old, and she could chat with adults. At 4 months, she started learning to read. By the time she was 8 months old, she could recognize every character in the dictionary. Then, Brother Junxian happily showed Jinli ancient poems, and she could memorize them after reading them once. She also easily learned the math formulas that always give us headaches, like addition and subtraction, multiplication tables. It's as easy as eating a meal to her. Xiao Xiqian. This is truly a genius among geniuses. When we used to try to play with Jinli, she would complain about how dirty we were and say that we were too stupid to play with her. Jinli has always been handling big matters with the adults since she was young. So, Jinli is different from us. She's someone who's meant to do great things. Xiao Xiqian. He discovered that in Xiao family village, whether they were adults or children, they all blindly worshipped Xiao Jinli. While Xiao Xiqian was inquiring about Xiao Jinli's situation, the perceptive Xiao Jinli heard everything clearly. Xiao Jinli looked up at the blue sky with her eyes wide open and thought, although life is leisurely now, it might be a bit too boring. I should go to the city and explore. Maybe I'll find something interesting there. At dinner, Xiao Jinli told her family, "Dad, Mom, I'm planning to go to Jianggan City tomorrow." "Ah, going to Jianggan City?" Xiao Mother sounded a bit worried. "Xiao Bao, do you have any business there? If you're bored at home, you can go to the county town to play." Xiao Jinli shook her head and said, "Mom, I don't know how many times I've been to the county town. It's no fun. I just want to see what a big city is like. But Jianggan City is quite far away. If we drive there ourselves, it will take more than 2 hours." Xiao Mother sounded slightly concerned. "How about this? If you really want to go to Jianggan City, I can go with you tomorrow." Upon hearing his mother's words, Xiao Juanshuan's eyes flickered, and he said, "Mom, my little sister is already on vacation. Why don't we all go on a family?" Xiao Mother's eyes lit up immediately. "Right? We can all go together. We can treat it as a family vacation. But can your father and brother make time for it?" Xiao Father laughed and said, "It's fine. We wouldn't be able to relax if Xiao Bao goes alone. Let's all go together and treat it as a vacation." Xiao Xiqian had wanted to say that he would go with Xiao Jinli initially, but when the whole family decided to go, he kept quiet. The second day, early in the morning, the whole family packed up and set off by car. They met villagers on the way, and if they were asked, they would smile and say that the whole family was going to Jianggan City for fun. The villagers would then smile back at them and tell them to have fun. As for Qing County, Xiao Xiqian might not have heard of it before, but he must have heard of Jianggan City, a 3rd or 4th tier city. Zhao's mother prepared some snacks to prevent Jinli from getting hungry on the road. "Xiao Bao, are you hungry? Do you want to eat some homemade mung bean cake?" Xiao Mother asked. This mung bean cake is made by Zhao's mother. Xiao Jinli shook her head and said, "Mom, I'm not hungry." As they passed a small shop, Xiao Jinli immediately got out of the car and bought an ice cream cone. Such cold and refreshing treats are delicious in this weather. The car was getting closer to Jianggan City, and more tall buildings appeared, gradually revealing the atmosphere of a big city. In Qing County, there were not many high-rise buildings at all. Except for a landmark 18-story building, the highest floors of other buildings were only 8 stories. But the closer they got to the city, the more stifling hot it felt. Zhao's mother said, "The countryside is much cooler. Once we're here, besides the heat, no breeze can be felt at all." Xiao Junxian said, "In this big city, reinforced concrete buildings are everywhere, blocking the wind and making it even hotter." Xiao father asked Xiao Jinli, little Bao, where do you want to go and explore when we get here? Xiao Jinli said, Dad, I want to go to the library. Xiao father asked, to the library? Little Bao, don't you want to go shopping in the supermarket or the mall and buy some beautiful clothes and skirts? Or go to an amusement park? Xiao Jinli said, Mom will buy me clothes and skirts. I don't need to worry about that. And there's not much fun in amusement parks. Xiao father. A child who is too sensible and well-behaved can also be worrisome sometimes. Other children would go to zoos or amusement parks or shopping for clothes and toys when they arrived at a new place, but his child wanted to go to the library as soon as they arrived. Xiao Jinli didn't know about her father's concerns. She said, Dad, drop me off at the library, then you can have a good time shopping with Mom. As for her brother, she didn't need to arrange for him. He would find his own friends. Xiao mother worriedly asked again, Little Bao, can you be alone in the library? How about sending your brother with you? Xiao Jinli laughed and said, Mom, I won't run around in the library, don't worry. As for my brother, he wants to find his friends. Xiao Xiqin then said, Aunt, I will accompany my sister. Xiao mother asked, Xiao Quan, do you want to go shopping with us? Xiao Xiqin immediately shook his head. No. I also want to go to the library and read some books. He didn't want to be a third wheel. Xiao mother laughed and said, All right then, I'll leave little Bao in your care. Aunt, it's my duty. After sending Xiao Jinli and Xiao Xiqian to the library, the family left. Xiao's mother repeatedly urged, Xiao Bao, don't run around here. Wait for Mom and Dad to pick you up. Xiao Quan, please look after Xiao Bao. Xiao Xiqian assured Aunt, don't worry. I promised to watch my sister and not let her run around. Xiao Jinli glanced at him and muttered, If I wanted to run, you couldn't stop me. Of course, she came to the library to read books, not to run around. After Xiao's father left with two others, Xiao Xiqin led Xiao Jinli into the library. Since it was summer vacation, there were quite a few people coming to read and borrow books. In this unfamiliar place, Xiao Xiqin felt more at ease holding his sister's hand. As they walked, he asked, Sis, what kind of book do you want to read? Xiao Jinli thought for a moment and said, Science fiction. In fact, it was not really science fiction. She just wanted to read about quantum cosmology and such. As a person from the future, she knew best about the development of the future. Because she was so clear about it, she wanted to try to slow down the deterioration of the Earth and give humanity more time to live in peace and stability. Xiao Xiqin was a bit surprised that Xiao Jinli liked to read science fiction. After all, during the time he had spent with Xiao Jinli, he knew that she was lively when with her family, but otherwise seemed laid back and didn't seem to have any hobbies. Xiao Xiqin chuckled softly. Oh, so my sister likes to read science fiction novels. All right, I'll take you to find some. The library was quite large, and Xiao Xiqin found the science fiction section, where many children were already sitting, crouching, or standing and reading books. Xiao Xiqin asked, Which book do you want to read? I'll get it for you. Xiao Jinli scanned the area and said, Get me that Galaxy Heroes. Xiao Xiqin took the book off the shelf, flipped through it, and handed it to Xiao Jinli, saying, This is a good book for you. Xiao Jinli took the book, found a place to sit down, and began to read. After watching for a while, Xiao Xiqin left. He was there to read books too, but he wanted to read about economics and finance, and he didn't want Xiao Jinli to know for the time being. After all, he was still in a state of amnesia. After Xiao Xiqin left, Xiao Jinli sat quietly and read her book. As she read, she found it more and more interesting. She never thought that people of this era would have such rich imaginations, and many of the things described were very close to the future. However, Xiao Jinli also wondered whether it was the modern people's rich imagination and wild ideas, or if the forms of the things in the later generations were based on the descriptions of their predecessors. It's like the debate about whether the chicken or the egg came first. As Xiao Jinli was lost in thought, suddenly a hand reached over and snatched the book from her hands. Xiao Jinli snapped back to reality, only to see a fat man holding the book, smugly telling the people behind him, Look, I found the Galaxy Heroes. Xiao Jinli stood up, her voice cold. I got this book first. Give it back to me. If you want to read it, come and get it when I'm not reading it. Upon hearing Xiao Jinli's words, the fat man who snatched the book became unhappy. He said, I want to read this book now, so you should find another book. Xiao Jinli repeated, I said this book was mine first, so I should read it first. If you want to read it, wait until I put it back and then come and get it. Someone behind the fat man immediately began to egg him on. Luo Jiqiang, hey, someone is not giving you face. Isn't your family powerful and influential? Someone is not afraid of you? The fat man listened to his buddy's instigation, his face becoming more and more unhappy. He angrily glared at Xiao Jinli, who had made him lose face. He shouted loudly, "You stinky woman! Do you know who I am? I'll tell you. My dad is the Yai Bureau Chief Luo Sanbiao. If you don't behave, I'll let my dad arrest you and detain you at the yamen." Ordinary people, whether adults or children, would feel fear and horror when they heard about the yamen. The fat man had used this tactic to scare countless people. So, he was the school bully. Xiao Jinli's expression changed, and she sarcastically said, "Oh, you're the son of the Yai Bureau chief. I'm so scared. I'm afraid your dad will arrest me." Seeing Xiao Jinli's expression, the fat man proudly said, "So, if you know what's good for you, don't argue with me over this book." Humph. Then Xiao Jinli became serious. Humph. I haven't done anything wrong or committed any crime. So why should I be afraid of being arrested by your dad? Can it be that your dad is an official who can't tell right from wrong and doesn't distinguish between public and private? Hearing Xiao Jinli insult his dad, the fat man became furious in his shame and said, "Stinky witch, how dare you insult my dad? Watch me teach you a lesson and make you lose your teeth." With that, he swung his fist and aimed it at Xiao Jinli's head. The surrounding adults and children were all frightened and stared wide-eyed. The fat man was tall and strong, and he seemed to have a lot of strength, not to mention the girl's height and weight difference with him. Even their gender differences put her at a disadvantage. So, with this punch, the girl's head would surely be cracked open. Knowing the fat man's background, no one dared to come forward to rescue the girl, and everyone could only watch as he violently hit the little girl. Before his fist could land, there was already chaos around, and those with smaller hearts were scared and closed their eyes to hide, while those with bigger hearts yelled in panic, "He's hitting someone! He's hitting someone!" But no one expected that just as the fat man's fist was about to hit the girl's head, the girl suddenly stretched out a hand, directly catching the fat man's fist. Then with a gentle push, the fat man was forced to step back a few steps, stumbling twice and falling on his ace when she let go. The change happened so suddenly. Everyone thought it would be the little girl who would get hit, but it was the fat man who fell instead. The expressions of many children around were stunned and did not react for a while. After a quiet moment, someone began to shout, "Well done." Then, someone started clapping. Hearing the applause, the fat man, who didn't feel any pain from the fall, felt humiliated. His face showed a mix of shame and anger, and his complexion turned ashen. The fat man's followers quickly helped him up and pretended to care, asking, "Brother Luo, are you hurt?" The fat man gritted his teeth and said, "I'm fine." One of the followers stepped forward and menacingly said to Xiao Jinli, "You stinky witch, do you know who Brother Luo is, and dare to fight back? Brother Luo is the son of the Yai Bureau chief. Aren't you afraid of being arrested?" Xiao Jinli rolled her eyes rudely and coolly said, "I have done nothing wrong or illegal, so I am not afraid of anything. You don't have to repeat it to me. Everyone present has bright eyes." Xiao Jinli, though small in stature, had a strong presence. She glared coldly at Luo Pongzi and the others, speaking with conviction. "All I wanted was to read a book, yet you want to take it from me and arrest me. I have to ask, does this library belong to your family? Or do you people possess such power and influence that you can control the entire Jianggan city and even arrest ordinary people just for reading?" The children didn't quite understand what Xiao Jinli was saying, and their expressions were calm. But the adults were different, especially those who accompanied their children to the library to read. Most of them were intellectuals. After hearing Xiao Jinli's words, they were quite surprised and secretly praised in their hearts, "This child has guts, daring to say anything." However, if she really encounters revenge from a narrow-minded, powerful family, it's unimaginable. Xiao Jinli wasn't a real child, so she knew what could be said and what couldn't. But at this moment, she treated herself as an ignorant child. Luo Pongzi and the others were about 14 or 15 years old, at the age of junior high school. Many children at this age were rebellious. having a sense of understanding yet still rebellious. So when they heard Xiao Jinli's words, they didn't take them to heart. Luo Pengzi pointed at Xiao Jinli angrily, "You stinkin' bit." Before he could finish, Xiao Jinli stepped forward and pinched his outstretched finger. Ouch, ouch. Luo Pengzi's expression twisted in pain as he shouted, "Let me go! Let go of me!" Woo-woo. Xiao Jinli ignored his pain, speaking coldly, Stinking witch, that's all you say? Is that the quality of a Yamen bureau chief's son? Such discrimination against women." As soon as Xiao Jinli's words fell, an adult echoed, "Yeah, cursing this little girl with that filthy word over and over again. Is that something a child should say?" Some people whispered, "I heard that Director Luo is a fair and impartial person, but how is his child raised like this?" Looking at Luo's son, he shouldn't have taken advantage of his power to bully others regularly, right? So, does Director Luo know? After all the discussion, everyone began to doubt whether Director Luo was really a just and unselfish person. After all, even his own child could bully others with his power outside. The followers behind Luo Pengzi turned pale and nervous as they listened to the surrounding gossip. Did they cause negative consequences for Director Luo? Enduring the pain, Luo Pengzi yelled, "Stinked at you, stinky girl. Let me go right now, or else I won't let you off. If you dare, tell me your name." "I'm not stupid. Why should I tell you my name?" Xiao Jinli said confidently. "After I tell you my name, am I going to stupidly wait for your revenge?" The onlookers? This child is really surprising. Luo Pengzi and the others were also a little dumbfounded. This stinky girl didn't play by the rules. In the past, when he asked like this, either the person would be scared and shivering like a quail or be scared and foolishly reveal their own name. "If you want to take revenge on me, do it now while I'm still here," Xiao Jinli said generously. "Otherwise, once I leave, you won't be able to find me." Adults, Luo Pengzi, this girl really doesn't play by the rules. So how should they proceed? MMM. A series of voices broke the somewhat quiet atmosphere. "There is no noise allowed in the library." The library administrator said sternly, "If anyone makes noise again, please leave immediately." One of Luo Pengzi's followers caught on and immediately pointed at Xiao Jinli, shouting, "It's her. She's the one fighting here. Look, she's still holding Luo's hand right now. She's causing trouble. Kick her out." The evil person complains first. Having said that, the expression when looking at Xiao Jinli was somewhat smug. Thinking to himself, "Stinky girl, you're no match for us." The librarian glanced at Xiao Jinli with furrowed brows. Xiao Jinli immediately let go of Luo Pengzi, her expression innocent. "Auntie, I was just looking at a book quietly. He wanted to take it, I didn't give it, and he just raised his fist to hit me. I was just defending myself." So, this is legitimate self-defense. The implication was that if one is to be kicked out, they should both be kicked out. Wow, this little girl actually knows about legitimate self-defense. Yeah, at this age, she should know. But this is indeed legitimate self-defense. If this girl had been strong enough to fend off Luo's punch, she probably would have been beaten bloody. The librarian, of course, recognized Luo Pengzi and knew his identity. Luo Jiqiang had relied on his status to bully many people in the library and had taken their books. She had long been displeased with him. However, most people couldn't provoke him and chose to endure, so she chose to turn a blind eye. While other families might fear the Luo family, she didn't. Anyone who could work in the library must have some connections at home. Now this brat had finally met a tough opponent and needed a lesson. The librarian said seriously, "It's forbidden to fight and make noise in the library while reading. Book readers must follow the principle of first come, first served." "Luo Jiqiang, it was you who took someone else's book first, right?" Being suddenly questioned, Luo Jiqiang's face turned red and green. Justifying himself, "It's my right to read what I want. So I took her book. What's it to you? She should have let me read it. Me, a Yamen bureau chief's son, asking her for the book, is looking up to her. It's her own fault she didn't seize the opportunity." Everyone had black lines on their faces. What powerful reasoning. What brash arrogance. The administrator's face darkened. "All right, since you're insisting, I'll call your father and ask him if whatever you set your eyes on should be given to you by." Upon hearing that, Luo Pengzi's face turned pale. If his father knew about his behavior, he wouldn't let him go unpunished. Luo Pengzi, frightened and stuttering, "Auntie, don't call my dad, call my mom, or my grandparents." Usually, he relied on his family's spoiling and indulgence to act recklessly. The librarian said earnestly, "Sorry, I only have your father's phone number." Upon hearing the administrator had Director Luo's phone number, the surrounding adults' eyes lit up. What does this represent? It means that this person is not simple either. Otherwise, an ordinary librarian would not have the Yamen Bureau chief's phone number. The administrator really did make a phone call. At that time, Luo Sanbiao was in a meeting. Upon hearing the administrator's words, his face turned purple with anger. After the meeting ended, he rushed to the library. As soon as he arrived, without saying a word, he slapped his son's face and loudly scolded, "You good for nothing." Being obese, Luo Pengzi's face quickly swelled up after the slap. Wawa. Perhaps he had never been hit like this before, so his father's slap made him cry out loud. Luo Sanbiao scolded, "You have the nerve to cry? You have thrown your father's face away today, and you still have the face to cry. I didn't even know that you were flaunting your father's power outside. How old are you that you already know how to bully others with your power?" After scolding his son, Luo Sanbiao turned his head to apologize to Xiao Jinli. Xiao Xiqian worried that this fatty's father would vent his anger on Xiao Jinli, so he immediately protected her behind him and guarded vigilantly, asking, "What are you going to do?" When he was reading in another area earlier, he learned that a girl in the science fiction area was being bullied. He suddenly realized something and quickly rushed over. As expected, it was Xiao Jinli who was being bullied. He came forward to check and immediately let out a sigh of relief when he found that she was not bullied. However, when he found out the identity of the other party, he was suddenly enraged. But he temporarily suppressed his anger after hearing that the administrator called his father to come over. Luo Sanbiao glanced at Xiao Jinli behind Xiao Xiqian, then looked into Xiao Xiqian's eyes, showing a friendly expression. He barely managed to smile and said, "Young man, don't be afraid. I am here to apologize to the girl behind you." Xiao Xiqian was suspicious and asked, "Apologize?" "Yes, apologize." Luo Sanbiao said, "Young girl, I am sorry. It is my fault for not disciplining my son properly, letting him cause trouble outside, and forcefully bullying you." Xiao Jinli stood up from behind Xiao Xiqian and asked with a serious expression, "Can I ask you a question?" Luo Sanbiao was slightly stunned, then nodded and said, "Yes, you can." Xiao Jinli boldly asked, "Do you know about your son's actions?" Luo Sanbiao's pupils shrank abruptly, and his aura was briefly horrified. When his gaze met Xiao Jinli's, it was sharp and authoritative. However, Xiao Jinli ignored the frightening sharp aura of him and fearlessly looked him in the eye. Suddenly, Luo Sanbiao laughed out loud. His expression seemed a bit ashamed, and he honestly said, "Young girl, I won't lie to you. If I said I had no idea what my son was doing, that would be a lie. But every time I learned that my son was causing trouble and tried to teach him a lesson, my family would stop me. Helplessly, every time I had to pick up something heavy, I would put it down lightly without causing any real pain. He never truly learned a lesson. Every time he tried to discipline this brat, his wife and mother would try to stop him. If they couldn't stop him, they would cry, make a fuss, and even threaten with suicide, making it impossible for him to discipline the child. Moreover, there was his father, who would swing a stick to chase him down and teach him a lesson every time. He would also confidently say, "You discipline your son, and I will discipline mine." As a result, every attempt at disciplining never amounted to anything. After hearing his words, Xiao Jinli immediately understood his position within the family and with his children. She nodded and said, "I also hope that you will be a good father. Each child is the hope of the next generation of the family and the hope of the nation's future. If you have the ability, please educate him to become a pillar of the nation, rather than a bully who takes advantage of the weak and the helpless." Of course, the details about Luo Sanbiao were told to her by Xiao Ji. Therefore, Xiao Jinli also didn't particularly mean to cause trouble for him. Upon hearing Xiao Jinli's words, the adults were very surprised, especially Luo Sanbiao, who was even more shocked. A girl of such a young age had an upright demeanor, a broad mind, and a love for her country. Each child is the future of the family and the country. Luo Sanbiao suddenly understood. He said seriously to Xiao Jinli, fine. I will make sure to discipline him when we go back. Young girl, thank you. Xiao Jinli waved her hand and said, at this age, if the child is not born with a bad heart, they can be corrected. Yes, I understand, thank you. Young girl? Luo Sanbiao sincerely thanked her, and then invited her to a meal at noon. Uncle Luo, please take us out to lunch, he said, inviting both Xiao Jinli and Xiao Xiqian. Xiao Jinli declined and said, my name is Xiao Jinli. It's not necessary. We are here to read books. At noon, my parents will come to pick us up for lunch. You must be very busy. Please go ahead with your work. At least first go and discipline your son. Luo Sanbiao had someone bring paper and pen, wrote down his phone number, and handed it to Xiao Jinli, saying, Miss Jinli, this is my phone number. If you need anything from Uncle Luo, just call this number. I will ask you out for a meal another day. Xiao Jinli did not refuse his friendly gesture and accepted the paper, saying, all right, thank you in advance, Uncle Luo. With that, they became acquainted as seniors and juniors. It wasn't long before Luo Sanbiao took his son away. Luo Jiqiang's followers also left, their faces pale with fear. They didn't expect that the girl not only didn't get punished but also got his phone number, which was a great opportunity to connect with him. With Luo Sanbiao and company gone, many adults looked at Xiao Jinli with envious eyes. This young girl had turned her misfortune into a blessing. An adult asked her jokingly, young girl, aren't you afraid? Xiao Jinli asked, puzzled, why should I be afraid of him? Does he have an extra eye or ear that makes him a monster? Should I be afraid? The adults. All right, this young girl's thinking is indeed different from others. From then on, Xiao Xiqian dared not leave. He also casually picked up a science fiction novel to read nearby. Xiao Jinli, how can I go tend other books to read it? You don't leave. On the other side, Father Xiao took Mother Xiao to the largest shopping mall in Jianghan City. They were not strangers to this city since they had visited Jianghan City before. Father Xiao just wanted to stroll around with his wife and buy her any beautiful clothes, skirts, or jewelry that caught his eye. Looking at his wife's smooth forehead, Father Xiao suddenly said earnestly, wife, I feel like you're missing something. Mother Xiao was perplexed and asked, what? Beautiful jewelry. Father Xiao said seriously, aren't all women fond of gold and silver jewelry? Mother Xiao was taken aback. When had she ever said she liked these things? Feeling somewhat helpless, Mother Xiao replied, that won't be necessary. The jewelry box you bought is already full of gold and silver jewelry. Is it full? Father Xiao said matter-of-factly, then, let's buy another jewelry box. Mother Xiao replied, no need, it's too extravagant. It's only natural for a man to earn money and for a woman to spend it, Father Xiao declared boldly. Rest assured, wife, I may not be very capable, but I can certainly afford to buy you gold and silver jewelry. Come, let's go take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, a snicker could be heard from behind. Then, someone mocked, bro, listen to this guy bragging about things he can't afford. Hee hee, dressed like a pauper and still dreaming of buying gold and silver jewelry. Doesn't he know how expensive gold is these days? Xiao Wanshan and Mother Xiao turned around and saw an 18 or 19-year-old girl in a pink skirt, clinging to a man in his mid-20s, jeering at them. Hearing this, Xiao Wanshan became infuriated. Just as he was about to lash out, Mother Xiao quickly pulled him back and placated him. Husband, let it go. She's just a young girl. You shouldn't hold a grudge against her. Didn't you say you were going to buy me gold and silver jewelry? Let's go now. After all, she was just a child, and they shouldn't stoop to her level. Only Mother Xiao could tame Father Xiao's temper. Mother Xiao quickly took Father Xiao to a jewelry store in the shopping mall. Seeing them actually heading to a jewelry store, Shizhuer, the girl who had mocked them, stomped her foot in anger and said to her brother, brother, come, accompany me to buy jewelry. At his sister's words, Xiao was momentarily speechless. Sister, why do you care about their business? Whether they have money or not has nothing to do with you. There's no need for you to get angry over it. Shizhuer said petulantly, but I can't stand people who pretend to be richer than they are. They obviously don't have much money, yet they spend it lavishly. Xiao frowned and advised, sister, it's their money, not yours. Why should you care? Come, Follow me to see. Zhu pulled her brother along to the same jewelry store. Xiao, upon entering the jewelry store, Father Xiao and Mother Xiao went straight to the gold section. Well, when men choose jewelry, the bigger and heavier, the better. Father Xiao picked out a thick necklace and said, "Wife, this necklace is good. Let's buy this one." Mother Xiao rolled her eyes, retorting disgruntledly, "It's ugly. You're the only one who thinks this necklace looks good. With such a thick chain, it's as if we're second-rate gangsters on the street, or more like those overnight millionaires mentioned on TV, who only flaunt their wealth without having any taste." But Zhao's father defended, "But this necklace is thick." Zhao's mother chided with a smile. "It's not like we're buying it to leash a dog, and you're concerned about its thickness. When we women buy necklaces, we look for what's appropriate and beautiful, not how thick it is." Zhao's father appeasingly responded, "All right, wife, I'll buy for you. You choose. Choose. No matter which one you pick, I'll buy it for you." "Oh, right. When buying a necklace, we must also buy a pendant, otherwise what's so attractive about just a chain?" The waitress had come up earlier and began to promote their products to them, patiently introducing each necklace and pendant. After a while, Zhao's mother selected a necklace and a pendant. Zhao's father immediately called out, "Come on, tell us how much these are." The waitress immediately took the calculator and said, "The gold price is 285 per gram. This necklace is 15 grams. The processing fee is 15 per gram, which adds up to 4,500 yuan. The pendant is 553 grams. The processing fee is 22 per gram, which adds up to 1697.7 yuan. So the total cost is 6,197.7 yuan. Today our store is having a promotion, offering a 95% discount. So the discounted price is 5,972.7 yuan. Sir, are you paying in cash or by card?" Just when Zhao's father was about to say by card, Zhu, who had just ridiculed them, suddenly appeared behind them again and loudly said, "I want a necklace and pendant like these too. Are there any more?" Zhao's mother frowned slightly. The waitress said somewhat awkwardly, "I'm sorry, madam. We only carry one of each design in our store. Why don't you take a look at our other styles? We have many other beautiful designs that are more suitable for young ladies like you." But Zhu replied, "Who said I'm buying it for myself? I'm buying it for my mother. I just happen to like these two designs. She definitely doesn't want something so old-fashioned." She then suddenly raised her voice, "How about this? I will offer double the price for the necklace and pendant in their hands." "Sure, Xia?" "Little sister, that's not how to spend money either." Xiao Wanshan's face darkened. A brewing rage flashed across his face. He pointed at Zhu and bellowed, "Little girl, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Out of all the jewelry here, you just had to want the ones we picked?" Ignoring his angry outburst, Zhu wore a triumphant smile and laughingly said, "Yes, uncle, I did it on purpose. If you can, why don't you pay double the price too? If you do, I won't compete with you." Instead of getting angry, Xiao Wanshan laughed upon hearing her words and said, "Oh, double? Why would I pay double for something I can get cheaper? My money didn't just fall out of the sky." After a moment's pause, he skeptically turned to the waitress and Zhu. "Oh, I see. Is this your store? You want to dupe customers this way, is that it? If you can sell at double the price, of course, you'd make more than double the profit. So, you want to scam as many customers as you can, isn't that right?" The waitress's face changed instantly. She hastily replied, "Sir, you misunderstood. We don't know this lady at all. She has nothing to do with our store." This was a question of the store's credibility and reputation. A clarification was necessary. Then, she turned to Zhu and said, "I'm sorry, madam. Since these two customers were interested in them first, no matter how much you offer, if they want to buy, we have to sell to them." Upon hearing the waitress's explanation, in order to avoid further trouble, Xiao's mother swiftly pulled Xiao Wanshan and said, "Husband, let's pay. After we pay, we'll leave." Xiao Wanshan didn't want to engage in a meaningless dispute with the young girl. He took out his card, swiped it, took the items, and left. Zhu was left behind, fuming and staring at their receding figures. Xiao Wanshan glanced at her from the corner of his eye and said to Xiao's mother, "That girl is really inexplicable. Is her brain not working properly?" Xiao's mother shook her head and said, "Who knows? Zhuer and Xiao. Who's the one that's not normal? They are the ones who are not normal. As it approached noon, Xiao Junxian and his wife, Xiao Wanshan, arrived at the library to pick up Xiao Jinli. However, as they arrived at the entrance, they overheard someone discussing how Director Luo's son had bullied a girl, only to be taught a lesson by her in return. All three agreed that the girl must be their own Xiao Bao sister, because, ever since she was a child, their sister Xiao Bao has always been strong and would never lose a fight. But this made them even more anxious. This was Director Luo's son after all. If he is the chief government officer in Jianghan City, his family must certainly hold considerable power. They were worried about Xiao Bao's sister getting into trouble. Even though they were worried, they couldn't immediately enter and had to wait at the door. After a while, Xiao Xiqian and Xiao Jinli came out. Was that girl you? Xiao Jinli nodded and responded, yes, it's me. Xiao's mother was shocked and asked urgently, are you okay then? They say the chubby kid's family is powerful and influential, and that his parents came later. Child, if something happened, why didn't you call us? Xiao Jinli immediately reassured her mother, don't worry, I'm fine. The chubby kid's parents did come, but they were really nice and reasonable. After they arrived, they punished their kid and they even apologized to me. Xiao Junxian looked around subtly and asked, but I heard that they are powerful and influential. Couldn't their apology be just for public show, and then they take revenge later in private? Xiao Xiqian responded, the parent is Director Luo from the Yai Bureau. He seemed very honest and upright. He probably wouldn't. Xiao Jinli then added, yes, he probably wouldn't. After Director Luo apologized to us, he invited us for a meal, but I declined. Then he left his phone number, saying he could be contacted if needed. After hearing this, Zhao's father paused for a moment and asked, Director Luo? Do you mean Luo Sanbiao? It seems that's his name. Xiao Jinli added. Zhao's father continued, if it is him, then he wouldn't be the kind to seek revenge after a conflict. His character is actually quite good. Still worried, Zhao's mother asked, if he is truly an upright person, then why would his child behave in such a bully manner? After thinking about it for a moment, Xiao Jinli replied, maybe he's often busy with work and thus negligent in disciplining his child. But he also said that he would properly educate his child after this incident. After hearing this, Zhao's father nodded and said, wife, don't worry too much. Let's wait and see. To him, we're just nobodies. Perhaps he wouldn't condescend to take revenge. Upon hearing her husband's words, Zhao's mother temporarily put aside her worries. She suggested, it's getting late. Let's find a place to eat. Meanwhile, after Luo Sanbiao brought back his son Luo Jiqiang home, the family was both heartbroken and angry at the sight of the boy's beaten face. Oh my precious child, who beat you to the point where your face is bright red from swelling? I'm going to find them and demand an explanation. Both of the women, one calling him precious and the other darling, were moved to tears by their distress. Madame Luo immediately found some anti-swelling medication in the house to apply to Luo Jiqiang. As the medication was being applied, Luo Jiqiang grimaced in pain, causing the two women in the house to ache for him even more. Grandma Luo scolded angrily, just who was the heartless person that beat up my grandson? Don't they know the status of my precious grandson? Only then did Luo Sanbiao understand why his son, at such a young age, was already acting high and mighty, bullying others with his authority. Luo Jiqiang cried loudly in a wrong manner and sobbed, Grandma, it was Dad who beat me up. He hit me because of a stranger. Ha, it was your dad? Upon hearing Luo Jiqiang's words, both Madame Luo and the others were shocked, as they all then gazed at Luo Sanbiao. Luo Sanbiao wore a frustrated expression and yelled, yes, it was me. I'll tell you. This stinking kid deserves to be beaten up. Okay, Luo Sanbiao, so it was you who beat up our precious son, you. I'll fight you to the death. Madame Luo charged at Luo Sanbiao and started to hit him all over his body. She cried as she scolded, you jerk, have you lost all your humanity? To even beat your own son, and to beat him so badly. Onel feels so much pain. Grandma Luo also turned around and started berating Luo Sanbiao. You useless boy. What has my precious grandson ever done to you for you to be so cruel and heartless? My poor grandson. His face is swollen red. He must be in terrible pain. At that point, Grandpa Luo picked up a stick from the corner and started hitting Luo Sanbiao. As he was hitting him, he sternly said, "Since you can hit your son, then I can hit my own son too." Dodging his father's stick, Luo Sanbiao shouted loudly, "Dad, Dad, listen to me." However, his father ignored him. Looking at his family, who were overly indulgent to his child, Luo Sanbiao thought about what Xiao Jinli had said and made a decision. He grabbed the stick from his father and said sternly, "Enough. Have you all had enough of your fussing? Say, CHEWE.O? Gion, OO.L?" Upon seeing the sudden stern expression on his husband's, son's, face, everyone was shocked and stopped in their tracks. Their faces showed surprise. Throwing away the stick in his hand, Luo Sanbiao shouted, "Is this the way you pamper this child of yours? You are unconditionally protecting and spoiling him without investigating right from wrong, without asking about the truth of the issue. Do you know the consequences of pampering him in this way? It's overindulgence. It's because of your overindulgences that he dares to act like a tyrant out there, causing troubles. How is this? Do you wish to ruin him in the name of expressing your love for him?" Upon hearing Luo Sanbiao's words, their expressions changed. Watching their changing faces, Luo Sanbiao continues, "And do you know what he did today? The little girl, who's just over 10 years old, didn't want to give the book to him, so he wanted to beat her up. But that girl fights back, and he still boasts shamelessly that his dad is me, Luo Sanbiao, the director of the Yai Bureau. He threatened that if the girl didn't let him read the book, he'd have her locked up. Do you see what kind of things he's been doing?" However, Grandma Luo said in a low voice, "It's just a book. If our boy wants to read it, shouldn't the girl give it to him?" Upon hearing Grandma Luo's comment, Luo Sanbiao was furious. He shouted angrily, "Mom, will you only be satisfied if I'm ruined?" Upon hearing this, Grandma Luo was taken aback and stuttered, "What? How could that possibly happen?" Grandma Luo hesitated and said, "It's just a small matter. How could it ruin you? Son, you're making a big fuss out of a small issue." Luo Sanbiao thought his mother's way of thinking was simply unbelievable. His family members, relying on his position, not only show off and bully people outside but also find trouble, yet they still think it won't ruin him. Luo Sanbiao suddenly felt exhausted by this. Is this what everyone in his family also thinks? His gaze swept over his wife and grumpy old man, and as expected, their expressions were also silent, and silence meant acquiescence. Luo Sanbiao suddenly felt as if all the strength in his body was gone, and he collapsed onto the sofa. This action immediately scared everyone. "Husband, son, what's wrong? Don't scare us," the two women immediately asked with concern. Luo Sanbiao looked at the two women. His expression suddenly became very serious and said, "I'm thinking about whether I should quit my current job and find an ordinary one." "What?" The three were even more shocked by Luo Sanbiao's words. "Why?" Madame Luo asked with a puzzled look. Luo Sanbiao gave her a cold glance and said, "Why? What else could it be? I don't want my son to be ruined by my high position as the Yamen Bureau chief. Luo Jiqiang, at a young age, relies on my position as Luo Banbiao's son, the son of Yamen Bureau chief, and causes trouble everywhere, bullying the weak. So, while he hasn't caused any major trouble, I should give up my position and let him have no power to rely on. In the future, he will only become an ordinary child." After hearing her husband's, son's, words, the three of them were silent. Luo Sanbiao's words were clearly meant to be a wake-up call for them. Because their son, grandson, bullied people because of his power, it was their teaching. Every time they would say, "Son, grandson, let me tell you, no one can bully you in Jiang'an City. Whoever bullies you, you should bully them back. You have us and your dad to back you up. Your dad is the Yamen Bureau chief. Everyone is afraid of him." Perhaps it was under such teaching that Luo Jiqiang repeatedly caused trouble outside. However, every time he caused trouble, they, as parents, took advantage of their position to settle the matter. They didn't think there was anything wrong with this. But who would have thought that this situation would force their son to resign? How could this happen? Luo Sanbiao said seriously again, "I, as the Yamen Bureau chief, am a public servant of the people and is responsible for doing real things for the people. It's not for you to show off and bully others based on my position. If this position, on the contrary, makes you bully ordinary people, then what's the point of me being the Yamen Bureau chief? Luo Jiqiang is still young and doesn't know what he can and cannot do. But what about you? You are adults who can tell right from wrong and separate black and white. Why do you teach your child to bully others with his power? Are you dissatisfied with my position as Yamen Bureau chief? Do you want to bring me down? Aren't you? Madame Luo began to sob. She first realized her mistake and said, "Husband, I was wrong. I was wrong. From now on, I'll let you discipline Jiqiang. I won't protect him anymore." Without Luo Sanbiao's position as Yamen Bureau chief, she wouldn't have the status of the director's wife. In the end, she was also afraid of losing such a lofty position. Grandma Luo was silent for a moment and said, "Son, I know I was wrong too. From now on, I won't teach Jiqiang to show off his position outside. From now on, when you discipline him, I won't protect him either." Now she knows the child, as a child, can't cause too much trouble even if he does. But what if he causes big trouble? If it really ruins their son, it would be too late to regret it. As the two most difficult women in the family relented, Luo Sanbiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and then turned his gaze towards his grumpy old man. Grandpa Luo pursed his lips, his expression serious, as he said, "Son, you're right. We can love children, but we shouldn't spoil them. Spoiling them will ruin the child and the family. In the future, I won't interfere either when you discipline our child." After hearing this, Luo Sanbiao felt completely relieved, thinking, it seems that tough measures are necessary. Of course, if his family still couldn't clearly realize their mistakes, he was really planning to resign and quit. If the family wasn't harmonious, how could they talk about serving the country and the people? Luo Sanbiao's expression was serious as he said, "Dad, Mom, wife, will you keep your word?" The three nodded in unison. "Yes, we promise." "All right." Luo Sanbiao nodded. "Luo Jiqiang, go face the wall and ponder over your mistakes for 2 hours. You can't eat lunch, and give me a written review of 3,000 words for me to check later. I want him to be clear about his mistakes." "What? Facing the wall and thinking for 2 hours? Not having lunch? 3,000-word review? Luo Sanbiao, you're a him." Luo Sanbiao immediately reminded the three people. Then the three immediately shut their mouths. Luo Sanbiao asked seriously, "What's wrong with facing the wall and thinking for 2 hours? What's wrong with skipping lunch? What's wrong with writing a 3,000-word review? Do you have any objections?" No. The three had somewhat embarrassed expressions. "Well, since there are no objections, Luo Jiqiang, did you hear your punishment today?" Luo Sanbiao said to Luo Jiqiang, "None of these 3 punishments can be skipped. Today, I will take a leave and supervise you personally. If you still can't clearly realize your mistakes, we will continue to punish you." "What? Is it that serious?" The three began to worry again. But when they met Luo Sanbiao's stern expression, they shut up again. So, under Luo Jiqiang's wailing, he accepted the first punishment supervised by his father. Luo Jiqiang cried his eyes out and sobbed. He sincerely knew he was wrong. This could be said to be Luo Sanbiao's first genuine attempt at disciplining his son. In the past, every time he tried, other family members would start to make a fuss, and the discipline would be abandoned halfway. As a result, Luo Jiqiang developed such a terrible character. That child was right. At this age, he still has time to correct himself. If he doesn't correct him in time, when he really causes big trouble, it will be too late. At this moment, Luo Sanbiao felt truly grateful to that little girl for her reminder deep down in his heart. He secretly thought, next time I see that little girl, I must remember to thank her. Xiao Jinli didn't know that Luo Sanbiao had taken her advice as a great favor. At this moment, after eating lunch at the restaurant, they found a nearby hotel and rented an hourly rental room to rest. In the afternoon, they planned to go to the amusement park to swim. Such a hot day, swimming and having fun was really interesting. When they arrived at the amusement park around 3:40 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiao Jinli and Xiao Xiqin frowned when they saw the crowd in the pool, resembling drop dumplings. Both of them were clean freaks who didn't like so many people swimming together. Xiao Jinli said directly, "Dad, Mom, there are too many people here. I don't want to swim anymore." If she wanted to swim, she would have preferred the creek in the village, which seemed cleaner than this place. Xiao Xiqian also stated, "Uncle, Aunt, I don't want to swim either." Xiao Junxian took a look and said, "So many people swimming together. It's better to swim in our village's creek. More fun." Xiao Father and Xiao Mother didn't feel comfortable seeing so many people swimming together either. They thought the kids would like it and came here with them. Since the kids didn't like it, everyone naturally left. After leaving the amusement park, Xiao Jinli said again that she wanted to go to the library, and Xiao Xiqian agreed to accompany her. Fearing the incidents from the morning would happen again, Xiao Junxian also wanted to go with them. Xiao Jinli, she directly refused, "Brother, if you're busy, don't worry about us. Things like bullying don't happen all the time. Besides, I haven't suffered any losses since I was a kid. With the strength in my body, even the most aggressive person can't mess with me. You can rest assured." Xiao Junxian thought about it and said, "All right, just be careful." His visit to Jianggan City wasn't just for fun. Besides meeting old friends, he also had work and business to discuss. He knew his sister's abilities. Not only was she strong, but she also had great luck. Usually, those who bullied her would end up unlucky first. That's why the title Lucky Star had stuck with her for more than 10 years. Xiao Junxian told Xiao Xiqian, "Xiao Quan, please take care of my sister." Xiao Xiqian said with slight embarrassment, "Brother Xin, Jinli is my sister now too. Protecting my sister is my natural duty." Moreover, it seemed that Xiao Jinli didn't need his protection. She could handle many things by herself. Sometimes Xiao Xiqian wondered if Jinli had the mind of an adult in the body of a child. Xiao Father still accompanied Xiao Mother to the shopping mall. For women, other than jewelry, there are also clothes and bags. Xiao Father was happy to accompany his wife to buy these things, paying with his card and carrying the bags behind her. After Xiao Father and the others left, Xiao Jinli turned to Xiao Xiqian and said, "Brother Little Quan, I don't want to go to the library now." "Huh?" Xiao Xiqian looked puzzled. "Then where do you want to go?" Xiao Jinli said, "I'm not as familiar with this place as the county town. I want to go out and look around." Although they had a car at home, they didn't come to Jianggan City very often. In the past 10 years, Xiao Jinli hadn't visited much. She was still curious about the outside world. Xiao Xiqian knew that Xiao Jinli was a decisive and opinionated child. She seldom changed her mind with her decisions. He nodded. "Okay, I'll go wherever you want to go." Xiao Jinli didn't refuse. Then she took a map of Jianggan City out of her bag. After looking at it, she pointed to a place and said, "Let's go to the pedestrian street. I heard it's also a gourmet food street. I want to check it out." "All right." Xiao Xiqian nodded. The two of them figured out the route and then went to the bus stop to wait for the bus. Soon the bus arrived. Xiao Jinli put in the already prepared coins, and they found seats to sit down. Seeing the prepared coins, Xiao Xiqian guessed that Xiao Jinli had made enough preparations. Not long after they got on the bus, Xiao Jinli suddenly saw something and her eyes lit up. She said to Xiao Xiqian, "Brother Little Quan, we're getting off the bus soon." "Huh? Getting off?" Xiao Xiqian looked at the bus route map and said puzzled, "But we still have 5 or 6 stops to go." Xiao Jinli pulled him up and led him to the back door, saying, "I saw a place I want to check out." Xiao Xiqian. All right. He would accompany his sister to the bitter end. When they arrived at the station, Xiao Jinli and Xiao Xiqian got off the bus. Then Xiao Jinli led Xiao Xiqian in the direction the bus had come from. Xiao Xiqian looked puzzled. "Sister, what did you see?" "We're going back now." Xiao Jinli said, "Seed station." "Ah, seed station?" Xiao Xiqian didn't understand. "What seed station?" Forgive this child from the big city. He truly didn't know what a seed station was. Xiao Jinli said, "The seed station is where they sell seeds. I want to see what kind of seeds they have." "Ah, I see." Xiao Xiqian nodded in understanding. "Well, let's go take a look." He was also curious about what seeds were sold at the seed station. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, they arrived at the seed station Xiao Jinli had seen. At the entrance of the seed station, there was a green sign that read Jianggan City Agricultural Technology Seed Management Station. Inside, there were 2 or 3 plainly dressed people looking like farmers choosing red melon seeds. A staff member was explaining the pros and cons of the red melon seeds to them. The staff member said, "This is a new variety, high yield, large grains, good taste, and it's already sold hundreds of portions. There are only about 50 or 60 pounds left. If you need a large order, we'll have to call the breeding company to reserve. A tall and thin farmer was doubtful. The seeds look good, but we don't know if it's easy to plant. The staff member said, "Don't worry. We provide seeds, technical consultations, and professional technical guidance. We can help you grow these red melons successfully." The two farmers discussed and then decided to buy the remaining red melon seeds. They asked for the phone numbers of the seed station and the technicians and left with their purchases. Seeing the two children come in, the staff member laughed and asked, "What are you two here for? Are you here to buy flower seeds?" He didn't think the two kids would need agricultural seeds. Xiao Jinli shook her head and said, "Big brother, we don't need flower seeds, but we do want to see what kind of seeds there are." The staff member saw the beautiful and lovely Xiao Jinli and felt a liking for her. He smiled and said, "You are just a child. What do you know about seeds? Why don't you tell Big Brother what seeds you need, and I'll get them for you to see. How about that?" Xiao Jinli politely shook her head and said, "Big Brother, I haven't decided what seeds I need yet. I just want to take a look first. If I need any seeds, I'll ask for your help getting them out. Okay?" Polite and lovely children are well liked by everyone. The staff member nodded and said, "All right, I'll be here sitting. If you need anything, just call me directly, okay?" The staff member pointed to where they could get water and said, "Do you want to drink some water?" "No, thank you, Big Brother. We're not thirsty." There were indeed many seeds at the seed station, not 1,000 kinds, but there were several hundred. Xiao Xiqian found out for the first time that there were so many varieties of seeds. All kinds of seeds were displayed on colorful walls and in transparent cabinets, as well as in the snake skin sack in the center of the room. These seeds included some common ones, such as rice seeds, watermelon seeds, sorghum seeds, peanut seeds, rapeseed, and various vegetable seeds, among others. There were also some seeds that were not commonly grown by farmers, such as strawberry seeds, potted gourd seeds, and colorful chili seeds. Xiao Xiqian saw these diverse seeds for the first time and was somewhat interested. Of course, he wouldn't grow them. He was just looking. After looking around, Xiao Jinli went to the staff member who was drinking tea and asked, "Big brother, are all the seeds here?" The staff member smiled and said, "Yes, almost all the seeds in the seed station are here. Little sister, what seeds do you need? Just tell Big Brother, and I'll help you find them." Xiao Jinli thought for a moment and said, "Well, I want the latest varieties developed by the Agricultural Research Institute, those that are highly valuable and rare." The staff member was taken aback, then laughed out loud, "Little sister, those newly developed varieties have very high technical requirements and are difficult to grow. Are you sure you need them? And those new varieties tend to be more expensive." He didn't think a child would have so much money from her parents to buy those seeds. Xiao Jinli looked serious and nodded. "Big brother, can you show them to me?" Seeing her sincere attitude, the staff member nodded. "Okay, I'll get them for you to see. But I'm warning you in advance, these seeds are quite precious, so please just look without rubbing or pinching them, as that could easily damage them." All right, I know, Big Brother," Xiao Jinli chimed in. Then, the staff member took a bunch of keys from the drawer of his workbench and walked to a wooden table. He unlocked one of the drawers, took out a delicate wooden box containing seeds, and showed them to Xiao Jinli. As he introduced the seeds, he said, "This is the latest 7-color tea flower variety developed by the Agricultural Research Institute, which is a kind of flower seed. This colorful tea flower seed has been cultivated, but it is very difficult to grow the plant, as the technical requirements are quite demanding. However, once the flower is successfully grown, its value is almost impossible to estimate. This seed is rare, and our station only got a little bit through the relationship with the Agricultural Research Institute. Originally, a friend of the station master wanted to buy it, so the station master got it. However, the station master's friend had an accident and no longer needed the seeds, so they have been left here. No one asked about them, so no one bought them. But since you suddenly asked, I'll show them to you." He didn't think that Xiao Jinli could afford them. When Xiao Jinli heard the staff's introduction, her head slightly lowered and her eyes flashed. She looked at the staff member and said innocently, "Big brother, I want to buy these seeds. How much are they?" The staff member was a bit surprised. "You want to buy these seeds? But you should know they are expensive, and they might not even survive when you buy them. If they don't survive, it would be a huge loss. Little sister, why don't you think it over? Besides, are your parents willing to give you that much money? Xiao Jinli asked again. Big brother, I want to buy them. Can you tell me how much they cost? Unable to persuade Xiao Jinli, he looked at Xiao Xiqian and said, Young man, these seeds are too expensive. Why don't you all pick some other seeds to buy? Xiao Xiqian glanced at the serious Xiao Jinli and looked back at the staff member. Big brother, my little sister likes them. Can you just tell us the price? Unable to persuade them, the staff member sighed slightly. All right, let's do it this way. These seeds are sold by the piece, with one seed costing 1,200 yuan. Considering your young age, I'll give them to you for 1,000 yuan each. There are 5 seeds in one kind, and I'll sell you 2 seeds. 1,000 yuan per seed is indeed quite expensive. Xiao Jinli looked at the seeds in the box without surprise, then said, I want all the seeds. What? All of them? The staff member was amazed. Little sister, you're going to spend 5,000 yuan on seeds? Yes, all. Xiao Jinli nodded definitively. No, little sister. Are you sure you don't want to think about it again? The staff member tried to dissuade her again. Why don't you call your parents over and ask for their opinion? All right? Xiao Jinli shook her head. Big brother, this is my own matter, and I can handle at this point. She paused and then said with a smile, Big brother, are you afraid that I won't have enough money to pay for these seeds? It should be better to sell more products. But you keep trying to dissuade me. The staff member laughed and said, It's just that you are all still children. What if you spend money recklessly and get scolded by your parents when you get home? In actuality, he was worried that selling such expensive seeds to 2 children might cause trouble if their parents found out and came to the store angrily. He couldn't cheat a child just for some money. Xiao Jinli smiled and said, Don't worry, big brother. Since I want to buy these seeds, I'll definitely have enough money for them. My parents won't make a fuss about it. The staff member, hearing Xiao Jinli's words, could only laugh and say, All right, I'll pack them for you. Xiao Jinli asked, Big brother, can I use a card here? The staff member nodded. Yes, you can. Then, Xiao Jinli picked out 3 or 4 dozen more varieties of seeds, and when it was time to pay, she took out a Union Pay card. The staff member took the card and swiped it, only to be a bit surprised. There was actually money in the card. Still not quite feeling reassured, the staff member asked, Little sister, whose card is this? Xiao Jinli immediately explained. Don't worry, big brother, this card is mine. The money in it is the pocket money and New Year's money my parents gave me. The staff member thought to himself, it seems that this child's family life is quite good. They had spent over 5,600 yuan on seeds. Apart from the tea flower seeds, the other seeds were not very expensive. Xiao Xiqian asked curiously, Sister, why did you buy so many seeds? Xiao Jinli blinked and said, I bought them to study. Brother Little Quan, don't tell my parents about the seeds I bought. Xiao Xiqian was speechless. Buying seeds for research. Xiao Xiqian asked, Sister, are you interested in agriculture? Xiao Jinli nodded. Yes, I'm interested. Xiao Junxian went to a friend's house. When Shixia saw him, he gave him a happy hug. Ah Xian, long time no see. You little rascal, hiding in the small county town, not coming to hang out with us. Xiao Junxian punched his shoulder and laughed. Here I am to hang out with you guys. Brother Junxian. Shizhuer's face flushed with excitement when she saw Xiao Junxian. She was visibly shy. Xiao Junxian nodded at her, his voice a little cold. Miss Shi is getting more and more beautiful. Obviously, he was just being polite, but Shizhuer took it as sincere. She looked at Xiao Junxian with shining eyes, boldly and somewhat shyly saying, Really? Brother Junxian really thinks I'm getting more beautiful. Shixia frowned slightly and said to Xiao Junxian, Ah Xian, we haven't seen each other for so long. We have to have a good gathering. I'll treat you to dinner at noon today. Where do you want to eat? At the hotel or the restaurant? Xiao Junxian shook his head. I came out with my family this time. We will eat together at noon, and then my whole family will go back. Ah, so soon? Shixia asked. Can't you stay longer? You should call Ah Jun and have a gathering with everyone. Everyone else is in Jiang'an City. You are the only one who has to stay in Qing County. Your family company is not small in scale. It could be located in a larger city. Why nest in a small city? You are completely blocking the development of your company. Xiao Junxian said, I don't want to be too far from home. Besides, as long as the money is enough to spend, It's fine. For the current situation, Xiao Junxian was satisfied. He could go home every day to eat dinner and chat with his family. It was very warm. Furthermore, if something happened at home, he could be there to help immediately. But Shizhuer suggested, but, Brother Junxian, you could bring your family over to live together. That way, your company can develop and you can be with your family. Xiao Junxian shook his head. No, my mom likes to stay in the countryside and doesn't like to live in the city. On this issue, he had discussed it with his father and asked Xiao's mother's opinion. But Xiao's mother felt that her relatives and friends were in the countryside, and she was used to living there. So she didn't want to go to an unfamiliar big city with no relatives or friends. Xiao's father agreed as well. What was the point of the father and son making money if not to make a better life for Xiao's mother? If Xiao's mother didn't want to, it didn't matter how much money they made. After hearing Xiao Junshuan's words, Shizhuer, who had never met Xiao's mother, began to feel resentful of her in her heart. She thought Xiao's mother was too selfish, stopping her son's development for her own preferences. If Xiao Junxian knew what she was thinking, he would definitely sneer. Nonsense. Xiao stopped urging after hearing Xiao Junshuan's words. He said, in that case, let me treat your uncle and aunt to a meal. It's only right that I show my hospitality a bit. Besides, I've known you for so long. You've met my parents, and I still don't know yours. Isn't that a bit unfair? Xiao Junxian grinned. All right, I'll call my dad and ask if he's willing to come over for the meal. Okay, go call him now, Xiao said with a smile. Xiao's father listened to the phone call and laughed to Xiao's mother. Junior said his friend wanted to meet us and invited us to dinner. What do you think? Xiao's mother smiled. That's fine. We should go since our child's friend has this intention. Xiao's father replied to his son. Your mother says it's okay. You and your friend can gather first, and your mother and I will go shopping a bit more. When it's time for dinner, just come pick us up. After hanging up the phone, Xiao's mother laughed. I didn't even know our son had friends here. Xiao's father said, actually, Junior has many friends from all over the place, mostly from his university days. Having a few friends here is not surprising. As he said this, he paused and added, in fact, our son's popularity is very good. He also had some friends he met through the business. Xiao's mother nodded. Our child has really grown up. She felt satisfied in her heart. Xiao's father asked, wife, where else do you want to go? Or shall we go to the mall and buy some clothes or jewelry? Xiao's mother glared at him and said unhappily, can't you think of any other place to take me besides shopping malls to buy clothes and jewelry? Xiao's father was a little confused and asked, wife, do you want to go somewhere else? But don't women love shopping malls and such places? At this point, Xiao's father suddenly thought of a place and mysteriously said to Xiao's mother, come on, wife, I'll take you to a place. Xiao's mother was very curious about where Xiao's father was taking her. Then, half an hour later, Xiao's mother stood in the beauty salon lobby with black lines on her face as the staff introduced various beauty treatments with a smile. So she pulled Xiao's father aside, clenched her teeth and asked, so, the good place you were talking about is taking me to a beauty salon for beauty treatments? Xiao's father still didn't realize his wife's discomfort and laughed. Yes, wife. I heard that besides shopping, women like to come to beauty salons even more. I heard that there's something called SPA that women enjoy very much, so I brought you here to enjoy it. Xiao's mother clenched her teeth and asked, so, you're disgusted with me for being old now and want me to come to the beauty salon for beauty treatments? And, where did you, a man, hear so much about women loving to go shopping in beauty salons? Xiao's father finally realized his wife's discomfort and immediately tried to please her. Wife, don't misunderstand. I'm not disgusted with you for being old. Look at you, fair and beautiful, the mother of a 40-something-year-old child, looking like a 30-something-year-old woman, gorgeous. If anyone is old, it's me. When we walk together, people who don't know us might think we're father and daughter. Seeing his wife's face eased, Xiao's father let out a quiet sigh of relief and continued. As for who told me, well, actually, I heard it from some female subordinates and female clients. Wife, I really had no other intentions. I just wanted to bring you here to enjoy. Xiao's mother listened and laughed. All right, I know, I won't blame you. However, I don't like places like this, so let's leave. Despite many women enjoying places like this, she didn't. She didn't like other people touching her body, even if they were women. After Xiao's father and mother left, the salespeople who had overheard their conversation began to discuss taking his wife to the beauty salon. He must be an excellent husband. He is a great husband, but they don't look like rich people judging from their clothes and appearance. I wonder if he knows that coming to our salon once would cost at least 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. Xiao Junxian went to the zoo to pick up his parents, and then went to the library to pick up his sister and the others. Xiao Junxian looked at his dad and asked suspiciously, "Dad, you took Mom to the zoological park?" Xiao father said loudly with some guilt, "You little brat, what's wrong with me taking your mom to the zoo? We can't go to the zoo?" After taking his wife away from the beauty salon and walking halfway, he didn't know where to go. He looked up and saw the big, shiny words Jianggan City Zoo on the opposite side. So he went to the zoo with his wife. Xiao Junxian said, "I'm not saying you guys can't go to the zoo. I'm just wondering why you didn't take my sister with you. It seems like she hasn't been to the zoo before." Xiao mother also realized and said, "Yeah, how come we didn't bring Xiao Bao with us to the zoo?" Xiao father. At that time, he just wanted to go around with his wife alone, not thinking about bringing an extra, 2 light bulbs along. "Ahem," Xiao father said. "Ask Xiao Bao later if she wants to go to the zoo in the afternoon. But I think Xiao Bao doesn't want to go. If she wants to, she'll say it herself." Xiao mother followed up. "Whether Xiao Bao wants to go or not, let's ask her later." On the other side, after buying seeds at the seed station, Xiao Jinli went to the pedestrian street according to plan. But after tasting a few so-called gourmet food items on the pedestrian street, her brows furrowed. She said, "Gourmet food? The taste isn't even half as good as what my mom makes." Xiao Xiqian said with a smile, "Auntie's cooking skills are very high. Ordinary people can't compare with the food she makes. Sister, I guess you're used to eating the dishes Auntie makes, so when you eat outside, you become more picky about the taste." Plus with that, he looked at the crowded crowd ahead and asked, "So do we keep trying gourmet food?" Xiao Jinli raised her hand to check the time, then shook her head and said, "No, we have to hurry back to the library. My brother and them are coming to pick us up for dinner." Xiao Xiqian looked at her stomach and asked with a smile, "You just ate a lot. Can you still eat more? Don't be exposed." Xiao Jinli waved her hand and said, "Don't worry, my appetite is quite good. The little bit I ate just now only filled my stomach." Xiao Xiqian nodded. "All right, let's go. We still have to catch the bus, in case we wait too long and it would be interesting to get caught." Xiao Jinli shivered, took Xiao Xiqian's hand, and walked quickly back. "Let's go, hurry, we can't miss the bus." Xiao Xiqian walked behind Xiao Jinli, looking at their tightly clasped hands, a little hand holding a big hand, with a doting and gentle gaze in his eyes. The two hurriedly caught up, and when they reached the entrance of the library, Xiao Junxian arrived in his car. Seeing the two of them waiting at the entrance, Xiao Junxian asked with a smile, "Oh, why are you guys out so early today?" Xiao Jinli calmly said, "We watched the time and came out. We just came out, and you guys were here." After the two of them got in the car, Ahem. Xiao father suddenly asked, "Xiao Bao, do you want to go to the zoo? Do you want Dad to take you to the zoo in the afternoon?" Xiao Jinli refused without thinking. "No, it's a joke. If she wanted to see animals, she might as well go to Red Peak Mountain. What kind of animals weren't there?" Well, she hadn't seen many fierce animals besides tigers and wolves. "Why not?" Xiao father immediately said, "Let me tell you, that zoo has all kinds of animals: tigers, lions, peacocks, ostriches, elephants, camels, and the adorable national treasure giant pandas. Don't you want to see them? You don't know how beautiful a peacock's tail display is when you see it with your own eyes, and the white crane's flight." After hearing Xiao father's introduction, Xiao Jinli had an idea and thought, "Indeed, there are many animals I haven't seen." Not now, even in her previous life, she hadn't seen these animals. She had only heard about them in museums. After all, in the harsh environmental changes on Blue Star, many animals had gone extinct. Those paleontological experts could only see the appearance of animals after examining and restoring them. Xiao Jinli thought for a moment and said, "Okay, let's go to the zoo this afternoon." Once Xiao Jinli agreed, Xiao Junxian laughed out loud. Xiao Jinli looked puzzled and asked, "Brother, what are you laughing at?" "Ha ha ha." Xiao Junxian couldn't help but laugh and said, You don't know. Mom and Dad went to the zoo this morning and left you behind. Xiao Jinli. Xiao father glared at Xiao Junxian with a black face and scolded. If you don't talk, no one will treat you like a mute. Xiao mother covered her mouth and laughed. Ha ha ha. Since Xiao Bao wants to go, it's not a big deal to go again. After all, we didn't finish the tour in the morning. The zoo is quite big. Xiao father nodded. Yes, let's go again. Anyway, he was a henpecked husband. Whatever his wife said went. When Xiao Junxian brought the group of people to the entrance of the Friendship Restaurant, he went to park the car. But he didn't know that as soon as he left, Shi Xia and Shi Zhuer walked out of the restaurant. As soon as Shi Zhuer came out, she saw Xiao father and Xiao mother standing at the door, frowning. She walked over and asked directly, "Hey, what are you doing here?" She sounded impolite. Xiao Jinli and Xiao Xiqian looked at each other confusedly. Facing this girl with an abnormal mind, Xiao father's face was also not looking good as he said, "This is a restaurant, of course. We came here to eat. How is it any of your business where we eat?" Xiao Jinli frowned and asked, "Dad, do you know each other?" Xiao father shook his head. "I don't." At this point, Shi Zhuer said, "Don't think just because you can afford gold ornaments, you can spend money lavishly. You don't look like rich people at all. Don't you know how much it costs to eat here? Let me tell you, if it's a little worse, it's several hundred yuan. If it's a little better, it's thousands. I advise you not to show off. Go to the fast food spot outside and eat some fast food. The most expensive fast food is only 25 yuan per serving." Xiao father and Xiao mother. This girl really has a problem with her brain. Xiao Jinli. She looked up at Shi Zhuer and asked with a smile, "Miss, do you live by the sea?" "What sea?" Shi Zhuer didn't react. "My home is in Jianggan City, in the rich district." Xiao Jinli narrowed her eyes slightly and said coldly, "Since your home is not by the sea, why are you being so nosy? Whether my family has money or not to eat has nothing to do with you. I don't need you to worry about it." Shi Zhuer. After being scolded by Xiao Jinli, Shi Zhuer's face turned red with anger. She pointed at Xiao Jinli and said angrily, "What's wrong with you? How could you be so ill-mannered?" Xiao's mother disagreed with these words, saying, "Young lady, I don't agree with you saying that my Xiao Bao has no manners. Does your family's education teach you to look down on and ridicule people at will?" On her own, Shi Zhuer couldn't out-argue Xiao's mother and daughter. She stomped her foot and snorted, "Humph. I'm worried that you'll come to eat and not have money to pay for the meal. Don't lose face then." "Really, thank you for your kindness, young lady," Xiao's mother sharply replied. "Even if we don't have money and have to wash dishes or beg outside, we would never ask you for a penny. So, worry less about us." Then, Xiao's mother looked at Shi Xia, her tone not very pleasant. "Young man, who is this person to you? Why don't you control her and let her bite people indiscriminately outside?" Shi Xia's expression immediately worsened. As he was about to speak, Xiao Junxian walked over after parking the car. Seeing Shi Xia and his siblings with their parents, he smiled and said, "What a coincidence, you all met here." Then, he introduced them to his parents. "Mom and Dad, let me introduce you. This is Shi Xia, my friend, and this is his sister. They were the ones who invited you to have dinner." "Shi Xia, these are my parents, sister, and younger brother." However, after introducing them, he noticed that the atmosphere on the scene was a bit odd, especially the expressions of his parents. They looked uncomfortable, and Shi Xia's siblings' faces were flushed. Xiao Junxian asked in confusion, "What's going on?" At this moment, Xiao Jinli smirked and said, "Brother, did you say they invited our family to have dinner?" "Yes." Xiao Junxian was puzzled. "Sis, did something happen? Could something have happened while he had gone to the parking lot?" "Oh." Xiao Jinli revealed a sarcastic expression on her face and said lightly, "This young lady said we're dressed poorly and can't afford to eat in this restaurant. She suggested we go eat fast food outside." Upon hearing this, Xiao Junshuan's handsome face immediately darkened. In just a short while, his family had been insulted by Shi Zhuer. Shi Zhuer was both embarrassed and ashamed. Her face flushed. She was about to explain when Zhao's father spoke up. Zhao's father said, "That's not all. When I took your mom to the shopping mall to buy jewelry, she came up and mocked us for our shabby appearance, thinking we could afford gold and silver jewelry. Didn't they know how expensive gold is now? Also, when we were in the jewelry store, We liked the necklace and were about to pay for it when she came over and wanted to pay double the price to buy it from the salesperson. The more Xiao Junxian listened, the darker his face became. He hadn't imagined that his parents would be insulted by Shi Zhuer before they even formally met Shi Xia. Xiao Junxian stared at Shi Zhuer with a gloomy face and gritted his teeth. Miss Shi, do you have a grudge against my parents? Why do you keep targeting them, Brother Junxian? Shi Zhuer defended herself in shame. Listen to me. Xiao Junxian waved his hand and said, Miss Shi, you don't need to explain anything to me. Then he looked at Shi Xia and said, Mr. Shi, it seems we won't be able to enjoy this meal. The change in address, from Xia to Mr. Shi, marked the end of their friendship. Shi Xia's face changed, and he immediately explained, Xian, Zhuer is just reckless. She's not bad at heart. At this moment, Shi Zhuer hurriedly explained, Brother Junxian, don't blame my brother. It's my fault. 1.1 didn't know that uncle and auntie were your parents. I would never have said those things if I had known. Xiao Junxian sneered. You don't know they're my parents? Hee, Miss Shi. Do you mean to say that anyone who looks poor can be insulted by you? No, I didn't. Shi Zhuer bit her lip, her eyes reddening as she tried to explain. I didn't know either. Xiao Jinli was also quite angry. You don't know? Sister, I think you're not just being nosy, but you're out of your mind. Two strangers, why did you insult them for no reason? Did they owe you $8 million? Or do something bad under your family's name that you have to insult them like this? Xiao Junxian also looked at Shi Xia and asked, Yes, is your sister crazy? What business is she meddling in, concerning herself with other people's spending? Did my family ever borrow a dime from her? Brother Junxian. Shi Zhuer blushed with shame. No, Miss Shi, please call me Mr. Xiao. Xiao Junxian said coldly, I can't afford you calling me Brother Junxian, because we're not close. His family was his bottom line. No matter if Shi Zhuer intentionally or unintentionally insulted his parents, she had already touched his bottom line. Before, he had tolerated her calling him Brother Junxian for Shi Xia's sake, but now he couldn't stand it anymore. For Shi Xia, they might have been friends in the past, but when he couldn't control his sister's mouth and let her insult his parents, the friendship was over. Shi Xia also secretly regretted it. How could he have known that things would turn out like this? His sister randomly talked about some people, and it just happened to be Xiao Junxuan's parents. Their true friendship with Xiao Junxian was based on the purest 4 years of university. After graduating, they went their separate ways and rarely kept in touch. Once out of school and into society, people tend to become more calculating, mostly considering their interests first. The Shi family opened a small company with over 10 million in worth in Jiangganzhou City, and he is the only heir. Thus, most of the friends he had relationships with were carefully selected. His choice to become friends with Xiao Junxian was not only because he recognized Xiao Junxuan's abilities, and that given the opportunity, he would soar high, but also because his sister fell in love with him at first sight. As a result, he often created opportunities for his sister. Who could have imagined that this carefully planned friendship would sink so quickly and with such disgrace? Mr. Shi, we won't be able to eat this meal. Xiao Junxian said coldly, I'll take my parents and siblings to a restaurant. Then Xiao Junxian led his parents and siblings into the restaurant. Shi Zhuer, watching Xiao Junxuan's heartless back, cried in great sorrow, Brother, what should I do? Brother Junxian is ignoring me, woo-woo. Shi Xia was also angry. Just let him be. A person from the countryside like him is not worthy of you. So that's how you've always seen me. Xiao Junxian suddenly stood behind him, sneering derisively. He had forgotten his cell phone in the car and went back to get it, but he didn't expect to hear Shi Xia talking about him like that. Shi Xia, the friendship was completely broken. What? You want a piece of land? After returning from Jianggan City, Xiao Jinli brought up the request for a piece of land to her parents. Xiao Jinli nodded and said, Yes, I want a piece of land. This land should be able to accommodate at least 30 or 40 types of seeds. Xiao's mother looked at her daughter's serious expression and slightly furrowed her brow before asking earnestly, Jinli, are you sure you want to plant things on the land? Yes, Mom. I bought some seeds from a seed shop in Jianggan City, Xiao Jinli replied honestly. I want to plant these things myself. Xiao's father laughed and said, Wife, If our child wants a piece of land, let's give her one. After all, we have land in the family. If not, we can always ask other people in the village if they have some. He has always been very indulgent with his daughter since, unlike other children, Xiao Jinli has always been quite sensible. After hearing her husband's words, Xiao's mother said somewhat speechlessly, "Is this a question of whether we have land or not? Why would Jinli want a piece of land to plant things at such a young age? Besides, does a child know how to plant things?" Although she usually participates in labor, she rarely lets the two children take part in activities like planting vegetables. However, Xiao Jinli said very seriously, "Mom, let me tell you, I have thought deeply about wanting to plant things on land. I want to focus on studying agriculture." Upon hearing this, Xiao's father burst into laughter and said, "Good, Jinli has aspirations at such a young age. Well done, daughter. I support you." Xiao's mother laughed helplessly. "Since you have such aspirations and interests, Mom will support you too. But Jinli, have you set your sights on a particular piece of land?" Xiao Jinli thought for a moment before saying, "Not yet. I'll look around tomorrow." "All right, you can go have a look. If you like one of our lands, that's the best. If you like someone else's in the village, Dad will talk to them and ask them to sell or rent it." Xiao's father immediately decided. Xiao Jinli happily said, "Thank you, Mom and Dad." Xiao Xiqian's dark eyes flashed, and he looked at Xiao Jinli somewhat strangely. Did this child buy so many seeds just to plant them herself? With her parents' permission, Xiao Jinli went to find Cow King. "Cow King, let's go work," said Xiao Jinli. Afterwards, Xiao Xiqian, who was following behind, saw Cow King crouching down, Xiao Jinli leaping onto him, and sitting on him firmly. Xiao Xiqian. So that's how Cow King was used? Xiao Jinli directed Cow King. "Let's make a round of the whole village." Whenever Xiao Jinli was feeling lazy and didn't want to walk, she would ride Cow King around. Cow King was obedient, carrying his young master steadily, and they started walking towards the farmland in the village. As they walked out, the villagers saw Xiao Jinli riding Cow King and greeted her with smiles. "Jinli, where are you going with Cow King?" "Uncle, I'm going to the field." "Going to the field? What's there to see now?" "Nothing. I just want to go for a walk. It's been a long time since I've ridden Cow King, and I want to ride him." The villagers. All right then. In Xiao family village, only Xiao Jinli would say she wanted to ride Cow King, and only she could actually ride him. Others couldn't even touch Cow King if they wanted to. Since the last time Cow King rescued more than a dozen cows and helped the authorities catch more than a dozen cattle thieves, his fame didn't only ring out in the 10 miles and 8 villages, but also within the county town. For a while, in addition to some people who were curious about Cow King, there were also people who came to ask if the cow was for sale, with offers of no less than 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan. In the countryside, that's an astronomical price. Ordinary cows could only sell for at most 5 or 6,000 yuan. Of course, Xiao Jinli refused. Now, Cow King was already part of their family. How could they sell him for such a small sum of money? Of course, the sky-high price of over 100,000 yuan also made some people restless. So, from time to time, people would come to inquire about the situation, but the villagers of Xiao family village were not so foolish that an outsider could easily find out about Cow King's bottom line. As for those who wanted to sneak in at night, they were either chased by dogs or bitten by them before they even got close. That's right, ever since they found out that Cow King was too eye-catching and that there were many people who wanted a piece of him, Xiao family village started to have more dogs. Xiao Jinli didn't raise dogs, but every dog was very affectionate towards her. Perhaps because of Xiao Jinli's blessing, the dogs became smarter and smarter, ignoring unfamiliar food. Those thieves who wanted to drug the dogs all returned empty-handed. In the eyes of everyone, Cow King became even more majestic. Xiao Jinli rode Cow King in front. The dogs of Xiao family village unknowingly gathered behind and followed. This spectacular team had a demeanor of a king's patrol. Apparently, Xiao Jinli was that king. Xiao Xiqian, if you didn't know better, you might think Xiao Jinli was an animal king. The villagers watched this procession, and after an initial pause, they burst into laughter. Haha, Jinli is not only popular among us humans, but also in the animal kingdom. Jinli, where is your majestic procession headed for inspections? Haha, My dog usually ignores me, but when it comes to Jinli, it's like plaster, always sticking close. Haha, what a difference. Jinli has such great charm. All the way, the villagers teased Xiao Jinli, who sat leisurely on Cow King's back without a care in the world. Seeing Xiao Xiqian following behind her, she raised an eyebrow and asked, "Little brother Xiao Quan, do you want to sit up here?" Xiao Xiqian's eyes brightened, and he asked with slight excitement, "Can I? I heard that Cow King doesn't like to carry anyone else." Cow King also let out a moo as if to protest, but Xiao Jinli patted its horns and said, "If I say you can, then you can." Xiao Xiqian didn't refuse and responded, "Okay." Xiao Jinli patted Cow King's head, and it reluctantly bent down its hind legs, allowing Xiao Xiqian to get on. It didn't really want to carry anyone else, but it couldn't resist its young master's orders. Cow King was tall and sturdy, so when Xiao Xiqian sat down, there was still plenty of space. However, since it was his first time sitting on it, and he didn't have reins like when riding a horse to help him balance, Xiao Xiqian nervously grabbed onto Xiao Jinli's clothes. Xiao Jinli laughed and said, "Little brother Xiao Quan, don't be so nervous. Cow King walks very steady and won't throw you off. You can just put your hands on his back." "Oh, okay." Xiao Xiqian enjoyed a ride on Cow King's back, basking in Xiao Jinli's good fortune. Indeed, riding a cow felt different from riding a horse. Xiao Jinli rode Cow King around the entire village and decided on a spot for farming. Xiao Jinli said, "Mom, after looking around, our backyard seems to be the most suitable spot." Xiao's mother nodded and agreed. "All right, the backyard is yours. Let me know if you need any help." "Okay, Mom." Xiao Jinli nodded. When it was late at night and quiet, Xiao Jinli locked the doors and windows, then entered the space by pressing the birthmark on her wrist. The space was no longer as desolate as it was when Xiao Jinli first arrived, with yellow sand and stones flying everywhere. On the once bare hills, there were now lush trees and glistening green grass. At the foot of the hills, there was plot after plot of land. Some plots had already been planted, while others were overgrown with weeds. Little Q like Xiaoji flew over, spun around, and asked, "Master, you have already planted a lot of fruits and vegetables here. Are they all to be kept in the space?" Xiao Jinli shook her head. "I'm trying to find a way to bring these things out of the space." Xiao Jinli walked to the apple tree, picked an apple, and bit into it with a crunch. It was crispy and delicious, with the fragrance of the apple filling her mouth instantly. It tasted several times better than the apples bought outside. Xiao Jinli would occasionally bring out fruits like apples, pears, tangerines, and grapes when they were in season for her family to taste. Her excuse was always that someone else had gifted them to her. Xiaoji looked at Xiao Jinli's young face, sighed lightly, and said, "Master, you are just too young now, making many things inconvenient." Xiao Jinli glanced at him and said, "How is it inconvenient? Don't you see that I am the village's lucky star now, with fortune God's protection in everything I do? It's all reasonable." Speaking of this, Xiaoji giggled as he flew around the space. "Hee. Master, before you traveled through time, I didn't know you had a koi constitution. The village head named you Jinli, and you truly have the luck of a koi. The village head chose such a great name. Your luck is ceaseless." Over the past decade, he had witnessed Xiao Jinli's smooth sailing in everything she did. Even when someone tried to sabotage her, it was the ill-intentioned people who ended up suffering. Xiao Jinli ate her apple, feeling content with her constitution. Xiaoji held his little face and sighed. "Master, this era is simply too peaceful. Even when people are bad, they just have evil thoughts and aren't vicious enough to take lives easily." He looked at Xiao Jinli, and his expression shimmered with excitement. "You can just relax. As you grow older, you can have whatever you want and be as free as a bird in the sky. Think about the past, how hard you worked, staying up day and night researching, and as a result, you were so outstanding that you attracted countless assassination attempts from various forces." Remembering Xiao Jinli, she raised her small hand and lightly tapped Xiaoji's little head. "Are you feeling nostalgic? I think you're just bored and always want to see me make a fool of myself." Xiaoji slapped Xiao Jinli's hand and defended himself. "Master, you're wronging me. When did I ever want to see you make a fool of yourself? I was genuinely worried about you every time you faced an assassination attempt." "Oh, worried? You are a smart brain item. Do you have a heart?" Xiao Jinli said, somewhat speechless. You can only calculate but are unable to calculate a heart for yourself. Xiao Ji argued, although I don't have a heart like humans, I can think like one. I have all 5 human senses. You underestimate me. Xiao Jinli rubbed his little head and laughed. Yes, I underestimated you. Xiao Ji asked, Little Master, what do you want to do when you grow up? Now that I have you, the most advanced smart brain item, what else do I need to do? I can just relax, Xiao Jinli said with a light laugh. It's great just to be a carefree child with my dad doting on me, my mom loving me, and my older brother indulging me. Xiao Ji rolled his eyes at Xiao Jinli's lack of ambition, waving his little hands. No, no. Don't you want to be a famous person in this world during this era? A celebrity, a name remembered throughout history, someone who will be revered by our descendants 400 years later. I don't want to. I just want to be an ordinary person. Xiao Jinli shook her head. Being famous is too tiring. In her previous life, she had borne the reputation of being a genius, shouldering the hopes of several billion people worldwide. She was as busy as a spinning top, constantly working while fending off assassination attempts from various forces. Xiao Ji said loudly, being an ordinary person is too unambitious. Xiao Jinli rolled her eyes and said speechless, what's the use of having ambition? It's not like I can eat or drink it. Who says ambition can't be eaten or drunk? Xiao Ji argued, when you have ambition, you have motivation. With motivation, you can achieve success. After success, fame and wealth will come. Can't you eat and drink those? Xiao Jinli shrugged, it doesn't matter. I don't lack food or drink now, so I don't need ambition or motivation. Xiao Ji became frustrated and turned away, ignoring his master. Woo! Did his master lose all her ambition and fighting spirit when she died once? Xiao Jinli looked amused at Xiao Ji and said, Xiao Ji, isn't life good like this? This is the ancient time of 400 years ago when technology was still in its infancy. The people of this era need to explore, develop, and research in order to drive the overall development of humanity. However, her brows furrowed slightly as Snee continued. Now we need to do is prevent the worsening of the global environment. Xiao Ji immediately turned around and nodded at Xiao Jinli. Yes, that's what we're doing now, preventing the worsening of the global environment, or at least slowing down its rapid decline. The development of human history has a certain trend. It can't be stopped. It can only be delayed. Xiao Jinli's beautiful eyes narrowed. Well, it seems like we can only rely on little space. Xiao Ji, what did she mean by that? Just as Xiao Ji was about to ask, Xiao Jinli had already laid down on the grass and fallen asleep. Xiao Ji, not only was she a koi, but she was also a sleeping deity. Following suit, Xiao Ji lay down beside Xiao Jinli. Our backyard is about 4 or 5 parts large. Knowing that her daughter wanted to use it, Xiao Mother cleared everything out of the field for her daughter to use. According to Xiao Jinli's request, a fence was built around it, and a greenhouse had to be set up. Why do we need to set up a greenhouse, Jinli? Xiao Father asked with a puzzled expression. With a greenhouse, rainwater and sunlight will be an issue. Xiao Jinli said, well, I've looked through the books, the ones on agriculture. Planting crops in a greenhouse is better for research, because the greenhouse has controllable factors, and without a greenhouse, it is difficult to control things like rainwater and sunlight. In fact, the greenhouse was set up to prevent some uninvited guests from entering, such as rats and snakes. Hearing this, Xiao Father nodded and said, okay, as long as Jinli has her own considerations. For the fence, Xiao Father and Xiao Junxian went into the bamboo grove and cut down more than a dozen yellow bamboo, along with some fir branches. Adding fir branches was meant to make the fence more secure. After cutting down the yellow bamboo, it was sawed into sections with a length of about 1.2 to 1.5 meters each. The sawed short yellow bamboos were then split in half with a machete. However, for the fence, bamboo strips were needed. Bamboo strips are the green skin layer of yellow bamboo. When peeled off and soaked in hot water, they become more flexible and stronger. It took a family less than a day to set up a fence. Afterwards, Xiao Father found someone to set up a greenhouse according to Xiao Jinli's requirements. When the person who built the greenhouse found out that it was for a child, they thought it was ridiculous. Not only did they doubt that a 10-year-old child could cultivate anything, But they also thought that the effort to set up a greenhouse was just a waste of money. When the villagers heard that the greenhouse was for Xiao Jinli's research, all of them were curious and came to take a look. Hearing the people who built the greenhouse talking, some unhappy villagers said, "Why do you care if Xiao Wanshan wants to let their child play with it? Yeah, it's just 5 parts of land. It can't grow that much." The person who set up the greenhouse. Not only did the employer find it ridiculous, but the people in the village were also confused. Is 5 parts of land a small amount? If 5 parts of land were used to grow rice, at least several hundred kilograms of grain could be harvested. If used to grow other vegetables, it could feed a family for a year. And what does a 10-year-old child know about planting? Of course, the person who set up the greenhouse simply muttered under his breath and didn't bother to argue with them. Everyone here thinks it's nothing, so why should we worry about it? The cost of the greenhouse is calculated based on its size, and at 5 parts, it is more than 300 square meters. Also, the construction uses a glass greenhouse framework, costing 32 yuan per square meter. Thus, the total cost is 16 or 17,000. However, because the person Xiao hired to build the greenhouse was familiar with them, the change was removed and it was charged for 10,000. The boss of the greenhouse business always wondered why they spent so much money just to cater to a child's whims. It was simply a waste of money. Xiao Wanshan's family really has money, spending such a large amount on a child's whim and not finding it heartbreaking. Instead, they are happily cheering. After the greenhouse was set up, many villagers came to visit. In this era, greenhouses were still a rare sight for rural people. Generally, only those large-scale vegetable growers would choose to build greenhouses, and the people of Xiao Family Village did not engage in commercial activities, so they had little chance to see them. This greenhouse is really nice. It's made of glass. Wanshan, what kind of research does Jinli want to do that requires such a large setup? Xiao Changchun asked with confusion. Xiao Wanshan shook his head and said, "Actually, I'm not quite sure either." Xiao Bao said she wants to explore agricultural research and use a piece of land at home for her studies. Jinli wants to focus on agricultural research. The villagers, hearing Xiao Wanshan's response, were somewhat puzzled. Jinli is really ambitious. At such a young age, she has already set goals for herself. Exactly. Having aspirations, goals, and dreams makes a child more motivated. At such a young age, Jinli has ambitions. She is bound to be successful in the future and become an agricultural expert. Right, maybe Jinli can become the second father of rice in the future. No, you're wrong. It should be the mother of rice. Haha. Xiao Wanshan, however, humbly said, "The child is still young. How can we tell what she has in mind? I don't expect her to have great ambitions or achievements. I just hope that she can live peacefully until she grows old. Jinli is our lucky star. With God of Fortune's protection, she will definitely live a safe and peaceful life. Wanshan, you don't need to worry." Yeah, Wanshan, Jinli is a lucky star. You are unnecessarily worrying. Hearing everyone's words, Xiao Wanshan just shook his head. As a parent, how could one not worry about their children? It's just that his daughter, Jinli, has been luckier than others since birth. But does that mean parents should stop worrying? After the greenhouse was set up, the family loosened the soil, and then let Xiao Jinli do whatever she wanted. Xiao's mother said that for these seeds, besides pumpkins, wax gourds, sponge gourds, and other large vine plants, which could be planted directly into small pits, things like cabbage and Chinese cabbage should be grown from seedlings first, and then transplanted once they reached a certain height. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinli asked her mom to prepare several seedling beds. She took out a plastic bag, which was filled with ordinary seeds. Xiao's mother looked at the pile of seeds and asked, "Xiao Bao, how many seeds did you buy? Do you want to plant all these seeds?" But Xiao Bao, some seeds are not in season right now. It is July, and some plants may not survive if planted now. Xiao Jinli looked at the seeds in her hand and said, "Then Mom, let's just plant the in-season seeds. As for the out-of-season ones, she would first sow them in the space, and when they grew to a certain size in the space, she would transplant them out. Later, with the help of her mother, Xiao Jinli started by planting some ordinary seeds, like cabbage, Chinese cabbage, and radishes. After a while, as if Xiao Jinli's mom remembered something, she laughed and said, "Ah, I'm wrong, Xiao Bao. We have built a greenhouse. Many off-season vegetables and fruits can be grown inside the greenhouse. Otherwise, where would we get so many off-season vegetables and fruits? Hee, I didn't think of that just now. Xiao Jinli, she just wanted an excuse to plant these seeds and didn't think too much about the rest. But now that her mother mentioned it, having different unexpected things growing in her greenhouse would seem natural. Xiao Jinli was instantly relieved. If she hadn't asked her parents to build the greenhouse, she wouldn't have a good excuse. Xiao Jinli thought and said, "Then Mom, can I plant some watermelons?" Xiao's mother said somewhat speechlessly, "That's something you'll have to figure out through trial and error. I have never grown anything in a greenhouse." Xiao Jinli, at night, Xiao Jinli flashed into the space again. She opened the wooden box and saw 5 camellia seeds inside, her eyes flashing. Little Ji circled the seeds and asked, "What kind of seeds are these? Their vital energy seems a bit weak. They probably wouldn't survive in a common environment. Only here in this space, they might have a chance." Xiao Jinli asked, "Are these seeds really weak?" Little Ji nodded and said, "Well, they are not very weak, just a little bit." "Master, what kind of seeds are these? They don't seem ordinary." Xiao Jinli smiled and said, "Indeed, they're not ordinary. According to the staff at the seed station, these seeds are a new breed developed by the Agricultural Research Institute. Whether they can be successfully cultivated is unclear. These are colorful camellia seeds. If they survive, they will be of high value. But for now, I'm not sure about their worth. However, I do want to cultivate them. Of course, planting in this space is not a problem. After cultivating them in the space, they have to be transplanted outside to realize their value. Otherwise, if they just remain in this space, who will admire them? Only herself, Little Ji and Little Space? That's not her intention." Little Ji said, "Of course, it's no problem to cultivate them with Little Space's help. As long as the seeds are not completely lifeless, Little Space can make them grow. Master, you can rest assured." Xiao Jinli nodded and said, "You're right about that. But I plan to transplant them outside when they sprout." Little Ji rolled his eyes in a very human-like way and said, "If they've sprouted, there will be no problem surviving outside. All you need to do is water them with Lingquan water every day." After that, Xiao Jinli directly tossed the seeds onto the ground, and then water from the river in the space poured down on them like a beam of light. Little Ji nodded and said, "The seeds have been sown. Now we just wait for them to sprout and grow." Xiao Jinli instructed Little Ji, "Keep an eye on them, and let me know as soon as they sprout." Little Ji, realizing the importance Xiao Jinli gave to these seeds, nodded and agreed, "Okay, I will keep a close watch." After that, Xiao Jinli left. That day, Xiao Xiqian, very curious about where Xiao Father and Xiao Junxin worked, followed them. He rode with them in their car to the county town, then entered the industrial park in the county town, and stopped in front of a fairly large company. As soon as the security guard at the security room saw their car, he immediately opened the gate, calling out respectfully, "President Xiao, little President Xiao." Xiao Junxin parked the car in the parking lot. Xiao Xiqian stood in front of the company, looking at the shiny characters, Xiaoli Clothing Company, Ltd. Upon seeing the company name, Xiao Xiqian understood its meaning. But he couldn't help asking, "Uncle, did you and Brother Xin start this company?" Xiao Wanshan nodded and said, "Yes, we started this company." Xiao Xiqian said, "Uncle, you and Brother Xin are really amazing." Xiao Junxin was a recent college graduate, yet Xiao Wanshan originated from a rural farming background. The company must have been established solely by him, judging by its scale. At first glance, the company seemed quite large. The building at the front was a villa-style 5-story office building. Behind the office building were 2 3-story factory buildings and workshops. In front of the office building was a 4-story dormitory for employees. This scale indicated the total assets of the company to be over 10 million. Who could think that 2 people who return home to work in the fields every day owned such a large company in the county? Xiao Xiqian quirked his lips and said, "Uncle, your company is quite large. How many people are in the company?" Xiao Wanshan replied, "Currently, more than 300 people. Business is hard these days, and staff turnover is high." Xiao Xiqian nodded and asked, "Did you rent or build this factory building?" "Rented," Xiao Wanshan said. "At the beginning, I thought about building our own factory, But after calculating the cost and the cash flow at hand, renting was more cost-effective. How long is the lease? Xiao Xiqian asked again. The contract is for 10 years. Xiao Wanshan did not hide. We have already rented for 6 years, but the rent is getting higher and higher. When they first started the company in the industrial park, the place was very bleak with few factories and companies, so naturally, it was difficult to rent out spaces. As soon as there was someone willing to rent, the rent would be relatively cheap. When he rented these places, the rent was 400,000 a year, increasing by 10% every year, and this year's rent was 650,000. However, with the development of the industrial park and more companies moving in, the value of these spaces also went up and the rent became increasingly expensive. Earlier, the developer sent someone to say that the rent was too low. So, next year's rent must be increased to 1 million. After hearing Xiao Wanshan's words, Xiao Xiqian nodded and said, the price of a house will definitely rise in the future, and the house has a large space to appreciate. Xiao Wanshan was taken aback, and he looked at Xiao Xiqian and asked, Little Quan, what did you just say? Xiao Xiqian repeated his words, saying, I said that the price of this house will definitely rise in the future, and the house has a large space to appreciate. Xiao Wanshan clapped his hands suddenly and laughed. Exactly. Why didn't I think of that? Let's go, Little Quan. Uncle will take you to my office. Xiao Xiqian looked at Xiao Wanshan's reaction and smiled faintly. Xiao Wanshan did have a business mind. At a casual comment from him, he immediately caught on. Enthusiastically, Xiao Xiqian followed Xiao Wanshan to the general manager's office. Xiao Wanshan's office was not very large, but it was still about 20 to 30 squares. There was a redwood desk, a sofa seat, blue and white striped curtains, and a bookcase. Xiao Xiqian said with a laugh, Uncle, your office is quite spacious. Xiao Wanshan said, it's just average. At this point, Xiao Wanshan curiously asked, Little Quan, tell me why you think the house has a large space to appreciate. Xiao Xiqian contemplated before saying, as China's economic level improves, people's living standards become better and better, and the demand for housing will continue to increase. Secondly, as China's population gradually shifts from rural to urban areas, more and more people settle in the cities, which also leads to a continuous increase in the demand for city housing. The third and most important point is due to inflation. The consumer price index keeps rising, and the prices of all kinds of goods, including agricultural products, keep getting higher. According to scientific evidence, the rise in the prices of goods, especially food, will drive up house prices. For example, the rise in oil prices over the past few years has been inflating like a snowball. Prices are rising, even for radishes and green vegetables. There's no reason why house prices wouldn't rise. Great. That's a really great speech. Xiao Wanshan applauded after hearing Xiao Xiqian's opinion. At this moment, Xiao Junxin came in and asked with confusion, Dad, I heard your laughter from far away. What are you talking about that's so great? Xiao Wanshan told his son, I just said that Xiao Quan's opinion is great. Little Xin, Xiao Quan was just telling me that the future price of houses will rise, and there's a huge potential for growth. His analysis is spot on, and I think it's really great. Foreign houses' prices will skyrocket, and there's a huge potential for growth? Xiao Junxin frowned, his eyes half closed, and asked again, Xiao Quan, can you repeat what you just said? Then, Xiao Xiqian repeated his words, and Xiao Junshuan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Like his father, his expression was somewhat excited. But soon, Xiao Junshuan's eyes towards Xiao Xiqian changed a bit. He stared intently at Xiao Xiqian. Xiao Xiqian felt inexplicably unsettled by the stare, making his scalp tingle as he asked, Brother Xian, what's wrong? Xiao Junxian said very seriously, I'm just trying to figure out how your brain works. Xiao Xiqian, how can you be so clever and business-minded? Xiao Junxian continued, last time you inspired me with the combined harvester. My dad and I decided to buy the combined harvester. Although the purpose of buying the harvester wasn't to make money, but for everyone's convenience, it still has a certain commercial value to it. Now, you say that house prices will rise, and you analyze it so logically. I'm starting to doubt. Are you really only 18 years old? Or maybe you're an old demon wearing an 18-year-old disguise. Xiao Wanshan couldn't help laughing at his son's words. With Xiao Xiqian, who was being stared at, feeling uneasy, listening to Xiao Junshuan's last sentence made his face go dark. He said somewhat dissatisfied, Brother Xian. How could I be an old demon? Xiao Wanshan nodded and chimed in. That's right. How could Xiao Quan be an old demon? Xianer, don't doubt someone else's intelligence just because you think your brain is not as clever and nimble as Xiao Quan's. Xiao Junxian. His brain was not less clever and nimble than this kid's. Then, Xiao Wanshan asked puzzledly, Xiao Quan, where did you learn all these things? When Xiao Xichen first came to the Xiao family, his wife and other family members had taken him to a bookstore to buy textbooks, wondering if they should send him to school. But the kid turned out to be really smart. Xiao Xichen suddenly got a jolt in his heart. That's right, he was still playing the role of an amnesiac child. The things he was saying now were truly suspicious. Xiao Xichen explained, I analyzed it from newspapers and news on television. Having heard that, Xiao Wanshan didn't doubt it and nodded. Oh, I see. Then, his tone changed to praise. This shows that you really have a great business mind. Xiao Quan, do you really not remember anything about your past? He stared sharply at Xiao Xichen with his piercing eyes, and then continued, I don't know how you ended up on Red Peak Mountain, and how Xiao Bao carried you back. However, when you were saved, the clothes on you were of very high quality, clearly something ordinary people like us can't afford. Could it be that you have an unusual identity? After hearing Xiao Wanshan's words, Xiao Xiqian's heart tightened. He was afraid that Xiao Wanshan would kick him out because of his identity. He felt comfortable and warm in this home, and he didn't want to leave for the time being. He pleaded, Uncle, I really have amnesia and can't remember anything about my previous identity. Please, don't kick me out. Okay? The last sentence had a hint of pleading in it. Xiao Wanshan was startled, and then said seriously, Xiao Quan, who said I would kick you out? Since the day you entered our home, you've been a part of us, our family. We will always welcome you here, and will never kick you out unless you want to leave yourself. Xiao Quan, it's my fault for bringing up such a thing and making you overthink it. I apologize. He never expected Xiao Xiqian to be so sensitive. Just because he casually mentioned the identity issue, Xiao Xiqian already worried about being kicked out. Sigh, what kind of experiences did this child have in his past? Xiao Wanshan looked at Xiao Xiqian with a mixture of pity and sympathy in his eyes. Xiao Xiqian, why is my uncle looking at me with such eyes? As a result, Xiao Junxian turned his head and looked at him with the same eyes. Xiao Xiqian, Xiao Wanshan laughed. Xiao Quan, do you want your brother Xian to take you on a tour around the place? Xiao Xiqian immediately refused. No need, uncle. I'll just take a walk around by myself. Brother Xian must be very busy. Would a deputy general manager of a company not be busy? Xiao Wanshan didn't force it and just nodded. Okay, go ahead and explore on your own. If you need anything, just come to us. Xiao Xiqian nodded and then went out. After Xiao Xiqian left, Xiao Junxian immediately became excited. Dad, we can buy a house. Xiao Wanshan glanced at him and said irritably, calm down. Why are you so excited? You're an adult, and you still can't control your emotions. How will you handle big things in the future? Xiao Junshuan's face turned red as he defended himself. I just get so excited when I think about the future rise in house prices. With the size of the company they ran, their father and son must have earned quite a bit of money. After that, Xiao Junxian said calmly, Dad, where should we buy the house if we want to buy one? Xiao Wanshan squinted his eyes and replied, we need to think carefully about that and do some investigations. However, for the time being, we still need to manage the current company well. The houses won't run away for a while. Xiao Junxian nodded. Dad, you're right. But then, he asked doubtfully, Dad, do you really think Xiao Quan has lost his memory? What are you doubting? Xiao Wanshan's sharp gaze focused on his son. Even if he lost his memory or not, does it affect our relationship with him? Xiao Junxian replied, there's no effect. Well, there you have it. Xiao Wanshan said seriously, no matter if he has lost his memory or not. As long as he's part of our family, he's Xiao Xiqian, your younger brother. In the future, don't doubt so much. Haven't you noticed how well your sister gets along with him? If he had any ill intentions, your sister would have already stopped caring about him. Xiao Junxian nodded. Oh, I understand now. But then again, apart from his family, there wasn't anyone else his sister got along with. Now there's Xiao Xiqian added to the list. After coming out of the general manager's office, Xiao Junxian went directly to tour the factory. Because of Xiao Junshuan's tall height, good figure, handsome appearance, and extraordinary temperament, he looked like a beautiful scenery wherever he walked. Most of the people working in this factory are young, especially many who are only 2 years out of junior high school and have followed acquaintances into the factory. The girls and women working in the workshop inadvertently looked up and saw Xiao Junxian outside the factory, their eyes instantly brightening as they said to their colleagues, "Look, that young man outside is so handsome. Is he the new guy? I've never seen him before." The colleague looked up and said, "He must be the new guy." If he had come before, such a handsome young man would have been recognized by everyone sooner. New guy? Huh? He doesn't look very old and is so handsome. I wonder if he already has a girlfriend? A girl with a blushing face muttered. A married woman nearby teased, interested. Huh? Why don't you go ask him and find out? The girl with a red face replied, We don't know each other at all. What am I supposed to ask him about? The woman laughed and said, You may not know each other now, but maybe you will be familiar in a few days. You can ask him then. She also glanced over and sighed softly. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen such a handsome young man in person. In the past, we only watched handsome guys on TV. It's a pity that time doesn't spare anyone. My children are all grown up now. Xiao Junxian was the subject of discussions not just here, but everywhere he went. As long as someone caught a glimpse of his face, they couldn't help but talk about him. After all, they rarely saw someone with such a stunning appearance. Some of the young men in the factory who didn't have girlfriends suddenly felt threatened. They grumbled. Who is this stinky kid? Why haven't we seen him before? Is he new here? He must be new. If he had been here before, we would have seen him. So is he here to work in the factory? Why isn't he with anyone? Who knows? He probably wants to look around the factory on his first visit. Deep down, they were worried that he would be assigned to their team. Because having a man who looks better than they do in the same team also puts a lot of pressure on them. Humph, his skin is so white. He must be a little white face. What kind of work can he do? You didn't see the looks in those girls' eyes when they saw him. They were all shining. He's just a little more handsome than us. What's the big deal? What's there to look at? That's right. What's the big deal about being handsome? Only if you can work hard and earn more than us is it impressive. Otherwise, if you can't work and have no money, how can you date girls? Do you expect girls to support you? That would be so embarrassing. Well, the tone of these words was sour. However, since it was work hours, they couldn't cause any trouble even if they wanted to. After touring the factory, Xiao Junxian went into the workshop. The workshop supervisor was slightly puzzled when he saw an unfamiliar young man wandering around the entrance. The supervisor walked over and asked, Handsome guy, what can I do for you? Xiao Junxian shook his head and said, Just looking around. Looking around? Are you new here? Which workshop are you in? The supervisor asked again. Xiao Junxian shook his head and said, I'm not here to work. If you're not here to work, then what are you here for? Are you here to play? This is factory territory, so you can't just mess around. The supervisor was slightly dissatisfied, saying, Whichever workshop put you in, even if you're not working right now, you should be looking around your assigned workshop instead of wandering around. Xiao Junxian nodded and said, Oh, I understand. He then left the workshop. Supervisor. Why did such a handsome young man come, and what was he up to? However, having such a handsome boy assigned to her workshop would probably motivate the other kids to work harder. Hearing Xiao Sichuan's words, Xiao Sichuan felt hesitant to walk around the workshop, so he just toured the outside of the factory. The entire company wasn't that big, and after walking for a while, he had seen the entire factory. Xiao Sichuan became bored in an instant, but since Xiao Wanshan and Xiao Junxian were busy, he couldn't disturb them. Just as he was thinking, a man in his 30s called out to him. The man was pulling a cart of goods. Hey, which workshop are you in? Xiao Sichuan was about to answer when the man handed him the handle of the cart and said, I'm in a bit of a hurry right now. Can you help me deliver these goods to the third workshop? Without waiting for Xiao Sichuan's response, the man hurriedly ran toward the toilet. Xiao Sichuan looked at the cart and muttered, Where is the third workshop? There are 2 workshops here. As for the layout structure of the workshops, he really had no idea. Forget it. I'll just ask, Xiao Xiqin said to himself. After asking the cleaning auntie, he found out that the third workshop was in the back building and pulled the goods there. However, he was not familiar with using a handcart and couldn't control the cart. As he pulled it, the cart swerved to one side. While pushing it, the cart swerved to the other side. He had been pulling for more than 10 minutes, but had only covered a distance of 10 meters or so. By the time the man who had asked him to pull the goods came out of the toilet, it was already half an hour later. When he saw that the cartload of goods had not yet been delivered to the workshop, his face immediately darkened. He swiftly walked up to Xiao Xiqian, scolding him in an angry tone. "What on earth are you doing? It's been more than 10 minutes and you're still here. You can't even do this simple task. If you can't, you better not come here to work." Xiao Xiqian received the goods without knowing why, and was scolded without knowing why. His face turned unhappy as he replied, "I have never pulled anything like this before. How can I deliver it to the workshop? And who are you to judge me? This is your job. You handed it to me, and I'm doing you a favor by helping you. You went into the toilet for half an hour before coming out. Did you fill up the whole toilet or something?" The man, hearing Xiao Xiqian's words, was furious. He angrily pointed at Xiao Xiqian and yelled, "You're new here, and I let you do some work because I respect you. Do you know who I am? I'll have you believe that I could have you kicked out with a single word." Xiao Xiqian replied with a dark expression, "I don't care who you are. All I know is, this is your job. You handed your work to me without my consent, and whether I completed it or not, you have no right to criticize me. And, are you trying to be lazy and get me to do your work? Why did it take you half an hour to go to the toilet? Why didn't you deliver the goods to the workshop first and then go?" Perhaps it was because Xiao Xiqian had hit the nail on the head. The man was pointing at him with his face green. Xiao Xiqian and Li Dayong's argument quickly attracted some onlookers. However, it was now work hours, and most ordinary employees were working in the workshop. Those who came over were either security guards or company management. "Li Dayong, what's going on? It took you more than half a day just to deliver some goods." The person who came was a woman in her 40s, who seemed like a department leader. With a pale face, Li Dayong said to the woman, "Director Xian, my stomach was not feeling well just now, so I asked him to help deliver the goods to the workshop. But I didn't expect that after coming out of the toilet, he would still be here. I criticized him, and he said it wasn't his job." Director Xian raised her head to look at Xiao Xiqian. As she saw his appearance clearly, her eyes lit up, but she instantly asked seriously, "Which workshop do you belong to? I haven't seen you before." Xiao Xiqian said, "I don't belong to any workshop." Director Xian asked with confusion, "Not to any workshop? Are you from an office? Which office do you belong to? I haven't heard of any department hiring new people, except for the production workshops." Xiao Xiqian shook his head, "No, I'm not." Upon hearing this, Li Dayong immediately said, "You're not from a workshop, nor from an office? What are you doing here then? This is not a tourist attraction. You can't be here just for fun." Xiao Xiqian nodded, "That's right. I came here for fun." Then he explained to Director Xian, "I was just passing by when this guy suddenly handed me a cart full of goods he pulled. Without asking whether I accepted or not, he just went straight to the toilet. At first, I was going to help, but I didn't know how to pull this kind of cart. I tried for half an hour, and by the time he came out from the toilet, I had only managed to pull it a dozen meters or so. So, it's not my fault that I didn't help to deliver the goods to the workshop, right? Instead, this guy comes out and scolds me without considering the actual situation. Excuse me, is it my fault that the goods didn't make it to the workshop? Director Xim? It's not your fault. These small carts may look easy to pull, but for someone who's never operated one before, it's not easy to get the hang of it." Director Xian looked at Li Dayong with narrowed eyes and asked coldly, "Li Dayong, what do you have to say for yourself? You were supposed to deliver the goods first, but you went to the toilet instead and stayed there for half an hour. Are you constipated or something? And now you're blaming him? How thick is your skin?" Li Dayong's face turned red, and he stammered, "Director Xian, I can't be blamed. I thought he was here to work, and I was in a hurry, so I asked him to help. Who knew he wouldn't help?" He turned the fact that someone was helping him into not helping, just to shirk responsibility. Director Xian said coldly, "Enough. don't say anything more. Hurry up and deliver these goods. They're waiting for you inside. Li Daong still wanted to argue, but meeting Director Xian's cold gaze, he could only pull the goods away with an awkward face. After Li Daong left, Director Xian asked Xiao Xiqian again, "If you're not from a workshop nor an office, are you here for an interview?" Xiao Xiqian shook his head. "No." Director Xian frowned, puzzled, and asked, "If you're neither, then how did you get in? Who brought you in?" Xiao Xiqian looked up at Director Xian and said, "Naturally, someone brought me in. As for who, it's none of your business." Having said that, Xiao Xiqian didn't want to deal with this woman any further. Seeing Xiao Xiqian's attitude, Director Xian was irritated. She immediately stopped him and said, "Stop. I'll call security to kick you out if you don't explain yourself." Xiao Xiqian slightly raised his eyebrows, somewhat puzzled, and asked, "What's your position? What is your qualification to kick me out?" A smart person wouldn't get involved in other people's affairs. Director Xian said with pride, "I am the production department director. Do you think I have no right to kick you out?" Xiao Xiqian nodded and said, "Oh, so you're the production department director. No wonder you're so domineering. But I'm sorry, you really don't have the right to kick me out. If you don't believe me, call security over and see." The security guards at the security office had seen him get out of President Zhao's car. Upon hearing this, Director Xian's eyebrows furrowed even more. Just who was this person to be so confident and fearless? Xiao Xiqian ignored her thoughts and left directly. What a bothersome affair. Director Xian's gaze followed Xiao Xiqian's retreating figure, then noticed him heading towards the office building. She suddenly thought to herself, could he really be brought here by someone from the office just for fun? After a while, QHB followed him as the production department director. She also had an office in the office building. There was nothing strange about her going to the office building. She went to the human resources department and asked, "Did you hire anyone today?" "No, Sister Xian. Is something wrong?" The HR department replied, "Today, I saw a stranger coming into the factory. Just now, I clearly saw him walking into the office building." "What's going on?" asked Director Xian, puzzled. The HR department confidently claimed there was no new hiring today. "But, Sister Xian, did you need him for something?" Director Xian shook her head. "No." She simply thought the young man looked good and wondered if they could talk more in the future. Human resources, she still chased after him even though she had no business with him. At this moment, a clerk spoke up. "Oh, Director Xian, are you talking about that handsome young man with a tall stature and good looks?" "Yes, that's him," agreed Director Xian. The clerk said excitedly, "Oh, you're talking about that handsome guy. He came in with President Xiao. Right now, he should be in President Zhao's office. If you need to see him, just go inside." Director Xian. It turned out that President Xiao brought him in. No wonder the young man acted so confident and fearless. He really was just visiting the factory. At noon, Xiao Junxian took Xiao Xiqian to the cafeteria for lunch. Just as they were about to walk in, Xiao Junshuan's face turned red, and he said, "Xiao Quan, you go ahead and wait for me at the table in the cafeteria. I need to use the restroom." Then he hurriedly ran off. Xiao Xiqian walked into the cafeteria alone. The cafeteria was spacious, and everyone was lining up to get their meals. Xiao Xiqian went straight to a table and sat down. As soon as he sat down, Li Daong came over with two young men, stood in front of him and threatened. "So, you're here, pretty boy. I asked you to help me earlier, and that was already showing you respect." After saying that, Li Daong slapped at Xiao Xiqian, intending to teach him a lesson. It was often the case that employees would have private quarrels. Fighting in the cafeteria was also quite normal. Xiao Xiqian turned his head and stretched out his hand to grab Li Daong's slap. He then countered with a slap of his own, shouting fiercely, "Get lost." Employees who were watching the drama in the cafeteria were somewhat shocked. This handsome young man was so powerful and his moves were so cool. Just now, they thought about sympathizing with Xiao Xiqian and pitying him. After all, as a newcomer, how could he fight Li Daong? Li Daong was beaten by Xiao Xiqian so hard that his eyes were seeing stars. After being hit, he subconsciously covered the slapped side of his face. After steadying himself, he reacted and pointed at Xiao Xiqian with one hand. "You little white face, how dare you hit me? Do you know who I am?" I think you don't want to stay here anymore, huh? Xiao Xiqian stared at him coldly and asked, I don't need to know who you are. I warn you, you better not mess with me. Hearing his words, Li Daong laughed in anger and said, You better listen. I am President Xiao's relative. Do you know who President Xiao is? He is the general manager of our Shaoli company. Xiao Xiqian frowned and asked, You are President Zhao's relative. What kind of relative are you? Uncle and brother Xian opened such a big company in the county town, but no one in the Xiao family village was working here. If uncle's relatives knew about it, the villagers would know about it too. Li Daong boasted proudly, one of my friends is President Zhao's classmate. In fact, he was a friend of that friend. So, with my relationship with President Xiao, it will only take minutes to fire you. If you admit your mistake and apologize to me, I will be generous and let you go. But Xiao Xiqian asked, Your friend and President Xiao are classmates, so you and President Xiao are also classmates, right? Li Daong hesitated for a moment and then admitted, Of course. Xiao Jun and I are classmates, so you better be sensible. Xiao Xiqian nodded and asked, So, how should I be sensible? Of course you should let me hit you back, huh? Li Daong said matter-of-factly, I just can't take a slap for nothing, right? And you have to apologize to me. But I don't need you to do anything, just handle my clothes every day, and also, get my meals in the cafeteria. Someone nearby advised, Handsome guy, you should apologize to him. If you want to stay and work in this factory. Yes. I also heard that President Xiao and he are friends. This factory has good welfare treatment. If not, you just suffer a little loss and apologize to him. After listening to these words, Xiao Xiqian asked, Does he often bully new employees? Well, it's not that he often bullies new employees, he just occasionally asks them to help him with washing clothes and getting meals for him. By the way, he also takes half of their first month's salary. The latter part was not mentioned, so as not to provoke Li Daong too much. Xiao Xiqian's calm face was filled with a trace of anger, and he shouted, Isn't this frequently bullying new employees? This is my uncle's company. It would have been fine if I didn't find out earlier. Now that I found this bug, I'm going to help clean it up. Just then, Xiao Junxian came back and saw a group of people gathered together and heard Xiao Xiqian's words. He asked puzzledly what happened. Before anyone else could say anything, Li Daong said, Little President Xiao, you're here, and that's great. This newcomer suddenly slapped me just now, saying that I made him work this morning. Xiao Junxian looked at Xiao Xiqian and Li Daong and asked, In the morning, he was working? Li Daong then stuttered about how he delivered goods to the workshop in the morning, and he had a stomachache and urgently needed to use the toilet, so he asked the new guy to deliver the goods. Little President Xiao, it took him half an hour to send it there, Li Daong said loudly. I just said a few words to him, and then he started to talk back to me, saying that it was not his job, and I had no right to blame him. You listen, as an employee, what's wrong with asking him for help? How can such a person who doesn't take the company as his home possibly work here wholeheartedly in the future? Xiao Junshuan's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Li Daong and asked again. So, it took you more than half an hour to use the bathroom? The company didn't set a time limit for employees to use the bathroom. However, taking half an hour seems like treating people like fools. Li Dayong's expression was slightly stiff. He said so much, but little President Xiao only listened to this one sentence. After a long time, Li Daong forced a sentence out, Little President Xiao, I'm constipated. So, I took more time. Xiao Junxian nodded, then looked at Xiao Xiqian and asked, Little Quan, someone bullied you in the morning. Why didn't you tell me? Brother, I'm fine. Xiao Xiqian said indifferently. I'm not a 3-year-old child who suffered a little bullying and then tells parents. The employees present were extremely surprised. They were just saying who this handsome boy could be, whether he was a new employee or not, but it turned out to be little President Zhao's younger brother. Wait, he is little President Zhao's younger brother, which means he is President Zhao's son. Thinking of this, many people looked at Li Daong sympathetically and with strange expressions, while many others wore a look of schadenfreude. This guy picked the wrong person to bully, picking on President Zhao's son. Even if you have a close relationship with President Xiao, it's useless when you bully his children. Li Dayong's face turned pale when he heard the word brother. He never expected that little President Zhao's younger brother would be President Zhao's son. So his move to complain about it first turned into a big joke. Then, Xiao Junxian asked another question that almost made Li Dayong's legs go weak. He asked, "What happened now?" Xiao Xiqian, who hadn't said anything about it, told the truth. "Well, I was sitting here nicely when this guy suddenly came over with two people aggressively, trying to hit me. Then I hit him back. After that, he threatened me, saying he was friends with my uncle and told me to be sensible. Besides letting him hit me back obediently and apologizing to him, I had to wash his clothes and line up for his meals. I just heard from some people that he often bullies new employees." "Brother, is he really friends with Uncle?" "Oh no. He said that one of his friends is Uncle's classmate, implying that he is friends with Uncle too. So, is he using this relationship to be domineering in the factory?" This time, Li Dayong's legs went weak on the spot. Xiao Junshuan's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Li Dayong, I and my father didn't even know that you were using my father's relationship to work in my father's factory, but bullied the employees in my father's factory. You're really something. Who gave you the right to bully these new employees?" He wondered why some new employees left after just a few days. However, since he didn't handle personnel issues, he didn't ask too much about it. As a result, the problem was here. Little President Xiao, 1.1 was wrong. Seeing Xiao Junshuan's serious face, Li Dayong stuttered an apology. Xiao Junxian snorted coldly, "Humph, I don't care if you know you're wrong or not, but Xiaoli Company can't keep you anymore. You'd better go to the Human Resources Department in the afternoon to resign. If you resign voluntarily, I can still give you this month's salary. But if the company fires you, you won't get a cent. Such a parasite definitely can't stay." Li Dayong's face turned pale, and he struggled to say, Little President Xiao, I was wrong. How about letting me go this time for the sake of my friendship with President Xiao? I won't do this again in the future. Not doing this anymore? Which things are you referring to?" Xiao Junxian sneered. "Humph, you're admitting you're wrong because we caught you in the act. If it weren't for my younger brother suddenly having a whimsy and wanting to come and see, I wouldn't have known that you as an ordinary employee could use your power to bully new employees. When could I have caught this behavior if not for my brother? Should I just wait until you drive every employee away and then notice?" Li Dayong's mouth opened wide, not knowing how to argue. "All right, my place here is small and can't fit your big Buddha, so please don't seek a higher position." After saying that, Xiao ignored him and walked up to Xiao Xiqian. He reached out and playfully tousled Xiqian's hair, smiling, "Little Quan, I really have to thank you for helping me catch a little bug." Xiao Xiqian pushed away his hand that was tousling his hair and said, "Brother Xian, I'm hungry. Let's eat." Xiao Junxian amiably replied, "Okay, have a seat. I'll get you a meal. It will be ready in a moment." Knowing that little President Xiao was going to get food, the employees all made room. Xiao Junxian was not polite and directly got in line to get the meals. When he brought 2 plates of food over, Xiao Xiqian took one and looked at the food on the plate. The color was fine, but he didn't know about the taste yet. Xiao Junxian laughed and said, "The head chef of the canteen has good cooking skills. Of course, he can't compare to my mom. Just make do with this meal. We'll go home and eat tonight." When they are not very busy, they would go home early to eat dinner. If they were too busy, they wouldn't go back at noon, but they would definitely go back at night. Xiao Xiqian nodded, looked at the food on the plate, and started eating. There's nothing to be picky about here. If you knew what he went through during the days he was being hunted, the kidnappers only gave him a steamed bun and half a bottle of water per day to keep him from starving but not having the energy to run away. After taking 2 bites, Xiao Xiqian asked, "Brother Xian, isn't Uncle coming down for lunch yet?" Xiao Junxian said, "He should be soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Wanshan appeared at the doorway. However, before Xiao Wanshan could step in, Li Dayong cried out to him, "President Xiao, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. President Xiao, for the sake of my friendship with you, please don't let little President Xiao fire me." Xiao Wanshan stared at Li Dayong for a moment, slightly confused, and asked, "You are?" Li Dayong was slightly stunned and then said, "President Xiao, I am Li Dashan's friend Li Dayong." That's when Xiao Wanshan recalled such a person. "Oh, it's you. What exactly happened? Why does little President Xiao want to fire you?" His son was not a reckless person who would casually fire someone. Xiao Junxian, who was eating, saw Li Daong blocking his father's way and begging for mercy. So he immediately went over and said, "Dad, here's what happened." Then he explained the whole story. Xiao Wanshan's face instantly darkened, and he fixed his sharp gaze on Li Daong, saying, "Since little President Xiao has fired you, you can pack your things and leave later." Li Daong was unwilling. Working for this company had great salary and benefits, and his job in the factory was very easy. He didn't want to leave. He gritted his teeth and said, "President Xiao, Li Dashan and I are good friends," meaning not looking at the monk's face, but the Buddha's face. It would be difficult for Xiao Wanshan to explain if he fired him with such disregard. However, Xiao Wanshan casually said, "I'll talk to Li Dashan about this." Back when Li Dashan introduced his friend to work in the factory, and considering their friendship, he agreed. Then he arranged for the HR department to put him in the receiving and sending position. The position was easy, with good salary, so it could be considered a favor to his friend. But he didn't expect that with such a small favor, Li Daong could cause trouble in his company, harming the company and bullying new employees. What is this? Eating mother's cooking while cursing her. No matter how good their relationship was, he couldn't keep someone who continued to harm his company. After saying that, Xiao Wanshan took out his phone and called his friend Li Dashan, saying, "Great Mountain, your introduced friend used his connections to bully my company's new employees and harm my company, so I fired him today." "Yes, all right." After that, he hung up the phone, strode away, and walked to Xiao Xiqian, saying with some concern, "Little Quan, when you were bullied, why didn't you tell Uncle? No matter what, you can't let people bully you in your own company, right?" Xiao Xiqian smiled and said, "Uncle, I'm fine. It's just a small matter. Uncle, let's eat. I'll get you some food since I'm already done." Xiao Wanshan stopped him. "You don't need to go. Your brother Xin will get me food." Xiao Junxian, who hadn't finished eating yet, had to put down his chopsticks and went to get food from the window. After finishing lunch, Xiao Wanshan said, "Little Quan, why don't you go to little Xin's office and rest?" Xiao Xiqian nodded and said, "Okay." In the afternoon, Xiao Wanshan and Xiao Junxian were still busy, and Xiao Xiqian went to the workshop. He didn't go into the workshop in the morning. After the cafeteria incident, everyone knew that this handsome young man was a relative of the Xiao family. So, when he entered the workshop, the young girls in the workshop blushed and peeked at him, thinking in their hearts, the Xiao family's genes are really good. President Xiao is handsome, little President Xiao is handsome, and this man is even more handsome. Many of the young girls, whether unintentionally or intentionally, dropped things in front of Xiao Xiqian while he passed by. Sorry, I didn't mean to." The girl's face flushed red with embarrassment. Xiao Xiqian paid no attention and walked away directly. The workshop employees. This man is so rude. But then again, he's a high and mighty young master. How could he be interested in ordinary factory workers? Xiao Xiqian went around the workshop, and that director Xin, who had approached him in the morning, immediately followed him with a flattering smile. "Young Master Xiao, is there anything I can do for you?" She was a completely different person than she had been in the morning. Xiao Xiqian glanced at her with a cold gaze and said coolly, "No need, I'll just take a look." After returning home, Xiao Wanshan and his son never mentioned their work. As they said themselves, work is work, and home is home. At home, they only talked about trivial daily matters, and the family would chat together. Xiao Xiqian was very puzzled. Didn't the villagers of Xiao family village know that the father and son had started such a big company, and did Aunt and Jinli know? Uncle didn't talk about work, and Aunt didn't seem to ask about it either. So, he really couldn't be sure whether the mother and daughter knew or not. In fact, he wanted to test Jinli someday to see if she knew. But Jinli seemed to have become really fascinated with farming recently. Well, she was in the greenhouse every day, tinkering around. At first, Zhao's mother would go to the field to help, but after a few days, seeing her daughter doing this and that, she began to doubt whether she could grow vegetables at all, so she just stopped going. Let her daughter do what she liked. After all, that piece of land was just for her to play with. This was exactly what Xiao Jinli wanted. Without Zhao's mother around, she could be a little more unrestricted. To make watering more convenient, Zhao's father had specially arranged a pipe connected to the well water at home, so they wouldn't have to carry water. 5 points of land, divided into 10 long plots, each with its own boundary and different seeds sown. Some seeds had been sown for quite a few days, and now one or two tiny tinder buds could be seen. Xiao Xiqian walked into the greenhouse and saw Xiao Jinli squatting, seemingly busy with something. As he approached, he was suddenly speechless. She was playing with earthworms. He saw an earthworm trying to escape into the ground, only to be dug out by Xiao Jinli again. Then she twisted it like a twisty donut. Xiao Xiqian, who had always been afraid of soft and cold animals, felt his scalp tingle from the sight of it. He thought to himself, what a cute little girl. How could she have such a wicked taste? Fortunately, having been here for some time, he had gradually adapted to the occasional sight of birds, frogs, snakes, and insects. Otherwise, given his previous life, he would probably have been startled by the sight of a frog. Oh, little sister Jinli, what are you doing? Xiao Xiqian asked, playing with earthworms? Xiao Jinli nodded, yes, playing with earthworms. Then, she pinched an earthworm from the soil and handed it to him, asking, do you want to play? It's quite fun. Xiao Xiqian's face changed immediately, and he shook his head. No, I don't want to play. Seeing the earthworms dug out by Xiao Jinli, he asked doubtfully, are these earthworms larger than those in other places? Since he had come here, the largest earthworms he had seen were only as thick as chopsticks. But the earthworms dug out by Xiao Jinli were as thick as an adult man's thumb and long, at least 20 or 30 centimeters. Such earthworms, from a distance, would look like snakes if you didn't know better. Xiao Xiqian looked at these earthworms, feeling an urge to turn and run. However, as a grown man, it would be a big joke if he was scared and ran away from a few earthworms. Xiao Xiqian gritted his teeth and stared at the earthworms for a while, then forced himself to shift his attention. He asked with a mixture of confusion and curiosity, were the earthworms in this land also bigger than those in other places before? Xiao Jinli shook her head and said, no. Then how did these earthworms become so big and so long? Xiao Xiqian asked. Oh, it's because I fed them with special fertilizer, Xiao Jinli said with a smile. These earthworms are good friends for turning the soil and loosening the ground. Where there are earthworms, there is enough manure and fertilizer, which makes it easier to grow vegetables and fruits. What kind of fertilizer did you feed them that it made them grow as big as a snake? Xiao Xiqian asked with intense curiosity. Xiao Jinli replied, well, it's a mix of chicken and duck manure and rotting root systems. Xiao Xiqian asked hesitantly, then wouldn't the number of earthworms keep increasing? I heard that one earthworm can become two and they reproduce. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he asked incredulously, you're not trying to breed these earthworms, are you? Yes, Xiao Jinli said, since earthworms are a good thing, I can breed more of them, which is beneficial for planting. In the future, when I have enough, I can sell them for money. Sell? Xiao Xiqian couldn't keep up with Xiao Jinli's train of thought. Yes, I heard that earthworms are edible. They are rich in protein, fat, and carbohydrates, with a crude protein content of up to 72%, and contain essential amino acids, vitamins, and trace elements needed by the human body. They can be used as animal feed and for producing medicine and cosmetics, as well as food for human consumption. I heard that rich people in foreign countries like to eat this kind of stuff. Xiao Jinli continued, earthworms can also be used as medicine, which is highly valuable and has the effects of clearing heat and calming panic, promoting blood circulation, relieving asthma, and promoting urination. So, breeding earthworms is also a way to make money. After finishing this speech, Xiao Xiqian looked at Xiao Jinli with a somewhat surprised expression, and then asked, how do you, at such a young age, know so much about this? Xiao Jinli spread her hands and said, of course, by reading books. Don't think I only know how to sleep in class. That's because the knowledge in the textbooks doesn't require me to use my brain. Xiao Xiqian nodded knowingly. You're so smart and have the ability to remember things at a glance. The knowledge in class is as simple as 1 + 1 = 2 for you. Why don't you skip grades? Like him, he jumped from the 1st grade to the 3rd grade in elementary school, then to the 6th grade, from junior year to senior year, and then directly entered world-renowned universities, obtaining a dual master's degree in economics and finance at the youngest age of 18. From a young age, he was considered a genius by everyone. Xiao Jinli smiled and said, my parents hope that I can have a complete childhood. They don't want me to be outstanding or excellent, putting pressure on myself, but want me to be happy and enjoy life. Besides, I think taking it step by step is quite good. How wonderful it would be to enjoy a happy childhood she hadn't experienced before in this era. She didn't want her childhood to pass by once again in endless hard work and study. After hearing Xiao Jinli's words, Xiao Xiqian's expression slightly changed. A happy childhood? Did he have one? It seemed that from the time he could remember, people kept telling him that he was the heir of the Su family, so he had to be better than others. In order to be better than others, he sacrificed all his playtime, either reading or learning other things. He suddenly felt envious of Xiao Jinli, envious of such a warm and loving family. What they wanted was not wealth or power, but a healthy and happy family together. In the space, Xiao Jinli sat on the swing he built himself, which was entwined with grapevines and fresh flowers. Little Ji landed on a petal, asking puzzledly, "Master, are you really going to raise earthworms?" Xiao Jinli pondered for a moment, murmured, "Or maybe, we start our path to prosperity by raising earthworms? But Master, isn't your goal to grow vegetables?" Little Ji said excitedly, "Your goal is clearly to grow vegetables. So why did you suddenly think of raising earthworms, these soft and squishy creatures?" Having said that, he paused for a moment and asked with skepticism, "Master, are you really going to raise earthworms?" Xiao Jinli shrugged his shoulders and laughed. "Who knows? Let's try it out." He paused for a moment, then added, "Actually, raising earthworms is really a lucrative business." "Seriously? What lucrative prospects?" Little Ji exclaimed. "It doesn't come close to the profits you'd get from growing vegetables. As long as you plant vegetables and sell them, money will come. But don't you think solely planting vegetables is too mainstream?" Xian Jinli commented casually. "Mainstream? How is it mainstream?" Little Ji objected. "The vegetables we grow can strengthen the body, prolong lifespan, and even cure diseases. They couldn't be any better." Xiao Jinli nodded. "Yes, they are indeed very good. So, do you think these things can be sold?" Little Ji was suddenly speechless. Indeed, he had a point. Little Ji slumped in disappointment and said, "What can we do then? It's so heart-wrenching. There's a clear path to wealth in front of us, but we can't make use of it." Xiao Jinli cast him a glance and retorted irritably, "All right, enough with the act. You're an owl. Can you actually feel heartbroken? I now possess emotions and desires, so why can't I feel heartbroken?" Little Ji defended. "Also, if you don't grow more fruits and vegetables, Little Space will also feel heartbroken." Little Space? Xiao Jinli seemed puzzled. Isn't he still in hibernation? Little Ji told the truth. After recovering for over 10 years, he occasionally wakes up now. However, his power is not strong enough and his body is still weak. Xiao Jinli sighed softly. "Well then, I'll grow more vegetables. As for raising earthworms, it appears a plan still needs to be formulated." Xiao Jinli had grown a variety of vegetables in the greenhouse, but he also raised a lot of earthworms, which got the attention of the villagers. When they were free, they would come to watch the commotion. "Wow, how did Jinli raise such big earthworms?" "Yes, they are huge. I thought it was a snake when I didn't know." "Haha, if it were really a snake, the sight of so many would give you goosebumps. After all, most people are afraid of snakes. Look, these seedlings are also growing very well. They look stout." "Yeah, it's not just one type of seedling that grows well. It seems like every type grows well. Jinli, could you sell me some chili seedlings?" "The chili seedlings you have definitely bear a lot of peppers once they mature," Chunhua asked smilingly. "What type of pepper is this?" Xiao Jinli took out a bag from the corner, looked at the label, and then said, "Auntie, this is black goat horn pepper." Chunhua asked confusedly, "What kind of pepper is that? I've never heard of it before. They only plant a few types of chilies usually." Xiao Jinli handed her the packaging bag and said, "Auntie, there is a picture of the pepper here. Have a look." She bought it because she thought the pepper was distinctive. Auntie Chin couldn't read, but there was a picture on the packaging bag. She asked, "Is this pepper very spicy?" Xiao Jinli tilted his head slightly and responded, "The vendor who sold me the seeds said it was spicy. This type of pepper is rich in anthocyanin and can balance capsaicin. So even if you eat a lot, you won't get pimples, and you can continuously harvest for about a year after planting one." Aunt Shin didn't understand what anthocyanin and capsaicin were, but she did understand that the peppers were spicy. Her eyes lit up and she said, "Can one plant be harvested for a year? Is it really that good? If so, I'll try to plant a few." Xiao Jinli nodded and said, "Okay. Auntie, how many plants do you want? You can dig them up yourself. I'll start with 10. If they grow well, I'll plant more," Auntie Chen replied. Another aunt said, "Jinli, your cabbage seedlings are growing well. Can I take a few home to plant?" Xiao Jinli nodded and said, "Okay. Auntie, how many plants do you want? You can dig them up yourself. I'll start with 10. If they grow well, I'll plant more," Auntie Chen replied. "Thank you so much, Jinli." Everyone was very grateful. "Jinli, is this the first time you're cultivating these seedlings?" Auntie Chen asked with a hint of curiosity. "You are doing a much better job than us who have been planting for decades. Dear Jinli, do you have a talent for growing vegetables?" Laughing, Xiao Jinli said modestly, "Hee hee, I am talented in everything I do, aren't I?" Haha, true. Despite his young age, Jinli does everything meticulously, even better than us adults. "Jinli, could you tell us how you managed to grow these crops so well?" Everyone was understandably curious. With an adult-like voice, Xiao Jinli explained, "The greenhouse I built is for researching various crops. After some study, I had a sudden idea to mix all the fertilizer, manure, and water in certain proportions. I then spread this mixture on the soil and stirred it well. After that, I introduced earthworms into the soil. Besides loosening the soil, the earthworms can also break down organic matter, creating favorable conditions for soil organisms to grow and multiply, thereby improving the soil. This makes it easier for seeds and seedlings to better absorb nutrients from their root systems. Of course, the real factor was the Lingquan water she used. However, it's better not to mention this as it's a secret. The women folk seemed to understand yet also didn't. "Oh, I see. So, the earthworms play a significant role here?" They never realized before that earthworms played such a big role in crop growth. Or was it that they hadn't paid attention before? Xiao Jinli nodded and said, "Yes, basically that's it. The interaction between soil organisms and the earthworms in the soil greatly aids plant growth and absorption." "Oh, that's how it is." Everyone nodded their heads. In fact, they didn't really understand. Of course, it might be difficult for Xiao Jinli to fool those who are educated, like her brother. As for her brother, he certainly wouldn't undermine his own sister. For rural people, the seedlings cultivated by Xiao Jinli were relatively rare. For example, purple black sheep horn pepper, purple cabbage, spore kale, pagoda cauliflower, gold warty melon, square beans, artichoke, and so on. Therefore, although there were many people who wanted seedlings, they only took a few to plant. As long as they could survive and prove valuable, they could be planted again next year. If they couldn't survive, it would be a waste of Jinli's energy to cultivate them. Of course, it's not just a matter of grabbing one type of seedling. Everyone agrees on what type she plants, so as not to take away all of Xiao Jinli's seedlings. After the villagers took some, Xiao Jinli planted the rest herself. There weren't many seedlings left, so this 5 points of land was just about right with a few different types planted. If there wasn't enough land, they could always plant on other lands. Xiao Jinli looked at the earthworms constantly churning in the ditches, and her little eyebrows began to furrow. Were there too many earthworms now? In each row of land, there were already thousands of earthworms, and each one was so robust. Xiao Jinli muttered, "It seems that these earthworms need to be diverted to other lands. Otherwise, if this continues, the whole land will be filled with earthworms, and there will be no meaning to planting." As she was pondering, the village chief suddenly came in. Seeing the dense earthworms churning in the ditches, he felt a slight tingling in his scalp. Well, he felt a bit claustrophobic. The village chief looked around and asked, "Jinli, why are there so many earthworms? Will this affect the planting?" Xiao Jinli said, "Uncle Village Chief, I am just thinking about what to do with these earthworms." Upon hearing this, the village chief's eyes lit up. He said, "Jinli, my wife told me that these earthworms not only turn the soil and loosen it, but they also improve the soil, making the crops grow better, right?" "Yes." Xiao Jinli nodded. "So I started by raising some earthworms. I didn't expect them to multiply so much. Is that a lot?" The village chief asked with a smile. Janli, if you think there are too many earthworms, why don't you sell some to me? I'll release them into the fields to improve the soil. Xiao Jinli's eyes brightened and she said excitedly, okay, I'll get a bucket and take some home for you. With that, she turned and walked back to the yard, found a small bucket, and took a pair of fire tongs. She asked the village chief, Uncle Village Chief, how many do you want? The village chief scratched his head and said, I don't know how many. Well, how much land do you plan to cover? The village chief thought for a moment and said, I have about 3 acres for growing vegetables. Jinli, let's start with 3 acres. You can decide how many earthworms are needed. Xiao Jinli squatted down, picked up the fire tongs, and caught the earthworms one by one into the bucket. She said, I don't know how many earthworms are appropriate for 3 acres since my earthworms are so big and long. How about I give you 1,000 first? The village chief agreed. All right, let's do 1,000. Do you have any more fire tongs? There's another one in the corner at the entrance, said Xiao Jinli. The village chief went to find the fire tongs. Then the two of them caught earthworms together in the ditches, counting as they went. Half an hour later, the bucket was almost full of earthworms. It was fortunate that the earthworms were so large. Otherwise, 1,000 earthworms might not even fill a third of the bucket. Carrying the full bucket of earthworms, the village chief asked, how do you plan to sell these worms? By weight or by quantity? By quantity, Xiao Jinli said. I'm selling earthworms for the first time, and you're my first customer, so I'll give you a discount. Let's say 1 dime per worm. Uncle Village Chief, just give me 100 yuan. Ha, 1 dime per worm. Isn't that too cheap? The village chief thought he was getting too good a deal. Why don't you raise the price a bit, to 3 dimes? Xiao Jinli smiled and said, Uncle Village Chief, didn't I tell you? This is my first time selling earthworms, so I gave you the biggest discount. When I sell them next time, I'm afraid I'll have to raise the price. When the village chief heard this, he realized, are you going to raise and sell earthworms in the future? Xiao Jinli nodded and said, yes, I have this plan. However, it depends on how effective these earthworms are. I'll have to trouble Uncle Village Chief to help me with the experiment. If they work well, I will definitely continue to sell earthworms. If not, these earthworms will just roll around and turn soil in this piece of land. Haha. All right, let Uncle Village Chief take them back and test their effects, said the village chief happily. As the village chief happily carried a bucket of earthworms from the greenhouse, people along the way asked him about it. He smiled and said, I bought these from Jinli. She asked me to try their effects. If they work well, she will raise more earthworms to sell. Hee. If these earthworms can really improve the land and promote the growth of crops, I will definitely buy some too in the future. That's what the villagers said. After the village chief left, Xiaoji was frantically shouting in Xiao Jinli's mental sea. Ah, master, are you really selling earthworms? Do you really want to get rich by selling these earthworms? Xiao Jinli looked very calm. She said, why worry, this is just the beginning. What if the villagers don't buy the earthworms later? Xiaoji angrily retorted, how is that possible? You should know that those earthworms have been raised with Lingquan water. Now 80% of the water stored in their bodies is Lingquan water. Once the earthworms roll around in the fields a few more times and squeeze out the Lingquan water, how could the soil and land not improve? Can the things planted in this land with Lingquan water not be good? Isn't this better? The more earthworms I sell, the more the villagers' soil improves. In a way, it means I've helped the villagers secretly, right? Xiaoji suddenly realized and said, so, it's all about raising earthworms to help these villagers? Xiao Jinli's lips curled up. Yes. The villagers here are very simple and kind-hearted. In the village for over 10 years, everyone has called me the lucky star and the village treasure, but I haven't really been able to help them effectively. How can you say you haven't helped? Disagreed Xiaoji. You've been dealing with all kinds of things for the villagers since you were a child. Yes, because I've handled village affairs, the villagers respect me, nodded Xiao Jinli. But what I want to do is to truly help the villagers out of poverty and lead them to a moderately prosperous life. Xiao's mother and father didn't understand. Their Jinli was obviously planting vegetables in the greenhouse, but somehow, he ended up raising earthworms instead. Not only had he raised a large number of earthworms, but the crops he had grown were also big, strong, and verdant, better than what experienced farmers could grow. Xiao's mother looked at Xiao's father doubtfully and said, "Honey, does Jinli have a natural gift for farming? Who did he inherit this from?" Xiao's father, "Farming doesn't have anything to do with natural talent. It's all about being diligent and good at management." Xiao Junxian chimed in, "He must have inherited it from Dad. Grandma told me that before Dad became a little gangster, he followed Granddad into the field and could grow anything with his carefree poking." Xiao's father, "What do you mean by carefree poking?" He was serious about it, all right? Xiao Jinli then agreed from the side, "Mim. Jinli must have inherited Dad's farming talent." She then added, "My brother inherited Mom's cooking talent, and I inherited Dad's farming talent." Yes, it's fair. Xiao's mother and others. Can the inheritance be really considered fair? Xiao Xiqian burst into laughter. "Little sister Jinli is so cute." Xiao Junxian immediately replied proudly, "My sister, Xiao Jinli, is of course cute and pretty. Right, your sister's cuteness and prettiness are obviously inherited from your mom." Xiao's father suddenly added, "You have no idea how pretty and lively your mom was when she was young." Xiao siblings and Xiao Xiqian. "Oh, another show of love. Jinli, is that greenhouse for growing crops or raising earthworms?" Xiao's father asked, "Do you need Dad's help for anything?" Xiao Jinli said, "Farming and breeding shouldn't be a problem." Xiao's mother stated, "Mem, I see that the things grown in the greenhouse are all looking good. Raising earthworms and farming at the same time shouldn't be an issue as long as it's well managed." Xiao Junxian suddenly asked, "Sister, do you sell these earthworms to other places besides the village?" Xiao Jinli shook her head. "I'll sell them to the village for now. I'll consider selling them to other places later." Her real purpose was to help the villagers through these earthworms, not to make a business out of them. Of course, if the earthworm business has a market, it should be feasible to continue. When the villagers heard that the village head had bought earthworms from Xiao Jinli and put them in the field, many people would go to check it out every once in a while, observing the earthworm's activities. At first glance, these earthworms seem soft and big, which is a bit scary. But now that I see them turning the soil and constantly burrowing, they seem quite cute. Haha, this one is so big that if you didn't know better, you'd think it was a snake and get a big scare. How many days have these earthworms been in the ground? It should be a week now. The soil was already turned, and the ridges were made, so it should be ready for planting vegetables. Yeah, Chen Xilan said they'll plant things in a couple of days. Once it's planted, we can see the growth of the things in the field. 5 days later, the villagers went to the village head's fields again. The village head's wife had planted cabbage, pepper, eggplant, and other vegetables in the field. Look, these vegetables were just planted and haven't wilted. After just a few days, they're already so green. Yeah, they're growing really well. Generally speaking, newly transplanted crops, due to unstable root systems and poor absorption, will experience wilting before recovering after 3 or 5 days. These newly planted crops haven't wilted, which means they are absorbing well. Haha, it seems that these earthworms really are useful. No, I have to go and buy some from Jinli and put them in my field. I'll also buy some. Seeing the growth of the crops, the villagers' hearts were itching to try. If everyone squeezes to buy, will Jinli have that many earthworms? That's true. Anyway, let's go and ask first. Let's see if Jinli can spare some. Still outside the door, the villagers shouted, "Jinli, Jinli." Xiao's mother came out of the house and asked with a smile, "Sister-in-law, what can I help you with?" We want to buy some earthworms." Jinli isn't out, is she? No, she's in the greenhouse right now. Ever since the greenhouse was built, she's been tinkering around in there most of the time. All right, Xiaofeng, let's go find Jinli. I'm coming with you. When the villagers arrived at the greenhouse, Jinli was holding fire tongs, picking earthworms from the gutter and putting them into the plastic bucket. Seeing the dense earthworms on the ground, their scalps felt a bit numb. But thinking of the purpose of these earthworms, they became excited again. There are so many earthworms. A villager exclaimed, "How did Jinli raise them? I wonder?" People have their own secrets and techniques. Let's not ask. Another villager reminded, "After all, if earthworms prove useful, they could make money in the future, and that would be a business opportunity." Jinli, what are you doing with so many earthworms? There are too many of them. I wanted to move them to other places. Auntie, Do you need anything? Jinli stopped what she was doing and asked. Hee, Jinli, we came to find you to buy some earthworms. Are you still selling these earthworms? Yes, Jinli nodded. I sold some to Uncle Village Chief last time and was wondering when someone would buy them again. And here you are. Ah, that's great. The villagers were delighted. Then sell some to us. How much can you sell? Let's see if it's enough for all of us here. There were 7 or 8 of them in the group. Jinli nodded. It should be enough. 1,000 per person is no problem. How many do you want? 1,000 per person? Then just give me 1,000. Someone suggested. How about giving us 1,000 per person first? If there are more, we can share again. Of course, the others had no objections, and Jinli agreed even more. Jinli said, but we don't have that many buckets and fire tongs at home, so you'll have to bring your own. No problem. Then, the villagers hurried back to get their own buckets and fire tongs. Xiao's mother came over and asked, Jinli, everyone wants to buy these earthworms. How are you going to sell them? 1.5 cents per worm, Jinli said. I offered a discount last time when I sold them to Uncle Village Chief for 1 cent per worm. Now I'm back to the original price. Xiao Jinli's earthworm business was selling like hotcakes in the village. After several experiments, Xiao Jinli found out that 1,000 earthworms were enough for 5 points of land. The whole village's consumption, would require at least 20,000. Luckily, since they have the cheat device, the golden finger, it wasn't much of a problem to cultivate these earthworms in a short time. Because the villagers had all bought earthworms, the crops in their fields, visible to the naked eye, were growing better and everyone was happy. Haha, these earthworms that Jinli came up with are real treasures. We used to know that earthworms could improve the soil, but we had no idea their effect could be this huge. Now, the villagers are treating these earthworms as precious commodities. In the past, the effect of earthworms on improving the soil wasn't this noticeable. It must be because the earthworms cultivated by Jinli are bigger, and Jinli said that these bigger earthworms store more nutrients, so they are able to improve the soil effectively. That makes sense. If the earthworms had such a huge impact before, people would have discovered it and put them in the fields. It wouldn't have waited until Jinli cultivated them. Alas, Jinli also mentioned that these earthworms do not have a long lifespan, only between 3 and 5 months. However, the dead earthworms can be used to feed chickens and ducks, which can increase their nutrition. It's not wasted after all. When it came to the lifespan of these earthworms, Xiao Jinli initially considered making it longer, but it wasn't really feasible. Because these earthworms depleted the Lingquan water in their bodies within 3 to 5 months. After 3 to 5 months, all the Lingquan water inside them would be lost. In order to survive, they needed to be irrigated with Lingquan water again. This was not a problem at all for Xiao Jinli. All she had to do was walk around the fields once, and these earthworms would regain vitality. However, this created another problem. The originally sluggish earthworms suddenly became active again. This was troublesome to explain. So, Xiao Jinli simply told everyone that earthworms lived for only 3 to 5 months, and anyone willing to buy needed to consider it carefully. After all, there would be no returns or exchanges once sold. Nevertheless, everyone had seen with their own eyes the effect of these earthworms, and the villagers also trusted Xiao Jinli. Naturally, those with land would buy some, more or less. The results proved that they did not disappoint. Hey, have you noticed? I found that the vegetables in my field are growing better than before, so fresh. Exactly, and there are fewer pests, have you noticed? Now that there are no pests, we don't need to use pesticides anymore. Xiao's mother walked into the greenhouse and saw the lush and tender vegetables in the field, her eyes lighting up. These vegetables are growing really well, even better than those I used to grow. Xiao's mother complimented, Little Bao, you are really capable. Xiao Jinli replied with a smile, both mom and dad are so capable, I guess it's heredity. Xiao's mother laughed and said, you are such a smooth talker. Looking at the wriggling earthworms in the field, Xiao's mother still found it visually shocking and couldn't quite get over it, feeling a bit of scalp tingling. She said, Little Bao, your maternal grandparents and aunt are coming over. Upon hearing that her maternal grandparents were coming, Xiao Jinli's eyes lit up with excitement. She said joyfully, are they coming? Mom, let's cut some chives to take back. We can stir-fry it with eggs, and also pick some small cabbage to go with it. She had been eyeing these vegetables for a long time now, and she wasn't going to let an excuse slip past her. However, Xiao's mother hesitated a bit. But these vegetables are still too tender. Should we wait for them to grow a bit more? No, no, I want to eat them, Xiao Jinli said, acting like a spoiled child. Xiao's mother gave in. All right. I know you've been wanting to eat the vegetables you planted yourself for a long time. Today I will fulfill your wish. You go pick some big small cabbages, and I'll go find some tools to cut the chives. Xiao Jinli happily picked some cabbages. Xiao's mother went outside and quickly came back with a small knife. The mother and daughter quickly got everything ready. Xiao's mother, looking at the tender chives in her hand, hesitated a bit. These chives are too tender. It's a bit of a pity to eat them now. Chives can grow back after being cut. I want to taste the vegetables I grew myself now. Hee hee, Xiao Jinli happily said. The mother and daughter took the vegetables back to the yard and cleaned them. These chives had no yellow or rotten leaves, so there was no need to pick them one by one. They just needed to be washed to clean off the dirt. While Xiao's mother was cleaning, she could smell the refreshing scent of the chives. These chives smell so good. They will definitely smell even better when cooked. Of course, Xiao Jinli said proudly, Mom. See who grew them. Xiao's mother. This daughter of mine has a not-so-humble personality, unlike herself and her husband. Knowing that her maternal grandparents were coming, Xiao Jinli immediately went upstairs to get Xiao Xiqian and said, Come, take me to the town. My maternal grandparents are coming. Let's go to town to pick them up. Xiao Xiqian was reading a book in the house. Just as he came out after hearing Xiao Jinli calling him, she dragged him away. Maternal grandpa and grandma? Xiao Xiqian was a bit confused. They had been there for so long and they hadn't seen any relatives from Zhao's mother's side, which made him think that Zhao's mother didn't have much relatives on her side. Nevertheless, he knew from the conversation with Xiao family members that the relationship between the Xiao family and Zhao's mother's maiden family was very good. Xiao Jinli nodded and said, Yes, it's been a long time since I last saw my grandparents. I miss them. Xiao Xiqian asked, confounded, it is vacation time. If you miss them, you can just go to see them, right? Xiao Jinli replied with a smile, Well, I'd love to. The problem is, my grandparents are not at home. Huh, not at home. What does that mean? Xiao Xiqian asked confused. After the new year, they went to my maternal aunt's house. My two uncles have bought houses in other places. Xiao Jinli explained with a smile. Today, my maternal aunt is bringing my grandparents over. When Zhao's mother saw Xiao Jinli pulling Xiao Xiqian out, she asked puzzled, Xiaobao, where are you guys going? Mom, I'm going to the town to pick up Grandma, Xiao Jinli said. I want to see my grandparents and maternal aunt as soon as possible. You child. Zhao's mother laughed. Your maternal aunt and family are driving back, and your dad and your brother have gone to pick them up. They should be here soon. It's better to wait at home. Or, you can directly call and ask where they are now. All right, I'll go make the call right now. With that, Xiao Jinli ran off. Xiao Xiqian. After a while, Xiao Jinli came running out and shouted, Mom, Dad said they have already reached the village entrance. They're here. They're here. Xiao Jinli stood at the entrance of the courtyard, watching from afar as 3 cars slowly approached. Xiao Xiqian squinted at the other 2 cars. It seems that their maternal aunt's family is doing pretty well. After a while, the cars stopped at the entrance. Xiao Jinli immediately ran to the second car, opened the door, and sweetly called, Grandpa, Grandma. Moments later, 2 spirited and healthy-looking elderly people stepped out. Although there were a few white hairs in their temples, their faces were flushed red. They were dressed simply but neatly, looking very approachable and friendly. However, the old man was slightly more serious. But his seriousness couldn't resist Xiao Jinli. Oh, my good baby, Grandma missed you so much. You've grown taller and even more beautiful. As soon as they met, Grandma hugged Xiao Jinli. Xiao Jinli said, Grandma, I missed you too. I really did. At this time, they could only call each other every day, unable to see each other in person. Grandpa seemed a little unhappy. Doesn't my good baby miss Grandpa as well? Of course, I miss Grandpa too. I miss both of you, Xiao Jinli said, and then gave her Grandpa a hug as well. Seeing you both in such good spirits makes me so happy. Ha ha, my good baby. You're always the most considerate. At this time, the maternal aunt's family of 3 also got out of the car. The maternal aunt and Xiao's mother looked somewhat similar, both tall and with fair skin. Wearing light makeup, a floral dress, and black sandals, she was a beautiful woman. Standing next to her was an elegant-looking man in his 30s or 40s, dressed in a suit and shoes, wearing black-rimmed glasses, exuding a refined, polite demeanor. The other person was a young man who looked about the same age as Xiao Xiqian, tall but slightly chubby. As soon as Gao Yanxin got out of the car, he took Xiao Jinli from her grandfather's arms, hugged her excitedly and happily, saying, "Cousin, cousin, I've missed you so much." Gao Yanxin held her so tightly that Xiao Jinli struggled a bit before helplessly smiling sweetly. "Cousin, I've missed you too. Can you let me go first? You're holding me too tight. I can't breathe." Gao Jianjun immediately slapped his son on the shoulder and scolded, "You idiot! Did you hear her? Put your cousin down. The older you get, the more rude you become. You're so big and your cousin is so delicate. Why are you using so much force to hold her?" Gao Yanxin put Xiao Jinli down, grinned and said, "I haven't seen my cousin in so long. I'm just excited and happy." The maternal aunt, Ji Yuzhu, playfully hit his head and laughed. "With your strength, you could win a weightlifting championship, or at least a silver medal. Not many people are as strong as you." Gao Yanxin was not convinced. "It's not that exaggerated. I used to hold her when we were kids, too." "You idiot, you still talk about when you were kids. As soon as your cousin was in your arms, she would cry her eyes out." The maternal aunt was even angrier. "At first we didn't know why. We thought your cousin didn't like you. Turns out you were holding her so tight. It was uncomfortable." Thinking about his childhood embarrassment, Gao Yanxin's face turned red. When he was a child, he loved his cousin so much that he always wanted to hold her whenever he saw her. But as soon as he picked her up, she would start crying. So, the adults strictly forbade him from holding his cousin. Later, he found out that it was because he held her too tight, making her uncomfortable. He tried to use less strength while holding her, but then he was afraid of dropping the delicate girl. So he could only watch tearfully as his cousins fought to hold her. Xiao Jinli laughed and said, "I'm not a kid anymore. I won't cry just because cousin Yanxin holds me." "Mom, Dad, I've missed you too." The maternal aunt hugged Xiao Jinli softly and laughed, saying, "Hee hee, your aunt and I have missed you too. We decided to come and see you during your break, you little ungrateful one." Xiao Jinli immediately said, "Little aunt, how did I become such a heartless person? I think about you every day." Little aunt nodded. You think about me, but you don't know how to call me more often. Every time I have to call you first." Xiao Jinli. Jinli has grown taller and even more beautiful, Uncle said at this time. "Come, don't stand at the door. Let's go inside and chat." Xiao Wanshan said, "Good baby. I bought you many beautiful dresses and leeching. You can try them on later." Maternal grandmother happily said, "Okay. Thank you, Grandma." "Cousin, I also bought you a gift. Do you know what it is?" Gao Yanxin approached with an eager expression. Xiao Jinli laughed and said, "Cousin Yanxin, you want to surprise me? I really can't guess." She secretly thought, what else could it be besides those dolls and Barbie dolls? Gao Yanxin proudly opened the trunk of the car, took out a rabbit doll that was more than a meter tall, and said, "Look, cousin, this is my gift to you. Do you like it?" Xiao Jinli nodded. "Yes, I like it." Gao Yanxin said, "Hee, I heard girls love these dolls." "Thank you, cousin." Xiao Jinli took the doll from Gao Yanxin's hands. Xiao Xiqian watched this warm family scene, without any pretense, insincerity, flattery, or pleasantry, only genuine and simple affection. Such family bonds are so enviable. But at this moment, he felt a little lost. When Xiao Jinli stepped into the gate, she saw Xiao Xiqian still standing outside. She ran over with the rabbit doll and then held his hand, saying, "Brother Little Quan, let me introduce you to my maternal grandparents and the others. They all know about you. They just don't know you yet." When Xiao Jinli's small hand entwined with his big hand, he felt warm all over. He hadn't been neglected, and she even considered his feelings. Upon hearing Xiao Jinli's yell, maternal grandmother also walked over, smiling and saying, "This boy is Xiao Quan, right? He's so handsome." "Xiao Quan, I'm your grandmother." For some reason, Xiao Xiqian's eyes felt a little sore as he called out, Grandma. Maternal grandmother laughed and answered, "What a sensible child. Come on, let's go inside." Then, she led him into the house with the other hand. Once inside, even without Xiao Jinli's introduction, Ji Yuzhu laughed and said, "This is Xiao Quan, right? I heard from my sister that you're so handsome. Now that I've finally seen you, you really are handsome, even more than Shinner. Come on, I'm your little aunt." "Little aunt," Xiao Xiqian called out. What a sensible child. The little aunt took out 2 big red envelopes from her bag and handed them to Xiao Xiqian. "Xiao Quan, these are the red envelopes from your maternal grandpa, grandma, aunt, and uncle for the first time we meet. Take them." Xiao Xiqian had a stunned expression and wanted to refuse. Xiao Jinli said, "Brother little Quan, don't refuse the gift from your elders. Just accept it. It's a token of their love." Xiao Xiqian took the 2 red envelopes with a bit of choked-up voice. "Thank you. Maternal grandpa and grandma, little aunt and uncle. That's right. This is how you should be." Little aunt said cheerfully, "Wow, sis, what kind of cosmetics have you been using? Or did you eat some beauty-enhancing pills? You're getting more and more beautiful." Ji Yuzhu exclaimed as soon as she saw Zhao's mother, "You're like aging in reverse. Come on, sis, introduce me to your secret so your younger sister can look younger too." Zhao's mother smiled and said, "I'm just a countryside woman. What kind of cosmetics or beauty-enhancing pills would I use?" "Ah, my sister is indeed a natural beauty." Ji Yuzhu laughed. "You're getting younger and more lovely. No wonder you've enchanted your husband." "Haha." Zhao's mother glared at her. "Nonsense." "No, really." Ji Yuzhu looked at Zhao's mother's fair face and asked seriously, "Sis, you're getting more and more beautiful, a true beauty, nationally stunning. How do you maintain your skin? Tell me." "I work every day. There's no time for skincare." Zhao's mother laughed. "I don't even know why my skin is getting better and better. Everyone says so." Zhao's mother didn't deny it. Yes, one wouldn't think you're a countryside woman at all." Ji Yuzhu nodded. "With your looks in wealthy upper-class circles, you'd outshine all the noble ladies and daughters. Honestly, is it because the water and soil here are good for people? Look at our little Jinli, so young yet her skin is white and tender. A true beauty in the making. When she grows up, she'll be unstoppable. And I've noticed that your husband and little Shin's skin has also improved a lot. It really seems like the water and soil here are good for people. I must stay here for a while." Zhao's mother laughed. "Stay for a while? Don't you have to go to work?" Ji Yuzhu spread her hands. "Sis, did you forget that I'm a teacher? I don't have to work during summer vacation." She is a junior high school teacher, teaching at Liqing Qi Experimental Middle School. "Oh, right. Then stay here for a while longer." Zhao's mother said with a smile, "Maybe we can make you whiter and rosier." "Wow, it smells so good." Ji Yuzhu exclaimed as she smelled the freshly cooked stir-fried leek with eggs. "Not only are you getting more beautiful, but your cooking skills are also getting better and better, sis. The smell of this dish alone outshines a 5-star hotel chef. I must try it." As she said, Ji Yuzhu picked up her chopsticks and took a mouthful of the stir-fried leek with eggs. Wow, it's so delicious." Ji Yuzhu shouted. "It's tender and fragrant. I'm in love with this dish." Having said that, she went for another chopstick full. As Gao Yanxin ran in, attracted by the aroma, he exclaimed, "Auntie, what dish did you make? It smells so good. I just smelled the scent of chive and egg." As he said this, he saw his mother eating it and immediately exclaimed, "Mom, you're eating before the meal is even served. You've eaten half the plate already. How are we going to eat during dinner?" After her son's exclamation, she realized that she had unknowingly eaten half a plate of vegetables. Her face turned red, but she felt humiliated by her son's words and said, "How's that? I only had a few bites, and I ate half of it." Gao Yanxin was speechless. "Mom, when did you become such a big eater? When you're at home, you always eat so little to maintain your figure." Ji Yuzhu, "This stinky kid, he just had to say it. It's infuriating." Zhao's mother covered her mouth and laughed. "It's okay. If you like it, eat more. The chives are grown in the backyard. If we run out, we can just cut some more and cook them." Little Shin. Xiao Junshin asked, "Mom, what's up?" "Go to the backyard. cut some more chives and bring them back. We'll cook another plate, Xiao's mother ordered. Xiao Junxian nodded and left. Later on, Gao Yanxin followed and said, "Cousin, let me go with you." If he stayed any longer, he would probably finish off half of the plate, which would be too embarrassing. Are these chives from the backyard? Ji Yuzhu reluctantly put down her chopsticks. Yes, both the chives and the small cabbage were planted by Xiao Bao. Xiao's mother said, "Huh, they were planted by Jinli?" Ji Yuzhu was somewhat surprised. Can she plant them at such a young age? She can, and she does a pretty good job at it. Xiao's mother didn't hesitate to praise her daughter. Then I'll go and take a look now. After that, Ji Yuzhu followed them to the backyard. Meanwhile, the maternal grandpa, grandma, and uncle, who were chatting with Xiao Wanshan and Xiao Xiqian, heard a scream from the backyard. The three of them were stunned and asked in confusion, "What happened? Why does that sound like Yuzhu's scream?" "It's Yuzhu's." Gao Jianjun quickly stood up and ran to the backyard. Then, he saw his somewhat pale wife standing outside the greenhouse. He asked with concern and urgency, "Wife, what happened?" Ji Yuzhu pointed in the direction of the greenhouse, but before she could speak, Gao Yanxin ran out laughing, then said, "Mom, they're just earthworms. What are you afraid of?" "What? You're saying those are earthworms, not snakes?" Ji Yuzhu's frightened expression hadn't eased yet. If they really are earthworms, how can they be so at this time? Xiao Junxian also ran out and explained, "Little aunt, they are indeed earthworms, just that they've been raised by my sister and grown a bit bigger. If you don't look closely, you could really mistake them for snakes." He knew that she used to be a tomboy who feared nothing except snakes. "Haha, Shinner, you're saying these earthworms are raised by Jinli?" Ji Yuzhu asked in surprise. "Why would Jinli raise such things? And they've grown so big, like snakes. Isn't she afraid as a girl?" Gao Jianjun entered the greenhouse, and after a while, he came out laughing and said, "Haha, wife, they really are earthworms, just a bit bigger." "They really are earthworms." Ji Yuzhu recovered and grabbed Gao Jianjun's hand as they carefully walked into the greenhouse. As soon as she entered, she saw a large number of earthworms in the trenches in the soil. With her husband's company, she wasn't that scared anymore, and said, "There are so many earthworms. It's creepy to look at them all clustered together." "Shinner, why does Jinli keep so many earthworms?" Xiao Junxian said, at first. "My sister raised them for fertilizing the soil, but as their numbers increased, she sold some of them to the villagers. Many villagers have placed orders." "Haha, they're for sale? How do you sell them?" Ji Yuzhu asked, somewhat surprised. "Yes, 1.5 cents per worm," Xiao Junxian said. "According to my sister, she has already sold 20,000 of them, and some others want to buy them to release in the peach and tangerine orchards in the mountains." "Huh, 1.5 cents per worm, and sold 20,000 of them." Ji Yuzhu was surprised. Jinli is so young and already knows how to make money. Not bad. Gao Jianjun was also quite surprised. These earthworms were actually raised by Jinli. How on earth did she raise them? Gao Jianjun thought so, and asked as well. Xiao Junxian shook his head and said, "I don't know exactly how my sister raised them. Let's ask her later." He had heard of this earthworm raising technique when he was in university, but he had never seen it. But he knew that the earthworms raised by those farms would definitely not be as big as the ones his sister raised. "Bamboo, what happened? I just heard you scream," the maternal grandmother asked as soon as she came over. "Scream?" Ji Yuzhu's face was a bit confused. She looked at her husband and asked with her eyes, "Husband, did I really scream that badly?" "Ahem." Gao Jianjun was also a little embarrassed to say, "Wife, your scream just now was indeed quite frightening." "Haha." Unable to hold back his laughter, Gao Yanxin burst out laughing, looking at his mother's awkwardness. Ji Yuzhu immediately had black lines on her face and scolded her son angrily. "Stinky boy, what's so funny?" "Hee Bamboo, what happened to you just now?" the maternal grandmother asked with a slightly amused expression. Ji Yuzhu explained, "It's nothing. It's just that I mistook the earthworms inside the greenhouse for snakes. If she was going to be embarrassed, she might as well go all the way." Oh, I see," the maternal grandmother said with understanding. "That makes sense. You've been afraid of snakes since you were little. What earthworms in the greenhouse would make you think they were snakes?" The maternal grandfather was very curious as he walked into the greenhouse. After all, There's a big difference between snakes and earthworms. As soon as the maternal grandfather walked into the greenhouse, he shouted, "Wife, wife, come and have a look." "What's the matter?" The maternal grandmother also got up and walked over. Seeing the insides of the greenhouse, she exclaimed, "These are all earthworms? They're so big. No wonder Bamboo mistook them for snakes." The grandfather asked doubtfully, "Where did all these large earthworms come from?" The grandmother said, "Let's ask the children, and then we'll know." Grandma came out and asked, "How come there are so many earthworms in the greenhouse?" Xiao Xiqian said, "Grandma, these are raised by little sister Jinli." "Yes, Mom, these were all raised by Jinli." Ji Yuzhu had completely calmed down, even looking happy. Shinner just said that these earthworms were sold for 1.5 cents each. They've already sold 20,000, and there are still people booking 20 to 30,000 more. Hee, Jinli is really capable, knowing how to make money at such a young age. When the grandmother heard that they were raised by Xiao Jinli, she was also happy and said, yes, Jinli is really capable, knowing how to make money at such a young age. 20,000 worms, that's 3 to 4,000 yuan. It's equivalent to our income from farming for a year. Sometimes, we don't even make that much in a year from farming. As soon as Xiao Jinli saw that her maternal grandparents had come to the backyard, she went to help in the kitchen. "Xiao Bao, go and check on your brother. Has he finished cutting the chives? Hurry up and bring them back to wash and cook. Just now, when we cooked a plate of chives, your aunt finished half of it with 2 chopsticks. There's not enough for everyone. Go and check now, cut some more, everyone likes it, so cook more," Xiao mother said. When Xiao Jinli arrived in the backyard, seeing everyone discussing her earthworm raising, she first said to her brother, "Brother, have the chives been cut? Mom said to cut more and cook more." Xiao Junxian looked at the handful of chives in his hand and handed them to Xiao Xiqian, saying, "Xiao Quan, you first take these back to clean. I will go cut some more. This is probably not enough." If his little aunt could eat half a plate of this dish, the taste must be good. It's better to stir-fry more so everyone can eat more. Okay. Xiao Xiqian took the chives and left. His grandmother looked at Xiao Jinli with bright eyes and asked, "Jinli, how do you raise these earthworms? They are so big. They scared your little aunt into screaming." "Little aunt, I admit, they are big," Xiao Jinli said. "I raise these by utilizing the scientific method of soil and earthworm ecological structure." "What does that mean?" The grandmother didn't understand. Xiao Jinli explained, "Earthworms are decomposers. They feed on decaying plants or other organic matter, swallowing soil and sand particles to obtain their organic substances. Earthworms contribute to the material cycle and energy transfer of the soil by feeding, digesting, excreting, secreting, and burrowing. That's why they are also called earth dragons. To breed earthworms, I just need to mix their food, which is feces, according to their preferences. Of course, I strictly followed the proportionate method while mixing the food, which I have figured out through numerous experiments. This was actually her secret formula for raising earthworms. The grandparents didn't quite understand, but the others did. Xiao Junxian smiled and said, "I wondered how you raised these earthworms. So that's how you did it. My sister is really clever." Xiao Jinli looked at the chives in his hand and said, "Brother, take these chives. Mom's going to hurry us." I'll take them over right now." With that, Xiao Junxian ran off. Xiao Jinli said, "Grandma, let's go home. There's only one dish left for Mom to cook." Okay, let's go home quickly. I haven't had food cooked by Fong Fong in a long time, and I miss it." The grandmother smiled. Then, the group of people went home. Gao Jianjun glimpsed the greenhouse, and a glint flashed in his eyes. When they returned home, the dining table was already filled with dishes. Xiao Xiqian brought out the bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen, smiling, "Aunt is cooking the last dish." Xiao Wanshan took out the osmanthus wine from the house and said to Gao Jianjun, "This is the newly brewed wine your sister made. It's very fragrant, and you must drink a few more cups." Gao Jianjun nodded. "All right." Ji Yuzhu smiled and said, "Brother-in-law, Jianjun doesn't drink much. Don't get him drunk." "What does it matter if he gets drunk? He doesn't have to drive. There's no problem," Xiao Wanshan said while opening the wine bottle, and the fragrance of the wine instantly spread. "This wine smells delicious. Uncle, I want to drink too," Gao Yanxin shouted loudly. You're not allowed to drink. Are you 18 years old yet? Ji Yuzhu scolded. No drinking. Gao Yanxin shouted, Mom, I am already 18 years old. I even got my driver's license. Are you 18 yet? Ji Yuzhu looked at her husband. Gao Jianju nodded slightly. Yes, he turned 18 last month. At that time, you were busy with your student's college entrance examination sprint. Ji Yuzhu, since you're already 18 years old, let cousin Xian have a taste. Xiao Junxian said. Gao Jianju nodded. All right, give it a try. But remember, Xiao Xian, not to be greedy for more. Great, thanks Dad. Gao Yanxin happily said. I just thought the smell of the wine was really good, and I wanted to try it. I definitely won't be greedy. Dad, come on, have a drink too. Xiao Wanshan first poured a glass of wine for his father-in-law. His father-in-law had been able to drink since he was young, and his alcohol tolerance was not small. Now that he's old, although the family didn't forbid him to drink, they would only let him have a little. All right, I'll have a glass too. My dear wife, it's not that I want to drink, it's your son-in-law who's pouring it for me. The grandfather looked at his grandmother and laughed. Grandmother laughed and said, All right, today I'll let you drink a glass for the sake of your two sons-in-law. But remember, old man, you can only drink one glass, no more allowed. Not only did Jinli, who was young and strictly forbidden from drinking, but also Zhao's mother and Ji Yuzhu each poured a glass. Come on, try these dishes. Xiao mother beckoned. These two dishes are picked from Little Bao's greenhouse. She pointed to the scrambled eggs with chives and a plate of stir-fried baby bok choy, and continued, They both taste really good. You should all try them. Haha, I definitely have to try the vegetables Jinli grows. The grandfather first picked up a pair of chopsticks and tasted the chives. As soon as he tasted them, his eyes lit up, and he said while eating, These chives are so fragrant. With a rich chives aroma and a hint of egg flavor, they're so delicious. Yes, this dish is really delicious. Ji Yuzhu, who had tasted the dish, spoke up. When I was in the kitchen, I said I'd try some, but after one bite, I ate half of the plate. Everyone heard the grandfather and the little aunt talking like that, and their chopsticks immediately reached for the plate of chives. Ah, it's so delicious. How can it be so delicious? Gao Yanxin kept muttering to himself while eating. It's really too delicious. I see that my mom, who usually eats so little, ate half a plate of vegetables all at once. It turns out it's so delicious. Others nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's really delicious. The aroma of the chives is so rich. As soon as it touches your tongue, it's all fragrant. Because the dish was so delicious, even though everyone was praising it while eating, they finished it in 2 or 3 bites. Even Zhao's mother grabbed a few more chopsticks. Usually, she chewed her food thoroughly and ate slowly. Seeing that the big plate of chives was finished, everyone's eyes then focused on the stir-fried baby bok choy. Again, it was the grandfather's chopsticks that went in first, followed by everyone else's chopsticks. Wow, this green vegetable is also so delicious. Gao Yanxin said while eating, I've never tasted such delicious green vegetables from childhood to now. What are you talking about? From childhood till now, you've been the pickiest eater, except for fish and seafood. You don't eat ordinary vegetables at all. Ji Yuzhu said while eating, the only green vegetable you like is scrambled eggs with chives. That's right. You were so picky when you were young. Grandmother also nodded in agreement. No, even now, you're still picky. If you can avoid eating green vegetables, you will? Gao Yanxin argued. If the green vegetables I ate in the past tasted as good as these, I wouldn't have been picky at all. It would be foolish to be picky when it comes to such delicious green vegetables. In 2 or 3 bites, everyone finished the plate of green vegetables as well. Everyone looked at the 2 empty plates and smiled at the wine in their glasses. Haha, I never thought that, one day, eating 2 green vegetable dishes could be so enjoyable, said Xiao Wanshan. Xiao Bao, how did you make these dishes? They are so fragrant and tempting. Xiao Jinli said, Well, this is how I grow them. I think it might be because of the earthworms. No, it's also my mom's excellent cooking skills that make these 2 dishes so delicious. Zhao's mother smiled and said, I dare not take credit for that. These dishes taste good mainly because of the high-quality ingredients. You know, I've made the same 2 dishes before, and they didn't taste as good. Xiao Junxin chimed in, Yes, yes, I also think it's a matter of the ingredients. As for why my sister can grow such delicious vegetables, it might be just as she guessed. The contribution of the earthworms is significant. Yes, yes, it's the earthworms. Xiao Jinli nodded. Elder Aunt, we should make these 2 dishes again tonight, Gao Yanqin said. All right, Zhao's mother nodded. There are not only these 2 kinds of vegetables in the greenhouse. Tonight, let's have a vegetarian meal and stir-fry a few more greenhouse vegetables. Okay, okay. After we finish eating, cousin, I'm going to your field to pick some vegetables. I saw many kinds of vegetables in the greenhouse, and some are not common ones. I want to try them all, Gao Yanqin said without any politeness. Xiao Jinli also generously said, Fine, you can pick whatever you want. If you want to have stir-fried earthworms, I can catch them for you too. Earthworms? I'll pass on that. Gao Yanqin shook his head when he heard about using earthworms as a dish. I can't eat that. Why not? Just think of them as snakes, Xiao Jinli said with a smile. Don't you like to eat snake meat? Snakes? You look at those earthworms. Which part of them looks like a snake? Gao Yanqin said. Snakes have meat. But where is the meat in earthworms? They're just a layer of skin. Their bodies are filled with mud. Haha, you said that these earthworms don't look like snakes, but a snake-like creature scared your mom badly, said the maternal grandmother with a laugh. Mom, what are you talking about? Ji Yuzhu said helplessly. It seems that my dark past will be mentioned for a long time. The atmosphere during the meal was harmonious, joyful, and warm. Xiao Xiqian, looking at his lively family, had some bitterness and loneliness in his lowered eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure and collected his emotions. At least in this home, he had experienced warmth and happiness. Everyone enjoyed the noon meal. Although everyone finished the first 2 dishes, they didn't neglect the other dishes. By the time everyone had eaten their fill, the 10 or so plates of dishes on the dining table had been practically wiped clean. Ah, Elder Aunt's cooking is so good, Gao Yanqin said as he slouched on the stool. Rubbing his full stomach, I am so stuffed. Mom, I am puzzled. You and Elder Aunt were born to the same parents, but how come Elder Aunt's cooking is so good, and yours is so bad? You little brat, now you're complaining about my bad cooking, huh? Ji Yuzhu laughed and scolded. Didn't you eat a lot of it before? I had no choice back then, Gao Yanqin seriously exposed her. Dad was not home. If I didn't eat the meals you cooked, I would have starved to death. You little brat, you're just begging for a beating, Ji Yuzhu said as she slapped her son on the head. I raised you, and now you're complaining. At noon, everyone had a bit of alcohol, and, with the stuffy weather, they were all feeling sleepy. So, after Xiao Junxian and Gao Yanqin finished clearing up the bowls and chopsticks, everyone cooled off under the trees and then went back to rest. There were plenty of rooms available in the Xiao family house. Even though Xiao Xiqian occupied one of them, there were still 3 or 4 rooms left. When Ji Yuzhu called earlier, saying she would stay at the Xiao family home for a while, Xiao mother had already prepared the rooms. At around 3:40 o'clock in the afternoon, Gao Yanqin came knocking on Xiao Jinli's door. Xiao Jinli opened the door and asked, Cousin Xian, what's up? Are you going to pick vegetables? Gao Yanqin said, No, little sister, I just remembered I haven't done something. What is it? Xiao Jinli asked. I haven't seen Cow King for half a year. I don't know if it forgot about me. Gao Yanqin said. Xiao Jinli? Same story every year. However, he probably didn't know that Cow King didn't want to remember him at all. If Gao Yanqin wanted to see Cow King, he had to go with Xiao Jinli. Otherwise, Cow King wouldn't even bother with him. But Gao Yanqin liked Cow King very much and wanted to interact with him. Xiao Jinli said, All right then, wait for me. I'll get ready and then take you there. She had just woken up from a rest. Her hair was uncombed, and she hadn't brushed her teeth yet. When Xiao Jinli came out, she saw Xiao Xiqian standing at the door as well. Before Xiao Jinli could say anything, Xiao Xiqian said, Little sister Jinli, let me go with you. Fine, let's go together. Xiao Jinli nodded her head. Of course, Gao Yanqin wouldn't object. The 3 of them soon arrived at the cow sheet. From a distance, Gao Yanqin's loud voice started calling out. Brother Cow King, it's Gao Yanqin. I've come to see you. Xiao Xiqian. This was his first time seeing someone being so chummy with a cow. Then, from afar, he saw Cow King roll its eyes helplessly. Xiao Xiqian. What kind of look was that? Disdain? Helplessness? Gao Yanxin seemed not to notice Cow King's disdainful eye roll. He ran over and stood in front of Cow King, raising his hand like he wanted to greet or touch its fur. He said, "Brother Cow King, it's been half a year since we last met. Did you miss?" Cow King rolled its eyes at Gao Yanxin again, then mooed twice at Xiao Jinli, seemingly asking, "Why is this idiot here?" But in Gao Yanxin's eyes, Cow King was responding to him. He danced with joy, exclaiming loudly, "Ha ha ha, Brother Cow King. I knew you would miss me too. Let me tell you, this time I've brought gifts for everyone." With that, he slammed the bag he was carrying onto the ground and took out the contents one by one, saying, "These are all sorts of canned meats I bought, except for beef. There's pork, fish, etc. Which one do you want to eat? And I'll open it for you." After hearing this, Cow King mooed twice at Xiao Jinli, seemingly saying, "Master, get this idiot out of here quickly. I don't know what I'll do if this continues." This idiot, who told him I like to eat these cans. I obviously like the water and green fodder you give me the most. However, Xiao Jinli seemed not to understand Cow King's meaning. She touched Cow King's head and said with a smile, "Cousin Xian, Cow King says it really likes these canned foods. Open a can of pork for it first." "All right." Gao Yanxin excitedly opened the canned pork and said, "I knew Cow King would like the gifts I brought." "Haha, Brother Cow King, I brought a lot. If you want more after you finish, I'll go buy it." Cow King, the day it was betrayed by its master, it wanted to cry, but no tears came. It really wanted to headbutt this idiot to death, but it didn't dare to. So, they could only reluctantly eat these disgusting canned foods with tears in their eyes. However, Gao Yanxin was deeply moved. He reached out his hand, tentatively stroked Cow King's head, and said with great enthusiasm, "Brother Cow King, don't be too moved, you know, I really like you. From now on, I'll buy it for you every day." Cow King paused in the midst of eating the canned food. "Ah, buy it every day? Every day, that means eating it every day. Who would just find a block of tofu to bump into and die for him, so he doesn't have to be tormented by this idiot every day?" After Cow King ate the third can, it couldn't eat any more of these disgusting things and had to ask Xiao Jinli for help. Cousin Xian, don't feed it anymore." Xiao Tiling said with a suppressed laugh, "Cow King can't eat too much canned food. If it eats too much, it'll have diarrhea. 2 or 3 cans are enough. It has to stop cousin from feeding it any longer, or Cow King might go against its master's wishes and attack him." Cow King's temper is not to be trifled with. After hearing what Xiao Jinli said, Gao Yanxin had no choice but to stop feeding it and said regretfully, "All right then, I'll feed it again tomorrow." Then, he put away the cans and put them back into a bag. Cow King, who had just put down its heart, could see the despair in its eyes when it heard Gao Yanxin's words. "Does it have to eat this tomorrow? Please spare it. It's just a cow, after all. It only loves to eat tender green grass and drink water from its master's hand. It doesn't like and even hates eating meat." Every time this idiot came here, he would bring all sorts of messy things for it to eat, and it couldn't refuse. Whimper, "Master, you really favor others too much. In order to please your cousin, you wouldn't even stop your idiot cousin's foolish behavior." However, arms can't win against thighs. As the small Cow King, it could only submit. Xiao Jinli seemed to be able to hear Cow King's grief. She gently stroked its head and said with a smile, "All right, you can't refuse cousin's good intentions, you know?" Facing such a biased master, what could Cow King do but compromise? Anyway, it's not like it's too hard to get over it after compromising. Afterward, the master will give it a major compensation. Gao Yanxin really wanted to ride Cow King, but Cow King was willing to let him feed it, but not let him ride it, not even if his cousin asked for it. Therefore, he had to give up time and time again. "Cow King, may I ride you once?" Gao Yanxin asked again with hopeful eyes. Unexpectedly, Cow King rolled its eyes once again, turned around, and presented its buttocks to him. It was clearly a blatant refusal. Gao Yanxin refused again. Xiao Xiqian. He wondered how many times Cow King had rolled its eyes now. Seeing Cao King despise Gao Yanxin but not refusing his feedings. What kind of play was this? Whimper. Brother Cao King, did you reject me again? Gao Yanxin pretended to cry. How many times have you rejected me since we were little? I just want to ride you once. Why is it so difficult? As he spoke, he pretended to wipe away tears, then said spiritedly, It's okay to reject me again. I believe that one day, you will let me ride. Xiao Xiqian. How persistent he is. Fortunately, he had ridden it once. Well, why does this feel like a case of a well-fed man not knowing a hungry man's hunger? After Cao King tearfully finished eating the canned meat that Brother Gao Yanxin gave him, Gao Yanxin reluctantly said goodbye and said, Brother Cao King, I will come and see you again tomorrow. Also, I will take these cans back and bring them again tomorrow. Cao King mooed twice and said, You idiot. Don't come back. Every time I see you, I suffer. But to Gao Yanxin's ears, it was Cao King warmly welcoming him. So, he happily left. Xiao Xiqian glanced at Cao King and then at Gao Yanxin's back, always feeling that Cao King was scolding Gao Yanxin, but he was unaware of it. After the three of them left, they arrived inside the greenhouse. As soon as they arrived in the greenhouse, Gao Yanxin's excited voice came. Wow, these vegetables are so beautiful, just like flowers. Gao Yanxin said loudly, they could be planted in pots. It would be a pity to eat them. Those rare varieties indeed looked like flowers. Ji Yuzhu and Gao Jianjun also came to the greenhouse. Once Ji Yuzhu knew that the soft worms in the greenhouse were earthworms, she was no longer afraid. After all, she had dug up countless earthworms when she was a child. Ji Yuzhu laughed and said, If you think it's a pity, don't eat them when they are cooked. That's not right. Gao Yanxin refused. Although they look like flowers, they are not flowers but vegetables. Vegetables are for eating. Based on this morning's taste of chives and small cabbage, the taste of other vegetables will not be bad. Ji Yuzhu smiled and said, You have a lot of reasons. She looked around at the vegetables in the greenhouse and said, There are so many varieties. Which dishes should we eat tonight? It is impossible to cook all 30 or 40 kinds of vegetables. Gao Yanxin said, I want to eat chives and small cabbage again and a cold mixed tomatoes. Cousin, what kind of vegetable is this? This is spore kale. What about the one that looks like an egg? Eggplant. Wow, this vegetable is so beautiful, green and jade-like, resembling a jade pagoda. What kind of vegetable is this? Well, this is pagoda vegetable. After Gao Yanxin asked about all the unfamiliar vegetables, he picked 7 or 8 kinds of vegetables and said, Let's cook these dishes tonight. I will eat the rest of the vegetables tomorrow and the day after. Anyway, I must taste them all over these days. Ji Yuzhu laughed and said, Son, weren't you a meat eater? When did you become a vegetarian? If you taste all the vegetables in your cousin's greenhouse, do you have to taste them all before you are willing to leave? That's actually possible. Gao Jianjun echoed his wife's words. This disaster, he won't leave without causing all the disaster. Especially after tasting the 2 dishes in the morning, the taste was really extraordinary. Not only that, he didn't know whether it was because of the drinking or the vegetables, but after sleeping they felt particularly comfortable. That made him want to stay for a few more days. Gao Yanxin also argued, Dad, I am not a disaster. There are so many vegetables in this greenhouse. Why should I taste them all? If I finish tasting them all, it must be because everyone is together. Then, everyone picked vegetables together. It took some time to clean the 7 or 8 vegetarian dishes. However, many hands make light work. Xiao Wanshan had tea with his father-in-law and Gao Jianjun in the house, and the others joined in the work. Shinner, Xiao Quan, Xiner, and Good Baby, you go to the house to talk to your grandpa. We can handle this work. The maternal grandmother laughed. Your grandpa likes to have more people and talk to them. Xiao Junxian said, Okay, Grandma, we will go in and accompany Grandpa for a chat. Okay, Grandma, we will go in and accompany Grandpa for a chat, Gao Yanxin said. Ji Yuzhu rolled her eyes a bit and said, Hurry up and go. After all, you don't do much of this work at home. It's better to talk to Grandpa more. Gao Yanxin spread his hands and said, All right. Ji Yuzhu looked at Xiao Xiqian and said, Xiao Quan, you and Jinli go ahead too. Jinli, listen, your grandpa is calling you. While washing the vegetables, Xiao Jinli replied, Here I come, Grandpa. Brother Little Quan. let's go. A group of children went to accompany their grandpa, leaving Ji Yuzhu and the maternal grandmother to quickly clean the freshly picked vegetables. Ji Yuzhu looked at the lovely green vegetables and laughed as she said to her grandmother, I don't know how Jinli planted these vegetables, but they are really beautiful and delicious. The grandmother laughed and said, Our good baby has been called a fortune since she was a child, so whatever she does is extraordinary. Everyone loved this granddaughter very much. Grandma had 4 children, 2 boys and 2 girls. But besides Xiao Jinli, the others were all sons. In a sense, Xiao Jinli was the precious daughter of her maiden family. Ji Yuzhu nodded, yes, Jinli has always been different from other children since she was a child. She is a sensible and intelligent child. At a young age, no problem was a problem in her hands. On the other side, when Xiao Jinli walked over, the maternal grandfather asked, Good baby, are those earthworms you raised in the greenhouse going to be sold? Xiao Jinli thought for a moment and said, These earthworms are mainly for our family and the village. Grandfather nodded. So, you have no intention of selling them outside for now? Yes, Xiao Jinli said, I am just on vacation now. When school starts, I won't have much time to deal with these things. So, I don't know if there will be any surplus to sell to other villages in the future. However, if relatives and friends want them, they can tell me in advance, and I will prepare them. The Xiao family and Zhao's mother's families have many relatives and friends, and many of them have good relationships. If those people came asking, they would definitely have to sell some to them. Otherwise, there would be no family or friends' affection left. Listening to Xiao Jinli's words, the grandfather was very happy and nodded, Yes, our family's good baby is a sensible and intelligent child. She naturally understood some worldliness and human relationships without being taught by adults. Gao Zhengwo also nodded in agreement. Yes, it is rare to see such a smart and sensible child as Jinli. At least he had not seen many. Xiao Wanshan laughed and said, Dad, brother-in-law, don't praise her anymore. If you keep praising her, her tail will stick up to the sky. Xiao Jinli immediately said with slight dissatisfaction, Dad, you are not a rooster, so you don't have a tail. Yes, you are not a rooster. You don't have a tail. Dad is wrong. Ha ha ha. Xiao Wanshan laughed cheerfully. Dinner turned out to be an actual vegetarian feast. Apart from a plate of chives and eggs that added a touch of meatiness, all dishes were either fresh stir-fry, water stir-fry, or spicy stir-fry. But no matter how they were cooked, they couldn't mask the natural flavor of the vegetables. Wow, these vegetables are so delicious. Gao Yanxin stood by the table, looking at the vibrant dishes while being hit by the array of different aromas from the greens. He was utterly enthralled. I have never imagined that there would be a day when dishes full of greens could turn into such amazing delicacies. Ji Yuzhu laughed. Your elder aunt says that it's not even the prime timing for harvesting these vegetables, but seeing how you are drooling over them, we'd satisfy your craving first. Mom, you and Dad's cravings were satisfied too. Gao Yanxin retorted. Didn't you all enjoy the meal as well? Ji Yuzhu, this unmanageable son, always making things difficult. He only knows how to dismantle things. Although tonight's a vegetarian banquet, I feel like it could use some wine to bring out the joy. Xiao Wanshan carried a jug of osmanthus wine out from the house and chuckled. The fragrance of the wine mixed with dishes makes up another delicacy. Haha, sure we can have wine, just don't pretty up your words. Zhao's mother laughed. Fine. Go ahead and drink, but do not drink too much. The grandfather stared hopefully at the grandmother, who waved her hand approvingly. All right, if my 2 sons-in-law want some wine, go ahead. Wanshan, Jianjun, do not let your dad drink too much. Sure's body can't handle too much alcohol now. Sure, Mom. Don't you worry, we'll just let Dad have a glass. Xiao Wanshan instantly responded. This osmanthus wine is rather beneficial for your health. Come on, Dad. Let me pour you a glass. After pouring a glass for his grandfather, Xiao Wanshan poured one for Gao Jianjun as well. Jianjun, tonight, we drink to our heart's content. Gao Jianjun immediately agreed. Sure, I'll join my brother-in-law. Ji Yuzhu, feeling a bit exasperated, commented, Heh, 1 second you say don't overdo the drinking, the next it's to drink until satisfied. Your determination should be no stopping until drunk, huh? Yeah, you can have a good sleep after getting drunk? Gao Jianjun nodded. Well, Don't complain about a headache tomorrow. Ji Yuju did not object. After all, it's a rare gathering for the two families. As long as everyone is happy, it's fine. Generally, Gao Jianjun does not overdrink. Even if he is forced to at work, he always knows his limit. So, it's okay to lose that control slightly among family. Just the people after drinking. Thinking about drunken men, Ji Yuju involuntarily blushed. Mom, why is your face so red? Are you feeling hot? Gao Yanxin asked in a carefree tone. The weather is indeed quite hot. Xian, why didn't you have an air conditioner installed in the living room? It must be unbearable to endure this heat. His elder aunt's family wasn't lacking financially. Installing an air conditioner wouldn't be a problem. Xiao Junxin responded, the fan usually gives us enough comfort. But I'll get an air conditioner tomorrow. Although the fan is usually enough, on particularly hot days, it can become unbearably warm. All right, cousin. I'll accompany you tomorrow, Gao Yanxin volunteered. Ji Yuju smiled. Okay, you just have to be part of everything. Afterward, everyone enjoyed their meal and engaged in lively conversations. The atmosphere was both lively and warm. Even though they were just vegetarian dishes, they were much more appreciated than the usual meat dishes. The men, who generally didn't embrace vegetarian food, relished these dishes, picking up bites non-stop. As they enjoyed their drinks and savored the vegetarian dishes, they truly reveled in the unique flavor and indulged themselves. Xiao Xiqian just turned 18, and he could partake in some drinking. So, he too had 2 glasses of wine. With 2 glasses of wine in his stomach, he felt a bit intoxicated, unsure if it was the wine or the happy atmosphere. That evening was filled with enjoyment for the entire family. The next day, bright and early, Xiao's mother and her grandmother made breakfast for everyone. Steamed buns, rice porridge and noodles were available, and they could choose whichever they wanted to have. After breakfast, Xiao Junxin planned to go to the county town to buy some air conditioners. Since he had decided to install it, he planned to have one fitted in each room, so as not to be bothered later. There were hardly any appliances in the stores in the town, so they could only go to the county town. Gao Yanxin wanted to go. So did Xiao Jinli. The grandmother said, all right, you kids go to the county town and take a look. If you can't get back by noon, just go to a restaurant, order some good dishes and have a meal, then go and have some fun in the afternoon. Xiao Junxin nodded. Okay. But Gao Yanxin said, Grandma, going out to play in this weather, we might get sunburned. Even if we don't get sunburned, we'll still get tan and frankly, there's nothing interesting to do in the county town that we haven't already done. I think we should come right back after we've finished buying the air conditioners. The county town is not as fun as staying at home. As for the afternoon, he can just play with that group of kids chasing after calves. The grandmother said, fine, you guys go ahead early, and while it's still not too hot, if you can get back after you've finished shopping, just call home and have lunch. If you can't make it, go to a restaurant, eat and come back. Don't go hungry. You guys, as young men, can bear being hungry, but my little darling Jinli can't. Grandma, listen to you. Out of all of us, no one can go hungry except for our cousin. Gao Yanxin assured. All right, you guys go ahead and come back early. Grandma urged them. Xiao Junxian took his younger brothers and sisters to the appliance store in the county town. The largest appliance store in the county town was located on the old square, called Bafang Electric Appliance, owned by a friend of Xiao Junshuan's. Before they left, Xiao Junxian had already called his friend. By the time Xiao Junxian arrived, his friend was already waiting at the door. Hey Xian, you're here early. Yuan Kai greeted Xiao Junxian, took a look at the people following him and smiled. Are these 3 your younger brothers and sister? Xiao Junxian nodded. This is my cousin Gao Yanxin, my younger brother Xiao Xiqian and my younger sister Xiao Jinli. Among the group, only Xiao Jinli was underage. After Yuan Kai had greeted them, he led them to the reception room and even got some candies for Xiao Jinli. He thought that kids always love candies. Xiao Junxin chatted with him for a while, then moved on to check out the air conditioners. Akai, I want to buy 1 central air conditioner and 6 wall-mounted air conditioners. Xiao Junxian said directly. 1 for the living room, and the rest 6 were to be installed in the rooms. Xian, you're buying so many air conditioners, you could totally set up a wholesale market. Haha, all right, I'll sell them to you at wholesale prices. I'll have them delivered to you in the afternoon. Yuan Kai said, and then I'll have the master install them for you. All right, let's settle the bill then, Xiao Junxian said with a smile. Because they were friends, and also because Xiao Junxian bought in bulk, when the bill came for the 7 air conditioners, it was 23,000 in total. Yuan Kai directly rounded it down to 20,000. Xiao Jinli twitched at the corner of her mouth when she heard the discount. But this friend was really something. He didn't take advantage of them. Otherwise, a discount of several hundred would have been generous enough. He still had work to do, and the visit to his wife's maiden family was only for a short break. Due to the allure of the vegetables and Xiao family, he really didn't want to leave. After returning home, with his wife and children gone, he couldn't cook for himself and had to order from the cafeteria or takeaway. However, after getting used to the exquisite delicacies of Xiao family, going back to eating pig-like food was truly painful. Before leaving, he approached Xiao Jinli. Jinli, have you ever thought about expanding this earthworm business? Gao Jianjun asked tentatively. Gao Jianjun observed the earthworms in the greenhouse for several days and found that they were slightly different from ordinary earthworms. In addition to being large, they were of superior quality. You should know that earthworms contain a rich array of nutrients and are considered high-end ingredients in foreign countries. Of course, only carefully cultivated earthworms could become high-end ingredients. He was engaged in foreign trade business, with rich experience, keen judgment, and discerning abilities. Upon hearing Gao Jianjun's words, Xiao Jinli's expression froze for a moment before she reacted and asked, "Uncle, what do you mean? What do you mean by expanding the business?" In her heart, she thought, it finally arrived. Gao Jianjun explained seriously, "I mean, besides selling them to the villagers for farming, we could also sell them abroad?" "What? Sell them abroad?" Xiao Jinli asked with an incredulous expression. "Can these earthworms really be sold abroad?" "Yes." Gao Jianjun nodded. "Your uncle is in the foreign trade business, so I know what I'm talking about. However, if we want to do big business and sell them to foreign countries, the earthworms in your greenhouse are far from enough. We need to expand the breeding scale, but you are still a child and studying in school, so what about that?" The key issue was that only Xiao Jinli knew the techniques of raising earthworms. If possible, he hoped Xiao Jinli could teach it to someone else. Of course, that person had to be someone trustworthy. Therefore, this was the difficult part. Xiao Jinli understood Gao Jianjun's meaning. She lowered her eyes and seemed to be pondering. After a while, she said seriously, "Uncle, I will think carefully about this matter. How about this? You can take most of the earthworms from my greenhouse to test the waters first. How about that?" "Great." Gao Jianjun laughed. "It's good to be cautious. You, at such a young age, are just as calculating as an adult," Xiao Jinli said. "I'm afraid it won't sell well, so we must give it a try first. Since Uncle has connections, he can take the lead." "Haha." Gao Jianjun laughed. "You should trust your uncle's judgment. The earthworms you've cultivated will definitely sell well." "All right, then I'll take some back first to explore the market." "Okay, if there really is a market for it, expanding the breeding grounds shouldn't be a problem," Xiao Jinli promised. Immediately, Gao Jianjun took 20,000 earthworms with him. When Gao Jianjun took the earthworms away, it scared Zhao's mother and the others. However, when they heard he wanted to sell them to foreign countries, they found it even more unbelievable. They had never thought that earthworms could end up on the tables of foreigners. After Gao Jianjun left, Ji Yuzhu and Gao Yanxin continued to stay at the Xiao family. In previous summer vacations, they would usually stay for about a month. But this year, with the temptation of greenhouse vegetables, they didn't want to leave at all. Knowing that the vegetables in the greenhouse were all grown by Xiao Jinli, Ji Yuzhu also wanted to follow suit, learn some planting techniques, and see if she could grow such vegetables in a plot of land behind the villa when they returned home. However, she saw that Xiao Jinli's planting techniques were the same as those of normal people. But why did the vegetables grown by Xiao Jinli taste so different? "Haha, you mean the taste of these vegetables is because of these cultivated earthworms?" Ji Yuzhu asked somewhat blankly. "But what's so special about these earthworms?" Zhao's mother shook her head and said, "I don't know. In the past, I only knew that these earthworms would turn the soil, but no one ever used them to grow crops. However, the villagers who bought earthworms and put them in the fields grew vegetables that were almost as good as those in this greenhouse." Maybe the difference is due to the number of earthworms. After hearing this, Ji Yuzhu became doubtful. Xiao's mother said, "Why don't you go to the village entrance to compare fields with and without earthworms? You can also pick some vegetables from other people's homes and cook them." Ji Yuzhu's eyes lit up, and she laughed. "Sister, that's really a good idea. Haha, if it's really because of these earthworms, I will definitely take some back when I return." "Haha, what would you take back for? You don't have land over there," Xiao's mother asked with confusion. "There is no land, but we can open up a piece." Ji Yuzhu shrugged and said, "My villa has a garden in front and behind it. We can pull out the flowers and use the land to grow vegetables." Xiao's mother said somewhat speechlessly, "Pulling out the flowers, that's too much of a pity. They are not easy to grow. Haha, who let them be just for show and not for eating? I want to eat these vegetables all the time." Ji Yuzhu laughed. "So, I can only bear the pain and pull them out. After all, these vegetables are so delicious that even the most expensive green vegetables in the supermarket can't compare in taste. Moreover, these vegetables are not only delicious, but also make the body feel good after eating them." Before coming here, Gao Jianjun had some insomnia, but after these few days, he slept so well that it was hard to bear waking him up. Therefore, even for her husband's health, she wanted to follow Xiao Jinli and learn to grow vegetables properly. If the source was really in these earthworms, she would definitely take more back with her. Ji Yuzhu listened to Xiao's mother's words, went to the fields for a stroll, and found that if there were earthworms in the ground, the plants that grew would be sturdier and greener. She also greeted several villagers and picked some vegetables to take back. "Sister, this is spinach I picked from the village chief's house, and this is Chinese cabbage from Xiao Changchun's house. Tonight, we'll cook them for dinner," Ji Yuzhu said, pointing to the piles of vegetables in the vegetable basket. "Mom, are you robbing?" Gao Yanxin asked doubtfully, looking at the basket of vegetables. "These are not greenhouse vegetables." "Mom, where did you pick them from?" "You're talking nonsense," Ji Yuzhu said irritably. "I picked these from other people's fields after getting their permission." Gao Yanxin sneered. "Picking from other people's fields? Isn't that robbery?" "Ji Yuzhu, this son definitely can't be kept." At dinner, everyone ate a few vegetarian dishes and commented, "The taste of these vegetables is not bad either, just slightly worse than those in our greenhouse. But they are much better than the ones grown before." "So, it's really because of the earthworms?" Xiao Jinli, who was eating dinner, curled her lips into a smile. Chunhua woke up before dawn, took her flashlight, and picked 2 large baskets of vegetables from the field. She then washed them in the water channel and carried them straight to town to sell. Quite a few other villagers were also picking vegetables in the fields just like her. "Ha, Chulan, are you selling vegetables in town today as well?" Li Qiuxiang asked with a smile. "How much did you pick today?" "I picked 2 baskets," Chen Chulan said with a smile. "Now that everyone has vegetables to sell, there are more sellers than buyers at the market." Li Qiuxiang sighed lightly. "With so many vegetables, we have to sell them even if they don't sell well. Otherwise, they would rot in the ground." At this point, she spoke excitedly. "Chulan, haven't you noticed that the vegetables grown from the soil turned by earthworms taste so good? My grandson used to hate eating green vegetables. It was like he was eating poison. But after trying the vegetables from this field a couple of times, he finished a whole plate of them all by himself. We adults only got a few leaves, and now he is even picky about meat, always asking for more vegetables. It's funny, I used to worry about him not eating enough vegetables, and now I worry about him not eating enough meat." "Haha, so your child is like that too. I thought it was only my family. My 2 grandsons and granddaughters are the same. Now, we must cook extra vegetables from this field for every meal, otherwise, they won't eat." Chen Chulan chuckled. "I was wondering when they started to love these vegetables so much. They used to want big fish and meat every day, and now they don't even like them." Li Qiuxiang said with a smile, "Hee. I've asked several families, and they all have the same situation. The children are all competing to eat vegetables, and they can eat more rice now. You see, what's going on in Jinli's head? He's so smart to think of using earthworms to till the soil for planting vegetables. Look at these vegetables, they taste so good. I think that as long as our village's vegetables sell once, those who have tasted them will definitely come back for more. If she were to buy vegetables herself, she would definitely think that way." "Chulan, have you finished picking?" It's getting bright, and I have to hurry to town to grab a good spot, so we can sell faster and go home. Yeah, almost done. I'll have Qingshan drive us over, Chinchilon said. All right, I'll take your car. Li Qiuxiang didn't refuse. Many people asked their family members with motorcycles to take them to town, but her family hadn't bought one yet. She planned to buy a motorcycle when her younger son gets married at the end of the year, since most of the young people are living outside the village. Xiao Qingshan soon arrived with the car. As he carried the vegetables to the trunk, he said, Mom, now that everyone at home loves vegetables so much, don't sell all of them, or the children will cry to death. Chinchilon laughed and said, I know. I just saw that there were too many vegetables in the field that we couldn't eat them all, so I had to sell some. Otherwise, they would rot away in the field. Xiao Qingshan said with a smile, Mom, I'm just reminding you. After all, we have to take care of our family first. All right, you talk too much. I know how to handle it, Chinchilon said. Hurry up and take us to the fair. Today is fair day, so there will be many people selling vegetables. Aunt Xiaoxiang and I need to get a good spot. Don't worry, our 4 wheels will definitely be faster than your 2 legs, Xiao Qingshan said with a smile. It will take us about 10 minutes to get to the fair, and it probably won't even be bright by then. About 10 minutes later, Chinchilon and Li Qiuxiang found a good spot at an intersection with a lot of traffic. Usually, such spots would have been taken by others, but they arrived early today. As the day grew brighter, more and more people came to the market to buy vegetables. Many shoppers noticed the vegetables from the 2 families at a glance. They looked fresh and tender. A refined woman approached them and asked, How much are the pak choy and onions? The pak choy is 1 yuan for 2 bundles, and the onions are 1 yuan for 3 bundles. Chinchilon said. Rural people usually tie their vegetables with straw into bundles for convenience when selling them. How about this? The pak choy is 80 cents for 2 bundles, and the onions are 1 yuan for 4 bundles. And I'll take them all, said the refined woman. She was a restaurant owner, so she needed a larger quantity. After hearing this, Chinchilon didn't hesitate and nodded. All right, I'll sell them all to you. There are 12 bundles of pak choy, which is 4.8 yuan, and 20 bundles of onions, which is exactly 5 yuan. In total, that would be 8 yuan. The boss lady bargained. I bought so much, so let's forget about the 80 cents. Chinchilon, being straightforward, said, Okay, since it's all homegrown, let's make it 9 yuan. After paying, the boss lady looked at the chives in Li Qiuxiang's basket and asked, How much are these chives? Li Qiuxiang replied, 1 yuan for 3 bundles, 1 yuan for 4 bundles, and I'll take them all, the boss lady bargained. Okay, for bundles it is. There are 30 bundles in total, so it's 7.5 yuan for all, Li Qiuxiang calculated. 7 yuan for all, the boss lady countered. All right, 7 it is. Li Qiuxiang didn't want to argue any further. After the boss lady left, the vegetables of both families were gradually sold out. Although they were sold at a lower price, the income was still a small bonus for the rural people who grew extra vegetables at home. Around 8 o'clock, the 2 packed their things and left them at the door of a familiar shop. Li Qiuxiang said with a smile, I didn't expect our vegetables to sell out so early. Usually, I don't even know if I can sell them all by 10 o'clock. Chinchilon said, Our vegetables look fresher. Yes, they do. Li Qiuxiang agreed. Qiulon, let's go have breakfast. Sure, Chinchilon replied. What do you want to eat? Sweet potato vermicelli or rice noodles? Having sold all their vegetables, they now had time to stroll around, so they needed a full stomach. Let's have sweet potato vermicelli. Then, the 2 went to the sweet potato vermicelli stall and ordered 2 servings of vermicelli. While eating their vermicelli, 2 more villagers who had sold vegetables came over, also here for breakfast. Where did you set up, that you sold out so quickly? You look like you sold out too. Hee, today's vegetables really sell well. Yes, when we came, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to sell such a large load. I didn't expect to sell out so quickly. Our spot was very good, so we sold out very quickly. Where did you set up? We were stopped by a few people at the entrance of the market, and by the time we went inside to find a location, everywhere was full. We could only set up in a remote corner. However, people still came over to buy from us, so we sold out quickly. The vegetables sold by the villagers of Xiao family village were popular, initially because they looked better. The vegetables in their baskets were juicier and greener than others, and the prices were not high. However, afterwards, anyone from Xiao family village who had sold vegetables in the open market town would be stopped by previous customers who would eagerly buy from them. Hey, slow down, don't rush, don't crush our vegetables. Chunhua was anxious as she watched as these customers raided her basket of vegetables, grabbing them haphazardly. Soon, 7 or 8 people cleared out the vegetables in her basket. Chunhua, having sold out so quickly, felt good. Come on, tally up our bill. An old lady holding several small cabbages and spinach asked. Chunhua said, small cabbage is 50 cents a bundle. Spinach is 1 yuan and 50 cents a bundle. The old lady frowned slightly and said, yesterday, this small cabbage was sold for 40 cents. Today it's 50 cents. Spinach was 1 yuan. Make it cheaper. Chunhua was not a fool. Her vegetables were in high demand, but she would not sell them cheaply. She had no relationship with these people and didn't know them. It could be considered good if she sold them at a low price once. They couldn't expect her to sell cheaply every time. Chunhua said, no, I can't lower the price of these vegetables. Chunhua stood firm. I bought so much, make it cheaper. The old lady haggled. Chunhua laughed and said, old lady, I haven't even started selling this batch of vegetables, meaning that even if she didn't buy, others would clear out her vegetables anyway. The old lady realized she could not get a discount, took into account the vegetables in her hand, and thought of her own children back home, so she paid. Seeing this, the others did not haggle with Chunhua either. They paid according to the prices Chunhua quoted. Chunhua looked at the empty baskets, looked at the money in her hand, and muttered, did I sell them too cheaply? Should I raise prices further? Chunhua packed up her empty baskets and headed home. It wasn't a market day, so there was nothing to buy at home. Of course, after selling she would go straight home. On her way, she bumped into other sellers. They looked at each other first, then burst into laughter. I thought only my vegetables sold quickly. Haha, your vegetables were sold out that quickly too. Yes, I didn't even reach the entrance of the market when the people who bought my vegetables previously were waiting there. My basket hadn't even been put down when they snapped up all my vegetables. Haha, I've been selling my homegrown vegetables for more than 10 years, and this is the first time I've seen such a situation. I was in the same situation. My vegetables were also sold out by people who had bought from me before, blocking the path and emptying the basket in just a few moments. Now, our vegetables are really tasty. Even the children at home, who usually dislike green vegetables, are competing to eat them. Not to mention, those who bought for the first time will definitely like it. So, they will buy a second time, a third time, and will always buy ours. Haha, I also feel that this is indeed the case. What do you think? Should we raise the price of our vegetables? I'm also considering this issue. I think we should raise it a bit. After all, our vegetables are superior because we paid to buy earthworms. Our costs are certainly a bit higher. It's reasonable to price them higher. Do you all agree? I agree. They started out just testing the waters by buying some earthworms and placing them in the field. The vegetables in their field were grown for their own consumption, and they only sold the surplus. Who would have thought that they would sell so well? They felt conflicted. On one hand, they wanted to harvest more vegetables from the field to sell. On the other hand, if they sold too many, they wouldn't have any left at home and their children would grumble. Let's raise prices tomorrow then. Cabbage is 1 yuan, spinach 2 yuan, and chives and onions are 1 yuan for 2 bundles. Do you think this pricing is okay? Raising prices by so much all at once. Wouldn't that be bad? It's business. If they think it's expensive, they can choose not to buy. Shall we give it a try? Well, let's give it a try. After the prices were set, they returned home and discussed it with their families. If we pick all the vegetables in the field to sell, will we have enough to eat? After hearing his wife's words, the village head hesitated. We only planted vegetables in 5 points of land. The kids now want 2 or 3 vegetables for every meal. Chunhua said, Old man, this is what I'm thinking. We should go buy more earthworms from Jinli and grow more. When the time comes, we'll have enough vegetables to sell. I think, given the aesthetics and taste of these vegetables, we won't have problems selling them. Upon hearing this, the village head became thoughtful and slapped his thigh, saying, I think this is a good idea. If the town can't consume all the vegetables we grow, we can go to TNE City. Chunhua's eyes lit up and she laughed. I've had the same idea. If that's the case, let's discuss with Qing Shan and plant 2 or 3 mu of land, and buy more earthworms from Jinli. Upon hearing this, the village head frowned slightly. He said, buying earthworms for 2 or 3 mu of land is a lot. I don't know how many Jinli can raise. I'll go to the Wanshan family in a bit and ask Jinli. If she can't raise that many, I'm afraid we can't plant vegetables on 2 to 3 mu of land. Qinqilan also thought of this problem when she heard what the old man said. Okay, go talk to Jinli about this first. If it can be done, we'll plant several mu of vegetables next year. We have Qing Shan and a vehicle at home, so it's convenient. If it can't be done, then we'll have to give up, Qinqilan said. Other villagers also stated that they wanted to buy more earthworms from Xiao Jinli and grow more vegetables for sale. But what if we grow too much and no one buys it? Do the vegetables just rot in the field? Xiao Chuanfu asked with a furrowed brow. Li Qiuxiang confidently responded, Old man, you didn't see the situation when we were selling vegetables at the market. People who bought before were waiting on the road to buy from us. Our vegetables were almost snapped up in a few moments. I think as long as they have eaten our vegetables, they will definitely buy a few more times. These days, we earn several hundred yuan from selling vegetables. The only pity is that we don't grow that many vegetables at home. I estimate we can only sell 2 to 3 more times before we run out. If there were no vegetables to sell, that would mean one less source of income. Thinking about having vegetables to sell every day, she wanted to plant more land, so she discussed it with her old man. Xiao Chuanfu was quite conservative. He said somewhat pessimistically, what if people buy a few more times and then stop buying? Who would we sell the large amount of vegetables we grew to? Li Qiuxiang was about to roll her eyes. She said, Taohua Town isn't just made up of a few people buying vegetables. If they don't buy, others will. Besides, I just don't believe that we could ever tire of the vegetables we grow at home, not to mention people who buy every 2 or 3 days. Xiao Chuanfu, Brother Cao King. I'm back again, said Gao Yanxin, bringing more kin food for Cao King. However, Xiao Jinli didn't accompany him this time. Gao Yanxin came to visit Cao King every day, and it was impossible for Xiao Jinli to accompany him every time. Look, I've bought some more kin food for you, Gao Yanxin said happily. I know you're tired of eating meat kin food, so I've changed the taste for you. Tada, they're all fruit-flavored now. There's apple, orange, mango, and coconut. I don't know which one you prefer. Gao Yanxin laid out the cans one by one, saying, Brother Cao King, you pick the flavor you like, and I'll open it for you. Now Cao King would barely even bother rolling its eyes at Gao Yanxin, let alone mock or disdain him. This idiotic fool would never notice any of its expressions anyway, so it simply couldn't be bothered to waste its energy dealing with him. After all, its master wasn't here. With that, Cao King lifted its leg and walked into the cow sheet, lying on its comfortable dry hay with its back side, facing Gao Yanxin, paying no attention to him. Gao Yanxin shouted loudly, Hey, Brother Cao King, you can't be serious. You don't like these fruit-kin foods? All right, if you don't like them, I'll eat them myself. Tomorrow, I'll buy some meat-kin food with cousin Junxian in the county town. Hearing this, Cao King immediately got up and walked back, its big dark eyes filled with anger as it mooed twice at Gao Yanxin. You fool! Are you not satisfied unless you try to kill me? Do you know that eating these things will give me a stomachache? Of course, it would never actually get a stomachache after its master gave it Lingquan water, but it simply didn't like those things. Unfortunately, Gao Yanxin couldn't understand cow language at all, and he excitedly said, Haha, Brother Cao King, I knew you liked meat-kin food. Otherwise, you wouldn't come over so excitedly when you heard I was going to buy meat-kin food. Don't worry, Brother Cao King. I'll buy more meat-kin food for you, so you can eat it every day. This idiot couldn't understand cow language, so just keep quiet. After hearing this, Cao King snorted angrily through its nostrils, wishing it could kick Gao Yanxin with one hoof. But it had to hold back, hold back, hold back. Otherwise, if it really kicked this idiot, its master wouldn't let it off the hook. Well, it could at least dodge, right? Immediately, Cao King opened the door with its mouth, unbolted the lock, and slowly pushed the door open with its hooves. Before Gao Yanxin could stop it, Cao King let out a whoosh and ran off at top speed, its figure soon disappearing. Gao Yanxin stared at Cao King's fading figure, completely dumbfounded. What happened to Brother Cao King this time? He ran so fast, as if there were dogs chasing him from behind. When he finally realized, Gao Yanxin immediately followed, shouting while running, "Brother Cao King, wait for me. Don't run so fast. Wait for me." The villagers laughed at the sight, saying, "Haha, Cao King has thrown Gao Yanxin off again. What on earth did this kid do to offend Cao King, making it hide from him every time it sees him? Haha, who knows? This kid's energy is really good too. Whenever Cao King hides, he's chasing right behind it. If you didn't know any better, you'd think he's chasing after a lover. Gao Yanxin is like that. Cao King clearly doesn't want to play with him, yet he insists on sticking around. Isn't he just asking for trouble?" At night, after dinner, the village head and Xiao Chuanfu and a few other villagers came to see Xiao Jinli. "Uncle Village Chief, what brings you here?" Xiao Junxian asked as he made tea. The village head laughed and said, "We don't visit the 3 treasure hall without a reason. We came to see Jinli. My sister is in the room." "I'll call her down," said Xiao Junxian. He then stood in the yard and shouted upstairs, "Sister, Uncle Village Chief and others are here to see you." Xiao Jinli replied, "All right, I'm coming down right now." After a moment, she came downstairs. She asked directly, "Uncle Village Chief, what do you need me for?" The village head explained to Xiao Jinli about selling vegetables from their homes and their plans for the future. Xiao's mother and others listened, finding it interesting. Xiao's mother chuckled, "Hee hee. So our village's vegetables are all being snatched up." Ji Yuzhu added, "Haha, if I bought good quality and cheap goods for the first time, I would also be eager to buy them the next day. Besides, the vegetables and fruits we're growing now are very unusual. Not to mention us adults, even those kids who don't eat green vegetables, I'm sure they will come to love them. My son is the best proof of that. Before, eating vegetables at home was like eating poison, but now he brings vegetables back from the field every day. He seems determined to eat all the vegetables in the field." The village head agreed, "Indeed. My own kids used to not like green vegetables much either, but now that they've eaten our homegrown ones, they can't get enough of them. They can do without meat, but absolutely can't do without our homegrown vegetables. Haha, children these days can be so difficult. Back in our days, we were happy if we had something to eat. Now that living conditions have improved, there's no shortage of food and drink at home. So the children have become picky, just like my grandson. His grandmother always tells him how hard life used to be and that they had nothing to eat. Now the children have it good, and there's food everywhere. In the end, he said that she had it so hard because she was born too early. That silenced her." Xiao Chuanfu laughed and said, "Don't mention it. The children are really picky and clever these days. However, because life is too good, they've all become lazy. Back then, we used to fetch water for the family when we were 7 or 8, but now they're in their teens, and they don't even want to do dishes. Sigh, these children nowadays are just so hard to discipline. You say one thing and they come back with 10. As they talked, the conversation drifted. As for Xiao Jinli, who was also a child among them, how can I join such a conversation? Most importantly, the children in the village are all well behaved in front of her. After talking for a while, the village head redirected the conversation. He asked, "Jinli, your aunt wants to plant more land and sell more vegetables to increase her income. So she wants to buy more earthworms." Xiao Jinli asked, "How much do you want to plant?" The village head said, "The dry land at home is only about 4 or 5 mu now. That's what we're planning to plant this year. That is, next year, we want to plant some vegetables from 3 to 5 acres." Once the village head finished talking, Xiao Chuanfu also said, "Jinli, my family has the same plan. Actually," Xiao Jinli thought for a moment and said, "Uncle Village Chief, I have an idea. Why don't you listen to it and see if it works?" After Xiao Jinli shared her idea, the village head excitedly slapped his thigh and said, "Establishing a cooperative is a great idea. I think it's feasible. Chuanfu, what do you think? In rural areas, the best way to achieve the common prosperity OT the whole village is through cooperation. The state also encourages this by providing policy support such as loan subsidies, technical assistance, and promotion of services, and continuously develops various forms of moderate-scale operations. Cooperative model mostly focuses on family units, mainly using resources of each family for production cooperation, driving and enjoying policy support, and expanding the production scale of a certain field to achieve the same scale. Xiao family village has been seeking a way to get rich for a long time, but after years of discussion, nothing ideal has been found. Now that Xiao Jinli has come up with a solution, the village head naturally would not want to give up. Xiao Chuanfu nodded and said, I also think it's possible. The village head asked others, and their opinions were similar. The village head said, Jinli, since this involves the big issues of the whole village, I'll let the whole village hold a meeting. If everyone has no objections, then there should be no problem. Xiao Jinli smiled and said, of course. After the village head and others left happily, Xiao Wanshan looked at his daughter seriously and said, Girl, letting the whole village grow vegetables for sale, engaging in agricultural operations on a large scale, and establishing a cooperative has obvious advantages. But, little Bao, will it be too difficult? By difficulty, Zhao's father meant whether Xiao Jinli could raise that many earthworms. With 123 households in the village, each with at least 3 to 5 acres of land, it adds up to several hundred acres. How many earthworms would need to be raised to meet the demand? He was a little worried. Gao Yanxin's eyes widened, surprised. Cousin, you're really smart. How did you think about letting the entire village grow vegetables and establishing a cooperative? His cousin was only 10 years old. Where would a 10-year-old child know about these things? Xiao Xiqian's eyes were also closely watching Xiao Jinli, thinking that this child's mind was not something ordinary children could compare to. At first, he thought she bought seeds just for fun. At the end, the real plan was here. Her ultimate goal was for the entire village. Ji Yuzhu told her son, Jinli has always been smart since she was a child. For small matters in the village, she usually doesn't interfere, but for big issues, Jinli is the one who usually takes charge. Can't you adapt to it by now? Now, Jinli is doing this because she wants the whole village to live a better life. Xiao Xiqian, after living in the village for so long, he knew more or less about Xiao Tinli's special status in the village. Whenever there was a problem in the village that was difficult to solve, they would turn to Xiao Jinli. As long as Xiao Jinli took charge, even the most difficult issues would be solved easily. Xiao Xiqian seemed to have something to say, but after thinking about it, he decided to talk to Xiao Jinli privately. Now, he doesn't see her as an ordinary child. Xiao Junxian said, now the biggest issue is that if we let everyone in the village grow vegetables next year, we naturally will need a large number of earthworms. Sister, you have to solve the earthworm problem first. You had initially promised Uncle that you would cooperate with him to sell earthworms abroad. Xiao Jinli said, Brother, actually the earthworm problem is easy to solve, as long as we expand breeding areas. The current 5 points of land in the greenhouse simply does not meet the demand. Xiao Wanshan asked, Little Bao, how much do you plan to expand? Xiao Jinli said, I still need to plan and calculate, but roughly estimate that will be at least 5 acres. Then we need to build more greenhouses? Asked Xiao Wanshan. Xiao Jinli nodded. Yes, we need to. Xiao Wanshan thought about it and said, I think the village will support this in establishing a cooperative. I think the main concern should be the market. Several hundred acres of vegetables can't be consumed by just a small town. Dad, I think we don't need to worry about that temporarily. When we get to the bridge, it will straighten itself. Maybe at that time, those merchants will come to us on their own? Think about it. With the quality and taste of our vegetables, wouldn't any bosses come looking for us? Xiao Jinli confidently said. Xiao Junxian said, Dad, I think my sister has a point. Besides, they had opened such a big company. With some connections, they would certainly find a market for their products. Xiao Wanshan nodded. Okay, little Bao, whatever you want to do, Dad will support you. Zhao's mother laughed and said, No, our whole family supports you, little Bao. Keep it up. Xiao Xiqian. Where does this unwavering support and confidence for their daughter come from? The maternal grandmother intervened at this point. If our good baby really wants to do this, then your grandparents will stay and help. Xiao Jinli smiled and said, Okay, thank you, maternal grandmother and grandfather. Gao Yanxin scratched his head and said, Or I'll stay and help too. Ji Yuzhu immediately said angrily, What help can you provide? If you stay, you'll just cause trouble. Do you know that? As your mother, how could I not know what kind of person you are? Gao Yanxin said, dissatisfied. Mom, you're always putting me down. Why can't I help? Oh, help? Ji Yuzhu coldly said. Did you forget that you still have to go to school? You're 18 years old. Do you think you don't have to go to school once you're 18? If you could learn from your cousin Junxian, work hard to get your credits and certificates in advance, and then graduate early. Gao Yanxin instantly lost confidence and said, I never liked studying in the first place, and I don't have the ability to graduate early. Well, at least you know that. Ji Yuzhu nodded. Gao Yanxin. His mother couldn't go a day without attacking him. Everyone shared their opinions on the matter, then went back to their rooms to rest. Xiao Xiqin followed Xiao Jinli and said, Little sister Jinli, I think it's better to establish a company rather than a cooperative. Xiao Jinli asked, Brother Little Quan, what do you mean? Xiao Xiqin said, establishing a cooperative can reduce the operational risk of farmers, avoid blind management, expand influence, and withstand the impact of market competition, while also enhancing the enthusiasm of villagers' wealth management and accelerating the industrial and scaled development of projects in the area. However, there are significant drawbacks. Cooperatives are voluntary, based on the principle of cooperation on the basis of interest. This can lead to a situation where partnerships are formed when profitable, but dissolved when unprofitable. Also, driven by self-interest, many farmers may bypass the unified cooperative model and operate independently. Finally, cooperatives have a simple organizational structure, and there is a lack of clear division of rights, responsibilities, and interests. There are no perfect interest distribution systems or loss degree systems, so the enthusiasm of cooperative members may be low, among other issues. After listening to Xiao Xiqian's analysis, Xiao Jinli stared at him with her beautiful eyes and then asked with a seemingly sarcastic tone, What about establishing a company?